Chapter 80, Taboo Trade-offs, PT2, The Horns Effect. The most ancient hall of the Wizengamot is cool and dark, with concentric half-circles of stone rising up from the lowest center, and simple wooden benches set down upon those elevated half-circles. There is no source of light, but the chamber is well lit, without any apparent cause or reason. It is simply a brute fact that the hall is well lit. The walls like the floor are stone, dark stone, some elegant and mysterious conjugation of rock most fine to gaze upon, with a smooth texture that seems to flow and shift beneath its surface. This is the most ancient hall, the oldest place of wizardry that has lasted into the modern day. Every other place of power was destroyed in one war or another. This is the hall of the Wizengamot, which is most ancient because the wars ended with the building of this place. This is the hall of the Wizengamot. There are older places, but they are hidden. Legend holds that the walls of dark stone were conjured, created, willed into existence by Merlin, when he gathered the most powerful wizards left in the world and awed them into accepting him as their chief. And when, the legend continues, the seers continued to foretell that not enough had yet been done to prevent the end of the world and its magic, then, the story goes, Merlin sacrificed his life, and his wizardry, and his time, to lay in force the interdict of Merlin. It was not an act without cost, for a place like this one could not be raised again by any power still known to wizard kind. Nor yet destroyed, for those walls of dark stone would pass unharmed, and perhaps unwarmed, through the heart of a nuclear explosion. It is a pity that nobody knows how to make them anymore. In the highest of the rising half-circles of the Wizengamot, on the topmost level of dark stone, there is a podium. At that podium stands an old man, with care-lined face and a silver beard that stretches down below his waist. This is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. His right hand bears a wand of power, upon his shoulder perches a bird of fire. His left hand holds a short rod, thin and featureless and forged of the same dark stone as the walls, and this is the line of Merlin unbroken, the device of the chief warlock. Karen Dutton bequeathed the line to Albus Dumbledore on the last day of her life, scant hours after he returned half-dead from his defeat of Grindelwald with a phoenix flaming brightly at his side. She in turn received the line from the perfectionist Nicodemus Capernaum, each wizard passing it to their chosen successor, back and back in unbroken chain to the day Merlin laid down his life. That, if you were wondering, is how the country of magical Britain managed to elect Cornelius Fudge for its minister, and yet end up with Albus Dumbledore for its chief warlock. Not by law, for written law can be rewritten, but by most ancient tradition, the Wizengamot does not choose who shall preside over its follies. Since the day of Merlin's sacrifice, the most important duty of any chief warlock has been to exercise the highest caution in their choice of people who are both good and able to discern good successors. You would expect that chain of light to miss a step, sometime down through the centuries, that it would go astray at least once, and then never return. But it has not. The line of Merlin continues, unbroken. Or so say those of Dumbledore's faction. Lord Malfoy would tell you otherwise. And in Asia they tell other tales entirely, which may not make Britain's version wrong. Upon the bottommost platform of the ancient hall there is a high-backed chair, legged and armed and without cushions, of dark metal rather than dark stone, which Merlin did not place there. The ministry building that grew up around this place is wood-panelled and gold-washed, bright and fire-lit, filled with bustling foolishness. This place is different. It is the stone heart of magical Britain, and it is neither gold-washed nor wood-panelled, neither fire-lit nor bright. Filing solemnly into this room are witches and wizards in plum-colored robes each embroidered with a silver W. They carry themselves with an air of seriousness showing that they are well aware that they are terribly, terribly important. They are meeting in the most ancient hall, after all. They are the lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, and they consider themselves the greatest folk of the world's greatest magical country. Lesser folk have fallen before them on bended knee in supplication. They are powerful, they are wealthy, they are noble, are they not great? Albus Dumbledore knows everyone in this room by name. He has taught many of them, though too few have learned. Some are his allies, some his opponents, the rest he courts within the careful dance of their neutrality. All of them, to him, are people. The current defense professor of Hogwarts, if you asked him for his opinion of the lords and ladies, would say that while many of them are ambitious, few have any ambition. He would observe that the Wizengamot is exactly where someone like that would end up, that it is exactly the sort of opportunity you would grasp, if you had nothing better to do. Such folk are rarely interesting, but they are often useful, pieces to be manipulated, points to be scored, by the true players of the game. Not among the rising half-circles, but off to one side among a raised arc for the spectators, next to a witch in pointed hat whose face is lined with apprehension, there sits a boy dressed in the most formal black robes that he owns. His eyes are green ice and abstraction, and he hardly glances at the lords and ladies as they bustle in. To him they are just a collection of murmuring plum-colored robes to decorate the wooden benches, visual background for the scene of the most ancient hall. If there is an enemy here, or something to be manipulated, it is merely the Wizengamot. The wealthy elites of magical Britain have collective force, but not individual agency. Their goals are too alien and trivial for them to have personal roles in the tale. As of now, this present time, the boy neither likes nor dislikes the plum-colored robes, because his brain does not assign them enough agenthood to be the subjects of moral judgment. He is a PC, and they are wallpaper. This view is about to change. Harry gazed unseeing around the hall of the Wizengamot. It looked quite old and historic, and there was no doubt that Hermione could have lectured him about the place for hours on end. The plum-colored robes had stopped arriving, and Harry's pocket watch, advancing at the rate of 3 minutes every half hour, said that the trial was almost due to start. Professor McGonagall was sitting beside him, and her eyes never left him for more than 20 consecutive seconds. Harry had read the Daily Prophet that morning. The headline had been "Mad Muggleborn Tries to End Ancient Line," and the rest of the paper had been the same. When Harry was 9 years old, the IRA had blown up a British barracks, and he'd watched on TV as all the politicians contested to see who could be the most loudly outraged. And the thought had occurred to Harry, even then, before he'd known much about psychology, that it looked like everyone was competing to see who could be most angry, and nobody would have been allowed to suggest that anyone was being too angry, even if they'd just proposed the saturation nuclear bombing of Ireland. He'd been struck, even then, by an essential emptiness in the indignation of politicians, though he hadn't had the words to describe it, at that age, a sense that they were trying to score cheap points by hitting at the same safe target as everyone else. Harry had always possessed that sense of hollowness about political indignation, but it was strange how very much more obvious it seemed, when you were reading a dozen articles in the Daily Prophet beating on Hermione Granger. The leading article, written by some name that Harry didn't recognize, had called for the minimum age for Azkaban to be lowered, just so that the twisted mudblood who had defaced the honor of Scotland with her savage, unprovoked attack upon the last heir of a most ancient house within the sacred refuge of Hogwarts could be sent to the Dementors that were the only punishment commensurate with the severity of her unspeakable crime. Only this would be enough to discourage any other foreign, subhuman brutes who similarly believed in their twisted insanity that they could evade the majesty of the Wizengamot's inevitable and merciless scourging of all that threatened the honorable nobility of etc. 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 The next article had said the same thing in less eloquent words. Earlier, Albus Dumbledore had told him, "I will not try to keep you from this trial." The old wizard's voice quiet and unyielding. "I can well foresee how that would go. But I would have you treat me with equal courtesy in return. The politics of the Wizengamot are delicate, and of them you know nothing. Dare any folly and it shall be to Hermione Granger's cost, and you will remember that folly for the rest of your days." Harry James Potter Evans verse. "I understand," Harry said. "I know. Just, if you're planning to pull a rabbit out of your hat and save the day at the last minute when everything seems lost, please tell me now instead of letting me sit and worry." "I would not do that to you," the old wizard said, a terrible weariness seeming to suffuse him as he turned to go. "Still less to Hermione. But I have no rabbits in my hat, Harry. We can only see what Lucius Malfoy wants." There was a small sharp rap, a single brief sound that somehow silenced the entire room and caused Harry's head to jerk around and upward. High above, Dumbledore had just tapped his podium with the dark rod he held in his left hand. "The 90th session of the 208th Wizengamot is convened at the request of Lord Lucius Malfoy," the old wizard said tonelessly. At once, far to the side of the podium but also in the highest circle, rose a tall man with a mane of long white spilling down from his head over the shoulders of his plum-colored robes. "I present a witness for questioning under veritaserum," Lucius Malfoy said, his cool tone clear throughout the room, smoothly controlled with only a slight undertone of righteous fury. "Let Hermione, the first Granger, be brought forth. I ask you all to remember that she is a first year of Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. "I will brook no abuse of this witness." Someone in the benches quite audibly said "Pfui." And there was a spread of disgusted snorts, even 1 or 2 jeers. Harry stared at the plum-colored robes, his eyes narrowing. And with the growing anger came something else, a rising sense of disquiet, of something horribly skewed, like reality itself was being disrupted. Harry knew that, somehow, but he couldn't figure out what was awry, or why his mind thought it was getting worse. "Order!" Dumbledore bellowed. He rapped the stone rod twice against the podium, producing 2 more small clicks that overrode all noise. "I will have order here." The door through which the witness was brought forth was set directly beneath Harry's own seat, so it wasn't until the entire group had emerged fully into the stone hall that Harry saw an Auror trio. Hermione's back was to Harry as she was brought out, he couldn't see her face. Followed by a shining silver sparrow and a running moonlit squirrel. And the source of the horrible wrongness, half hidden beneath a tattered cloak. Harry shot to his feet before he could even think. It was only Professor McGonagall's sudden frantic grab on his wrist that stopped his hand going for his wand, and the Transfiguration Professor whispered desperately, "Harry, it's all right, there's a patroness." It took a few seconds for Harry to remember himself. For the part of himself that understood that Hermione hadn't been directly exposed to a Dementor, to argue his other parts into something like sanity. "But animal patronuses aren't perfect," said another voice inside his mind. "Or Dumbledore wouldn't see the form of a naked man painful to look upon. You felt it approaching, animal patroness or no." Slowly, Harry Potter sat back down again as Professor McGonagall pulled down with her grip on his wrist. But by then he'd already declared war on the country of magical Britain, and the idea of other people calling him a Dark Lord no longer seemed important one way or another. Hermione's face became visible to him, as she sat down in the chair. She wasn't upright and defiant like she'd been in front of Snape, she wasn't crying like she'd been when the Aurors arrested her. She just sat there with a look of vacant horror as dark metal chains snaked out from the chair and bound her arms and legs. Harry couldn't take it. Without even thinking, he was trying to flee inside himself, flee into his dark side, pull the cold rage over himself like a shield. It took too long, he hadn't tried to go fully into his dark side since Azkaban. And then when his blood was something like cold, he looked up again, and saw Hermione in the chair again, and discovered that his dark side knew nothing about how to deal with this type of pain. It pierced through the coldness like a knife and didn't hurt less in the slightest. "Why, if it isn't Harry Potter?" came a high, light female voice, sickly sweet and indulgent. Slowly, Harry turned his head away from the chair and saw a smiling woman wearing so much makeup that her skin looked almost pink, sitting next to a man that Harry recognized from photographs as Minister Cornelius Fudge. "Did you have something to say, Mr. Potter?" inquired the woman, as cheerfully as if this wasn't a trial. Other people were also looking at him now. Harry couldn't speak, all the words in his mind would have been stupid to speak aloud. He couldn't find anything to say that Neville could also have said. Dumbledore had warned Harry that if anyone else wanted the boy who lived to speak, he must pretend to be his age. "The headmaster said I shouldn't ought to talk," the boy said, not quite able to keep the edge out of his voice. "Oh, but you have our permission to talk," the woman said brightly. "I'm sure the Wizengamot is always happy to hear from the boy who lived." Beside her, Minister Cornelius Fudge was nodding. The woman's face was puffy and overweight, visibly pale beneath the makeup. Almost inevitably, a certain word came to mind, and that word was toad. Which, said Harry's logical part, shouldn't correlate to morality in any way. Only in Disney movies were ugly people more likely to be evil and vice versa, and those movies were probably scripted by writers who'd never been ugly. He'd give her a chance, everyone in this room deserved one chance. "Because I got rid of the Dark Lord," the boy said, and pointed at the Dementor where it was hovering behind Hermione's chair. "There's something in this room that's darker." The woman's face narrowed, growing a little stern. "I realize a young boy like yourself may be scared by them, Mr. Potter, but the Dementors are quite obedient to the Ministry of Magic. And they would, of course, be necessary to guard a 12-year-old girl," the boy yelled. "Those are the darkest creatures in the whole world. I could feel it coming here even through the Patroness, the wrongness coming nearer. It's horribly evil in it, it'd eat everyone in this room, if it could. It shouldn't be let near any child, ever. Not me, not her, not anyone. You ought to vote to send it away." "We'll certainly have no such vote," the Toad Woman snapped. "That's enough, Madam Umbridge, Mr. Potter," came Dumbledore's stern voice from high above. And then after a short pause, the old wizard went on, "Although, of course, the boy is correct on every count." Some of the members of the Wizengamot were looking abashed at the boy who lived's admonition, and a few others were nodding violently to the old wizard's words. But they were too few. Harry could see it. They were too few. The Veritaserum was brought in then, and Hermione looked for a brief moment like she was about to sob. She was looking at Harry, no, at Professor McGonagall, and Professor McGonagall was mouthing words that Harry couldn't make out from his angle. Then Hermione swallowed 3 drops of Veritaserum and her face grew slack. "Gawain Roberts," said the smooth voice of Lucius Malfoy. "Your probity is known to all of us. If you would do the honors." One of the 3 Aurors stepped forward. After the first few questions, Harry looked away and stared off to one side with his fingers in his ears, as Hermione's brain played back the contents of the false memory charm. He couldn't handle the drug-dulled anguish in Hermione's voice as she recounted the false memories, and his dark side couldn't handle it either, and he'd already heard the contents summarized. Harry's mind flashed back to another day of horror, and even though Harry had been on the verge of writing off Lord Voldemort's continued existence as the senility of an old wizard, it suddenly seemed horribly and uniquely plausible that the entity who'd memory-charmed Hermione was the very same mind that had made use of Bellatrix Black. The two events had a certain signature in common. To choose that this should happen, plan for this to happen, it would take more than evil, it would take emptiness. Harry looked up for a moment, then, and saw that the plum-colored robes were watching, just watching. Some time later, after all the stars in the night sky had gone cold and dark and the last light in the universe had sputtered down to embers and gone black, the questioning of Hermione ended. "If it pleases my lords," said the voice of Lord Malfoy, "I should like to have the testimony of my son Draco, witnessed under 2 drops of Veritaserum, read aloud at this time. Until she went after me in that battle, I wasn't plotting anything against Granger. But after that day I really was feeling insulted, I'd helped her all those times." The sound that came from Hermione's throat was like she'd just been crushed under a falling stone, so huge that she couldn't cry or breathe, just a small sad gasp. "Pardon me," said one witch from what seemed to be the Malfoy-line side of the room. "But Lord Malfoy, why would your son help this mudblood girl?" "My son," Lucius Malfoy said in a heavy voice, "seems to have been listening to certain misguided ideas. He is young, and he has learned, now, we have all seen as a country, what such folly brings in repayment." A few steps down along the visitors' benches, a man wearing a newsman's cap and a badge identifying him as belonging to the Daily Prophet was avidly scribbling with a long quill. The few people who'd nodded along to Dumbledore earlier had rather sick looks on their faces. One witch in plum-colored robes quite deliberately stood up from what had seemed like Dumbledore's side of the room, and made her way over toward the Malfoy side. The Auror went on reading, his voice monotone. "I'd been so tired from casting all those locking wards, I was weak when I cast the last one. I thought I was stronger than Granger but I wasn't certain, so I tested it empirically by challenging her to a duel. That's why I did it, and also because if I'd won I was planning to beat her again the next day where everyone could see. Stupid Veritaserum. But she didn't know about that when she tried to kill me. And I really was insulted by what she'd done. I really had helped her before and I hadn't been planning anything against her then, only she went after me in front of everyone." When all the witness testimony was done, the deliberations of the Wizengamot began. If you could call them that. It seemed that many members of the Wizengamot were of the strong opinion that murder was bad. The plum-colored robes on Dumbledore's side of the room were silent, the supposed forces of good saving their political capital for more winnable battles. And Harry could hear, as though Professor Quirrell were standing next to him, a dry voice in his mind, explaining to him that it would hardly have been to the politician's own advantage to speak, just then. But there was one wizard in the room whose status was high enough that he had, it seemed, transcended his caution against losing face, one wizard alone whose status was high enough that he could speak a word of sanity and escape unscathed. He alone spoke to defend Hermione, the man with a phoenix flaming bright upon his shoulder. Only Albus Dumbledore spoke. The chief warlock didn't raise the possibility that Hermione Granger was entirely innocent. That, the headmaster had explained to Harry, would not be believed, would only make it worse. But Albus Dumbledore said, in one gentle reminder after another, that the perpetrator was a first-year girl in Hogwarts, that many had done foolish things during their youth, that a first year in Hogwarts was simply too young to comprehend the consequences of her acts. He himself, the chief warlock said quietly, had attempted certain foolish things during his childhood, when he was well older than she. Albus Dumbledore said that Hermione Granger had been beloved of all the Hogwarts faculty, and helped 4 Hufflepuff girls with their charms homework, and had scored 103 points for Ravenclaw over the course of the school year. Albus Dumbledore said that nobody who knew Hermione Granger would be anything but shocked by these events. That they had, all of them, heard the horror in her voice as she recounted her testimony. And if some unusual madness had temporarily possessed her, then, his voice rising in stern command, she deserved nothing from them except sympathy and a healer's attentions. And at the last, Albus Dumbledore reminded the Wizengamot, over cries of protest, that the charge was attempted murder and not murder. Albus Dumbledore said, over a rising storm of objections, that no lasting harm had come to anyone. And Albus Dumbledore begged them not to do worse themselves than anything that had yet been done. "Enough!" bellowed Lucius Malfoy, and a show of hands ended the deliberations. The white-maned man stood tall and terrible, his silver cane held high in one hand like a gavel about to fall. "For what this mad woman has tried to do to my son, for the blood debt that she owes for trying to end the line of a noble and most ancient house, I say that she will." "Azkaban!" roared a man with a scarred face, seated at Lord Malfoy's right hand. "Send the mad mudblood to Azkaban!" "Azkaban!" cried another plum-colored robe, and then another, and another. A click from the rod in Dumbledore's hand silenced the room. "You are out of order," the old wizard said sternly. "And your proposal is barbaric, beneath the dignity of this assembly. There are things we do not do." "Lord Malfoy!" Lucius Malfoy had listened to this with an impassive face. "Well," Lord Malfoy said after a few moments. A cold gleam lit his eyes. "I had not planned to ask it. But if that is the will of the Wizengamot, then let her pay as any in her place would pay. Let it be Azkaban." A great cheer of rage went up. "Are you all lost?" cried Albus Dumbledore. "She is too young. Her mind would not withstand it. Not in 3 centuries has such a thing been done in Britain. What will the other countries think of us?" said the sharp voice of a woman that Harry recognized as Neville's grandmother. "Will you guard Azkaban after she goes there, Lord Malfoy?" said a stern old witch that Harry didn't know. "For my Aurors may decline to guard it, I fear, if small children are kept within." "The deliberations are ended," Lucius Malfoy said coldly. "But if you are incapable of finding Aurors who can obey the vote of the Wizengamot, Madam Bones, you may relinquish the position, we can easily find another to serve in your place. The will of this hall is clear. For the monstrosity of her crimes, the girl is to be tried as an adult and punished accordingly, 10 years in Azkaban, the justice for attempted murder." When the old wizard spoke again, his voice was lower. Is there no alternative to this, Lucius? We may retire to my chambers to discuss it, if need be. The tall man of the long white hair turned, then, to regard where the old wizard stood at the podium, and the two stared at each other for a long moment. When Lucius Malfoy spoke again, his voice seemed to tremble ever so slightly, as though the stern control on it was failing. Blood calls for repayment, the blood of my family. Not for any price will I sell the blood debt owed my son. You would not understand that, who never had love or child of your own. Still, there is more than one debt owed to House Malfoy, and I think that my son, if he stood among us, would rather be repaid for his mother's blood than for his own. Confess your own crime to the Wizengamot, as you confessed it to me, and I shall. Don't even think about it, Albus, said the stern old witch who had spoken before. The old wizard stood at the podium. The old wizard stood at the podium, his face twisting, untwisting. Stop it, said the old witch. You know the answer you must give, Albus. It will not change for agonizing over it. The old wizard spoke. No, said Albus Dumbledore. And you, Malfoy, continued the stern old witch, I suppose all you really wanted this whole time was to ruin. Hardly, said Lucius Malfoy, his lips now twisting into a bitter smile. No, I have no purpose here but my son's vengeance. I only wish to show the Wizengamot the truth behind this old man's pretended heroism and his praise of that girl, that he would hardly think of sacrificing himself to save her. Cruelty worthy of a Death Eater indeed, said Augusta Longbottom. Not that I'm implying anything, of course. Cruelty, said Lucius Malfoy, the bitter smile still on his face. I think not. I knew what his answer would be. I have ever warned you that he only plays his pretended part. If you believe in his hesitation, the more fool you. Remember that his answer was the same. The man raised his voice. Let us vote, my friends. I think a show of hands will suffice for it. I do not imagine there will be many who choose to align themselves with murderers. The voice went cold, on the last note, the promise in it very clear. Look at the girl, said Albus Dumbledore. See her, see the horror you are committing. She is the old wizard's voice broke. She is afraid. The Veritaserum must have been wearing off, because Hermione Granger's face was twisting beneath the slackness, her limbs trembling visibly beneath the chains, as though she were trying to run from that chair, but was pressed down by weights larger than the enchanted metal links that bound her. Then there was a convulsive effort and Hermione's neck moved, her head twisted, enough to bring her eyes into line. She looked at Harry Potter and though she didn't speak, it was absolutely clear what she was saying. Harry! Help me! Please! And in the most ancient hall of the Wizengamot an icy voice rang out, speech the color of liquid nitrogen, pitched too high for that it came from too young a throat, and that voice said, Lucius Malfoy. In the ancient and hallowed halls of the Wizengamot, people looked around and it took their eyes too long to find what they sought. It might have been high in pitch, it might have been under loud for the words being spoken, and yet even so, you wouldn't have expected to hear that voice from a child. It wasn't until Lord Malfoy spoke in return that people even realized where they should be looking. Harry Potter, said Lucius Malfoy. He did not incline his head. Head spun, eyes moved, and people focused on the messy-haired young boy standing near the weeping older witch. The boy stood merely chest-high with his shoes on, dressed in short robes of formal black. Though unless your eyes were keen indeed, you couldn't have seen, from all the way across the hall, that famous and deadly scar beneath his messy hair. This folly does not become you, Lucius, said the boy. 12-year-old girls do not go around committing murders. You are a Slytherin and an intelligent one. You know this is a plot. Hermione Granger was placed on this game board by force, by whatever hand lies behind that plot. You were surely intended to act just as you are acting now, except that Draco Malfoy was meant to be dead, and you were meant to be beyond all reason. But he is alive and you are sane. Why are you cooperating with your intended role, in a plot meant to take the life of your son? A storm seemed to be raging inside Lucius, the face beneath the flowing white hair threatening to crack open and spill something unguessable. The Lord of Malfoy seemed to almost speak once and then twice again, swallowing 3 unheard sentences before his lips parted for true. A plot, you say? Lord Malfoy said at last. His face was twitching, hardly controlled. And whose plot would that be, then? If I knew, said the boy, I would have said so a good deal earlier. But anyone who had ever been Hermione Granger's classmate could tell you that she is a most unlikely murderess. She does, in fact, help Hufflepuffs with their homework. This was not a natural event, Lord Malfoy. Plot, or no plot, Lucius's voice was trembling. This mudblood filth has touched my son and for that I will end her. You should know that full well, Harry Potter. It is questionable, the boy said, to put it mildly, whether Hermione Granger actually cast that blood-cooling charm. I do not know the exact circumstances or what spells were involved, but simple trickery would not have sufficed to make her do it. She did not act of her own will, and perhaps did not act at all. Your vengeance is being misdirected, Lord Malfoy, and deliberately so. It is not a 12-year-old girl who deserves your ire. And what do you care for her fate? Lucius Malfoy's voice was rising. What is your stake in this? She is my friend, the boy said, as Draco is my friend. It is possible that this blow was aimed at me, and not at House Malfoy at all. Again the muscles jumped in Lucius's face. And now you are lying to me, as you lied to my son. Believe it or not, the boy said quietly, I never willed anything but that Draco should know the truth. Enough! Cried the Lord Malfoy. Enough of your lies. Enough of your games. You do not understand, you would never understand, what it means that he is my son. I will not be denied this vengeance. No more. Never again. For the blood this girl owes House Malfoy, she shall go to Azkaban. And if I ever find another hand at work, even if it is your own, that hand shall be cut off as well. Lucius Malfoy raised his deadly silver cane as though in command, his teeth clenched and his lips drawn back in a snarl, like a wolf facing a dragon. And if you have nothing better to say than that, be silent, Harry Potter. Harry's blood was hammering even beneath the ice of his dark side, the fear for Hermione, the part of him that wanted to lash out at Lucius and destroy him where he stood for his insolence and his stupidity, but Harry didn't have the power, he didn't even have a single vote in the Wizengamot. Draco had said that Lucius was scared of him, for some unknown reason. And Harry could see it in the rictus that Lord Malfoy's face had become drawn and tight, that it was taking all his courage for him to tell Harry to shut up. So Harry said, his voice cool and deadly, hoping to hell that it meant something, you will earn my enmity if you do this thing, Lucius. Someone in the lower rows of what was evidently the blood-purest side of the Wizengamot, who was looking down at the young boy rather than up at Lord Malfoy, laughed in outright incredulity. Other plum-colored robes began to laugh as well. Lord Malfoy gazed at him with hard dignity, as that laughter spread. If you want the enmity of the House of Malfoy, you shall have it, child. Now really, said the woman in too much pink makeup, I think this has gone on quite long enough, wouldn't you say, Lord Malfoy? The boy will miss his classes. Indeed he will, said Lucius Malfoy, and then raised his voice again. I call the vote. By show of hands, let the Wizengamot acknowledge the blood debt owed to the noble and most ancient House of Malfoy, for the attempted murder of its last scion and ending of its line, by Hermione, the first Granger. Hands shot up one after another, and the secretary who sat in the bottom circle began to make marks on parchment to tally them, but it was obvious which way the majority had gone. And Harry screamed inside his mind, a frantic call for help to any part of himself that would offer a way out, a strategy, an idea. But there was nothing, he'd played his last cards and lost. And then with a last convulsive desperation Harry plunged himself into his dark side, pushed himself into his dark side, seizing at its deadly clarity, offering his dark side anything if it would only solve this problem for him, and at last the lethal calm came over him, the true ice finally answering his call. Beyond all panic and despair his mind began to search through every fact in its possession, recall everything it knew about Lucius Malfoy, about the Wizengamot, about the laws of magical Britain, his eyes looked at the rows of chairs, at every person and everything within range of his vision, searching for any opportunity it could grasp. Chapter 81, Taboo Trade-Offs, PT3. In rising half-circles of dark stone, a great sea of upraised hands. The lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, in plum-colored robes marked with a silver W, stared down in stern rebuke at a young girl trembling in chains. If they had, in any particular ethical system, damned themselves, they clearly thought quite highly of themselves for having done so. Harry's breath was trembling in his chest. His dark side had come up with a plan, and then rotated itself back out again because speaking too icily would not be to Hermione's advantage, a fact which the only half-cold Harry had somehow not realized. The vote carries, in favor, intoned the secretary, when all the tallying was done, and the upraised hands fell back down. The Wizengamot recognizes the blood debt owed by Hermione Granger to House Malfoy for the attempted murder of its scion and ending of its line. Lucius Malfoy was smiling in grim satisfaction. And now, said the white-maned wizard, I say that her debt shall be paid. Harry clenched his fists beneath the bench and shouted, by the debt owed from House Malfoy to House Potter. Silence! Snapped the woman in too much pink makeup sitting next to Minister Fudge. You've disrupted these proceedings quite enough already. Or escort him out. Wait, said Augusta Longbottom from the top tier of seats. What debt is this? Lucius's hands widened on his cane. House Malfoy owes no debt to you. It wasn't the world's most solid hope, it was based on one newspaper article from a woman who'd been false memory charmed, but Rita Skeeter had seemed to find it plausible, that Mr. Weasley had allegedly owed James Potter a debt because... I'm surprised you've forgotten, Harry said evenly. Surely it was a cruel and painful period of your life, laboring under the imperious curse of he who must not be named, until you were freed of it by the efforts of House Potter. By my mother, Lily Potter, who died for it, and by my father, James Potter, who died for it, and by me, of course. There was a brief silence within the most ancient hall. Why, what an excellent point, Mr. Potter, said the old witch who'd been identified as Madame Bones. I, too, am quite surprised that Lord Malfoy would forget such a significant event. It must have been such a happy day for him. Yes, said Augusta Longbottom. He must have been so grateful. Madame Bones nodded. House Malfoy could not possibly deny that debt, unless, perhaps, Lord Malfoy is to tell us that he has misremembered something? I should take quite a professional interest in that. We are always trying to improve our picture of those dark days. Lucius Malfoy's hands gripped the silver snake handle of his cane like he was about to strike with it, unleash whatever power it kept. Then the Lord Malfoy seemed to relax, and a chill smile came over his face. Of course, he said easily. I do confess I had not understood, but the child is quite correct. But I do not quite think the two debts cancel. House Potter was only trying to save itself, after all. Not so, Dumbledore said from above. And therefore, intoned Lucius Malfoy, I demand monetary compensation as well, for the redemption of the blood debt owed my son. That, too, is the law. Harry felt a strange inward flinch. That had also been in the newspaper article. Mr. Weasley had demanded an additional 10,000 galleons. How much? Said the boy who lived. Lucius was still wearing the cold smile. 100,000 galleons. If you have not that much in your vault, I suppose I must accept a promissory note for the remainder. A roar of protest went up from Dumbledore's side of the room, even some of the plum-colored robes in the middle looked shocked. Shall we put it to vote of the Wizengamot? Said Lucius Malfoy. I think few of us would like to see the little murderess go free. By a show of hands, that additional compensation of 100,000 galleons would be required to cancel the debt. The clerk began tallying, but that vote was also clear. Harry stood there, breathing deeply. You'd better not even have to think about this, Harry's inner Gryffindor said threateningly. It's a major purchase, observed Ravenclaw. We ought to spend a lot of time thinking about it. It shouldn't have been hard. It shouldn't have. £2 million was only money, and money was only worth what it could buy. It was strange how much psychological attachment you could have to only money, or how painful it could be to imagine losing a bank vault full of gold that you hadn't even imagined existed just 1 year earlier. Kimble Kinnison wouldn't hesitate, said Gryffindor. Seriously. Like, snap decision. What sort of hero are you? I already hate you just for having to think about it for longer than 50 milliseconds. This is real life, said Ravenclaw. Losing all your money is a lot more painful for real people in real life than in heroic books. What? Demanded Gryffindor. Whose side are you on? I wasn't advocating for a particular answer, said Ravenclaw, I was just saying it because it was true. Could 100,000 galleons be used to save more than one life if spent some other way? Said Slytherin. We have research to do, battles to fight, the difference between being 40,000 galleons rich and being 60,000 galleons in debt is not trivial. So we'll just use one of our ways to make money fast and earn it all back, said Hufflepuff. It's not certain those will work, said Slytherin, and a lot of them require starting cash. Personally, said Gryffindor, I vote that we save Hermione and then gang up and kill our inner Slytherin. The clerk's voice said that the tally had been recorded and the vote had passed. Harry's lips opened. I accept your offer, said Harry's lips, without any hesitation, without any decision having been made, just as if the internal debate had been pretense and illusion, the true controller of the voice having been no part of it. Lucius Malfoy's mask of calm shattered, his eyes widened, he stared at Harry in sheer blank astonishment. His mouth had opened slightly, though he wasn't speaking, and if he was making any peculiar noises it couldn't be heard over the roar of simultaneous gasps from the Wizengamot. A tap of stone silenced the crowd. No, said the voice of Dumbledore. Harry's head jerked around to stare at the ancient wizard. Dumbledore's lined face was pale, the silver beard was visibly trembling, he looked like he was in the final throes of a terminal illness. I'm sorry, Harry, but this choice is not yours, for I am still the guardian of your vault. What? Said Harry, too shocked to compose his reply. I cannot let you go into debt to Lucius Malfoy, Harry. I cannot. You do not know, you do not realize. Die. Harry didn't even know which part of himself had spoken, it might have been a unanimous vote, the pure rage and fury pouring through him. For an instant he thought that the sheer force of the anger might take magical wing and fly out to strike the headmaster, send him tumbling back dead from the podium. But when that mental voice had spoken, the old wizard was still standing there, gazing at Harry, long dark wand in his right hand, short black rod in his left. And Harry's eyes also went to the red golden bird with its claws resting on the shoulder of Dumbledore's black robes, silent when no phoenix should have been silent. Fox, Harry said, his voice sounding strange in his own ears, can you scream at him for me? The fiery bird on the old wizard's shoulder didn't scream. Maybe the Wizengamot had demanded that a spell of silence be put on the creature, otherwise it probably would have been screaming the whole time. But Fox hit his master, one golden wing buffeting the old wizard's head. I cannot, Harry. The old wizard said, the agony clear in his voice. I am doing as I must do. And Harry knew, then, as he looked at the red golden bird, what he had to do as well. It should have been obvious from the beginning, that solution. Then I too will do what I must, Harry said up to Dumbledore, as though the two of them stood alone in the room. You do realize that, don't you? The old wizard shook his trembling head. You will change your mind when you are older. I'm not talking about that, Harry said, his voice still strange in his own ears. I mean that I will not allow Hermione Granger to be eaten by Dementors under any circumstances. Period. Regardless of what any law says, and no matter what I have to do to stop it. Do I still need to spell it out? A strange male voice spoke from somewhere far away, be sure that the girl is taken directly to Azkaban, and put under extra guard. Harry waited, staring at the old wizard, and then spoke again. I will go to Azkaban, Harry said to the old wizard, as though they stood alone in the world, before Hermione can be taken there, and start snapping my fingers. It may cost me my life, but by the time she gets there won't be an Azkaban anymore. Some members of the Wizengamot gasped in surprise. Then a greater number started laughing. How would you even get there, little boy? Someone said, from among those who were laughing. I have my ways of going places, said the boy's distant voice. Harry kept his eyes on Dumbledore, on the old wizard staring at him in shock. Harry didn't look directly at Fox, didn't give his plan away, but in his mind he prepared to summon the Phoenix to transport him, prepared to fill his mind with light and fury, to call for the Firebird with all his might. He might have to do it upon the instant if Dumbledore pointed his wand. Would you truly? The old wizard said to Harry, also as if the two of them stood alone in the room. The room went silent again as everyone stared in shock at the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, who seemed to be taking the mad threat completely seriously. The old wizard's eyes were locked only on Harry. Would you risk everything, only for her? Yes, Harry said back in reply. That's the wrong answer, you know, said Slytherin. Seriously. But it's the true answer. You will not see reason, said the old wizard. Apparently not, Harry said back. The gazes stayed locked. This is terrible folly, said the old wizard. I am aware of this, answered the hero. Now get out of my way. Strange light glinted in the ancient blue eyes. As you will, Harry Potter, but know that this is not over. The rest of the world faded back into existence. I withdraw my objection, said the old wizard. Harry Potter may do as he wishes, and the Wizengamot exploded in a roar of shock, only to be silenced by a final tap of the stone rod. Harry turned his head back to look at Lord Malfoy, who looked like he'd seen a cat turn into a person and start eating other cats. To call the look confused did not begin to describe it. You would truly? Lucius Malfoy said slowly. You would truly pay 100,000 galleons, to save one Mudblood girl? I think there's about 40,000 in my Gringotts vault, Harry said. It was strange how that was still causing more internal pain than the thought of taking an over 50% risk to his life to destroy Azkaban. As for the other 60,000, what are the rules, exactly? It comes due when you graduate Hogwarts, the old wizard said from high above. But Lord Malfoy has certain rights over you before then, I fear. Lucius Malfoy stood motionless, frowning down at Harry. Who is she to you, then? What is she to you, that you would pay so much to keep her from harm? My friend, the boy said quietly. Lucius Malfoy's eyes narrowed. By the report I received, you cannot cast the Patronus charm, and Dumbledore knows this. The power of a single Dementor nearly killed you. You would not dare venture near Azkaban in your own person. That was in January, said Harry. This is April. Lucius Malfoy's eyes remained cool and calculating. You pretend you can destroy Azkaban, and Dumbledore pretends to believe it. Harry did not reply. The white-haired man turned slightly, toward the center of the half-circle, as though to address the greater Wizengamot. I withdraw my offer, shouted the Lord of Malfoy. I will not accept the debt to House Potter in payment, not even for 100,000 galleons. The girl's blood debt to House Malfoy stands. Again the roar of many voices. Dishonorable! Someone cried. You acknowledge the debt to House Potter, and yet you would, and then that voice cut off. I acknowledge the debt, but the law does not strictly oblige me to accept it in cancellation, said Lord Malfoy with a grim smile. The girl is no part of House Potter, the debt I owe House Potter is no debt to her. As for the dishonor, Lucius Malfoy paused. As for the grave shame I feel at my ingratitude toward the Potters, who have done so much for me, Lucius Malfoy bowed his head. May my ancestors forgive me. Well, boy, called the scarred man sitting at Lord Malfoy's right hand. Go and destroy Azkaban, then. I'd like to see that, said another voice. Will you be selling tickets? It went without saying that Harry didn't pick this particular moment to give up. The girl is no part of House Potter. He had, in fact, seen the obvious way out of the dilemma almost instantly. It might have taken him longer if he hadn't recently overheard a number of conversations between older Ravenclaw girls, and read a certain number of Quibbler stories. He was, nonetheless, having trouble accepting it. "This is ridiculous," said a part of Harry which had just dubbed itself the internal consistency checker. "Our actions here are completely incoherent. First you feel less emotional reluctance to risk your bloody life and probably die for Hermione, than to part with a stupid heap of gold. And now you're balking just at getting married? System error." "You know what?" said internal consistency checker. "You're stupid." "I didn't say no," thought Harry. "I was just saying system error." "I vote for destroying Azkaban," said Gryffindor. "It needs to be done anyway." "Really, really stupid," said internal consistency checker. "Oh, screw this, I'm assuming control of our body." The boy took a deep breath, and opened his mouth. By this point Harry Potter had entirely forgotten the existence of Professor McGonagall, who had been sitting there this whole time undergoing a number of interesting changes of facial expression which Harry had not been looking at because he was distracted. It would have been overly harsh to say that Harry had forgotten her because he did not consider her a PC. It could be more kindly said that Professor McGonagall was not visibly a solution to any of his current problems, and therefore she was not part of the universe. So Harry, who at this point had a fair amount of adrenaline in his bloodstream, startled and jumped quite visibly when Professor McGonagall, her eyes now blazing with impossible hope and the tears on her cheek half dried, leapt to her feet and cried, "With me, Mr. Potter!" And, without waiting for a reply, tore down the stairs that led to the bottom platform where waited a chair of dark metal. It took a moment, but Harry ran after, though it took him longer to reach the bottom, after Professor McGonagall vaulted half the stairs with a strange cat-like motion and landed with the astonished-looking Auror trio already pointing their wands at her. "Miss Granger!" cried Professor McGonagall. "Can you speak yet?" Much as with Professor McGonagall, there was a certain sense in which it could be said that Harry had forgotten about the existence of Hermione Granger, because Harry had been tilting his neck back to look upward rather than downward, and because he hadn't considered her a solution to any of his current problems. Though it was hardly certain, in fact it wasn't at all probable, that Harry remembering to look at Hermione or think about what she must be feeling, would have helped anything in the slightest. Harry reached the bottom of the stairs and saw Hermione Granger full on. Without thinking, without being able to help himself, Harry shut his eyes, but he'd seen her school robes around her neck, soaked all the way through with tears. The way she'd been looking away from him. And the eye of memory and sympathy, which could not be shut, which could not look away, knew that Hermione had recounted the worst shame of her life in front of the nobility of magical Britain and Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore and Harry, and then been sentenced to Azkaban where she would be exposed to darkness and cold and all her worst memories until she went mad and died, and then she'd heard that Harry was going to give away all his money and go into debt to save her, and maybe even sacrifice his life. And with the Dementor standing only a few paces behind her. She hadn't said anything. "Why yes," whispered the voice of Hermione Granger. "I see can talk." Harry opened his eyes again and saw her face, now looking at him. It didn't say anything like what he thought Hermione was feeling, faces couldn't say anything that complicated, all facial muscles could do was contort themselves into knots. Harry, I'm so. Shut up," Harry suggested. Sorry. If you'd never met me on the train you wouldn't be in any trouble right now. So shut up, said Harry Potter. Both of you stop being silly, Professor McGonagall said in her firm Scottish accent. It was strange how much that helped. Mr. Potter, hold out your wand so that Miss Granger's fingers can touch it. Miss Granger, repeat after me. Upon my life and magic. Harry did as he was bid, thrusting his wand forward to touch Hermione's fingers, and then Hermione's faltering voice said, Upon my life and magic. I swear service to the House of Potter, said Professor McGonagall. And Hermione, without waiting for any further instructions, said, the words spilling out of her in a rush, I swear service to the House of Potter, to obey its master or mistress, and stand at their right hand, and fight at their command, and follow where they go, until the day I die. All those words had been blurted out in a desperate gasp before Harry could have thought or said anything, if he'd been mad enough to interrupt. Mr. Potter, repeat these words, said Professor McGonagall. I, Harry, heir and last scion of the Potters, accept your service, until the end of the world and its magic. Harry took a breath and said, I, Harry, heir and last scion of the Potters, accept your service, until the end of the world and its magic. That's it, said Professor McGonagall. Well done. Harry looked up, and saw that the entire Wizengamot, whose existence he'd forgotten, was staring at them. And then Minerva McGonagall, who was head of House Gryffindor even if she didn't always act like it, looked up high above at where Lucius Malfoy stood, and she said to him before the entire Wizengamot, I regret every point I ever gave you in Transfiguration, you vile little worm. Whatever Lucius was about to say in reply was silenced by a tap of the short rod in Dumbledore's hand. Ahem! Said the old wizard from his podium of dark stone. This session has carried on quite considerably, and if it is not dismissed soon, some of us may miss their entire luncheon. The law of this matter is clear. You have already voted on the terms of the bargain, and Lord Malfoy cannot legally decline it. As we have far exceeded our allotted time, I now, in accordance with the last decision of the survivors of the 88th Wizengamot, adjourn this session. The old wizard tapped the rod of dark stone 3 times. You fools! Shouted Lucius Malfoy. The white hair was shaking as though in a wind, the face beneath was pale with fury. Do you think you'll get away with what you've done today? Do you think that girl can try to murder my son and escape unscathed? The toad-like pink makeup woman, whose name Harry could no longer remember, was standing up from her seat. Why, of course not, she said with a sickening smile. After all, the girl is still a murderess, and I think the Ministry shall be watching her affairs quite closely. It hardly seems wise that she should be allowed to wander the streets, after all. Harry was fed up at this point. Without waiting to listen, Harry turned on his heel and strode forward in long steps toward the horror only he could truly see, the absence of color and space, the wound in the world, above which floated a tattered cloak, most imperfectly guarded by a running moonlit squirrel and fluttering silver sparrow. His dark side had also noticed, when it was looking through the entire room for anything that could possibly be used as a weapon, that the enemy had been foolish enough to bring a Dementor into Harry's presence. That was a powerful weapon indeed, and one that Harry might wield better than its supposed masters. There had been a time in Azkaban when Harry had told 12 Dementors to turn and go, and they had gone. The Dementors are death, and the Patronus charm works by thinking about happy thoughts instead of death. If Harry's theory was correct, that one sentence would be all it took to pop the Auror's Patronus charms like a soap bubble, and ensure that nobody within reach of his voice could cast another one. I am going to cancel the Patronus charms and prevent any more Patronuses from being cast. And then my Dementor, flying faster than any broomstick, is going to kiss everyone here who voted to send a 12-year-old girl to Azkaban. Say that, to set up the if-then expectation, and wait for people to understand and laugh. Then speak the fatal truth, and when the Auror's Patronuses winked out to prove the point, either people's anticipations of the mindless void, or Harry's threat of its destruction, would make the Dementor obey. Those who had sought to compromise with the darkness would be consumed by it. It was the other solution his dark side had devised. Ignoring the gasps rising from behind him, Harry crossed the radius of the Patronuses, strode to a single pace from death. Its unhindered fear burst around him like a whirlpool, like stepping next to the sucking drain of some huge bathtub emptying out its water, but with the false Patronuses no longer obscuring the level on which they interacted, Harry could reach the Dementor even as it could reach him. Harry looked straight into the pulling vacuum and the earth among the stars. All his triumph at saving Hermione. Someday the reality of which you are a shadow will cease to exist. Harry took all the silver emotion that fueled his Patronus charm and shoved it at the Dementor, and expected Death's shadow to flee from him. And as Harry did that, he flung his hands up and shouted boo. The void retreated sharply away from Harry until it came up against the dark stone behind. In the hall there was a deathly silence. Harry turned his back on the empty void, and looked up at where the Toad Woman stood. She was pale beneath the pink makeup, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. I make you this one offer, said the boy who lived. I never learn that you've been interfering with me or any of mine. And you never find out why the unkillable soul-eating monster is scared of me. Now sit down and shut up. The Toad Woman fell back down to her bench without a word. Harry looked further up. A riddle, Lord Malfoy. The boy who lived shouted across the most ancient hall. I know you weren't in Ravenclaw, but try to answer this one anyway. What destroys Dark Lords, frightens Dementors, and owes you 60,000 galleons? For an instant Lord Malfoy stood there with eyes slightly widened, then his face fell back into calm scorn, and his voice spoke coolly in reply. Are you openly threatening me, Mr. Potter? I'm not threatening you, said the boy who lived. I'm scaring you. There's a difference. Enough, Mr. Potter, said Professor McGonagall. We shall be late for afternoon transfiguration as it is. And do come back here, you're still terrifying that poor Dementor. She turned to the Aurors. Mr. Kleiner, if you would. Harry strode back to them, as the Auror addressed moved forward and pressed a short rod of dark metal to the dark metal chair, muttering an inaudible word of dismissal. The chains slithered back as smoothly as they had come forth, and Hermione pushed herself out of the chair as fast as she could, and half ran and half staggered forward a few steps. Harry held out his arms. And Hermione half jumped half fell into Professor McGonagall's arms, beginning to sob hysterically. HMPFH, said a voice inside Harry. I kind of thought we'd earned that one ourselves. Oh, shut up. Professor McGonagall was holding Hermione so firmly that you might have thought it was a mother holding her daughter, or maybe granddaughter. After a few moments Hermione's sobs slowed, and then stopped. Professor McGonagall suddenly shifted her stance and grabbed onto her more tightly. The girl's hands were dangling limply now and her eyes were closed. "She'll be fine, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said softly in Harry's direction, without looking at him. "She just needs a few hours in one of Madame Pomfrey's beds." "All right, then," Harry said. "Let's get her to Madame Pomfrey's." "Yes," said Dumbledore, as he descended to the bottom of the dark stone stairs. "Let us all go home, indeed." His blue eyes were locked on Harry, as hard as sapphires. The lords and ladies of the Wizengamot are departing their wooden benches, leaving as they came, looking rather nervous. The vast majority are thinking the Dementor was frightened of the boy who lived. Some of the shrewder ones are already wondering how this will affect the delicate power balance of the Wizengamot, if a new piece has appeared upon the game board. Almost none are thinking anything along the lines of "I wonder how he did that." This is the truth of the Wizengamot. Many are nobles, many are wealthy magnates of business, a few came by their status in other ways. Some of them are stupid. Most are shrewd in the realms of business and politics, but their shrewdness is circumscribed. Almost none have walked the path of a powerful wizard. They have not read through ancient books, scrutinized old scrolls, searching for truths too powerful to walk openly and disguised in conundrums, hunting for true magic among 100 fantastic fairy tales. When they are not looking at a contract of debt, they abandon what shrewdness they possess and relax with some comfortable nonsense. They believe in the Deathly Hallows, but they also believe that Merlin fought the dread Totoro and imprisoned the Ree. They know, because that too is part of the standard legend, that a powerful wizard must learn to distinguish the truth among 100 plausible lies. But it has not occurred to them that they might do the same. Why not? Why, indeed, would wizards with enough status and wealth to turn their hands to almost any endeavor, choose to spend their lives fighting over lucrative monopolies on ink importation? The headmaster of Hogwarts would hardly see the question. Of course most people should not be powerful wizards, just as most people should not be heroes. The defense professor could explain at great and cynical length why their ambitions are so trivial. To him, too, there is no puzzle. Only Harry Potter, for all the books he has read, is unable to understand. To the boy who lived, the life choices of the lords and ladies seem incomprehensible, not what a good person would do, nor yet an evil person either. Now which of the three is most wise? For whatever reason, then, most of the Wizengamot has never walked the path that leads to powerful wizardry. They do not seek out what is hidden. For them, there is no why. There is no explanation. There is no causality. The boy who lived, who was already halfway into the magisterium of legend, has now been promoted all the way there, and it is a brute fact, simple and unexplained, that the boy who lived frightens Dementors. 10 years earlier they were told that a 1-year-old boy defeated the most terrible Dark Lord of their generation, perhaps the most evil Dark Lord ever to live, and they just accepted that too. You are not meant to question that sort of thing, they know in some unspoken way. If the most terrible Dark Lord in history confronts an innocent baby, why, how could he not be vanquished? The rhythm of the play demands it. You are supposed to applaud, not stand up from your seat in the audience and say why. It is just the story's conceit, that in the end the Dark Lord is brought down by a little child, and if you are going to question that, you might as well not attend the play in the first place. It does not occur to them to second-guess the application of such reasoning to the events they have seen with their own eyes in the most ancient hall. Indeed, they are not consciously aware that they are using story reasoning on real life. As for scrutinizing the boy who lived with the same careful logic they would use on a political alliance or a business arrangement, what brain would associate to that, when a part of the legendary magisterium is at hand? But there are a very few, seated on those wooden benches, who do not think like this. There are a certain few of the Wizengamot who have read through half-disintegrated scrolls and listened to tales of things that happened to someone's brother's cousin, not for entertainment, but as part of a quest for power and truth. They have already marked the night of Godric's Hollow, as reported by Albus Dumbledore, as an anomalous and potentially important event. They have wondered why it happened, if it did happen, or if not, why Dumbledore is lying. And when an 11-year-old boy rises up and says Lucius Malfoy in that cold adult voice, and goes on to speak words one simply would not expect to hear from a first year in Hogwarts, they do not allow the fact to slip into the lawless blurs of legends and the premises of plays. They mark it as a clue. They add it to the list. This list is beginning to look somewhat alarming. It doesn't particularly help when the boy yells boo at a Dementor and the decaying corpse presses itself flat against the opposite wall and its horrible ear-hurting voice rasps, "Make him go away." Chapter 82, Taboo Trade-Offs, Final. Phoenix travel was a sensation entirely unlike apparition or port keys. You caught on fire, you definitely felt yourself catching on fire, even though there was no pain, and instead of burning to ashes, the fire burned all the way through you and you became fire, and then you went out in one place and blazed up in another. It didn't sicken the stomach like port keys or apparition, but it was a rather unnerving experience nonetheless. If the underlying truth of Phoenix travel really was becoming a specific instantiation of a more general fire, then that seemed to hint you could potentially burn anywhere, even in the distant past, or in another universe, or in 2 places at once. You might go out in one place and blaze up in 100 others, and the you who arrived at Hogwarts would never know the difference. Though Harry had read what he could about phoenixes, trying to figure out how to get one of his own, and there'd been no hint of anything remotely like that capability. Harry caught fire and went out and blazed up somewhere else, and just like that he, and the headmaster, and the unconscious form of Hermione Granger held in the headmaster's arms, were occupying another place, with Fawkes above them all. A calm, warm room of bright stone columns, skylit on all 4 sides, populated by white beds in long rows, 4 of which had silencing veils drawn around them, and the rest empty. In one corner of Harry's vision, a surprised-looking Madame Pomfrey was turning toward them. Dumbledore seemed to pay the senior healer no heed, as he carefully laid down Hermione on an unoccupied white bed. From a distant corner there was a flash of green, and from out of a fireplace strode Professor McGonagall, brushing herself off slightly from the flue ashes. The old wizard turned from the bed and reached one of his arms around Harry again, and then the boy who lived and his wizard vanished in another burst of fire. When Harry had fully lit up again he was standing in the headmaster's office, amid the noises of a dozen inexplicable gadgets. The young boy took a step away from the old wizard and then turned on him, emerald and sapphire eyes meeting. The 2 of them did not speak for a time, looking at each other, as though all they had to speak could be said only by stares, and not said in any other way. In time the boy enunciated words slowly and precisely. I cannot believe that a phoenix is still upon your shoulder. The phoenix chooses but once, said the old wizard. They might perhaps leave a master who chooses evil over good, they will not leave a master forced to choose between one good and another. Phoenixes are not arrogant. They know the limits of their own wisdom. Stern indeed, that ancient gaze. Unlike you, Harry. Choose between one good and another, Harry echoed flatly. Like Hermione Granger's life, versus 100,000 galleons. The rage and indignation Harry wanted to put into his voice wasn't quite there, for some reason, maybe because. You are hardly in a position to speak to me of that, Harry Potter. The headmaster's voice was deceptively soft. Or what was that look of reluctance that I saw upon your face, there in the most ancient hall? The sense of inward hollowness grew worse. I was looking for other alternatives, Harry bit out. Some way to save her that didn't lose the money. Wow, said Ravenclaw. You just told an outright lie. Not only that, I think you actually believed it for the seconds it took to say it. That's kinda scary. Is that what you were thinking, Harry? The blue eyes were keen, and there was a terrifying moment when Harry wondered if the world's most powerful wizard could see right past his occlumency barriers. Yes, Harry said, I flinched away from the pain of losing all the money in my vault. But I did it. That's what counts. And you, the indignation that had faltered out of Harry's voice returned. You actually put a price on Hermione Granger's life, and you put it below 100,000 galleons. Oh. The old wizard said softly. And what price do you put on her life, then? 1,000,000 galleons. Are you familiar with the economic concept of replacement value? The words were spilling from Harry's lips almost faster than he could consider them. Hermione's replacement value is infinite. There's nowhere I can go to buy another one. Now you're just talking mathematical nonsense, said Slytherin. Ravenclaw, back me up here? Is Minerva's life also of infinite worth? The old wizard said harshly. Would you sacrifice Minerva to save Hermione? Yes and yes, Harry snapped. That's part of Professor McGonagall's job and she knows it. Then Minerva's value is not infinite, said the old wizard, for all that she is loved. There can only be one king upon a chessboard, Harry Potter, only one piece that you will sacrifice any other piece to save. And Hermione Granger is not that piece. Make no mistake, Harry Potter, this day you may well have lost your war. And if the old wizard's words hadn't hit quite so hard, and quite so close to home, Harry might not have said what he said then. Lucius was right, Harry ground out. You never had a wife, you never had a daughter, you've never had anything but war. The old wizard's left hand closed hard upon Harry's wrist, bony fingers digging into the still developing muscle of Harry's arm, and for a moment Harry was paralyzed with the shock of it. He had forgotten what it meant that adults were stronger. Albus Dumbledore did not seem to notice. He only turned, dragging Harry with him, and moved forward in hard steps toward the wall of the room. Phoenix's price. Harry was pulled up along the black stairs. Phoenix's fate. The room of black pedestals, silver light falling on shattered wands. You think, yelled Harry, after his lips unlocked, that you can win any argument, just by standing here. The old wizard ignored him, dragging Harry across the room. His right hand, no longer holding his wand, grabbed up a vial of silver fluid. Harry blinked in shock. The vial of silver fluid had been standing next to a picture of Dumbledore, or so it had appeared to Harry in the brief moment before he was dragged past. Past the end of all the pedestals, at the farthest part of the room, rose a great stone basin with runes carved into it that Harry didn't recognize. The center was a shallow depression filled with transparent liquid, and into this the old wizard dumped the canister of silver fluid, which at once began to spread out, to swirl, to set the entire basin glowing eerie white. The old wizard's hand let go of Harry's arm and gestured to the glowing basin, commanding harshly, "Look." As requested, Harry stared at the glowing water. "Put your head into the pensieve, Harry Potter." The old wizard's voice was stern. Harry had heard that word before, but he couldn't remember where. "What does this do?" "Memories," the old wizard said. "You will see my memory. My oath that it is safe. Now look into the pensieve, Ravenclaw, if you still care anything at all for your precious truth." That was a request that Harry could not deny, and he stepped forward and thrust his head into the glowing water. Harry was sitting behind the desk in the headmaster's office of Hogwarts, and his wrinkled hands that clutched at his head were spotted with age and white hairs. "He is all that I have," wept a voice. Very strange was Dumbledore's voice as Dumbledore himself remembered it. From the inside it seemed far less stern and wise. "The last of my family. All that I have left." No emotion had been allowed to pass through the pensieve, only the physical sensation of seeming to speak the words. Harry heard the utter desolation in Dumbledore's words, the sounds that seemed to come from Harry's own throat, but Harry did not feel it beyond the hearing. "You've got no choice," said a harsh voice. The eyes moved, the field of vision jumped to a man that Harry didn't recognize, in clothing tinged with aura crimson but made of solid leather with many pockets. His right eye was overlarge, with an electric blue pupil that constantly darted and moved. "You cannot ask this of me, Alastor." Dumbledore's voice was wild. "Not this. Anything but this." "I'm not asking," growled the man. "Voldy's the one who's asking, and you're going to tell him no. For money, Alastor." Dumbledore's voice was begging. "Only for money. You ransom Aberforth, you lose the war," the man said sharply. "That simple. 100,000 galleons is nearly all we've got in the war chest, and if you use it like this, it won't be refilled. What'll you do, try to convince the Potters to empty their vault like the Longbottoms already did? Voldy's just going to kidnap someone else and make another demand. Alice, Minerva, anyone you care about, they'll all be targets if you pay off the Death Eaters. That's not the lesson you should be trying to teach them. If I do this I will have no one. No one." Dumbledore's voice broke, the world tilted as the outlooking head fell down into the ancient hands, and awful sounds came from not Harry's throat as he began to sob like a child. "Shall I tell Voldy's messenger no?" said Alastor's voice, now strangely gentle. "You don't have to do it yourself, old friend." "No, I will say it myself, I must." The memory ended with a shock and Harry ripped his head out of the glowing water, gasping as though he'd been deprived of air. The transition between scenes, between decade-old reality and present moment, was another jolt to Harry's mind. In some fashion his immersion in the past had unanchored him. The broken old man sobbing in his office had been another person in another era. Harry had understood that much, someone softer. Before it had all vanished like dissipating smoke, returning the now, the present day. Terrible and stern stood the ancient wizard, like he was carven from stone, beard woven of thread like iron, half-moon glasses like mirrors, and the pupils behind as sharp and unyielding as black diamond. "Do you also wish to see my brother as he died under the Cruciatus?" said Albus Dumbledore. "Voldemort sent me that memory as well." And that, Harry was having trouble producing a voice, for the growing sickness in his chest. That was when the words seemed to burn in his throat, as the awful knowledge dawned on him, the horrible understanding. "That was when you burned Narcissa Malfoy alive in her own bedroom." Albus Dumbledore's gaze was cold as he answered. "To that question only a fool would say yet or nay. What matters is that the Death Eaters believe I killed her, and that belief kept safe the families of all who served the Order of the Phoenix, until this day. Now do you understand what you have done? What you have done to your friends, Harry Potter, and to any that stand with you?" The old wizard seemed to grow still taller and more terrible, as his voice rose louder. "You have made them all targets, and targets they will remain. Until you prove, the only way it can be proven, that you are no longer willing to pay such prices." "And is it true?" Harry said. There was a buzzing sensation filling him, his body growing more distant. "What Draco said, that Narcissa Malfoy never got her hands dirty, that she was only Lucius's wife. She was an enabler, I get that, but I can't back that deserving being burned alive. Nothing less would have convinced them that I was done with hesitation." The old wizard's voice brooked no question and no refusal. "Always I was too reluctant to do as I must, always it was others who paid the cost of my mercy. So Alastor told me from the beginning, but I did not listen to him. You, I expect, shall prove better at such decisions than I." "I'm surprised," Harry said, amazed that his voice was almost steady. "I would have expected the Death Eaters to go after another light family and start a cycle of escalating retaliation, if you didn't get them all with your first strike. If my opponent had been Lucius, perhaps." Dumbledore's eyes were like stones. "I am told that Voldemort laughed at the news, and proclaimed to his Death Eaters that I had finally grown, and was at last a worthy opponent. Perhaps he was right. After the day I condemned my brother to his death, I began to weigh those who followed me, balancing them one against another, asking who I would risk, and who I would sacrifice, to what end. It was strange how many fewer pieces I lost, once I knew what they were worth. Harry's jaw seemed locked, like it took a massive effort to make his lips move. But then it's not like Lucius was deliberately taking Hermione for ransom, Harry's voice said thinly. From Lucius's perspective, someone else broke the truce first. So with that in mind, how many galleons was Hermione worth, exactly? Leaving aside the Danegeld thing, if it was just some ordinary threat to her life, how much should I have paid to save her? 10,000 galleons? 5,000? The old wizard did not answer. It's a funny thing, Harry said, his voice wavering like something seen through water. Do you know, the day I went in front of the Dementor, what my worst memory was? It was my parents dying. I heard their voices and everything. The old wizard's eyes widened behind the half-moon glasses. And here's the thing, Harry said, here's the thing I've been thinking about over and over. The Dark Lord gave Lily Potter the chance to walk away. He said that she could flee. He told her that dying in front of the crib wouldn't save her baby. Step aside, foolish woman, if you have any sense in you at all. An awful chill came over Harry as he spoke those words from his own lips, but he shook it off and continued. And afterward I kept thinking, I couldn't seem to stop myself from thinking, wasn't the Dark Lord right? If only Mother had stepped away. She tried to curse the Dark Lord, but it was suicide, she had to have known that it was suicide. Her choice wasn't between her life and mine, her choice was for herself to live or for both of us to die. If she'd only done the logical thing and walked away, I mean, I love Mum too, but Lily Potter would be alive right now and she would be my mother. Tears were blurring Harry's eyes. Only now I understand, I know what Mother must have felt. She couldn't step aside from the crib. She couldn't. Love doesn't walk away. It was like the old wizard had been struck by a chisel that shattered him straight down the middle. What have I said? The old wizard whispered. What have I said to you? I don't know. Shouted Harry. I wasn't listening either. I'm sorry, Harry, the old wizard pressed his hands to his face, and Harry saw that Albus Dumbledore was weeping. I should not have said such things to you, I should not have resented your innocence. Harry stared at the wizard for another second, and then Harry turned and marched out of the black room, down the stairs, through the office. I really don't know why you're still on his shoulder, Harry said to Fawkes. Out the oaken door and into the endlessly turning spiral. Harry had arrived in the Transfiguration classroom before anyone else, before even Professor McGonagall. There was Charms class earlier, for his year, but that he hadn't even bothered trying to attend. Whether Professor McGonagall would make today's class he didn't know. There was something ominous about all the empty desks beside him, the absence at the board. As if he stood alone in Hogwarts, with all his friends departed. According to the class schedule, today's lesson was on sustained transfigurations, all the rules of which Harry had learned by heart back when he was transfiguring a huge rock into the small diamond that shone on his pinky finger. It would be a theoretical subject, rather than practical, for the rest of the class, which was a pity, because he could have used a dose of Transfiguration's trance. Harry noted distantly that his hand was trembling, to the point where he had trouble undoing the pouch's drawstring as he drew forth the Transfiguration textbook. You were monstrously unfair to Dumbledore, said the voice Harry had been calling Slytherin, only now it also seemed to be the voice of economic sensibility and maybe also conscience. Harry's eyes dropped down to his textbook, but the section was so familiar it might as well have been a blank parchment. Dumbledore fought a war against a Dark Lord who deliberately set out to break him in the cruelest possible way. He had to choose between losing his war and his brother. Albus Dumbledore knows, he learned in the worst possible way, that there are limits to the value of one life, and it almost broke his sanity to admit it. But you, Harry Potter, you already knew better. Shut up, the boy whispered to the empty Transfiguration classroom, though there was nobody there to hear it. You'd already read about Philip Tatlock's experiments on people asked to trade off a sacred value against a secular one, like a hospital administrator who has to choose between spending $1 million on a liver to save a 5-year-old, and spending the $1 million to buy other hospital equipment or pay physician salaries. And the subjects in the experiment became indignant and wanted to punish the hospital administrator for even thinking about the choice. Do you remember reading about that, Harry Potter? Do you remember thinking how very stupid that was, since if hospital equipment and doctor salaries didn't also save lives, there would be no point in having hospitals or doctors. Should the hospital administrator have paid £1 billion for that liver, even if it meant the hospital going bankrupt the next day? Shut up! The boy whispered. Every time you spend money in order to save a life with some probability, you establish a lower bound on the monetary value of a life. Every time you refuse to spend money to save a life with some probability, you establish an upper bound on the monetary value of life. If your upper bounds and lower bounds are inconsistent, it means you could move money from one place to another, and save more lives at the same cost. So if you want to use a bounded amount of money to save as many lives as possible, your choices must be consistent with some monetary value assigned to a human life, if not then you could reshuffle the same money and do better. How very sad, how very hollow the indignation of those who refuse to say that money and life can ever be compared, when all they're doing is forbidding the strategy that saves the most people, for the sake of pretentious moral grandstanding. You knew that, and you still said what you did to Dumbledore. You deliberately tried to hurt Dumbledore's feelings. He's never tried to hurt you, Harry Potter, not once. Harry's head dropped into his hands. Why had Harry said what he'd said, to a sad old ancient wizard who'd fought hard and endured more than anyone should ever have to endure? Even if the old wizard was wrong, did he deserve to be hurt for it, after all that had happened to him? Why was there a part of him that seemed to get angry at the old wizard beyond reason, lashing out at him harder than Harry had ever hit anyone, without thought of moderation once the rage had been raised, only to quiet as soon as Harry left his presence? Is it because you know Dumbledore won't fight back? That no matter what you say to him, however unfair, he'll never use his own power against you, he'll never treat you the way you treat him? Is this the way you treat people when you know they won't hit back? James Potter's bullying genes, manifesting at last? Harry closed his eyes. Like the Sorting Hat speaking inside his head. What is the real reason for your anger? What do you fear? A whirlwind of images seemed to flash through Harry's mind, then, the past Dumbledore weeping into his hands, the present form of the old wizard, standing tall and terrible, a vision of Hermione screaming in her chains, in the metal chair, as Harry abandoned her to the Dementors, and an imagination of a woman with long white hair, had she looked like her husband, falling amid the flames of her bedroom, as a wand was held upon her and orange light reflected from half-moon glasses. Albus Dumbledore had seemed to think that Harry would be better at that sort of thing than him. And Harry knew that he probably would be. He knew the math, after all. But it was understood, somehow it was understood, that utilitarian ethicists didn't actually rob banks so they could give the money to the poor. The end result of throwing away all ethical constraint wouldn't actually be sunshine and roses and happiness for all. The prescription of consequentialism was to take the action that led to the best net consequences, not actions that had one positive consequence and wrecked everything else along the way. Expected utility maximizers were allowed to take common sense into account, when they were calculating their expectations. Somehow Harry had understood that, even before anyone else had warned him he'd understood. Before he'd read about Vladimir Lenin or the history of the French Revolution, he'd known. It might have been his earliest science fiction books warning him about people with good intentions, or maybe Harry had just seen the logic for himself. Somehow he'd known from the very beginning, that if he stepped outside his ethics whenever there was a reason, the end result wouldn't be good. A final image came to him, then, Lily Potter standing in front of her baby's crib and measuring the intervals between outcomes, the final outcome if she stayed and tried to curse her enemy, dead Lily, dead Harry, the final outcome if she walked away, live Lily, dead Harry, weighing the expected utilities, and making the only sensible choice. She would have been Harry's mother if she had. But human beings can't live like that, the boy's lips whispered to the empty classroom. Human beings can't live like that. Chapter 83, Taboo Trade-offs, Aftermath 1. When Padma entered the Transfiguration classroom, she saw that half the class had beaten her there, a strange, deathly silence pervading the room. Harry Potter sat alone in one corner, staring off into some unknown distance, his eyes half-lidded, nearly closed. Rumor said that the Aurors had discovered that the defense professor had polyjuiced as Granger to fool Malfoy. Rumor said that Hermione had been bound by the unbreakable vow to be Draco Malfoy's slave. Rumor said that Hermione had gotten the Dementor's kiss. But if that were true, Harry Potter wouldn't be sitting there, he would be. Padma didn't know what General Potter would do. Her mind went blank, trying to think about it. Even when Professor McGonagall got there, the silence hadn't broken. The Transfiguration professor walked up to the board without a pause, erased it with a sweep of her hand, and then began to write. Today, children, began the calm professional voice of the Transfiguration professor, just as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened that week, we shall learn how much effort it takes to sustain a transfiguration, and why, at your age, you should not even try. The original form is not gone, only suppressed, and to maintain that suppression. Excuse me, said Padma Patil. She knew her voice was shaking, she knew that she was trembling visibly, but she had to ask. Excuse me, Professor, what happened with Miss Granger? The Transfiguration professor paused at the board, and turned to look at Padma. The professor should have looked stern, having been interrupted without a hand being raised, but instead her face was kindly. You don't already know, Miss Patil? I expected that rumor would have spread. There's too many rumors, said Padma. I don't know what's true. Morag McDougal raised her hand, then said without waiting to be called, I told you, Padma, what's true is that the Wizengamot found Granger guilty and ordered her to get the Dementor's kiss and they brought in the Dementor and Harry Potter glued it to the ceiling and wouldn't let it down until... Oh, "Dear Merlin," said Professor McGonagall, her expression growing sharp, but then she visibly calmed herself. "The affair was utterly ridiculous and I shan't go into detail. Let it stand that Miss Granger is resting with Madame Pomfrey for now, and coming back to classes tomorrow. And if I catch anyone bothering her, I shall turn them into glass vases and drop them." The entire class gasped at this. It wasn't so much that the threat was fatal, as that it broke the safety rules for transfiguration. Professor McGonagall turned back to her board. From a corner of the classroom, another voice rose up. "What about Professor Quirrell?" said Terry Boot. "Has he been arrested?" "The Aurors are only detaining him," said the Transfiguration Professor without turning around. "If they have not given back our defense professor by tomorrow, I shall ask the headmaster to go fetch him. Though I may as well tell you now that the Board of Governors has scheduled a vote on whether Professor Quirrell's battles shall be allowed to continue." Kevin Entwistle spoke. "And General Malfoy? When's he getting back from St. Mungo's?" The Transfiguration Professor paused in her drawing. She turned around again, more slowly, this time. "I am sorry, Mr. Entwistle," said Professor McGonagall. Her face looked a little more lined than when she had entered the room. "Mr. Malfoy's health is in no danger, I am given to understand. Unfortunately, I have received an owl from Mr. Malfoy's father withdrawing him from Hogwarts. I am afraid he is not coming back." Chapter 84, Taboo Trade-Offs, Aftermath 2. When Hermione Granger woke, she found herself lying in a soft, comfortable bed of the Hogwarts infirmary, with a square of setting sunlight falling on her midriff, warm through the thin blanket. Memory said that there would be a screen sheet above her, either drawn around her bed or open, and that the rest of Madame Pomfrey's domain would lie beyond, the other beds, occupied or unoccupied, and bright windows set in the curvily carven stone of Hogwarts. When Hermione opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the face of Professor McGonagall, sitting on the left side of her bed. Professor Flitwick wasn't there, but that was understandable. He'd stayed by her side all morning in the detention cell, his silver raven standing extra guard against the Dementor and his stern little face always turned outward toward the Aurors. The head of Ravenclaw had surely spent way too much time on her, and probably had to get back to teaching his classes, instead of keeping watch on a convicted attempted murderess. She felt horribly, horribly sick, and she didn't think it was because of any potions. Hermione would have started crying again, only her throat hurt, her eyes still burned, and her mind just felt tired. She couldn't have borne to weep again, couldn't find the strength for tears. "Where are my parents?" Hermione whispered to the head of House Gryffindor. Somehow it seemed like the worst thing in the world to face them, even worse than everything else, and yet she still wanted to see them. The gentle look on Professor McGonagall's face transfigured into something sadder. "I'm sorry, Miss Granger. Though it was not always so, we have found in recent years that it is wiser not to tell the parents of Muggleborns about any danger their child has faced. I should advise you also to remain silent, if you wish to stay at Hogwarts without trouble from them." "I'm not being expelled," the girl whispered. "For what I did?" "No," said Professor McGonagall. "Miss Granger, surely you heard. I hope you heard Mr. Potter, when he said that you were innocent." "He was just saying that," she said dully. "To get me free, I mean." The older witch shook her head firmly. "No, Miss Granger. Mr. Potter believes you were memory charmed, that the whole duel never happened. The headmaster suspects even darker magics may have been involved, that your own hand might have cast the spell, but not your own will. Even Professor Snape finds the affair completely unbelievable, though he may not be able to say so publicly. He was wondering if Muggle drugs might have been used on you." Hermione's eyes went on staring distantly at the Transfiguration Professor. She knew that she'd just been told something significant, but she couldn't find the energy to propagate any changes through her mind. "Surely you don't believe it," said Professor McGonagall. "Miss Granger, you cannot believe of yourself that you would turn to murder." "But her excellent memory helpfully replayed it for the 1000th time, Draco Malfoy telling her with a sneer that she'd never beat him when he wasn't tired, and then proceeding to prove just that, dancing like a duelist between the warded trophies while she frantically scrambled, and dealing the ending blow with a hex that sent her crashing against the wall and drew blood from her cheek, and then she'd—" "But you remember doing it," said the older witch, who was watching over her with kindly understanding. "Miss Granger, there is no need for a 12-year-old girl to bear such dreadful memories. Say the word and I shall be happy to lock them away for you." It was like a glass of warm water thrown into her face. "What?" Professor McGonagall took out her wand, a gesture so practiced and quick that it seemed like pointing a finger. "I can't offer to rid you of the memories entirely, Miss Granger," the Transfiguration Professor said with her customary precision. "There may be important facts buried there. But there is a form of the memory charm which is reversible, and I shall be happy to cast that on you." Hermione stared at the wand, feeling the stirrings of hope for the first time in almost 2 days. Make it didn't happen, she'd wished that over and over again, for the hands of time to turn back and erase the horrible choice that could never, ever be undone. And if erasing the memory wasn't that, it was still a kind of release. She looked back at Professor McGonagall's kindly face. You really don't think I did it? Hermione said, her voice trembling. I am quite certain you would never do such a thing of your own will. Beneath her blankets, Hermione's hands clutched at the sheets. Harry doesn't think I did it. Mr. Potter is of the opinion that your memories are entire fabrications. I can rather see his point. Then Hermione's clutching fingers let go of the sheet, and she slumped back into the bed, from which she'd partially risen. No. She hadn't said anything. She'd woken up and remembered what had happened last night, and it had been like, she couldn't find words even in her own thoughts for what it had been like. But she'd known that Draco Malfoy was already dead, and she hadn't said anything, hadn't gone to Professor Flitwick and confessed. She'd just dressed herself and gone down to breakfast and tried to act normal so that nobody would ever know, and she'd known it was wrong and horribly wrong, but she'd been so scared. Even if Harry Potter was right, even if the duel with Draco Malfoy was a lie, she'd made that choice all by herself. She didn't deserve to forget that, or be forgiven for it. And if she had done the right thing, gone straight to Professor Flitwick, maybe that would have helped, somehow, maybe everyone would have seen then that she regretted it, and Harry wouldn't have had to give away all his money to save her. Hermione shut her eyes, squeezed them shut really tight, she couldn't bear to start crying again. I'm a horrible person, she said in a wavering voice. I'm awful, I'm not heroic at all. Professor McGonagall's voice was very sharp, like Hermione had just made some dreadful mistake on her transfiguration homework. Stop being foolish, Miss Granger. Horrible is whoever did this to you. And as for being heroic, well, Miss Granger, you have already heard my opinion about young girls trying to involve themselves in such things before they are even 14, so I shall not lecture you on it again. I shall say only that you have just had an absolutely dreadful experience, which you survived as well as any witch in your year possibly could. Today you are allowed to cry as much as you like. Tomorrow you are going back to class. That was when Hermione knew that Professor McGonagall couldn't help her. She needed someone to scold her, she couldn't be absolved if she couldn't be blamed, and Professor McGonagall would never do that for her, would never ask so much of a little Ravenclaw girl. It was something Harry Potter wouldn't help her with either. Hermione turned over in the infirmary bed, huddling into herself, away from Professor McGonagall. Please, she whispered. I want to talk to the headmaster. Hermione. When Hermione Granger opened her eyes a second time, she saw the care-lined face of Albus Dumbledore leaning over her bedside, looking almost as though he'd been crying, though that was impossible, and Hermione felt another stabbing pang of guilt for having bothered him so. Minerva said you wished to speak with me, the old wizard said. Hermione didn't know at all what to say. Her throat locked up, and all she could do was stammer, I'm. Somehow her tone must have communicated the other word, the one she couldn't even say anymore. Sorry. Said Dumbledore. Why, for what should you be sorry? She had to force the words out of her throat. You were telling Harry, that he shouldn't pay, so I shouldn't have done what Professor McGonagall said, I shouldn't have touched his wand. My dear, said Dumbledore, had you not pledged yourself to the House of Potter, Harry would have attacked Azkaban single-handedly, and quite possibly won. That boy may choose his words carefully, but I have never yet known him to lie, and in the boy who lived there is power that the Dark Lord never knew. He would indeed have tried to break Azkaban, even at cost of his life. The old wizard's voice grew gentler, and kinder. No, Hermione, you have nothing at all for which to blame yourself. I could have made him not do it. In Dumbledore's eyes a small twinkle appeared before it was lost to weariness. Really, Miss Granger? Perhaps you should be headmistress in my place, for I myself have no such power over stubborn children. Harry promised. Her voice stopped. The awful truth was very hard to speak. Harry Potter promised me, that he would never help me, if I told him not to. There was a pause. The distant noises of the infirmary that had accompanied Professor McGonagall had ceased, Hermione realized, when Dumbledore had awoken her. From where she lay in bed she could see only the ceiling, and the top of one wall's windows, but nothing in her range of vision moved, and if there were sounds, she could not hear them. Ah, said Dumbledore. The old wizard sighed heavily. I suppose it is possible that the boy would have kept his promise. I should have gone to Azkaban of your own will. Dumbledore said. Miss Granger, that is more than I would ever ask anyone to take upon themselves. But Hermione swallowed. She couldn't help but notice the loophole. Anyone who wanted to get through the portrait door to the Ravenclaw dorm quickly learned to pay attention to exact wordings. But it's not more than you'd take on yourself. Hermione, the old wizard began. Why? Said Hermione's voice, it seemed to be running on without her mind, now. Why couldn't I be braver? I was going to run in front of the Dementor, for Harry, in January, so why Why couldn't I? Why had the thought of being sent to Azkaban just completely unglued her? Why had she forgotten everything about being good? My dear girl, Dumbledore said. The blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses showed a complete understanding of her guilt. I would have done no better myself, in my first year in Hogwarts. As you would be kind to others, be kinder to yourself as well. So I did do the wrong thing. Somehow she needed to say that, to be told that, even though she already knew. There was a pause. Listen, young Ravenclaw, the old wizard said, hear me well, for I shall speak to you a truth. Most ill-doers do not think of themselves as evil, indeed, most conceive themselves the heroes of the stories they tell. I once thought that the greatest evil in this world was done in the name of the greater good. I was wrong. Terribly wrong. There is evil in this world which knows itself for evil, and hates the good with all its strength. All fair things does it desire to destroy. Hermione shivered in her bed, somehow it seemed very real, when Dumbledore said it. The old wizard continued speaking. You are one of the fair things of this world, Hermione Granger, and so that evil hates you as well. If you had stayed firm through even this trial, it would have struck you harder and yet harder, until you shattered. Do not think that heroes cannot be broken. We are only more difficult to break, Hermione. The old wizard's eyes had grown sterner than she had ever seen. When you have been exhausted for many hours, when pain and death is not a passing fear but a certainty, then it is harder to be a hero. If I must speak the truth, then today, yes, I would not waver in the face of Azkaban. But when I was a first year in Hogwarts, I would have fled from the Dementor that you confronted, for my father had died in Azkaban, and I feared them. Know this. The evil that struck at you could have broken anyone, even myself. Only Harry Potter has it within him to face that horror, when he has come fully into his power. Hermione's neck couldn't stare at the old wizard any longer, she let her head fall back to the pillow, where she stared up at the ceiling, absorbing what she could. Why? Her voice trembled again. Why would anyone be that evil? I don't understand. I, too, have wondered, said Dumbledore's voice, a deep sadness in it. For thrice 10 years I wondered, and I still do not understand. You and I will never understand, Hermione Granger. But at least I know now what true evil would say for itself, if we could speak to it and ask why it was evil. It would say, why not? A brief flare of indignation inside her. There's got to be a million reasons why not. Indeed, said Dumbledore's voice. A million reasons and more. We will always know those reasons, you and I. If you insist on putting it that way, then yes, Hermione, this day's trial broke you. But what happens after you break, that, too, is part of being a hero. Which you are, Hermione Granger, and will always be. She raised her head again, staring at him. The old wizard got up from beside her bed. His silver beard dipped down, as Dumbledore bowed to her gravely, and left. She went on looking at where the old wizard had gone. It should have meant something to her, should have touched her. Should have made her felt better inside, that Dumbledore, who had seemed so reluctant before, had now acknowledged her as a hero. She felt nothing. Hermione let her head fall back to the bed, as Madame Pomfrey came and made her drink something that seared her lips like the afterburn of spicy food, and smelled even hotter, and didn't taste like anything at all. It meant nothing to her. She went on staring up at the distant stone tiles of the ceiling. Minerva was waiting, doing her best not to hover, beside the double doors to the Hogwarts infirmary. She'd always thought of those doors as the ominous gates as a child in Hogwarts, and couldn't help but remember that now. Too much bad news had been spoken here. Albus stepped out. The old wizard did not pause on the way out of the infirmary, only kept walking toward Professor Flitwick's office, and Minerva followed him. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat. Is it done, Albus? The old wizard nodded in affirmation. If any hostile magic is cast on her, or any spirit touches her, I shall know, and come. I spoke to Mr. Potter after Transfiguration class, said Professor McGonagall. He was of the opinion that Miss Granger should go to Beaux Batons, rather than Hogwarts, from now on. The old wizard shook his head. No. If Voldemort truly desires to strike at Miss Granger, he is tenacious beyond measure. His servants are returning to him, he could not have retrieved Bellatrix alone. Azkaban itself is not safe from his malice, and as for Beaux Batons, no, Minerva. I do not think Voldemort can essay such possessions often, or against stronger targets, or this year would have gone quite differently. And Harry Potter is here, whom Voldemort must fear whether he admits it or no. Now that I have warded her, Miss Granger will be safer within Hogwarts than without. Mr. Potter seemed to doubt that, Minerva said. She couldn't quite keep the edge from her voice, there was a part of her that agreed rather strongly. He seemed to feel that common sense said Miss Granger should continue her education anywhere but Hogwarts. The old wizard sighed. I fear the boy has spent too much time among the Muggles. Always they reach for safety, always they imagine that safety can be reached. If Miss Granger is not safe within the center of our fortress, she shall be no safer for leaving it. Not everyone seems to think so, said Professor McGonagall. It had been almost the first letter she'd seen when she'd taken a quick look at her desk, an envelope of the finest sheepskin, sealed in greenish silver wax, pressed into the image of a snake that rose and hissed at her. I have received Lord Malfoy's owl withdrawing his son from Hogwarts. The old wizard nodded, but did not break stride. Does Harry know? Yes. Her voice faltered, for a moment, remembering Harry's expression. After class, Mr. Potter complimented Lord Malfoy's excellent good sense, and said that he would be writing Madame Longbottom advising her to do the same with her grandson, in case he was the next target. In the event that Mr. Longbottom's guardian was so negligent as to keep him in Hogwarts, Mr. Potter wanted him to have a time-turner, an invisibility cloak, a broomstick, and a pouch in which to carry them, also a tow ring with an emergency portkey to a safe location, in case someone kidnaps Mr. Longbottom and takes him outside Hogwarts's wards. I told Mr. Potter that I did not think the Ministry would consent to such use of our time-turners, and he said that we should not ask. I expect he will want Miss Granger to receive the same, if she stays. And for himself Mr. Potter wants a 3-person broomstick to carry in his pouch. She wasn't awed by the list of precautions. Impressed with the cleverness, but not awed, she was a transfiguration mistress, after all. But it still sent shivers of disquiet through her, that Harry Potter now thought Hogwarts as dangerous as spell research. The Department of Mysteries is not lightly defied, said Albus. But for the rest the old wizard seemed to slump in on himself slightly. We may as well give the boy what he wishes. And I will ward Neville also, and write Augusta to say that he should stay here over holiday. And finally, she said, Mr. Potter says, this is a direct quote, Albus, whatever kind of dark wizard attractant the headmaster is keeping here, he needs to get it out of this school, now. She couldn't stop the edge in her own voice, that time. I asked as much of Flamel, Albus said, the pain clear in his voice. But Master Flamel has said, that even he can no longer keep safe the stone, that he believes Voldemort has means of finding it wherever it is hidden, and that he does not consent for it to be guarded anywhere but Hogwarts. Minerva, I am sorry, but it must be done, must. Very well, said Professor McGonagall. But for myself, I think that Mr. Potter is right on every single count. The old wizard glanced at her, and his voice caught as he said, Minerva, you have known me long, and as well as any soul still living, tell me, have I lost myself to darkness already? What? Said Professor McGonagall in genuine surprise. Then, oh, Albus, no. The old wizard's lips pressed together tightly before he spoke. For the greater good. I have sacrificed so many, for the greater good. Today I almost condemned Hermione Granger to Azkaban for the greater good. And I find myself, today, I found myself, beginning to resent the innocence that is no longer mine. The old wizard's voice halted. Evil done in the name of good. Evil done in the name of evil. Which is worse? You are being silly, Albus. The old wizard glanced at her again, before turning his eyes back to their way. Tell me, Minerva, did you pause to weigh the consequences, before you told Miss Granger how to bind herself to the Potter family? She took an involuntary breath as she understood what she had done. So you did not. Albus's eyes were saddened. No, Minerva, you must not apologize. It is well. For what you have seen of me this day, if your first loyalty is now to Harry Potter, and not to me, then that is right and proper. She opened her lips to protest, but Albus went on before she could say a word. Indeed, that will be necessary and more than necessary, if the Dark Lord that Harry must defeat to come into his power is not Voldemort after all. Not this again. Minerva said. Albus, it was you know who, not you, who marked Harry as his equal. There is no possible way that the prophecy could be talking about you. The old wizard nodded, but his eyes still seemed distant, fixed only on the road ahead. The holding cell, well to the center of magical law enforcement, was luxuriously appointed, more a remark on what adult wizards took for granted, than any special feeling toward prisoners. There was a self-reclining, self-rocking chair with plush, richly textured, self-warming cushions. There was a bookcase containing random books rescued from a bargain bin, and a full shelf of ancient magazines, including one from 1883. As for toiletries, well, it wasn't exactly luxurious, but there was a spell on the room which put all that business on hold. You weren't to go anywhere that the watching aura couldn't see you. But aside from that, it was quite a pleasant little cell. The defense professor of Hogwarts was being detained, not arrested, not even intimidated. There was no evidence to indict him, except that a terrible and unusual crime had been committed at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and going by previous occasions the odds were 5 to 1 that the current defense professor was tangled up in it somehow. To this must be added the fact that nobody in the DMLE even knew who the defense professor was, and that the man had literally sneezed at all attempts to uncover his true identity. Why, no, they hadn't released Quirinus Quirrell back to Hogwarts just yet. Let us repeat this for emphasis. The defense professor was being detained in a cell. The defense professor was staring at the watching Aura and humming. The defense professor has not spoken a single word since he arrived in this particular cell. He has only been humming. The humming started as a simple children's lullaby, the one that in Muggle Britain begins, lullaby, and good night. This tune was hummed, without variation, over and over, for 7 minutes, to establish the underlying pattern. Then began the elaborations upon the theme. Phrases hummed too slow, with long pauses in between, so that the listener's mind helplessly waits and waits for the next note, the next phrase. And then, when that next phrase comes, it is so out of key, so unbelievably awfully out of key, not just out of key for the previous phrases but sung at a pitch which does not correspond to any key, that you would have to believe this person had spent hours deliberately practicing their humming just to acquire such perfect anti-pitch. It bears the same semblance to music as the awful dead voice of a Dementor bears to human speech. And this horrible, horrible humming is impossible to ignore. It is similar to a gnome lullaby, but it departs from that pattern unpredictably. It sets up expectations and then violates them, never in any constant pattern that would permit the humming to fade into the background. The listener's brain cannot prevent itself from expecting the anti-musical phrases to complete, nor prevent itself from noticing the surprises. The only possible explanation for how this mode of humming came to exist is that it was deliberately designed by some unspeakably cruel genius who woke up one day, feeling bored with ordinary torture, who decided to handicap himself and find out whether he could break someone's sanity just by humming at them. The Aura has been listening to this unimaginably dreadful humming for 4 hours, while being stared at by a huge, cold, lethal presence that feels equally horrible whether he looks at it directly or lets it hover at the corner of his vision. The humming stopped. There was a long wait. Time enough for false hope to rise, and be squashed down by the memory of previous disappointments. And then, as the interval lengthened, and lengthened, that hope rose again unstoppably. The humming began once more. The Aura cracked. From his belt, the Aura took a mirror, tapped it once, and then said, "This is Junior Aura Argent Altunity, I'm calling in code RJL20 on cell 3. Code RJL20. The mirror said in surprised tones. There was a sound of pages being flipped, then, "You want to be relieved because a prisoner is attempting psychological warfare and succeeding. Amelia Bones really is quite intelligent. What did the prisoner say to you?" said the mirror. This question is not part of procedure RJL20, but unfortunately Amelia Bones has failed to include an explicit instruction that the commanding officer should not ask. He said the Aura, and glanced back at the cell. The defense professor was now leaning back in his chair, looking quite relaxed. He was staring at me. And humming. There was a pause. The mirror spoke again. "And you're calling in an RJL20 over that? You're sure you're not just trying to get out of watching him? Amelia Bones is surrounded by idiots. You don't understand," yelled Aura Altunity. "It's really awful humming." The mirror transmitted a sound of muffled laughter in the background, sounding like it was coming from more than one person. Then speech again. "Mr. Altunity, if you don't want to be busted to Junior Aura second class, I suggest you buckle down and get back to work." "Strike that," a crisp voice said, sounding slightly remote due to its distance from the mirror. Which is why Amelia Bones often sits in on a coordination center of the DMLE while doing her ministry-required paperwork. "Aura Altunity," said the crisp voice, seeming to approach closer to the mirror, "you will be relieved shortly. Aura Ben Gutierrez, the procedure for RJL20 does not say that you ask why. It says that you relieve the Aura who calls it in. If I find that Aura seem to be abusing it, I will modify the procedure to prevent its abuse." The mirror cut off abruptly. The Aura turned back to look triumphantly at where the current defense professor of Hogwarts was leaning back in his cushioned chair. That man then spoke the first words that had left his lips since he entered the cell. "Goodbye, Mr. Altunity," said the defense professor. A few minutes later, the door to the detention cell opened, and in walked a grey-haired woman, dressed in the crimson-tinged robes of an Aura without any sign of rank or other ornamentation, carrying a black leather folder under her left arm. "You're relieved," the old woman said abruptly. There was a brief delay while Aura Altunity tried to explain what had been happening. This was cut short by a nod and a stark, simple finger pointing out the door. "Good evening, Madam Director," said the defense professor. Amelia Bones did not acknowledge this statement, but sat down abruptly in the vacated chair. The old witch opened the black folder and her gaze moved down to the parchments therein. Possible hints to the identity of the current Hogwarts defense professor, as compiled by Aura Roberts. The title parchment was turned, flipped aside. The defense professor said that he was sorted into Slytherin. Claimed that his family was killed by Voldemort. Said he had studied at a martial arts center in Muggle Asia which was destroyed by Voldemort. A request filed with the Department of International Magical Cooperation identifies this incident as the ONI affair of 1969. Another parchment was flipped aside. It also seems this defense professor gave a most stirring speech to his students, just before last Yule, castigating the previous generation for their disunity against the Death Eaters. The old witch looked up from the leather folder. Madame Longbottom was rather taken with it, and insisted that I read the entire thing. The argument struck me as familiar, though I could not place it at the time. But then, of course, I had thought you dead. The chief law enforcement officer of Magical Britain was now gazing sharply at the current defense professor of Hogwarts, across the pane of spell-reinforced glass separating them. The man in the cell returned the gaze equably, without apparent alarm. I shall not name any names, said the old witch. But I shall tell a story, and see if it sounds familiar. Amelia Bones looked back down, turning to the next parchment. Born 1927, entered Hogwarts in 1938, sorted into Slytherin, graduated 1945. Went on a graduation tour abroad and disappeared while visiting Albania. Presumed dead until 1970, when he returned to Magical Britain just as suddenly, without any explanation for the missing 25 years. He remained estranged from his family and friends, living in isolation. In 1971, while visiting Diagon Alley, he fended off an attempt by Bellatrix Black to kidnap the daughter of the Minister of Magic, and used the killing curse to slay 2 of the 3 Death Eaters accompanying her. Beyond this all Britain knows the story, need I continue it? The old witch looked up from her folder again. Very well. There was a trial in the Wizengamot, during which this young man was exonerated for his use of the killing curse, not least due to the efforts of his grandmother, the lady of his house. He was reconciled with his family, and they held a house gathering to welcome his return. The guest of honor arrived at that gathering to find his entire family slain by Death Eaters, even to the house elves, and that he himself, of cadet line, was now the last remaining scion of a most ancient house. The defense professor had not reacted at all to any of this, except that his eyes had half closed, as though in weariness. The young man took up his family's seat in the Wizengamot, becoming among the most steadfast voices against you-know-who. Several times he led forces against the Death Eaters, fighting with skillful tactics and extraordinary power. People began to speak of him as the next Dumbledore. It was thought that he might become Minister of Magic after the Dark Lord fell. On the 3rd of July, 1973, he failed to appear at a key Wizengamot vote, and was never heard from again. We assumed you-know-who had killed him. It was a grave blow to all of us, and matters went much the worse from that day on. The old witch's gaze was questioning. I mourned you myself. What happened? The defense professor's shoulders moved lightly, a small shrug. You make many assumptions, the defense professor said softly. For myself, I would believe that man died years ago. But if that man is nonetheless alive, then it is clear he does not wish the fact announced, and has reasons enough for silence. That man was once of some help to you, it seems. The defense professor's lips curved in a cynical smile. But I am no longer surprised when gratitude is fleeting. Is there yet more that you would demand from him? The old witch leaned back in her Auror's monitoring chair, looking rather startled, maybe even hurt. No, she said after a moment. Her fingers tapped the leather folder, nervously. You might have thought, if you had believed that Amelia Bones could ever be nervous. But your house, there are not many ancient houses remaining. It shall matter little to this country whether 8 ancient houses remain, or 7. The old witch sighed. What does Dumbledore think of this? The man in the detention cell shook his head. He does not know who I am, and promised not to inquire. The old witch's eyebrows rose. How did he identify you to the Hogwarts wards, then? A slight smile. The headmaster drew a circle, and told Hogwarts that he who stood within was the defense professor. Speaking of which the tone went lower, flatter. I am missing my classes, Director Bones. You seem to rest, sometimes, in a peculiar manner. This has also been reported. And you seem to be resting more and more frequently, as time goes on. The old witch's fingers tapped the leather folder again. I cannot recall reading of such a symptom, but when one hears of such a thing, one imagines. Dark wizards fought, and terrible curses received. The defense professor remained expressionless. Do you require a healer's help? Said Amelia Bones. Her own mask had slipped, clearly showing the pain in her eyes. Is there anything at all that can be done for you? I agreed to teach defense at Hogwarts, the man in the cell said flatly. Draw your own conclusions, madam. And I am missing my classes, of which there are not many left. I would return to Hogwarts, now. When Hermione woke the 3rd time, though it felt like she'd only closed her eyes for a moment, the sun was even lower in the sky, almost fully set. She felt a little more alive and, strangely, even more exhausted. This time it was Professor Flitwick who was standing next to her bed and shaking her shoulder, a tray of steaming food floating next to him. For some reason she'd thought Harry Potter ought to be leaning over her bedside, but he wasn't there. Had she dreamed that? She couldn't remember dreaming. It developed, according to Professor Flitwick, that Hermione had missed dinner in the Great Hall, and was being woken to eat. And then she could go back to the Ravenclaw dorm, and her own bed, to sleep the rest of the night. She ate in silence. There was a part of her that wanted to ask Professor Flitwick whether he thought she'd been memory charmed or she'd tried to kill Draco Malfoy of her own will. Like she remembered doing. But most of her was afraid to find out. Afraid to find out was a warning sign, according to Harry Potter and his books, but her mind felt tired, bruised, and she couldn't muster the strength to override it. When she and Professor Flitwick left the infirmary, they found Harry Potter sitting cross-legged outside the door, quietly reading a psychology textbook. "I'll take her from here," said the boy who lived. Professor McGonagall said it would be all right. Professor Flitwick seemed to accept this, and departed after a stern look at both of them. She couldn't imagine what the stern look was supposed to say, unless it was "don't try to kill any more students." The footsteps of Professor Flitwick faded, and the two of them stood alone outside the doors of the infirmary. She looked at the green eyes of the boy who lived, the mess of hair that didn't quite obscure the scar on his forehead. She looked upon the face of the boy who'd given all his money to save her without a second thought. There were feelings inside her, guilt, shame, embarrassment, other things as well, but no words. There was nothing she knew how to say. "So," Harry said abruptly, "I did a quick skim through my psychology books to see what they said about post-traumatic stress disorder. The old books said you should talk about the experience immediately afterward with a counselor. The newer research says that when they actually ran experiments, it turned out that talking about it immediately afterward made it worse. Apparently what you really ought to do is run with your mind's natural impulse to repress the memories and just not think about it for a while." It was so normal for the way she and Harry usually talked that she felt a sudden burning in her throat. "We don't have to talk about it." That was what Harry had just said, more or less. It felt like cheating, maybe even like a lie. Nothing was normal. Everything wrong was still horribly wrong, everything left unsaid still needed to be said. "Okay," said Hermione, because there wasn't anything else to say, anything else at all. "I'm sorry I wasn't waiting when you woke up," Harry said, as they started to walk. "Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let me in, so I just stayed out here." He gave a small, sad-looking shrug. "I suppose I should be out there trying to run damage control on public relations, but, honestly I've never been good at that, I just end up speaking sharply at people." "How bad is it?" She thought her voice should have come out in a whisper, a croak, but it didn't. "Well," Harry said with obvious hesitation. "The thing you've got to understand, Hermione, is that you had a lot of defenders at breakfast time today, but everyone on your side was making stuff up. Draco tried to kill you first, things like that. It was Granger versus Malfoy, that's how people saw it, like a seesaw where pushing his side down meant pushing your side up. I told them you were probably both innocent, that you'd both been memory charmed. They didn't listen, both sides treated me like a traitor trying to play the middle. And then people heard that Draco had testified under Veritaserum that he'd been trying to help you before the battle. Stop making that expression, Hermione, you didn't actually do anything to him. Anyway, all people understood was that the pro-Malfoy faction had been right and the pro-Granger faction had been wrong." Harry gave a small sigh. "I told them that when the truth came out later they'd be embarrassed." "How bad is it?" she said again. This time her voice did come out weaker. "Remember Ash's conformity experiment?" Harry said, turning his head to give her a serious look. Her mind was slow to remember for a few seconds, which frightened her, but then the reference came back. In 1951, Solomon Ash had taken some experimental subjects, and each one had been put among a row of other people who looked like them, seeming like other experimental subjects, but actually confederates of the experimenter. They'd shown a reference line on a screen, labeled X, next to 3 other lines, labeled A, B, and C. The experimenter had asked which line X was the same length as. The correct answer had obviously been C. The other subjects, the confederates, had one after another said that X was the same length as B. The real subject had been put second to last in the order, so as not to arouse suspicion by being last. The test had been to see whether the real subject would conform to the standard wrong answer of B, or voice the obviously correct answer of C. 75% of the subjects had conformed at least once. A third of the subjects had conformed more than half the time. Some had reported afterward actually believing that X was the same length as B. And that had been in a case where the subjects hadn't known any of the confederates. If you put people around others who belonged to the same group as them, like someone in a wheelchair next to other people in a wheelchair, the conformity effect got even stronger. Hermione had a sickening feeling where this was going. "I remember," she whispered. "I gave the Chaos Legion anti-conformity training, you know. I had each Legionnaire stand in the middle and say twice 2 is 4, or grass is green, while everyone else in the Chaos Legion called them idiots or sneered at them. Alan Flint did really good sneers, or even just gave them blank looks and then walked away. The thing you've got to remember is, only the Chaos Legion has ever practiced anything like that. Nobody else in Hogwarts even knows what conformity is." "Harry." Her voice was wobbling. How bad is it? Harry gave another sad-looking shrug. Everyone in the second year and above, since they don't know you. Everyone in Dragon Army. All of Slytherin, of course. And, well, most of the rest of Magical Britain too, I think. Remember, Lucius Malfoy controls the Daily Prophet. Everyone. She whispered. Her limbs had started to feel cold, like she'd just gotten out of an unheated swimming pool. What people really believe doesn't feel like a belief, it feels like the way the world is. You and I are standing in a private little bubble of the universe where Hermione Granger got memory charmed. Everyone else is living in the world where Hermione Granger tried to murder Draco Malfoy. If Ernie Macmillan. Her breath caught in her throat. Captain Macmillan. Thinks he's ethically prohibited from being your friend now, well, he's trying to do the right thing as he understands it, in the world he thinks he lives in. Harry's eyes were very serious. Hermione, you've told me a lot of times that I look down too much on other people. But if I expected too much of them, if I expected people to get things right, I really would hate them, then. Idealism aside, Hogwarts students don't actually know enough cognitive science to take responsibility for how their own minds work. It's not their fault they're crazy. Harry's voice was strangely gentle, almost like an adult's. I know it's going to be harder on you than it would be on me. But remember, eventually the real culprit gets nailed. The truth comes out, everyone who was confidently wrong gets embarrassed. And if the real culprit doesn't get caught? She said in a trembling voice. Or if it turns out to be me after all. Then you can leave Hogwarts and go to the Salem Witches Institute in America. Leave Hogwarts. She'd never even thought of that possibility except as an ultimate punishment. Hermione, I think you might want to do that anyway. Hogwarts isn't a castle, it's insanity with walls. You have got other options. She stammered. I'll have to think about it. Harry nodded. At least nobody's going to try hexing you, not after what the headmaster said at dinner tonight. Oh, and Ron Weasley came up to me, looking very serious, and told me that if I saw you first, I should tell you that he's sorry for having thought badly of you, and he'll never speak ill of you again. Ron believes I'm innocent, said Hermione. Well, he doesn't think you're innocent, per se. The whole Ravenclaw dorm went silent as the two of them walked in. Staring at them. Staring at her. She'd had nightmares like this. And then, one by one, people looked away from her. Penelope Clearwater, the fifth-year prefect in charge of first years, looked away slowly and deliberately, turning her head to face in another direction. Solly and Lisa Turpin and Michael Corner, all sitting at a table together, all of whom she'd helped with their homework at one time or another, all looked away, their faces suddenly nervous, the moment she tried to catch their eyes. A third-year witch named Letitia Rendell, whom SPHEW had twice saved from Slytherin bullies, quickly bent back over her desk and started doing homework again. Mandy Brocklehurst looked away from her. If Hermione didn't burst into tears, then, it was only because she'd expected it, had played it out in her mind over and over again. At least people weren't screaming at her or shoving her or hexing her. They were just looking away. Hermione walked very straight up to the staircase that led toward the first-year girls' dorms. She didn't see Padma Patil or Anthony Goldstein looking at her, those two lone heads turning to track her as she left. From behind her, she heard Harry Potter saying in a very calm tone, now eventually the truth's going to come out, you all. So if you're all that confident she's guilty, can I ask you all to sign this paper right here, saying that if she later turns out to be innocent, she gets to say I told you so and then hold it over you for the rest of your lives? Step on up, one and all, don't be cowards, if you really believe you shouldn't be afraid to bet. She was halfway up the stairs when she realized that there would be other girls inside her dorm room, too. The stars hadn't quite come out yet, only one or two of the brightest ones visible through the reddish-purple haze of the horizon, though the sun had fully sunk. Hermione's hands dug into the harsh stone of the parapet guarding the small balcony, where she'd ducked out of the stairwell after realizing that she couldn't just go back to bed. The words echoed in her mind like "you can't go home again" ought to sound. She stared out at the empty grounds, the fading sunset, the sprouting grass so far below. Tired, she was tired, she couldn't think now, she needed to sleep. Professor Flitwick had told her that she needed to sleep, and there'd been yet another potion with her dinner. Maybe that was how Wizarding Society treated horrible traumas to innocent young girls, just made them sleep a lot afterward. She should go to her room and sleep, but she was afraid to go someplace where other people were. Afraid of how they might look at her, or look away. Fragments of thought chased themselves around a mind too exhausted to finish or connect them, as the night fully set in. Why? Why did all this happen? Everything was fine a week ago. Why? From behind her came the creaky sound of an opening door. She turned her head and looked. Professor Quirrell was leaning against the doorway she'd walked through, silhouetted like a cardboard cutout by the light of the Hogwarts torches lit behind him, in the open door. She couldn't see his expression, though the doorway behind him was bright, his eyes, his face, everything she could see from here lay within Night's shadow. The defense professor of Hogwarts, number 1 on the list of people who might have done this. She hadn't even realized she had a suspect list until that moment. The man stood within that doorway, saying nothing, and she couldn't see his eyes. What was he even doing there in the first place? "Are you here to kill me?" said Hermione Granger. Professor Quirrell's head tilted at that. Then the defense professor started toward her, the dark silhouette raising one hand slowly and deliberately, as though to push her off the Ravenclaw tower. Stupefy. The burst of adrenaline overrode everything. She drew her wand without thinking, her lips formed the word of their own accord, the stun bolt leapt out of her wand end. Slowed to a stop in front of Professor Quirrell's raised hand, rippling in midair like it was still trying to fly and making a slight hissing sound. The red glow illuminated Professor Quirrell's face for the first time, showing a strange fond smile. "Better," said Professor Quirrell. "Miss Granger, you are still a student in my defense class. As such, if you consider me a threat, I do not expect you to just look at me sadly and ask if I am there to kill you." -2 Quirrell points. She was entirely unable to form words. The defense professor flicked his forefinger casually at the suspended stun bolt, sending the hex shooting back over her head, far into the night, so that they stood again in darkness. Then Professor Quirrell walked out of the doorway, which swung shut behind him, and a soft white light sprung up around the two of them, so that she could see his face once more, still with that strange fond smile. What are you doing here?" A few more steps took Professor Quirrell to a higher part of the balcony's ramparts, where he put his elbows down on the stone, and leaned over heavily, looking up into the night. "I came here straight upon being released by the Aurors, the moment I finished reporting to the headmaster," said Professor Quirrell in a quiet voice, "because I am your teacher, and you are my student, and I am responsible for you." Hermione understood, then, remembering what Professor Quirrell had said to Harry in the second defense lesson of the year, about controlling his anger. She felt the flush of shame all the way down her chest. It took a moment after that for knowledge to override mortification, for her to force out the words. "I said Hermione. Harry thinks that I didn't lose my temper, I mean." "So I heard," said Professor Quirrell in rather dry tones. He shook his head, as though at the stars themselves. "The boy is fortunate that I have crossed the line from annoyance with his self-destructiveness, into sheer curiosity as to what he shall do next. But I agree with Mr. Potter's assessment of the facts. This murder was well planned to evade detection both by the wards of Hogwarts and the headmaster's timely eye. Naturally, in such a thoughtful murder, some innocent would be placed to take the blame." A brief, wry smile crossed the defense professor's lips, though he wasn't looking at her. "As for the notion that you did it yourself, I consider myself a talented teacher, but even I could not teach such murderous intent to a student as obstinate and untalented as Hermione Granger." The part of her brain that said what? In indignation wasn't anywhere near loud enough to reach her lips. "No," said Professor Quirrell. "That is not why I am here. You have made no effort to hide your dislike for me, Miss Granger. I thank you for that lack of pretense, for I much prefer true hate to false love. But you are still my student, and I have a word to say to you, if you will hear it." Hermione looked at him, still fighting down the after effects of the adrenaline from before. The defense professor seemed to be just staring up at the dark sky, in which the stars were becoming visible. "I was going to be a hero, once," said Professor Quirrell, still looking upward. "Can you believe that, Miss Granger?" "No. Thank you again, Miss Granger. It is true nonetheless. Long ago, long before your time or Harry Potter's, there was a man who was hailed as a savior. The destined scion, such a one as anyone would recognize from tales, wielding justice and vengeance like twin wands against his dreadful nemesis." Professor Quirrell gave a soft, bitter laugh, looking up at the night sky. "Do you know, Miss Granger, at that time I thought myself already cynical, and yet, well." The silence stretched, in the cold and the night. "In all honesty," said Professor Quirrell, looking up at the stars, "I still don't understand it. They should have known that their lives depended on that man's success. And yet it was as if they tried to do everything they could to make his life unpleasant. To throw every possible obstacle into his way. I was not naive, Miss Granger, I did not expect the power holders to align themselves with me so quickly, not without something in it for themselves. But their power, too, was threatened, and so I was shocked how they seemed content to step back, and leave to that man all burdens of responsibility. They sneered at his performance, remarking among themselves how they would do better in his place, though they did not condescend to step forward." Professor Quirrell shook his head as though in bemusement. "And it was the strangest thing, the dark wizard, that man's dread nemesis, why, those who served him leapt eagerly to their tasks. The dark wizard grew crueler toward his followers, and they followed him all the more. Men fought for the chance to serve him, even as those whose lives depended on that other man made free to render his life difficult. I could not understand it, Miss Granger. Professor Quirrell's face was in shadow, as he looked upward. Perhaps, by taking on himself the curse of action, that man removed it from all others? Was that why they felt free to hinder his battle against the dark wizard who would have enslaved them all? Believing men would act in their own interest was not cynicism, it turned out, but sheerest optimism. In reality men do not meet so high a standard. And so in time that one realized he might do better fighting the dark wizard alone, than with such followers at his back. So Hermione's voice sounded strange in the night. You left your friends behind where they'd be safe, and tried to attack the dark wizard all by yourself. Why, no, said Professor Quirrell. I stopped trying to be a hero, and went off to do something else I found more pleasant. What? Said Hermione without thinking at all. That's horrible. The defense professor turned his head down from the sky to regard her, and she saw, in the light of the doorway, that he was smiling, or at least half his face was smiling. Are you going to tell me, Miss Granger, that I am an awful person? Well, perhaps I am. But then are people who never even try to be heroes still worse? If I had never done anything at all, like them, would you have thought better of me? Hermione opened her mouth and then found that, once again, she didn't have anything to say. It wasn't right to walk away from being a hero, you couldn't just do that, but she didn't want to say that everyone who wasn't a hero was nothing, that was Quirrell thinking. The smile, or half-smile, had disappeared. You were foolish, the defense professor said quietly, to expect any lasting gratitude from those you tried to protect, once you named yourself a heroine. Just as you expected that man to go on being a hero, and called him horrible for stopping, when 1,000 others never lifted a finger. It was only expected that you should fight bullies. It was a tax you owed, and they accepted it like princes, with a sneer for the lateness of your payment. And you have already witnessed, I wager, that their fondness vanished like dust in the wind once it was no longer in their interest to associate with you. The defense professor slowly straightened off the balcony, standing almost straight, turning to regard her fully. But you don't have to be a hero, Miss Granger, said Professor Quirrell. You can stop any time you please. That idea had occurred to her before, several times over the last 2 days. People become who they are meant to be, by doing what is right, Headmaster Dumbledore had told her. The trouble was that there seemed to be 2 different right things to do. There was the part of her which said that right was to go on being a heroine, and stay at Hogwarts. She didn't know what was going on, but a heroine wouldn't just run away. And there was also the voice of common sense saying that young children shouldn't ever stay around danger, that was what adults were for, the voice of every school poster that said not to take candy from strangers. That was also right. Hermione Granger stood there on that balcony, looking at Professor Quirrell silhouetted by the emerging stars, and she didn't understand how the defense professor could be gazing at her with his face showing concern. She didn't understand the notes of pain in the defense professor's voice that caught at her. She didn't understand why she was being told all this. You don't even like me, Professor, said Hermione. A small smile flickered on Professor Quirrell's face. I suppose I could go on about how I am angered that this affair has taken up my valuable time and disrupted my defense classes. But mostly, Miss Granger, you are my student, and whatever other professions I may have once held, I think I have been a good teacher at Hogwarts, have I not? Suddenly Professor Quirrell's eyes seemed very tired. As your teacher, then, I am advising you that you have other career options. I should not like to see anyone else going down my path. Hermione swallowed. It was a side of Professor Quirrell she'd never seen or imagined, and it was eating away at her preconceptions. Professor Quirrell watched her for a moment, and then looked away from her again, back up at the stars. When he spoke this time his voice was quieter. Someone here is targeting you, Miss Granger, and I cannot ward you as I warded Mr. Malfoy. The headmaster has prevented it, for what he claims to be good reasons. It is easy to become fond of Hogwarts, I know, for I am fond of it as well. But in France they take a different view of the ancient houses than in Britain, and Beaux Batons would not mistreat you, I think. Whatever else you imagine of me, I swear that if you asked me to see you safely in Beaux Batons, I would do all in my power to convey you there. I can't just, Hermione said. But you can, Miss Granger. Now the pale blue eyes watched her intently. Whatever you wish to make of your life, you cannot attain it at Hogwarts, not anymore. This place is ruined for you now, even leaving aside all other threats. Simply ask Harry Potter to command you to go to Beaux Batons and live out your life in peace. If you stay here, he is your master in the eyes of Britain and its laws. She hadn't even been thinking about that, it paled so much in comparison to being eaten by Dementors. It had been important to her before, but now it all seemed childish, unimportant, pointless, so why were her eyes burning? And if that fails to move you, Miss Granger, consider also that Mr. Potter has, just today at lunchtime, threatened Lucius Malfoy, Albus Dumbledore and the entire Wizengamot because he cannot think sensibly when something threatens to take you from him. Are you not frightened of what he will do next? It made sense. Terrible sense. Dreadful awful sense. It made too much sense. She couldn't have described it in words, what triggered the realization, unless it was the sheer pressure that the defense professor was exerting on her. That if the defense professor was behind this whole thing, then Professor Quirrell had done it all just to get her out of the way of his plans for Harry. Without any conscious decision, she shifted her weight to the other foot, her body moving away from the defense professor. So you think I am the one responsible? Said Professor Quirrell. His voice sounded a little sad as he said it, and her own heart almost stopped from hearing it. I suppose I cannot blame you. I am the defense professor of Hogwarts, after all. But Miss Granger, even assuming that I am your enemy, common sense should still tell you to get away from me very quickly. You cannot use the killing curse, so the correct tactic is to apparate away. I do not mind being the villain of your imagination if it makes matters clearer. Leave Hogwarts, and leave me to those who can handle me. I will arrange for the transportation to be through some family of good repute, and Mr. Potter will know to blame me if you do not arrive safely. She was feeling cold, the night air chilling her skin, or maybe being chilled by it. I've got to think about it. Professor Quirrell shook his head. No, Miss Granger. Your departure will take time for me to arrange, and I have less time left than you may think. This decision may be painful for you, but it should not be ambiguous. Much weighs in the balance of these scales, but not evenly. I must know tonight whether you intend to go. And if not? Was the defense professor warning her deliberately? That if she didn't run, he would strike again? Why would it matter so much? What did Professor Quirrell want to do with Harry? Hermione Granger, I shall be less subtle than is usual for a mysterious old wizard, and tell you outright that you cannot imagine how badly things could go if the events surrounding Harry Potter turned to ill. The most powerful wizard in the world had told her that, when he was talking about how important it was that she not stop being Harry's friend. Hermione swallowed, she swayed a little where she stood, on the stone balcony of a magical castle. Suddenly the whole deadly absurdity of the situation seemed to rise up and grab her by the throat, that 12-year-old girls shouldn't be in danger, shouldn't be thinking about such things, that Mum would want her to run away and her father would have a heart attack if he even knew she was being faced with the question. And she knew, then, as Harry and Dumbledore had both tried to warn her, that everything she'd ever thought about being a heroine had been mistaken. That there wasn't really any such thing as heroes, outside of stories. There was just horrible danger, and being arrested by Aurors and put in cells next to Dementors, pain and fear and... Miss Granger, said the defense professor. She said nothing. All the words were blocked in her throat. I need a decision, Miss Granger. She kept her jaw locked, didn't let any words come out. Finally the defense professor sighed. Slowly the white light failed, and slowly the door behind him swung open, so that he was once again a black silhouette against the opening. Good night, Miss Granger, he said, and turned his back to her, and walked away into Hogwarts. It took a while for her breathing to slow down again. Whatever had happened here tonight, it didn't feel anything like victory. She'd fought so hard just to stop herself from saying yes in the face of the defense professor's pressure, and now she didn't even know if she'd done the right thing. When she walked back into the light herself, after exhaustion had overtaken everything and sleep was once more a possibility, she thought she heard it as she was within the doorway, from behind her and above her, a distant cawing cry. But it wasn't meant for her, she knew, so she started climbing up the stairs toward her dorm room. The other girls were probably asleep by now, and wouldn't look at her, or look away. She felt the tears start, and this time she didn't stop them. Chapter 85, Taboo Trade-offs, Aftermath 3, Distance. This chapter received a major, significant revision on December 16, 2012. The main revision starts about halfway through, search on the word trivial to find it. Slow and hard, the long stairway that led to the peak of Ravenclaw. From the inside, the stairway seemed like a straight upward slope, though from the outside you could see that it logically had to be a spiral. You could only get to the top of the Ravenclaw Tower by making that long climb without shortcuts, stone step by stone step, passing beneath Harry's shoes, pushed down by his wearying legs. Harry had seen Hermione safely off to bed. He had lingered in the Ravenclaw common room long enough to collect a few signatures that might be useful to Hermione later. Not many students had signed, wizards hadn't been trained to think in the put up or shut up, stick your neck out and make a prediction or stop pretending to believe in your theory rules of Muggle science. Most of them hadn't seen anything incongruent about being too nervous to sign an agreement saying that Hermione got to hold it over them for the rest of their lives if they were wrong, while acting outwardly confident that she was guilty. But just having demanded the signatures would make the point after the truth came out, if anyone ever again suspected Hermione of anything dark. She wouldn't have to go through this twice, at least. After that Harry had left the common room quickly, because all the kindly forgiving sentiments he'd reasoned out were getting harder and harder to remember. Sometimes Harry thought the deepest split in his personality wasn't anything to do with his dark side, rather it was the divide between the altruistic and forgiving abstract reasoning Harry, versus the frustrated and angry Harry in the moment. The circular platform at the top of the Ravenclaw Tower wasn't the tallest place in Hogwarts, but the Ravenclaw Tower jutted out from the main body of the castle, so you couldn't see down into the top platform from the astronomy tower. A quiet place to think, if you had an awful lot to think about. A place where few other students ever came. There were easier niches of privacy, if privacy was all you wanted. The night-lit torches of Hogwarts were far below. The platform itself offered few obstructions, the stairs emerged from an uncovered gap in the floor, rather than an upright door. From this place, then, the stars were as visible as they ever were on Earth. The boy lay down in the center of the platform, heedless of his robes that might be dirted, dropping his head to rest upon the rock-tiled floor, so that, except for a few half-seen crenellations of stone at vision's edge, and a sliver of crescent moon, reality became starlight. The pinpoints of light in dark velvet twinkled, wavering and returning, a different kind of beauty from their steady brilliance in the silent night. Harry gazed out abstractly, his mind on other things. This day your war against Voldemort has begun. Dumbledore had said that, after the incident with rescuing Bellatrix from Azkaban. That had been a false alarm, but the phrase expressed the sentiment well. 2 nights ago his war had begun, and Harry didn't know with who. Dumbledore thought it was Lord Voldemort, returned from the dead, making his first move against the boy who had defeated him last time. Professor Quirrell had put detection wards on Draco, fearing that Hogwarts's mad headmaster would try to frame Harry for the death of Lucius's son. Or Professor Quirrell had set up the entire thing, and that was how he'd known where to find Draco. Severus Snape thought the Hogwarts defense professor was an obvious suspect, even the obvious suspect. And Severus Snape himself might or might not be even remotely trustworthy. Someone had declared war against Harry, their first strike had been meant to take out Draco and Hermione both, and it was only by the barest of margins that Harry had saved Hermione. You couldn't call it victory. Draco had been removed from Hogwarts, and if that wasn't death, it wasn't clear how it could be undone, or what shape Draco might be in when he got back. The country of magical Britain now thought Hermione an attempted murderer, which might or might not make her decide to do the same thing and leave. Harry had sacrificed his entire fortune to undo his loss, and that card could only be played once. Some unknown power had struck at him, and if that blow had been partially deflected, it had still hit really hard. At least his dark side hadn't asked anything of him in exchange for saving Hermione. Maybe because his dark side wasn't an imaginary voice like Hufflepuff, Harry might imagine his Hufflepuff part as wanting different things from himself, but his dark side wasn't like that. His dark side, so far as Harry could tell, was a different way that Harry sometimes was. Right now, Harry wasn't angry, and trying to ask what dark Harry wanted was a phone ringing unanswered. The thought even seemed a little strange. Could you owe something to a different way you sometimes were? Harry stared up at the random stars, the scattered twinkling lights that human brains couldn't help but pattern match into imaginary constellations. And then there was that promise Harry had sworn. Draco to help Harry reform Slytherin House. And Harry to take as an enemy whomever Harry believed, in his best judgment as a rationalist, to have killed Narcissa Malfoy. If Narcissa had never gotten her own hands dirty, if indeed she'd been burned alive, if the killer hadn't been tricked, those were all the conditions Harry could remember making. He probably should have written it down, or better yet, never made a promise requiring that many caveats in the first place. There were plausible outs, for the sort of person who'd let themselves rationalize an out. Dumbledore hadn't actually confessed. He hadn't come right out and said he'd done it. There were plausible reasons for an actually guilty Dumbledore to behave that way. But it was also what you'd expect to see, if someone else had burned Narcissa, and Dumbledore had taken credit. Harry shook his head, flattening one side of his hair and then another against the stone-tiled floor. There was still a final out, Draco could still release him from the oath at any time. He could, at least, describe the situation to Draco, and talk about options with him, when they met again. It didn't seem like a very likely prospect for release, but the idea of talking something over honestly was enough to satisfy the part of himself that demanded adherence to oaths. Even if it only meant delaying, it was better than taking a good man as an enemy. But is Dumbledore a good man? Asked the voice of Hufflepuff. If Dumbledore burned someone alive, wasn't the whole point that good people may kill, but never kill with suffering? Maybe he killed her instantly, said Slytherin, and then lied to Lucius about the burning alive part. But, if there was any possibility of the Death Eaters magically verifying how Narcissa died, and if being caught in a lie would have endangered Lightside families. Be careful what we cleverly rationalize, warned Gryffindor. You have to expect reputational effects on how other people treat you, said Hufflepuff. If you decide there's sufficient reason to burn a woman alive, one of the predictable side effects is that good people decide you've crossed the line and have to be stopped. Dumbledore should have expected that. He's got no right to complain. Or maybe he expects us to be smarter, said Slytherin. Now that we know this much of the truth, no matter the exact details of the full story, can we really believe that Dumbledore is a terrible, terrible person who ought to be our enemy? In the middle of a horrible bloody war, Dumbledore set one enemy civilian on fire? That's only bad by the standards of comic books, not by any sort of realistic historical standard. Harry stared up at the night sky, remembering history. In real life, in real wars. During World War II, there had been a project to sabotage the Nazi nuclear weapons program. Years earlier, Leo Szilard, the first person to realize the possibility of a fission chain reaction, had convinced Fermi not to publish the discovery that purified graphite was a cheap and effective neutron moderator. Fermi had wanted to publish, for the sake of the great international project of science, which was above nationalism. But Szilard had persuaded Ruby, and Fermi had abided by the majority vote of their tiny three-person conspiracy. And so, years later, the only neutron moderator the Nazis had known about was deuterium. The only deuterium source under Nazi control had been a captured facility in occupied Norway, which had been knocked out by bombs and sabotage, causing a total of 24 civilian deaths. The Nazis had tried to ship the deuterium already refined to Germany, aboard a civilian Norwegian ferry, the SS Hydro. Knut Haukeland and his assistants had been discovered by the night watchman of the civilian ferry while they were sneaking on board to sabotage it. Haukeland had told the watchman that they were escaping the Gestapo, and the watchman had let them go. Haukeland had considered warning the night watchman, but that would have endangered the mission, so Haukeland had only shaken his hand. And the civilian ship had sunk in the deepest part of the lake, with 8 dead Germans, 7 dead crew, and 3 dead civilian bystanders. Some of the Norwegian rescuers of the ship had thought the German soldiers present should be left to drown, but this view had not prevailed, and the German survivors had been rescued. And that had been the end of the Nazi nuclear weapons program. Which was to say that Knut Haukeland had killed innocent people. One of whom, the night watchman of the ship, had been a good person. Someone who'd gone out of his way to help Haukeland, at risk to himself, from the kindness of his heart, for the highest moral reasons, and been sent to drown in turn. Afterward, in the cold light of history, it had looked like the Nazis had never been close to getting nuclear weapons after all. And Harry had never read anything suggesting that Haukeland had acted wrongly. That was war in real life. In terms of total damage and who'd gotten hit, what Haukeland had done was considerably worse than what Dumbledore might have done to Narcissa Malfoy, or what Dumbledore had possibly done to leak the prophecy to Lord Voldemort to get him to attack Harry's parents. If Haukeland had been a comic book superhero, he'd have somehow gotten all the civilians off the ferry, he would have attacked the German soldiers directly. Rather than let a single innocent person die. But Knut Haukeland hadn't been a superhero. And neither had been Albus Dumbledore. Harry closed his eyes, swallowing hard a few times against the sudden choking sensation. It was abruptly very clear that while Harry was going around trying to live the ideals of the Enlightenment, Dumbledore was the one who'd actually fought in a war. Non-violent ideals were cheap to hold if you were a scientist, living inside the Protogo bubble cast by the police officers and soldiers whose actions you had the luxury to question. Albus Dumbledore seemed to have started out with ideals at least as strong as Harry's own, if not stronger, and Dumbledore hadn't gotten through his war without killing enemies and sacrificing friends. Are you so much better than Haukeland and Dumbledore, Harry Potter, that you'll be able to fight without a single casualty? Even in the world of comic books, the only reason a superhero like Batman even looks successful is that the comic book readers only notice when important named characters die, not when the Joker shoots some random nameless bystander to show off his villainy. Batman is a murderer no less than the Joker, for all the lives the Joker took that Batman could have saved by killing him. That's what the man named Alastor was trying to tell Dumbledore, and afterward Dumbledore regretted having taken so long to change his mind. Are you really going to try to follow the path of the superhero, and never sacrifice a single piece or kill a single enemy? Fatigued, Harry turned his attention away from the dilemma for a moment, opened his eyes again to regard the hemisphere of night, which required no decisions from him. Near the edge of his vision, the pale white crescent of the moon, the light from which had left 1¼ seconds ago, around 375,000 kilometers of distance in Earth's space of simultaneity. Above and to the side, Polaris, the North Star, the first star Harry had learned to identify in the sky, by following the edge of the Big Dipper. That was actually a 5-star system with a brilliant central supergiant, 434 light-years from Earth. It was the first star whose name Harry had ever learned from his father, so long ago that he couldn't have guessed how old he'd been. The dim fog that was the Milky Way, so many billions of distant stars that they became an indistinct river, the plane of a galaxy that stretched 100,000 light-years across. If Harry had experienced any sense of wonder when he'd first been told that, he'd been too young for him to remember now that first time, across a few years' distance. In the center of the constellation Andromeda, the star Andromeda, which was really the Andromeda Galaxy. The nearest galaxy to the Milky Way, 2.4 million light-years away, containing an estimated trillion stars. Numbers like those made infinity pale by comparison, because infinity was just featureless and blank. Thinking that the stars were infinitely distant was a lot less scary than trying to work out what 2.4 million light-years amounted to in meters. 2.4 million light-years, times 31 million seconds in a year, times a photon moving at 300 million meters per second. It was strange to think that such distances might not be unreachably far away. Magic was loose in the universe, things like time turners and broomsticks. Had any wizard ever tried to measure the speed of a portkayat, or a phoenix? And the human understanding of magic couldn't possibly be anywhere near the underlying laws. What would you be able to do with magic if you really understood it? A year ago, Dad had gone to the Australian National University in Canberra for a conference where he'd been an invited speaker, and he'd taken Mum and Harry along. And they'd all visited the National Museum of Australia, because, it had turned out, there was basically nothing else to do in Canberra. The glass display cases had shown rock throwers crafted by the Australian Aborigines, like giant wooden shoehorns. They'd looked, but smoothed and carved and ornamented with painstaking care. In the 40,000 years since anatomically modern humans had migrated to Australia from Asia, nobody had invented the bow and arrow. It really made you appreciate how non-obvious was the idea of progress. Why would you even think of invention as something important, if all your history's heroic tales were of great warriors and defenders instead of Thomas Edison? How could anyone have suspected, while carving a rock thrower with painstaking care, that someday human beings would invent rocket ships and nuclear energy? Could you have looked up into the sky, at the brilliant light of the sun, and deduced that the universe contained greater sources of power than mere fire? Would you have realized that if the fundamental physical laws permitted it, someday humans would tap the same energies as the sun? Even if nothing you could imagine doing with rock throwers or woven pouches, no pattern of running across the savannah and nothing you could obtain by hunting animals, would accomplish that even in imagination? It wasn't like modern-day Muggles had gotten anywhere near the limits of what Muggle physics said was possible. And yet, like hunter-gatherers conceptually bound to their rock throwers, most Muggles lived in a world defined by the limits of what you could do with cars and telephones. Even though Muggle physics explicitly permitted possibilities like molecular nanotechnology or the Penrose process for extracting energy from black holes, most people filed that away in the same section of their brain that stored fairy tales and history books, well away from their personal realities, long ago and far away, ever so long ago. No surprise, then, that the wizarding world lived in a conceptual universe bounded, not by fundamental laws of magic that nobody even knew, but just by the surface rules of known charms and enchantments. You couldn't observe the way magic was practiced nowadays and not be reminded of the National Museum of Australia, once you realized what you were seeing. Even if Harry's first guess had been mistaken, one way or another it was still inconceivable that the fundamental laws of the universe contained a special case for human lips shaping the phrase Wingardium Leviosa. And yet even that fumbling grasp of magic was enough to do things that Muggle physics said should be forever impossible: the time turner, water conjured out of nothingness by Augmenti. What were the ultimate possibilities of invention, if the underlying laws of the universe permitted an 11-year-old with a stick to violate almost every constraint in the Muggle version of physics? Like a hunter-gatherer trying to look up at the sun, and guess that the universe had to be shaped in a way that allowed for nuclear energy. It made you wonder if maybe 20,000 million meters wasn't so much distance, after all. There was a step beyond abstract reasoning Harry which he could take, given time enough to compose himself and the right surroundings, something beyond abstract reasoning Harry, as that was beyond Harry in the moment. Looking up at the stars, you could try to imagine what the distant descendants of humanity would think of your dilemma, in 100 million years, when the stars would have spun through great galactic movements into entirely new positions, every constellation scattered. It was an elementary theorem of probability that if you knew what your answer would be after updating on future evidence, you ought to adopt that answer right now. If you knew your destination, you were already there. And by analogy, if not quite by theorem, if you could guess what the descendants of humanity would think of something, you ought to go ahead and take that as your own best guess. From that vantage point, the idea of killing off 2/3 of the Wizengamot seemed a lot less appealing than it had a few hours earlier. Even if you had to do it, even if you knew for a solid fact that it would be the best thing for magical Britain and that the complete story of time would look worse if you didn't do it, even as a necessity, the deaths of sentient beings would still be a tragedy. One more element of the sorrows of Earth, the most ancient Earth from which everything had begun, long ago and far away, ever so long ago. He is not like Grindelwald. There is nothing human left in him. Him you must destroy. Save your fury for that, and that alone. Harry shook his head slightly, tilting the stars a little in his vision, as he lay on the stone floor looking upward and outward and forward in time. Even if Dumbledore was right, and the true enemy was utterly mad and evil, in 100 million years the organic life form known as Lord Voldemort probably wouldn't seem much different from all the other bewildered children of ancient Earth. Whatever Lord Voldemort had done to himself, whatever dark ritual seemed so horribly irrevocable on a merely human scale, it wouldn't be beyond curing with the technology of 100 million years. Killing him, even if you had to do it to save the lives of others, would be just one more death for future sentient beings to be sad about. How could you look up at the stars, and believe anything else? Harry stared up at the twinkling lights of eternity and wondered what the children's children would think of what Dumbledore had maybe done to Narcissa. But even if you tried framing the question that way, asking what humanity's descendants would think, it still drew only on your own knowledge, not theirs. The answer still came from inside yourself, and it could still be mistaken. If you didn't know the 100th decimal digit of pi yourself, then you didn't know how the children's children would calculate it, for all that the fact was trivial. Slowly, he'd been lying there, looking at the stars, for longer than he'd planned. Harry sat up from the ground. Pushing himself to his feet, the muscles protesting, he walked over to the edge of the stone platform at the height of the Ravenclaw Tower. The stone crenellations surrounding the edge of the tower weren't high, not high enough to be safe. They were markers, clearly, rather than railings. Harry didn't approach too close to the edge, there was no point in taking chances. Looking down at the Hogwarts grounds below, he was predictably feeling a sense of dizziness, the wobbly affliction called vertigo. His brain was alarmed, it seemed, because the ground below was so distant. It might have been fully 50 meters away. The lesson, it seemed, was that things had to be incredibly close by before your brain could comprehend them well enough to feel fear. It was a rare brain that could feel strongly about anything, if it wasn't close in space, close in time, near at hand, within easy reach. Before, Harry had imagined that going to Azkaban would require planning and cooperation from a grown-up Confederate. Portkeys, broomsticks, invisibility spells. Some way of getting to the bottom levels without the Aurors noticing, so he could carve his way into the central pit where the shadows of death waited. And that had been enough to put the prospect away, into the future, safely apart from the now. He hadn't realized until today that it might be as simple as finding Fawkes and telling the Phoenix that it was time. Memories were rising up again, memories that Harry could never manage to forget for long. Though the stones beneath his feet were not smooth like metal, though the moonlit sky stretched all around him, somehow it was very easy to imagine himself trapped in a long metal corridor lit by dim orange light. The night was quiet, quiet enough for memories to be clearly audible. "No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. Don't take it away, don't. The world blurred, and Harry wiped his eyes with his sleeve. If Hermione had been the one behind that door. If Hermione had been put in Azkaban, Harry would have called the Phoenix and gone there and burned away every last Dementor, and it wouldn't have made a single difference how crazy it was or what else he'd wanted to do with his life. That was just how it was. And the woman who was behind that door, wasn't there someone, somewhere, to whom she too was precious? Wasn't it only Harry's distance from her life that was preventing his brain from being driven to Azkaban to save her no matter what? What would it have taken to compel him? Would he have needed to know her face? Her name? Her favorite color? Would he have been driven to Azkaban to save Tracy Davis? Would he have been compelled there to save Professor McGonagall? Mum and Dad, there wasn't even any question. And that woman had said she was someone's mother. How many people had wished for the power to break Azkaban? How many prisoners of Azkaban dreamed nightly of such a miraculous rescue? None. It's a happy thought. Maybe he should harrow Azkaban. All he had to do was find Fawkes and tell him it was time. Visualize the center of the Dementor's pit as he'd seen it from the broomstick, and let the Phoenix take him there. Cast the true patroness charm at point-blank range and to hell with what came after. All he had to do was go find Fawkes. It might be as simple as thinking of the flame, calling for the firebird in his heart. A star flashed in the night. By the time Harry's eyes had jumped with a reflex action trained on meteor showers, another part of him was surprised that the astronomical phenomenon was still there, a faint star whose brightness was slowly visibly waxing. There was a startled moment when Harry wondered whether he was seeing, not a meteor, but a nova or supernova. Could you see them getting brighter like that? Was the first stage of a nova supposed to be that yellow-orange color? Then the new star moved again, and seemed to grow as well as brightening. It looked closer suddenly, no longer so far away that distance became moot. Like what you thought was a star, turning out to be an airplane, a lighted form whose shape you could actually see. No, not a plane. The realization seemed to spread out from Harry's chest in a wave of prickling, sweat preparing to break out. A bird. A piercing cry split the night, echoing from the rooftops of Hogwarts. The approaching creature trailed fire as it flew, shedding golden flames like sparks from its feathers as the mighty wings beat and beat again. Even as it swooped up in a great curve to hover a few paces away from Harry, even as the flames surrounding its passage diminished, the creature seemed no dimmer, no less bright, as though some unseen sun shone upon it and illuminated it. Great shining wings red like a sunset, and eyes like incandescent pearls, blazing with golden fire and determination. The Phoenix's beak opened, and let out a great caw that Harry understood as though it had been a spoken word. Come. Not even realizing, the boy stumbled back from the edge of the rooftop, eyes still locked on the Phoenix, his whole body trembling and tensed, his fists clutching and releasing at his side, stepping back, stepping away. The Phoenix cawed again, a desperate, pleading sound. It didn't come through in words, this time, but it came through in feelings, an echo of everything that Harry had ever felt about Azkaban and every temptation to action, to just do something about it, the desperate need to do something now and not delay any longer, all spoken in the cry of a bird. Let's go. It's time. The voice that spoke came from inside Harry, not from the Phoenix, from so deep inside it couldn't be given a separate name like Gryffindor. All he had to do was step forward and touch the phoenix's talons, and it would take him where he needed to be, where he kept thinking he ought to be, down into the central pit of Azkaban. Harry could see the image in his mind, shining with unbearable clarity, the image of himself suddenly smiling with joyous release as he threw all his fears away and chose. "But I," Harry whispered, not even aware of what he was saying. Harry lifted his shaking hands to wipe at his eyes from which tears had sprung, as the phoenix hovered before him with great wing sweeps. "But there's other people I also have to save, other things I have to do." The Firebird let out a piercing scream, and the boy flinched back as though from a blow. It wasn't a command, it wasn't an objection, it was the knowledge. The corridors lit by dim orange light. It felt like a tightening compulsion in Harry's chest, the desire to just do it and get it over with. He might die, but if he didn't die he could feel clean again. Have principles that were more than excuses for inaction. It was his life. His to spend, if he chose. He could do it any time he wanted. If he wasn't a good person. The boy stood there on the rooftop, his own eyes locked with 2 points of fire. The stars might have had time to shift in their constellations while he stood there, agonizing over the decision. That wouldn't change. The boy's eyes flickered once to the stars above, and then he looked at the phoenix. "Not yet," the boy said in a voice hardly audible. "Not yet. There's too much else I have to do. Please come back later, when I've found others who can cast the true Patronus, in 6 months, maybe." Without word, without sound, a sphere of fire surrounded the bird's form, crackling and blazing with white and crimson veins as though it meant to consume that which lay within, and when the fire dispersed into grey smoke, no phoenix remained. There was silence on the top of the Ravenclaw Tower. The boy gradually lowered his hands from his ears, pausing only to wipe at his wet cheeks. Slowly, the boy turned. Then cried out and leapt back and almost fell off the Ravenclaw Tower, though the misstep would hardly have mattered, with that other wizard standing there. "And so it was done," Albus Dumbledore said, almost in a whisper. So it was done. Fawkes was on his shoulder, staring at where the other phoenix had been with an indecipherable avian gaze. "What are you doing here?" "Ah," said the ancient man standing on the roof platform's opposite corner. "I felt the presence of a creature Hogwarts did not know, and came to see, of course." Slowly the old wizard's shaking hand came up to remove the half-moon glasses, his other hand wiped at his eyes and forehead with his robe sleeve. I dared not speak, I knew this choice above all choices must be your own." A strange apprehension was beginning to fill Harry, welling up in him like a sick feeling in his stomach. "That everything depended on this," Albus Dumbledore said, still in that almost whisper, "that much I knew. But which choice led into darkness, that I could not guess. At least the choice was your own." "I don't," Harry said, and then his voice stopped. "A terrible hypothesis, rising in credibility." "The phoenix comes," said the old wizard. "To those who would fight, to those who would act even at cost of their lives, the phoenix comes. Phoenixes are not wise, Harry, they know no means to judge us, save witnessing the choice. I thought it was to my death I went, when the phoenix took me to fight Grindelwald. I did not know that Fawkes would sustain me, and heal me, and stay by my side." The old wizard's voice quavered, for a moment. "It is not spoken of, you should realize, Harry, why it is never spoken of. If the one knew, the phoenix could not judge. But to you, Harry, I may say it now, for the phoenix comes only once." The old wizard walked across the top of the Ravenclaw Tower to where a boy stood rooted in dawning horror, in dawning and utter horror. "In my duel with Grindelwald I could not win, only fight him for long hours until he collapsed in exhaustion, and I would have died of it afterward, if not for Fawkes." Harry didn't even know he was speaking, until the whisper had escaped him. "Then I could have." "Could you have?" said the ancient wizard, his voice sounding far older than his normal tones. "3 times, now, a phoenix has come for my student. One did send hers away, and the grief of it broke her, I think. And the last was cousin to your young friend Lavender Brown," and the old wizard's voice cracked. "He did not return, did poor John, and he saved none of those he meant to save. It is said, among the few scholars of phoenix lore, that not 1 in 4 returns from their ordeal. And even if you did survive, for the life you must lead, Harry James Potter Evansverse, the choices you must make and the path you must walk, to always hear the phoenix's cries, who is to say it would not have driven you mad?" The old wizard raised his sleeve again, drawing it once more across his face. "I had more joy of Fawkes's companionship, in the days before I fought Voldemort." The boy did not seem to be listening, all his eyes were on the red gold bird on the ancient wizard's shoulder. "Fawkes," the boy said in shaking voice. "Why won't you look at me, Fawkes?" Fawkes craned his head to peer at the boy curiously, then turned back and resumed gazing at his master. "See," said the old wizard. "He does not reject you. Fawkes may not be interested in you in quite that way, now, and he knows," the wizard smiled wryly, "that you are not exactly loyal to his master. But one to whom the phoenix comes at all, cannot be one whom a phoenix would dislike. The wizard's voice fell to a whisper again. There never was a bird seen on Godric Gryffindor's shoulder. Though it is not written even in his secrets, I think he must have sent his phoenix away, before he chose the red and gold for his colors. Perhaps the guilt of it urged him to greater lengths than he ever would have dared otherwise. Or it might have taught him humility, and respect for human frailty, and failure. The wizard bowed his head. I truly do not know if your choice was wise. I truly do not know if it was the right thing, or the wrong thing. If I knew, Harry, I would have spoken. But Dumbledore's voice broke, then. I am nothing but a foolish young boy who has become a foolish old man, and I have no wisdom. Harry couldn't breathe, the nausea seeming to fill and overflow his whole body, stomach locked solid. He was suddenly and terribly certain that he had failed, in some final sense failed this very night. The boy whirled and ran out to the curb of the Ravenclaw rooftop. Come back! His voice cracked, rising to a shriek. Come back! Final aftermath. She came awake with a gasp of horror, she woke with an unvoiced scream on her lips and no words came forth, she could not understand what she had seen, she could not understand what she had seen. What time is it? She whispered. Her golden jeweled alarm clock whispered back, around 11 at night. Go back to sleep. Her sheets were soaked in sweat, her nightclothes soaked in sweat, she took her wand from beside the pillow and cleaned herself up before she tried to go back to sleep and eventually succeeded. Sybil Trelawney went back to sleep. In the Forbidden Forest, a centaur woken by a nameless apprehension ceased scanning the night sky, having found only questions there and no answers, and with a folding of his many legs, Firenze went back to sleep. In the distant lands of magical Asia, an ancient witch named Fantong, sleeping the tired days away, told her anxious great-great-grandson that she was fine, it had only been a nightmare, and went back to sleep. In a land where Muggleborns received no letters of any kind, a girl child too young to have a name of her own was rocked in the arms of her annoyed but loving mother until she stopped crying and went back to sleep. None of them slept well. Chapter 86, Multiple Hypothesis Testing. International News Headlines of April 7, 1992. Toronto Magical Tribune. Entire British Wizengamot. Reports seeing boy who lived. Frighten a Dementor. Expert on magical creatures. Now you're just lying. France, Germany accuse Britain of making the whole thing up. New Zealand spellcrafters diurnal notice. What drove British legislature insane? Could our government be next? Experts list top 28 reasons to believe it's already happened. American mage. Werewolf clan to become first inhabitants of Wyoming. The Quibbler. Malfoy flees Hogwarts. As Vila powers awaken. Daily Prophet. Legal tricks free. Mad Muggleborn. As Potter threatens ministry with attack on Azkaban. Hypothesis, Voldemort. April 8, 1992, 7:22 p.m. The four of them gathered once more around the ancient desk of the headmaster of Hogwarts, with its drawers within drawers within drawers, wherein all the past paperwork of the Hogwarts school was stored. Legend had it that Headmistress Sheila had once gotten lost in that desk, and was, in fact, still there, and wouldn't be let out again until she got her files organized. Minerva didn't particularly look forward to inheriting those drawers, when she inherited that desk someday, if any of them survived. Albus Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, looking grave and composed. Severus Snape was standing next to the dead Fleur and its ashes, hovering ominously like the vampire that students sometimes accused him of pretending to be. Mad-Eye Moody had been meant to join them, but was yet to arrive. And Harry. A boy's small, thin frame, perched on the arm of his chair, as though the energies running through him were too great to allow ordinary seating. Set face, sweaty hair, intent green eyes, and within it all, the jagged lightning bolt of his never-healing scar. He seemed grimmer, now, even compared to a single week earlier. For a moment Minerva flashed back to her trip to Diagon Alley with Harry, what seemed like ages and ages ago. There'd been this somber boy inside that Harry, somehow, even then. This wasn't entirely her own fault, or Albus's fault. And yet there was something almost unbearably sad about the contrast between the young boy she'd first met, and what magical Britain had made of him. Harry had never had much of an ordinary childhood, she'd gathered. Harry's adoptive parents had said to her that he'd spoken little and played less with Muggle children. It was painful to think that Harry might have had only a few months of playing beside the other children in Hogwarts, before the war's demands had stripped it all away. Maybe there was another face that Harry showed to the children his own age, when he wasn't staring down the Wizengamot. But she couldn't stop herself from imagining Harry Potter's childhood as a heap of firewood, and herself and Albus feeding the wooden branches, piece by piece, into the flames. Prophecies are strange things, said Albus Dumbledore. The old wizard's eyes were half-lidded, as though in weariness. Vague, unclear, meaning escaping like water held between loose fingers. Prophecy is ever a burden, for there are no answers there, Only questions. Harry Potter was sitting tensely. Headmaster Dumbledore, said the boy with soft precision, my friends are being targeted. Hermione Granger almost went to Azkaban. The war has begun, as you put it. Professor Trelawney's prophecy is key information for weighing up the balance of my hypotheses about what's going on. Not to mention how silly it is, and dangerous, that the Dark Lord knows the prophecy and I don't. Albus looked a grim question at her, and she shook her head in reply, in whatever unimaginable way Harry had discovered that Trelawney had made the prophecy and that the Dark Lord knew of it, he hadn't learned that much from her. Voldemort, seeking to avert that very prophecy, went to his defeat at your hands, the old wizard said then. His knowledge brought him only harm. Ponder that carefully, Harry Potter. Yes, Headmaster, I do understand that. My home culture also has a literary tradition of self-fulfilling and misinterpreted prophecies. I'll interpret with caution, rest assured. But I've already guessed quite a bit. Is it safer for me to work from partial guesses? Time passed. Minerva, said Albus. If you would. The one. She began. The words came falteringly to her throat, she was no actress. She couldn't imitate the deep, chilling tone of the original prophecy, and yet somehow that tone seemed to carry all the meaning. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal, came Severus's voice, making her jump within her chair. The potions master loomed tall by the fireplace. But he shall have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must destroy all but a remnant of the other, for those two different spirits cannot exist in the same world. That last line Severus spoke with so much foreboding that it chilled her bones, it was almost like listening to Sybil Trelawney. Harry was listening with a frown. Can you repeat that? Said Harry. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month. Actually, hold on, can you write that down? I need to analyze this carefully. This was done, with both Albus and Severus watching the parchment hawk-like, as though to make sure that no unseen hand reached in and snatched the precious information away. Let's see. Harry said. I'm male and born on July 31st, check. I did in fact vanquish the Dark Lord, check. Ambiguous pronoun in line 2, but I wasn't born yet so it's hard to see how my parents could have thrice defied me. This scar is an obvious candidate for the mark. Harry touched his forehead. Then there's the power the Dark Lord knows not, which probably refers to my scientific background. No, said Severus. Harry looked at the potions master in surprise. Severus's eyes were closed, his face tightened in concentration. The Dark Lord could obtain that power by studying the same books as you, Potter. But the prophecy did not say, power the Dark Lord has not. Nor even, power the Dark Lord cannot have. She spoke of power the Dark Lord knows not, it will be something stranger to him than Muggle artifacts. Something perhaps that he cannot comprehend at all, even having seen it. Science is not a bag of technological tricks, Harry said. It's not just the Muggle version of a wand. It's not even knowledge like memorizing the periodic table. It's a different way of thinking. Perhaps. The potions master murmured, but his voice was skeptical. It is hazardous, Albus said, to read too far into a prophecy, even if you have heard it yourself. They are things of exceeding frustration. So I see, Harry said. His hand rose up, rubbed the scar on his forehead. But, okay, if this is really all we know, look, I'll just put it bluntly. How do you know that the Dark Lord actually survived? What? She cried. Albus just sighed and leaned back in the vast headmaster's chair. Well, Harry said, imagine how this prophecy sounded back when it was made. You know who learns the prophecy, and it sounds like I'm destined to grow up and overthrow him. That the two of us are meant to have a final battle where either of us must destroy all but a remnant of the other. So you know who attacks Godric's Hollow and immediately gets vanquished, leaving behind some remnant which may or may not be his disembodied soul. Maybe the Death Eaters are his remnant, or the Dark Mark. This prophecy could already be fulfilled, is what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong, I do realize that my interpretation sounds stretched. Trelawney's phrasing doesn't seem natural for describing only the events that historically happened on October 31, 1981. Attacking a baby and having the spell bounce off, isn't something you'd normally call the power to vanquish. But if you think of the prophecy as being about several possible futures, only one of which was actually realized on Halloween, then the prophecy could already be complete. But Minerva blurted. But the raid on Azkaban. If the Dark Lord survived, then sure, he's the most likely suspect for the Azkaban breakout, Harry said reasonably. You could even say that the Azkaban breakout is Bayesian evidence for the Dark Lord surviving, because an Azkaban breakout is more likely to happen in worlds where he's alive than worlds where he's dead. But it's not strong Bayesian evidence. It's not something that can't possibly happen unless the Dark Lord is alive. Professor Quirrell, who didn't start from the assumption that you-know-who was still around, had no trouble thinking of his own explanation. To him, it was obvious that some powerful wizard might want Bellatrix Black because she knew a secret of the Dark Lords, like some of his magical knowledge that he'd told to only her. The priors against anyone surviving their body's death are very low, even if it's magically possible. Most times it doesn't happen. So if it's just the Azkaban breakout, I'd have to say formally that it isn't enough Bayesian evidence. The improbability of the evidence assuming that the hypothesis is false, is not commensurate with the prior improbability of the hypothesis. No, Severus said flatly. The prophecy is not yet fulfilled. I would know if it were. Are you sure of that? Yes, Potter. If the prophecy had already come true, I would understand it. I heard Trelawney's words, I remember Trelawney's voice, and if I knew the events that matched the prophecy, I would recognize them. What has already happened, does not fit. The potions master spoke with certainty. I'm not really sure what to do with that statement, Harry said. His hand rose up, absently rubbed at his forehead. Maybe it's just what you think happened that doesn't fit, and the true history is different. Voldemort is alive, Albus said. There are other indications. Such as? Harry's reply was instant. Albus paused. There are terrible rituals by which wizards have returned from death, Albus said slowly. That much, anyone can discern within history and legend. And yet those books are missing, I could not find them, it was Voldemort who removed them, I am sure. So you can't find any books on immortality, and that proves that you-know-who has them. Indeed, said Albus. There is a certain book, I will not name it aloud, missing from the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. An ancient scroll which should have been at Borgin and Burke's, with only an empty place on a shelf to show where it was the old wizard stopped. But I suppose, the old wizard said, as though to himself, you will say that even if Voldemort tried to make himself immortal, it does not prove that he succeeded. Harry sighed. Proof, Headmaster? There are only ever probabilities. If there are known, particular books on immortality rituals which are missing, that increases the probability that someone attempted one. Which, in turn, raises the prior probability of the Dark Lord surviving his death. This I concede, and thank you for contributing the fact. The question is whether the prior probability goes up enough. Surely, Albus said quietly, if you concede even a chance that Voldemort survived, that is worth guarding against. Harry inclined his head. As you say, Headmaster. Though once a probability drops low enough, it's also an error to go on obsessing about it. Given that books on immortality are missing, and that this prophecy would sound somewhat more natural if it refers to the Dark Lord and I having a future battle, I agree that the Dark Lord being alive is a probability, not just possibility. But other probabilities must also be taken into account, and in the probable worlds where you-know-who is not alive, someone else framed Hermione. Foolishness, Severus said softly. Utter foolishness. The dark mark has not faded, nor has its master. See, that's what I mean by formally insufficient Bayesian evidence. Sure, it sounds all grim and foreboding and stuff, but is it that unlikely for a magical mark to stay around after the maker dies? Suppose the mark is certain to continue while the Dark Lord's sentience lives on, but a priori we'd only have guessed a 20% chance of the dark mark continuing to exist after the Dark Lord dies. Then the observation, the dark mark has not faded, is 5 times as likely to occur in worlds where the Dark Lord is alive as in worlds where the Dark Lord is dead. Is that really commensurate with the prior improbability of immortality? Let's say the prior odds were 100 to 1 against the Dark Lord surviving. If a hypothesis is 100 times as likely to be false versus true, and then you see evidence 5 times more likely if the hypothesis is true versus false, you should update to believing the hypothesis is 20 times as likely to be false as true. Odds of 100 to 1, times a likelihood ratio of 1 to 5, equals odds of 20 to 1 that the Dark Lord is dead. Where are you getting all these numbers, Potter? That is the admitted weakness of the method, Harry said readily. But what I'm qualitatively getting at is why the observation, the dark mark has not faded, is not adequate support for the hypothesis, the Dark Lord is immortal. The evidence isn't as extraordinary as the claim. Harry paused. Not to mention that even if the Dark Lord is alive, he doesn't have to be the one who framed Hermione. As a cunning man once said, there could be more than one plotter and more than one plan. Such as the defense professor, Severus said with a thin smile. I suppose I must agree that he is a suspect. It was the defense professor last year, after all, and the year before that, and the year before that. Harry's eyes dropped back to the parchment in his lap. Let's move on. Are we certain that this prophecy is accurate? Nobody messed with Professor McGonagall's memory, maybe edited or subtracted a line. Albus paused, then spoke slowly. There is a great spell laid over Britain, recording every prophecy said within our borders. Far beneath the most ancient hall of the Wizengamot, in the Department of Mysteries, they are recorded. The Hall of Prophecy, Minerva whispered. She'd read about that place, said to be a great room of shelves filled with glowing orbs, one after another appearing over the years. Merlin himself had wrought it, it was said, the greatest wizard's final slap to the face of fate. Not all prophecies conduced to the good, and Merlin had wished for at least those spoken of in prophecy, to know what had been spoken of them. That was the respect Merlin had given to their free will, that destiny might not control them from the outside, unwitting. Those mentioned within a prophecy would have an glowing orb float to their hand, and then hear the prophet's true voice speaking. Others who tried to touch an orb, it was said, would be driven mad, or possibly just have their heads explode. The legends were unclear on this point. Whatever Merlin's original intention, the unspeakables hadn't let anyone enter in centuries, so far as she'd heard. Works of the ancient wizards had stated that later unspeakables had discovered that tipping off the subjects of prophecies could interfere with seers releasing whatever temporal pressures they released, and so the heirs of Merlin had sealed his hall. It did occur to Minerva to wonder, now that she'd spent a few months around Mr. Potter, how anyone could possibly know that, but she also knew better than to ask Albus, in case Albus tried to tell her. Minerva firmly believed that you only ought to worry about time if you were a clock. The Hall of Prophecy, Albus confirmed Lily. Those who are spoken of in a prophecy, may listen to that prophecy there. Do you see the implication, Harry? Harry frowned. Well, I could listen to it, or the Dark Lord, oh, my parents. Those who had thrice defied him. They were also mentioned in the prophecy, so they could hear the recording. If James and Lily heard anything different from what Minerva reported, Albus said evenly, they did not say so to me. You took James and Lily there. Minerva said. Fawkes can go to many places, Albus said. Do not mention the fact. Harry was staring directly at Albus. Can I go to this Department of Mysteries place and hear the recorded prophecy? The original tone of voice might be helpful, from what I've heard. Light glinted from the reflection of Albus's half-moon glasses as the old wizard slowly shook his head. I think that would be unwise, Albus said. For reasons beyond the obvious. It is dangerous, that place which Merlin made, more dangerous to some people than others. I see, Harry said tonelessly, and looked back down at the parchment. I'll take the prophecy as assumed accurate for now. The next part says that the Dark Lord has marked me as his equal. Any ideas on what that means exactly? Surely not, said Albus, that you must imitate his ways, in any wise. I'm not dumb, Headmaster. Muggles have worked out a thing or two about temporal paradoxes, even if it's all theoretical to them. I won't throw away my ethics just because a signal from the future claims it's going to happen, because then that becomes the only reason why it happened in the first place. Still, what does it mean? I do not know, said Severus. Nor I, she said. Harry took out his wand, turned it over in his hands, gazing meditatively at the wood. 11 inches, holly, with the core of phoenix feather, Harry said. And the phoenix whose tail feather is in this wand, only ever gave one other, which Mr. What was his name, Olive something, made into the core of the Dark Lord's wand. And I'm a Parselmouth. It seemed like a lot of coincidence even then. And now I find out there's a prophecy stating that I'll be the Dark Lord's equal. Severus's eyes were thoughtful, the headmaster's gaze, unreadable. Could it be, Minerva said falteringly, that you know who, that Voldemort, transferred some of his own powers to Mr. Potter, the night he gave him that scar? Not something he intended to do, surely. Still. I don't see how Mr. Potter could be his equal, if he had any less magic than the Dark Lord himself. Meh, said Harry, still looking meditatively at his wand. I'd fight the Dark Lord without any magic at all, if I had to. Homo sapiens didn't become the dominant species on this planet by having the sharpest claws or hardest armor, though I suppose some of that point may be lost on wizards. Still, it's beneath my dignity as a human being to be scared of anything that isn't smarter than I am, and from what I've heard, on that particular dimension the Dark Lord wasn't very scary. The potions master spoke, his voice taking on some of his customary contemptuous drawl. You imagine yourself more intelligent than the Dark Lord, Potter? Yes, in fact, said Harry, pulling back the left sleeve of his robes, and rolling up the shirt sleeve beneath to expose the bare elbow. Oh, that reminds me. Let's make sure nobody here has the clearly visible tattoo in the standard, easily checkable location which would mark them as a secret enemy spy. Albus made a quieting gesture that halted the potions master before he could say anything scathing. Tell me, Harry, Albus said, how would you have crafted the dark mark? Non-standard locations, Harry said promptly, not easily found without embarrassment and fuss, though of course any security-conscious person would check anyway. Make it smaller, if possible. Overlay another non-magical tattoo to obscure the exact shape, better yet, cover it with a layer of fake skin. Cunning indeed, Albus said. But tell me, suppose you could craft any conditions you wished into the mark, fading it or raising it as you wished. What would you do then? Make it completely invisible at all times, Harry said in tones of stating the obvious. You don't want there to be any detectable difference between a spy and a non-spy. Suppose you are more cunning still, Albus said. You are a master of trickery, a master of deception, and you employ your abilities to the fullest. Well, the boy stopped, frowning. It seems unnecessarily complicated, more like a tactic a villain would use in a role-playing game than something you'd try in a real-life war. But I suppose you could put fake dark marks on people who aren't really Death Eaters, and keep the dark marks on the real Death Eaters invisible. But then there's the question of why people would start believing in the first place that the dark mark identified a Death Eater. I'd have to think about it for at least 5 minutes, if I were going to take the problem seriously. I ask you this, Albus said, still in that mild tone, because I did indeed, in the early days of the war, perform such tests as you suggested. The order survived my folly only because Alastair did not trust in the bare arms we saw. I had thought, afterward, that the bearers of the mark might hide it or show it at their will. And yet when we hid Igor Karkaroff before the Wizengamot, that mark showed clear on his arm, for all that Karkaroff wished to protest his innocence. What true rule may govern the dark mark, I do not know. Even Severus is still bound by his mark not to reveal its secrets to any who do not know them. Oh, well that makes it obvious, Harry said promptly. Wait, hold on, you were a Death Eater. Harry transferred his stare to Severus. Severus returned a thin smile. I still am, so far as they know. Harry, said Albus, eyes only for the boy. What do you mean, that makes it obvious? Information Theory 101, the boy said in a lecturing tone. Observing variable x conveys information about variable y, if and only if the possible values of x have different probabilities given different states of y. The instant you hear about anything whatsoever that varies between a spy and a non-spy, you should immediately think of exploiting it to distinguish spies from non-spies. Similarly, to distinguish reality from lies, you need a process which behaves differently in the presence of truth and falsehood. That's why faith doesn't work as a discriminate, while make experimental predictions and test them does. You say someone with the dark mark can't reveal its secrets to anyone who doesn't already know them. So to find out how the dark mark operates, write down every way you can imagine the dark mark might work, then watch Professor Snape try to tell each of those things to a Confederate, maybe one who doesn't know what the experiment is about. I'll explain binary search later so that you can play 20 questions to narrow things down, and whatever he can't say out loud is true. His silence would be something that behaves differently in the presence of true statements about the mark, versus false statements, you see. Minerva's mouth was hanging open, she realized, and she closed it abruptly. Even Albus looked surprised. And after that, like I said, any behavioral difference between spies and non-spies can be used to identify spies. Once you've identified at least one magically censored secret of the dark mark, you can test someone for the dark mark by seeing if they can reveal that secret to somebody who doesn't already know it. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Everyone looked at Severus. The potions master was straightening, his teeth bared in a grimace of angry triumph. Headmaster, I can now speak freely of the mark. If we know we are caught for a Death Eater, before others who have not yet seen our bare arms, our mark reveals itself whether we will it or no. But if they have already seen our arms bare, it does not reveal itself, nor if we are only being tested from suspicion. Thus the dark mark seems to identify Death Eaters, but only those already found, you perceive. Ah! Albus said. Thank you, Severus. He closed his eyes briefly. That would indeed explain why Black escaped even Peter's notice. Ah, well. And Harry's proposed test. The potions master shook his head. The Dark Lord was no fool, despite Potter's delusions. The moment such a test is suspected, the mark ceases to bind our tongues. Yet I could not hint at the possibility, but only wait for another to deduce it. Another thin smile. I would award you a good many house points, Mr. Potter, if it would not compromise my cover. But as you can see, the Dark Lord was quite cunning. His gaze grew more distant. Oh, Severus breathed, he was very cunning indeed. Harry Potter sat still for a long moment. Then. No, Harry said. The boy shook his head. No, that can't actually be true. First of all, we're talking about the kind of logic puzzle that would appear in Chapter 1 of a Raymond Smullyan book, nowhere near the level of what Muggle scientists do for a living. And second, for all I know, it took the Dark Lord 5 months of thinking to invent the puzzle I just solved in 5 seconds. Is it that inconceivable to you, Potter, that anyone could be so intelligent as yourself? The potions master's voice held more curiosity than scorn. It's called a base rate, Professor Snape. The evidence is equally compatible with the Dark Lord inventing that puzzle over the course of 5 months or over the course of 5 seconds, but in any given population there'll be many more people who can do it in 5 months than in 5 seconds. Harry pasted a hand against his forehead. Darn it, how can I explain this? I suppose, from your perspective, the Dark Lord came up with a clever puzzle and I cleverly solved it and that makes us look equal. I remember your first day of potions class, the potions master said dryly. I think you have a ways still to go. Peace, Severus, Albus said. Harry has already accomplished more than you know. Yet tell me, Harry, why do you believe the Dark Lord is less than you? Surely he is a damaged soul in many ways. But cunning for cunning, you are not yet ready to face him, I would judge, and I know the full tally of your deeds. The frustrating thing about this conversation was that Harry couldn't say his actual reasons for disagreeing, which violated several basic principles of cooperative discourse. He couldn't explain how Bellatrix had really been removed from Azkaban, not by you-know-who in any guise, but by the combined wits of Harry and Professor Quirrell. Harry didn't want to say in front of Professor McGonagall that the existence of brain damage implied that there were no such things as souls. Which made a successful immortality ritual? Well, not impossible. Harry certainly intended to forge a road to magical immortality someday, but it would be a lot harder and require much more ingenuity than just binding an already existent soul to a lich's phylactery. Which no intelligent wizard would bother doing in the first place, if they knew their souls were immortal. And the true and honest reason Harry knew the Dark Lord couldn't have been that smart, well, there wasn't any tactful way to say it, but Harry had been to a convocation of the Wizengamot. He'd seen the laughable security precautions, if you could call them that, guarding the deepest levels of the Ministry of Magic. They didn't even have the thief's downfall which goblins used to wash away Polyjuice and Imperius curses on people entering Gringotts. The obvious takeover route would be to Imperius the Minister of Magic and a few department heads, and owl a hand grenade to anyone too powerful to Imperius. Or owl them knockout gas, if you needed them alive and in a state of living death to take hairs for Polyjuice potions. Legilimency, false memories, the Confundus charm, it was ridiculous, the magical world was supersaturated with ways to cheat. Harry might not do any of those things himself, during his own takeover of Britain, since he was constrained by ethics. Well, Harry might do some of the lesser ones, since Polyjuice or a temporary Confundus or read-only Legilimency all sounded better than an extra day of Azkaban, but if Harry hadn't been constrained by ethics, it was possible he could have wiped out the eviler sections of the Wizengamot that day, all by himself, using only a first year's magical power, on account of being clever enough to figure out Dementors. Though Harry might not have been in such a great political position after that, the surviving Wizengamot members might have found it easy and cheap to disavow his actions for PR purposes and condemn him, even if the smarter ones realized it was for the greater good, but still. If you were completely unrestrained by ethics, armed with the ancient secrets of Salazar Slytherin, had dozens of powerful followers including Lucius Malfoy, and it took you more than 10 years to fail to overthrow the government of magical Britain, it meant you were stupid. How can I put this? Harry said. Look, Headmaster, you've got ethics, there's a lot of battle tactics you don't use because you're not evil. And you fought the Dark Lord, a tremendously powerful wizard who wasn't so restrained, and you held him off anyway. If you know who had been super smart on top of that, you'd be dead. All of you. You'd have died instantly. Harry, Professor McGonagall said. Her voice was faltering. Harry, we almost did all die. More than half the Order of the Phoenix died. If not for Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in 2 centuries, Harry, we surely would have perished. Harry passed a hand across his forehead. I'm sorry, Harry said. I'm not trying to minimize what you went through. I know that you-know-who was a completely evil, incredibly powerful dark wizard with dozens of powerful followers, and that's bad, yes, definitely bad. It's just all that isn't on remotely the same threat scale as the enemy being smart, in which case they transfigure botulinum toxin and sneak a millionth of a gram into your teacup. Was there any safe way to convey that concept without citing specifics? Harry couldn't think of one. Please, Harry, said Professor McGonagall. Please, Harry, I beg you, take the Dark Lord seriously. He is more dangerous than the senior witch seemed to be having trouble finding words. He is far more dangerous than transfiguration. Harry's eyebrows went up before he could stop himself. A dark chuckle came from Severus Snape's direction. Said the voice of Ravenclaw within him. Honestly Professor McGonagall is right, we're not taking this as seriously as we'd take a scientific problem. The difficult thing is to react at all to new information, instead of just flushing it out the window. Right now it looks like we didn't shift belief at all after encountering an unexpected, important argument. Our dismissal of Lord Voldemort as a serious threat was originally based on the Dark Mark being blatantly stupid. It would require a focused effort to update and suspect the whole garden path of reasoning we went down based on that false assumption, and we're not putting in that effort right now. All right, Harry said, just as Professor McGonagall seemed to be about to speak again. All right, to take this seriously, I need to stop and think for 5 minutes. Please do, said Albus Dumbledore. Harry closed his eyes. His Ravenclaw side divided into 3. Probability estimate, said Ravenclaw 1, who was acting as moderator. That the Dark Lord is alive, and as smart as we are, and hence a genuine threat. Why aren't all his enemies already dead? Said Ravenclaw 2, who was prosecuting? Note, said Ravenclaw 1, we had already thought of that argument, so we can't use it to shift belief again each time we rehearse it. But what's the actual flaw in the logic? Said Ravenclaw 2. In worlds with a smart Lord Voldemort, everyone in the Order of the Phoenix died in the first 5 minutes of the war. The world doesn't look like that, so we don't live in that world. QED. Is that really certain? Asked Ravenclaw 3, who'd been appointed as the defender. Maybe there was some reason Lord Voldemort wasn't fighting all out back then. Like what? Demanded Ravenclaw 2. Furthermore, whatever your excuse, I demand that the probability of your hypothesis be penalized in accordance with its added complexity. Let 3 talk, said Ravenclaw 1. Okay, look, said Ravenclaw 3. First of all, we don't know that anyone can take over the ministry just with mind control. Maybe magical Britain is really an oligarchy and you need enough military power to intimidate the family heads into submission. Imperious them too, interjected Ravenclaw 2. And the oligarchs have thieves' downfall in the entrances to their homes. Complexity penalty. Cried Ravenclaw 2. More epicycles. Oh, be reasonable, said Ravenclaw 3. We haven't actually seen anyone taking over the ministry with a couple of well-placed Imperious curses. We don't know that it can actually be done that easily. But, said Ravenclaw 2, even taking that into account, it really seems like there should have been some other way. 10 years of failure, really? Using only conventional terrorist tactics? That's just, not even trying. Maybe Lord Voldemort did have more creative ideas, replied Ravenclaw 3, but he didn't want to tip his hand to other countries' governments, didn't want them to know how vulnerable they were and install thieves' downfall in their ministries. Not until he had Britain as a base and enough servants to subvert all the other major governments simultaneously. You're assuming he wants to conquer the whole world, noted Ravenclaw 2. Trelawney prophesied that he would be our equal, intoned Ravenclaw 3 solemnly. Therefore, he wanted to take over the world. And if he is your equal, and you do have to fight him. For an instant, Harry's mind tried to imagine the specter of 2 creative wizards fighting an all-out war against each other. Harry had noted all the charms and potions in his first-year books that could be creatively used to kill people. He hadn't been able to help himself. Literally. He'd tried to stop his brain from doing it each time, but it was like looking at a fish and trying to stop your brain from noticing it was a fish. What someone could creatively do with 7th year, or Auror level, or ancient lost magic such as Lord Voldemort had possessed, didn't bear thinking about. A magically superpowered creative genius psychopath wasn't a threat, it was an extinction event. Then Harry shook his head, dismissing the gloomy line his reasoning had been going down. The question was whether there was a significant probability of facing anything so terrible as a dark rationalist in the first place. Prior odds that someone attempting an immortality ritual would actually have it work. Call it 1 to 1,000, at a generous overestimate, it was not the case that roughly 1 wizard in 1,000 survived their death. Though, admittedly Harry didn't have data on how many had attempted immortality rituals first. What if the Dark Lord is as smart as us? Said Ravenclaw 3. You know, the way Trelawney prophesied him being our equal. Then he would make his immortality ritual work. P.S. Don't forget that destroy all but a remnant of the other line. Requiring that level of intelligence was an additional burdensome detail, prior odds of a random population member being that intelligent were low. But Lord Voldemort wasn't a randomly selected wizard, he was one particular wizard in the population who'd come to everyone's attention. The puzzle of the mark implied a certain minimum level of intelligence, even if, hypothetically, the Dark Lord had taken longer to think it through. Then again, in the Muggle world, all of the extremely intelligent people Harry knew about from history had not become evil dictators or terrorists. The closest thing to that in the Muggle world was hedge fund managers, and none of them had tried to take over so much as a third world country, a point which put upper bounds on both their possible evil and possible goodness. There were hypotheses where the Dark Lord was smart and the Order of the Phoenix didn't just instantly die, but those hypotheses were more complicated and ought to get complexity penalties. After the complexity penalties of the further excuses were factored in, there would be a large likelihood ratio from the hypotheses the Dark Lord is smart versus the Dark Lord was stupid to the observation, the Dark Lord did not instantly win the war. That was probably worth a 10:1 likelihood ratio in favor of the Dark Lord being stupid, but maybe not 100:1. You couldn't actually say that the Dark Lord instantly wins had a probability of more than 99%, assuming the Dark Lord started out smart, the sum over all possible excuses would be more than 0.01. And then there was the prophecy, which might or might not have originally included a line about how Lord Voldemort would immediately die if he confronted the Potters. Which Albus Dumbledore had then edited in Professor McGonagall's memory, in order to lure Lord Voldemort to his doom. If there was no such line, the prophecy did sound somewhat more like You-Know-Who and the Boy Who Lived were destined to have some later confrontation. But in that case, it was less likely that Dumbledore would have come up with a plausible-sounding excuse not to take Harry to the Hall of Prophecy. Harry was wondering if he could even get a Bayesian calculation out of this. Of course, the point of a subjective Bayesian calculation wasn't that, after you made up a bunch of numbers, multiplying them out would give you an exactly right answer. The real point was that the process of making up numbers would force you to tally all the relevant facts and weigh all the relative probabilities. Like realizing, as soon as you actually thought about the probability of the dark mark not fading if you know who was dead, that the probability wasn't low enough for the observation to count as strong evidence. One version of the process was to tally hypotheses and list out evidence, make up all the numbers, do the calculation, and then throw out the final answer and go with your brain's gut feeling after you'd forced it to really weigh everything. The trouble was that the items of evidence weren't conditionally independent, and there were multiple interacting background facts of interest. Well, one thing at least was certain. If the calculation could be done at all, it was going to take a piece of paper and a pencil. In the fireplace at one side of the headmaster's office, the flame suddenly flared up, turning from orange to bright bilious green. "Ah!" said Professor McGonagall into the uncomfortable non-silence. "That would be Mad-Eye Moody, I suppose." "Let this matter bide for now," the headmaster said in some relief, as he too turned to regard the flue. "I believe we are about to receive some news regarding it, as well." Hypothesis, Hermione Granger. April 8, 1992, 6:53 p.m. Meanwhile in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, as the students who didn't have secret meetings with the headmaster bustled about their dinner around 4 huge tables. "It's funny," Dean Thomas said thoughtfully. "I didn't believe the general when he said that what we learned would change us forever, and we'd never be able to return to a normal life afterward. Once we knew. Once we saw what he could see." "I know," said Seamus Finnegan. "I thought it was just a joke too. Like, you know, everything else General Chaos ever said ever." "But now," Dean said sadly. "We can't go back, can we? It'd be like going back to a Muggle school after having been to Hogwarts. We've just got to stay around each other. That's all we can do, or we'll go crazy." Seamus Finnegan, next to him, just nodded wordlessly and ate another bite of Feltbiest. Around them, the conversation at the Gryffindor table continued. It wasn't as relentless as it'd been yesterday, but now and then the topic wandered back. "Well, there must have been some sort of love triangle," said a second-year witch named Samantha Crowley. She never answered when asked if there was any relation. "The question is, which ways was it going before it all went wrong? Who was in love with who, and whether or not that person loved them back? I don't know how many possibilities there are." 64, said Sarah Variabile, a blossoming beauty who probably should have been sorted into Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff instead. "No, wait, that's wrong. I mean, if nobody loved Malfoy and Malfoy didn't love anyone, then he wouldn't really be part of the love triangle. This is going to take arithmancy. Could you all wait 2 minutes? I, for one, think it perfectly clear that Granger is Potter's Moirile, and that Potter was auspicing between Malfoy and Granger." The witch who'd spoken nodded with the self-satisfaction of someone who has just precisely nailed down a complicated issue. "Those aren't even words," objected a young wizard. "You're just making them up as you go. Sometimes you can't describe a thing using real words." "It's so sad," said Sheris Naz Aaron, who actually had tears in her eyes. They were just so obviously meant to be together." "You mean Potter and Malfoy?" said a second-year named Colleen Johnson. "I know, their families hated each other so much, there's no way they couldn't fall in love." "No, I mean all 3 of them," said Sheris. This produced a brief pause in the huddled conversation. Dean Thomas was quietly choking on his lemonade, trying not to make any sounds as it trickled out of his mouth and soaked into his shirt. "Wow," said a dark-haired witch by the name of Nancy Hawa. "That's really sophisticated of you, Sheris." "Look, you all, we need to keep this realistic," said Eloise Rosen, a tall witch who'd been general of an army and hence spoke with an air of authority. "We know, because she kissed him, that Granger was in love with Potter. So the only reason she'd try to kill Malfoy is if she knew that she was losing Potter to him. There's no need to make it all sound so complicated, you're all acting like this is a play instead of real life." "But even if Granger was in love, it's still funny that she'd just snap like that," said Chloe, whose black robes combined with her night black skin to make her look like a darkened silhouette. "I don't know. I think maybe there's more to this than just a romance novel gone wrong. I think maybe most people haven't got any idea at all what's going on." "Yes. Thank you," burst out Dean Thomas. "Look, don't you realize, like Harry Potter told us all, if you didn't predict that something would happen, if it took you completely by surprise, then what you believed about the world when you didn't see it coming, isn't enough to explain." Dean's voice trailed off, as he saw that nobody was listening. "It's completely hopeless, isn't it? You hadn't figured that out yet," said Lavender Brown, who was sitting across the table from her 2 fellow former chaotics. "How'd you ever make lieutenant?" "Oh, you two be quiet." Sheris snapped at them. "It's obvious you both want the 3 of them for yourselves." "I mean it," Chloe said. What if what's really going on is different from all the, normal things that all the ordinary people are talking about? What if somebody made Granger do what she did, just like Potter was trying to tell everyone? I think Chloe's right, said a foreign-looking boy wizard who always introduced himself as Adrian Turnipseed, though his parents had actually named him Mad Drongo. I think this whole time there's been. Adrian lowered his voice ominously, a hidden hand. Adrian raised his voice again, shaping all that's happened. One person who's been behind everything, from the beginning. And I don't mean Professor Snape, either. You don't mean, gasped Sarah. Yes, Adrian said. The real one behind it all is, Tracy Davis. That's what I think too, Chloe said. After all, she glanced around rapidly. Ever since that thing with the bullies and the ceiling, even the trees in the forests around Hogwarts look like they're shaking, like they're afraid. Seamus Finnegan was frowning thoughtfully. I think I see where Harry gets his, from, Seamus said, lowering his voice so that only Lavender and Dean could hear. Oh, I totally know what you mean, Lavender said. She didn't bother to lower her own voice. It's a wonder he didn't crack and just start killing everyone ages ago. Personally, Dean said, also in a quieter voice, I'd say the really scary part is, that could have been us. Yeah, said Lavender. It's a good thing we're all perfectly sane now. Dean and Seamus nodded solemnly. Hypothesis, GL. April 8, 1992, 8:08 p.m. The flue fire of the headmaster's office blazed a bright pale green, the fire concentrating in on itself into a spinning emeraldine whirlwind, and then flared even brighter and spit a human figure into the air. There was a blur of motion as the resolving figure snapped up a wand, smoothly spinning with the flue's momentum like a ballet dance step, so that his firing arc covered the entire 360-degree arc of the room, and then just as abruptly, the figure stopped in place. In the first instant that Harry saw that man, before Harry even took in the eye, he noticed the scars on the hands, the scars on the face, like the man had been burned and cut over his entire body, though only the man's hands and face were visible, of all his flesh. The rest of the man's body was hidden, encased not in robes, but in leather that looked more like armor than clothing, dark grey leather, matching the man's mess of greyed hair. The next thing that Harry's vision comprehended was the brilliant blue eye occupying the right side of the man's face. One part of Harry's mind realized that the person whom Professor McGonagall had named Mad-Eye Moody was the same as the one Dumbledore had called Alastor. Within the memory Dumbledore had shown Harry, an image from before whatever event had scarred every inch of the man's body and taken a chunk out of his nose. And another part of his mind noticed the jolt of adrenaline. Harry had drawn his wand in sheer reflex when the man had spun out of the flue like that. There'd been something about it that felt like ambush. Harry's hand had already started to level his wand for a somnium before he'd managed to stop himself. Even now the armored man was holding his wand level, not pointed at any particular person but covering the whole room, and that wand was already in perfect line with his eyes, like a soldier sighting down a gun. There was danger in the man's stance and the set of his boots, danger in the leather armor he wore and danger in that brilliant blue eye. When the scarred man spoke, addressing the headmaster, his voice was edged. I suppose you think this room is secure. There are only friends here, Dumbledore said. The man's head jerked toward Harry. That include him. If Harry Potter is not our friend, Dumbledore said gravely, then we are all certainly doomed, so we may as well assume that he is. The man's wand stayed level, not quite pointing at Harry. Boy almost drew on me just then. Harry said. He noticed that his hand was still tightly holding the wand, and consciously relaxed his hand and dropped it back to his side. Sorry about that, you looked a bit combat ready. The scarred man's wand moved slightly away from where it had almost pointed at Harry, though it didn't lower, and the man let out a short bark of laughter. Constant vigilance, lad, said the man. It's not paranoia if they really are out to get you, Harry recited the proverb. The man turned fully toward Harry, and insofar as Harry could read any expression on the scarred face, the man now looked interested. Dumbledore's eyes had regained some of the brilliant twinkle that they'd had before the Azkaban breakout, a smile beneath his silver mustache as though that smile had never left. Harry, this is Alastor Moody, called also Mad-Eye, who will command the Order of the Phoenix after me, if anything should happen to me, that is. Alastor, this is Harry Potter. I have every hope the two of you shall get along fantastically. I've heard a good deal about you, boy, said Mad-Eye Moody. His one dark natural eye stayed fixed on Harry, while the point of brilliant blue spun frantically, seeming to rotate all the way around within its socket. Not all of it good. Heard they're calling you the Dementor Spooker, in the department. After some consideration, Harry decided to reply with a knowing smile. How'd you pull off that one, boy? The man said softly. Now his blue eye was fixed on Harry as well. I had a little chat with one of the Aurors who escorted the Dementor there from Azkaban. Beth Martin said it came straight from the pit, and no one gave it any special instructions along the way. Of course, she could be lying. There wasn't any sneaky trick to that one, Harry said. I just did it the hard way. Of course, I could also be lying. Dumbledore was leaning back in his chair, chuckling in the background, like he was just another device in the headmaster's office and that was the sound he made. The scarred man turned back to face the headmaster, though his wand stayed pointed low and in Harry's general direction. When he spoke his voice was gruff and businesslike. I have a lead on a recent host of Voldy's. You're certain his shade is in Hogwarts now? Not certain, Dumbledore began. Say what? Harry interrupted. After having nearly concluded that the Dark Lord didn't exist, it was a shock to hear it being discussed that matter-of-factly. Voldy's host, Moody said shortly. The one he possessed before he took over Granger. If the tales speak true, Dumbledore said, there is some device of power which binds Voldemort's shade to this world, and by that means he may bargain with a host for possession of their body, conferring on them some portion of his power and his pride. So the obvious question is who's gained too much power too quickly, Moody said abruptly. And it turns out that there's a fellow who's gone and banished the Bandan Banshee, staked an entire rogue vampire clan in Asia, tracked down the Wagga Wagga werewolf, and exterminated a pack of ghouls using a tea strainer. And he's milking it for all it's worth. There's been talk of the Order of Merlin. Seems to have turned into a charmer and a politician, not just a powerful wizard. Dear me, murmured Dumbledore. Are you certain that he is not relying on his own skills? Checked his grades, Moody said. Record shows Gilderoy Lockhart received a troll in his defense OWLS, didn't bother with the NEWT. Just the sort of sucker to take the deal Voldy was offering. The blue eye whirled crazily within its socket. Unless you remember Lockhart as a student, and think he had enough potential to do all that by himself. No, said Professor McGonagall. She frowned. Not a chance, I should say. I fear I must agree, Dumbledore said with an undertone of pain. Ah, Gilderoy, you poor fool. Moody's grin was more like a snarl. 3 in the morning work for you, Albus? Lockhart should be at his home tonight. Harry listened to this with increasing alarm, wondering if even the Ministry had any rules about magistrates needing to issue warrants, never mind the illegal vigilante organization Harry now seemed to have joined. Excuse me, Harry said. What exactly happens at 3 in the morning? There must have been something in Harry's voice that gave him away, because the scarred man whirled on him. You have a problem with that, boy. Harry paused, trying to figure out how to phrase this to the stranger. You want to take him down yourself? Pressed the scarred man. Get revenge for your parents, eh? No, Harry said as politely he could. Honestly, look, if we knew for certain he was a willing host for you-know-who, that's one thing, but if we're not sure and you're heading off to kill him. Kill? Mad-Eye Moody snorted. It's what's locked up in his head, Moody tapped his forehead, that we need from him, boy. If we're lucky, Voldy can't wipe the sucker's memories as easy as in his living days, and Lockhart will remember what the Horcrux looked like. Harry mentally noted down the word Horcrux for future research, and said, I'm just worried that someone innocent, what sounds like a pretty decent person, if he did do all that himself, might be about to get hurt. Or hurt people, the scarred man said shortly. Bad people, if you're lucky. Some days you won't be lucky, and that's all there is to it. Just remember, dark wizards hurt a lot more people than we do. Harry took a deep breath. Can you at least try not to hurt this person, in case he's not? What is a first year doing in this room, Albus? Demanded the scarred man, now whirling to face the headmaster. And don't tell me it's for what he did when he was a baby. Harry Potter is not an ordinary first year, the headmaster said quietly. He has already accomplished feats impossible enough to shock even me, Alastair. His is the only intellect in the order which might someday match that of Voldemort himself, as you or I never could. The scarred man leaned over the headmaster's desk. He's a liability. Naive. Doesn't know a bloody thing about what war's like. I want him out of here and all his memories of the order wiped before one of Voldy's servants plucks them straight out of his mind. I'm an Occlumens, actually. Mad-Eye Moody directed a narrow look at the headmaster, who nodded. And then the scarred man turned to face Harry, their gazes meeting. The sudden fury of the Legilimency attack almost made Harry fall off his chair, as a blade of white-hot steel cut into the imaginary person at the forefront of his mind. Harry hadn't had a chance to practice since Mr. Bester's training, and Harry very nearly lost his grip on the imaginary person the back of his mind was pretending to be, as that person's world turned into searing lava and a furious probe of questions. Harry almost lost his grip on only pretending to hallucinate, only pretending to be the imaginary person that was screaming in shock and pain as the Legilimency tore apart his sanity and reshaped him to believe that he was on fire. Harry managed to break eye contact, dropping his eyes to Moody's chin. You're out of practice, boy, Moody said. Harry wasn't looking at the man's face, but his voice was deadly grim. And I'll warn you of this but once. Voldy isn't like any other Legilimens in recorded history. He doesn't need to look you in the eyes, and if your shields are that rusty he'd creep in so softly you'd never notice a thing. Duly noted, Harry said to the scarred chin. Harry was more shaken than he'd have admitted. Mr. Bester hadn't been anywhere near that powerful, and had never tested Harry like that. Pretending to be someone hurting that much had. Harry couldn't find words for describing what it felt like to contain an imaginary person in that much pain, but it hadn't been normal. Do I get any credit for being in a Clumans in the first place? So you think you're all grown up already, eh? Look me in the eyes. Harry strengthened his shields, and looked once more into the dark grey eye and the brilliant blue. Ever watched someone die? Asked Mad-Eye Moody. My parents, Harry said evenly. I recovered the memory in January when I went in front of a Dementor to learn the Patronus charm. I remember you-know-whose voice. A chill went through Harry's body, his wand twitching in his hand. My main tactical report is that you-know-who could speak the killing curse in less than half a second, but you probably already knew that. There was a gasp from Professor McGonagall's direction, and Severus's face had tightened. All right, Mad-Eye Moody said softly. A strange, thin grin twisted up the lips within the scarred face. I'll make you the same offer I'd make to any trainee or heir. Land one touch on me, boy, one hit, one spell, and I'll concede your right to talk back to me. Alastair! Exclaimed Professor McGonagall's voice. Surely that's an unreasonable test. Mr. Potter, whatever his other merits, does not have 100 years of fighting experience. Harry's eyes made a lightning dart around the room, passing over the peculiar devices, glancing past Dumbledore and Severus and the Sorting Hat, settling briefly here and there. Harry couldn't see Professor McGonagall from where he was, but that didn't matter. There was only one device he'd really wanted to look at, and the point of all the other glances had just been to conceal which one. All righty, Harry said, and hopped off his chair, ignoring Professor McGonagall's inhalation and the potions master's snort of disbelief. Dumbledore's eyebrows had lifted, and Moody was grinning like a tiger. Be sure to wake me up in 40 minutes if he does get me. Harry settled into a duelist's starting stance, his wand held low. Let's go, then. Harry opened his eyes, his head feeling like it had been stuffed with cotton wool. Everyone else was gone from the headmaster's office, the fire dimmed, only Dumbledore still waited behind the desk. Hello, Harry, the headmaster said quietly. I didn't even see him move, Harry marveled, muscles creaking as he sat up. You were standing 2 paces away from Alastair Moody, said Dumbledore, and you took your eye off his wand. Harry nodded, as he took the cloak of invisibility out of his pouch. I mean, I was taking the dueling stance so that he'd think I was a standard idiot and underestimate me, but I have to admit, that was impressive. So you planned it all along, Harry? Dumbledore said. Of course, Harry said. Note how I'm doing this as soon as I wake up, rather than pausing to think of it. Harry drew the hood of the cloak over his head, and glanced back up at the wall clock he'd surreptitiously glanced at earlier. It had then shown around 23 minutes after 8, and now it was 5 minutes after 9. Minerva stared as the boy put himself into the dueling stance, his wand held low. For a second Minerva wondered if Harry might possibly, no, that was completely ridiculous, it was Mad-Eye Moody and that was beyond impossible. Of course that was what she'd thought about his partial transfiguration, too. Let's go, then, Harry said and fell over. Severus gave a single chuckle. Mr. Potter has his points, I must confess, the potions master said. Though I would never say it while he was awake, and if you repeat the words I shall deny them, for the boy's ego is quite large enough already. Mr. Potter does have his points, Mad-Eye, but dueling is not among them. Mad-Eye's own chuckle was lower and grimmer. Oh, yes, said Mad-Eye. Only fools duel. Standing like that and waiting for me to attack, what was the boy thinking? Why, I ought to give him a scar, to remember this occasion. Alastair! Barked Albus, just as she cried stop, Severus dashed forward, and Mad-Eye Moody deliberately leveled his wand on Harry Potter's body. Stupefy! Mad-Eye's body seemed to almost flicker as he spun on his wooden foot like lightning, faster than she'd ever seen anyone move without magic, the red stunning hex passing through the suddenly empty air and barely missing Severus to crash into the opposite wall, and by the time her eyes jerked back to Moody there were 17 radiant orbs in the pattern of a Sagitta Magica, visible for only an instant before they streaked brilliance and struck something that fell to the floor with a thud. Hello again, Harry, said Dumbledore. I cannot believe that guy's reaction time, Harry said, brushing off his cloak as he stood up from where he'd been lying invisible on the floor, unseen by his previous self. I can't believe his movement speed either. I'm going to have to figure out some way to zap him without speaking an incantation that gives it away. And then Mad-Eye ducked hard and fast, his hands hitting flat on the floor. She almost didn't see the 2 tiny white threads passing through the space he'd been, but her eyes went to the blue spark when the threads impacted on one of the headmaster's devices, and by the time she managed to turn her eyes back, Mad-Eye had spun smoothly up to his feet, his wand was dancing unseeably fast and there was another thudding sound. Hello again, Harry. Pardon me, headmaster, but could you let me go down your stairs, and then come back up again, before I make the final jump backward? This is going to take longer than 1 hour of preparation. Minerva gaped at Mad Eye Moody, who hadn't lowered his wand in the slightest, and Severus had a look on his face that was almost like shock. Well, boy, said Mad Eye Moody. What else have you got? Harry Potter's head appeared, floating in midair as an invisible hand drew back the hood of his invisibility cloak. That eye, said Harry Potter. There was a strange fierce light in the boy's eyes. That isn't any ordinary device. It can see right through my invisibility cloak. You dodged my transfigured taser as soon as I started raising it, even though I didn't speak any incantations. And now that I've watched it again, you spotted all my time-turned selves the moment you flew into this room, didn't you? Mad Eye Moody was smiling, the same teeth-bared grin she'd seen him wear as they'd faced off against Voldemort himself. Spend 100 years hunting dark wizards, and you see everything, said Moody. I once arrested a young Japanese who tried a similar trick. He found out the hard way that his shadow replica technique was no match for this eye of mine. You see in all directions, Harry Potter said, that strange fierce light still in his gaze. No matter where that eye is pointing, it sees everything around you. Moody's tiger grin grew wider. There's no more of you in this room, now, Mad Eye said. Think that's because you'll give up after this time, or because you'll win? Any bets, boy? It's my final attempt because I decided to stake my last 3 hours on one shot, said Harry Potter. As for whether I win. There was a blur filling the whole air of the headmaster's office. Mad Eye Moody leapt to one side with blinding speed and an instant later Harry's head darted backward as he cried Stuporfy. 3 shimmers in the air went past Harry's moving head, just as a red bolt erupted from Harry's location, shooting past Moody as he dodged in yet another direction. If she'd blinked, she would have missed it, the red bolt making an angled turn in midair and slamming into Moody's ear. Moody fell. Harry Potter's floating head dropped to the height of a first year on their hands and knees, then dropped further to the ground, his face showing sudden exhaustion. Minerva McGonagall said, What in Merlin's name just? So you went to Flitwick, then, Moody said. The retired Auror was now sitting in a chair, drinking long draughts from a restorative in a bottle he'd taken off his belt. Harry Potter nodded, now sitting in his own chair instead of perched on an armrest. I tried the defense professor first, but the boy grimaced. He wasn't available. Well, I'd decided it was worth risking 5 house points, and if you say a risk is worth it, you can't complain when you have to pay up. Anyway, I figured that if you had an eye that saw things other people couldn't see, then as Isaac Asimov pointed out in Second Foundation, the weapon to use is a brilliant light. Read enough science fiction, you know, and you'll read everything at least once. Anyway, I told Professor Flitwick that I needed a charm that would make a huge number of shapes, bright and flickering and filling the whole office, but invisible, so only your eye could see them. I had no idea what it would even mean to cast an illusion and then make it invisible, but I figured if I didn't mention that out loud, Professor Flitwick would just do it anyway, and he did. Turns out there was no spell like that I could cast myself, but Flitwick charmed me a one-time device for it, though I had to persuade him that it wasn't cheating, since nothing could possibly be cheating against an Auror who'd lived long enough to retire. And then I still didn't see how I could hit you, when you were moving that fast. So I asked about targeted spells, and that was when Flitwick showed me that hex I cast at the end, the Swerving Stunner. It's one of Professor Flitwick's own inventions, he's a champion duelist as well as a charms master. I know that, son. Sorry. Anyway, the professor says he left the dueling circuit before he got a chance to use that spell, since it only works as a finishing move on an unshielded opponent. The hex gets as close to the target as possible along its original trajectory, and then once it detects that the target is getting more distant again, the hex turns in midair and heads straight for the target. It can only swerve once, but the incantation sounds very close to stupefy and the hex is the same red color, so if the enemy thinks it's a regular stunning hex and tries a normal dodge, that midair retargeting will finish them off. Oh, and the professor requested that none of us talk about his special move, just in case he does get a chance to use it during competition someday. But said Professor McGonagall. She glanced at Mad Eye Moody, who was nodding his approval, and at Severus, who was keeping his face decidedly blank. Mr. Potter, you just stunned Mad Eye Moody. The most famous dark wizard hunter in the history of the Auror office. That should have been impossible. Moody let out a dark chuckle. What's your answer to that one, kid? I'm curious. Well, Harry said. First of all, Professor McGonagall, neither of us were fighting seriously. Neither of you. Of course, Harry said. In a serious fight, Mr. Moody would have dropped all my copies immediately without waiting for them to attack. And on my side, if it was actually necessary to take down the most famous Auror in the history of the office, I'd get Headmaster Dumbledore to do it for me. And beyond that, since that wasn't a real fight. Harry paused. How can I put this? Wizards are used to duels where people fight back and forth with spells for a while. But if 2 muggles with guns stand in a small room and fire bullets at each other, then whoever hits first, wins. And if one of them is deliberately missing his shots, giving the other person one chance after another, like Mr. Moody gave me one chance after another, well, you'd have to be pretty pathetic to lose. Oh, not that pathetic, Moody said with a slightly threatening grin. Harry didn't seem to notice. You might say that Mr. Moody was testing me to see if I would try to fight him, or try to win. That is, whether I'd carry out the role of somebody fighting, use standard spells I already knew, even though I didn't expect the consequences of that action to be victory, or if I'd search through unusual plans until I found something that could win. Like the difference between a student who sits in class because that's what students do, versus a student who cares enough to ask themselves what it takes to actually learn a piece of material, and practices however necessary, you see, Professor McGonagall? When you look at it that way, realize that Mr. Moody was giving me chances, and that I shouldn't attack in the first place unless I think I can win, then I don't come out looking so well, since it actually took me 3 tries to get him. Plus, like I said, in a real fight Mr. Moody could have turned himself invisible, or put up shields. Don't go relying too much on shields, boy, Mad Eye said. The leather-clad Auror took another sip from his restorative flask. What you learn in your first year at the academy doesn't stay true forever, not against the strongest dark wizards. Every shield ever made, there's some curse that goes straight through it, if you're not quick enough to cast the counter. And there's one curse that goes through everything, and it's a curse any Death Eater will use. Harry Potter nodded gravely. Right, some spells are impossible to block. I'll remember that, in case anyone casts the killing curse at me. Again. That kind of cleverness gets people killed, boy, and don't you forget it. A sad-sounding sigh from the boy who lived. I know. Sorry. So, son. You had something to say about when Albus and I go after Lockhart. Harry opened his mouth, then paused. I won't tell you how to run a war, the boy who lived said eventually. I don't have any experience at that. All I know is that there are consequences. Please be advised that my own assessment is that Lockhart is probably innocent, so if you can avoid hurting him without too much risk, the boy shrugged. I don't know the cost. Just please, if you can, be careful not to hurt him if he's innocent. If I can, said Moody. And, you're aiming to look through his mind for evidence about the Dark Lord, aren't you? I don't know what the rules are in magical Britain about admissible evidence, but everyone's always guilty of breaking some law or another, there's just too many laws. So if it's not about the Dark Lord, don't turn him into the ministry, just obliviate him and go, okay? Moody frowned. Son, nobody gains power that fast without being up to something. Then leave it for the ordinary Aurors, if and when they find evidence the ordinary way. Please, Mr. Moody. Call it a quirk of my Muggle upbringing, but if it's not about the war I don't want us to be the evil police who break into people's houses in the middle of the night, rummage through their minds and send them off to Azkaban. I don't see the sense of it, son, but I suppose I could do you the favor. Is there aught else, Alastair? Inquired Albus. Yes, said Moody. About that defense professor of yours. Hypothesis, Gilderoy Lockhart, end. Hypothesis, Dumbledore. April 9, 1992, 5:32 p.m. As Professor Quirrell slowly raised up his tea, the teacup jerked in midair, sending the dark translucent liquid just barely slopping over the side, so that only 3 single drops crawled down the side of the teacup. Harry would have missed it, if he hadn't happened to be watching closely, for Professor Quirrell's hand was perfectly steady on the cup before and after. If that small jerky motion advanced to a constant tremor, it would be the end of any non-wandless magic for the defense professor. Wand work had no room for trembling fingers. How much that would actually handicap Professor Quirrell, if at all, Harry couldn't guess. The defense professor was certainly capable of wandless magic, yet still tended to use a wand for larger things, but for him that might only be a convenience. Insanity, said Professor Quirrell, as he carefully sipped from his tea. He was looking at the teacup, not at Harry, which was unusual for him, can be a signature all its own. The defense professor's small office was silent, the sound-warded room quiet in a way the headmaster's office never could be. Sometimes the two of them both happened to finish exhaling or inhaling at the same time, and then there was an auditory emptiness that was almost a sound in itself. I'll agree with that in one sense, Harry said. If somebody tells me that everyone is staring at them and that their underwear is being dusted with thought-controlling powder, I know they're psychotic, because that's the standard signature of psychosis. But if you tell me that anything confusing points to Albus Dumbledore as a suspect, that seems overreaching. Just because I can't see a purpose doesn't mean there is no purpose. Purposeless, said Professor Quirrell. Oh, but the madness of Dumbledore is not that he is purposeless, but that he has too many purposes. The headmaster might have planned this to make Lucius Malfoy throw away his game for vengeance on you, or it might be a dozen other plots. Who knows what the headmaster thinks he has reason to do, when he has found reason to do so many strange things already. Harry had politely declined tea, even knowing that Professor Quirrell would know what it meant. He'd considered bringing his own can of soda, but had decided against that as well, after realizing how easy it would be for the defense professor to teleport in a bit of potion, even if the two of them couldn't touch each other with direct magic. I have seen a little now of Dumbledore, Harry said. Unless everything I have seen is a lie, I find it difficult to believe that he would plot to send any Hogwarts student to Azkaban. Ever. Ah, the defense professor said softly, the tiny reflection of the teacup gleaming in his pale eyes. But perhaps that is another signature, Mr. Potter. You have not yet comprehended the perspective of a man like Dumbledore. If he must, in some sufficiently noble cause, sacrifice a student, why, who would he choose, but she who declared herself a heroine? That gave Harry some pause. It might just be hindsight bias, but that did seem to concentrate some of that hypothesis's probability mass onto framing Hermione in particular. Similarly, Professor Quirrell had predicted in advance that Dumbledore might target Draco. But if it's you behind all of this, Professor, you might have shaped your plans to frame the headmaster, and taken care to cast suspicion on him in advance. The concept of evidence had something of a different meaning, when you were dealing with someone who had declared themselves to play the game at one level higher than you. I see your point, Professor, Harry said evenly, giving no hint of his other thoughts. So you think it most probable that it was the headmaster who framed Hermione? Not necessarily, Mr. Potter. Professor Quirrell drained his teacup in one swallow and then set it down, the cup making a sharp rap as it descended. There is also Severus Snape, though what he might think to gain from this, I could not guess. Thus he is not my prime suspect either. Then who is? Harry said, somewhat puzzled. Professor Quirrell surely wasn't about to reply you know who. The Aurors have a rule, said Professor Quirrell. Investigate the victim. Many would-be criminals imagine that if they are the apparent victims of a crime, they shall not be suspected. So many criminals imagine it, indeed, that every senior Auror has seen it a dozen times over. You're not seriously trying to convince me that Hermione... The defense professor was giving Harry one of those slit-eyed looks that meant he was being stupid. Draco? Draco had been interrogated under Veritaserum, but Lucius might have had enough control to subvert Aurors to... Oh. You think Lucius Malfoy set up his own son? Harry said. Why not? Professor Quirrell said softly. From Mr. Malfoy's recorded testimony, Mr. Potter, I gather that you enjoyed some success in changing Mr. Malfoy's political views. If Lucius Malfoy learned of that earlier, he might have decided that his former heir had become a liability. I don't buy it, Harry said flatly. You are being wantonly naive, Mr. Potter. The history books are full of family disputes turned murderous, for inconveniences and threats far less than those which Mr. Malfoy posed to his father. I suppose next you will tell me that Lord Malfoy of the Death Eaters is far too gentle to wish his son such harm. A tinge of heavy sarcasm. Well, yes, frankly, Harry said. Love is real, Professor, a phenomenon with observable effects. Brains are real, emotions are real, and love is as much a part of the real world as apples and trees. If you made experimental predictions without taking parental love into account, you'd have a heck of a time explaining why my own parents didn't abandon me at an orphanage after the incident with the science project. The defense professor did not react to this at all. Harry continued. From what Draco says, Lucius prioritized him over important Wizengamot votes. That's significant evidence, since there's less expensive ways to fake love, if you just want to fake it. And it's not like the prior probability of a parent loving their child is low. I suppose it's possible that Lucius was just taking on the role of a loving father, and he renounced that role after he learned Draco was consorting with Muggleborns. But as the saying goes, Professor, one must distinguish possibility from probability. All the better the crime, the defense professor said, still in that soft tone, if no one would believe it of him. And how would Lucius even memory charm Hermione in the first place, without setting off the wards? He's not a professor. Oh, right, you think it's Professor Snape. Wrong, said the defense professor. Lucius Malfoy would trust no servant with that mission. But suppose some Hogwarts professor, intelligent enough to cast a well-formed memory charm but of no great fighting ability, is visiting Hogsmeade. From a dark alley the black-clad form of Malfoy steps forth, he would go in person, for this, and speaks to her a single word. Imperio. Legilimens, rather, said Professor Quirrell. I do not know if the Hogwarts wards would trigger for a returning professor under the Imperious Curse. And if I do not know, Malfoy probably does not know either. But Malfoy is a perfect occlumens at least, he might be able to use legilimency. And for the target, perhaps Aurora Sinistra, none would question the astronomy professor moving about at night. Or even more obviously, Professor Sprout, said Harry. Since she's the last person anyone would suspect. The defense professor hesitated minutely. Perhaps. Actually, Harry said then, putting a thoughtful frown on his face, I don't suppose you know offhand if any of the current professors at Hogwarts were around back when Mr. Hagrid got framed in 1943. Dumbledore taught Transfiguration, Ketlaban taught magical creatures, and Vector taught arithmancy, Professor Quirrell said at once. And I believe that Bath's Hada Babbling, now of ancient runes, was then a Ravenclaw prefect. But Mr. Potter, there is no reason to suppose that anyone besides you know who was involved in that affair. Harry shrugged artfully. Seemed worth asking the question, just to check. Anyway, Professor, I agree it's possible that some outsider legitimized a member of Hogwarts staff, and then obliviated them afterward. There's no way anyone would forget that part. But I don't think Lucius Malfoy is a probable candidate for the mastermind. It's possible but not probable that all of Lucius's apparent love for Draco was just a sense of duty, and that it all went up in a puff of smoke. It's possible though not probable that everything Lucius did in front of the Wizengamot was just an act. People's outsides do not always resemble their insides, like you said. But there's one piece of evidence that doesn't fit at all. And that would be, said the defense professor, his eyes half-lidded. Lucius tried to reject 100,000 galleons for Hermione's life. I saw how surprised the Wizengamot was, when Lucius said he was refusing it despite the rules of honor. The Wizengamot didn't expect that of him. Why wouldn't he just take the money while acting all indignant and pretending to grit his teeth? He wouldn't actually care that much about throwing Hermione into Azkaban. There was a pause. Perhaps the role he was playing ran away with him, said Professor Quirrell. It does happen, Mr. Potter, in the heat of the moment. Perhaps, Harry said. But it's still one more improbability to be postulated, and by the time you have to add up that many excuses in a theory, it can't be at the top of the list anymore. Anything else in particular you think I ought to think about, within the range of all other possibilities? There was a long silence. The defense professor's eyes dropped down to look at the empty teacup before them, seeming unusually distant. I suppose I can think of one final suspect, the defense professor said at last. Harry nodded. The defense professor didn't seem to notice, but only spoke on. Has the headmaster has told you anything, even a hint, about Professor Trelawney's prophecy? Hey! Harry said automatically, converting his own sudden shock into the best dissembling he could manage. It probably was at the wrong level to fool Professor Quirrell, but Harry certainly couldn't take time to think before replying. Wait, but how on earth would Professor Quirrell know about that? Professor Trelawney made a prophecy. You were there to hear its beginning, Professor Quirrell said, frowning. You called out to the entire school that the prophecy could not be about you. Since you were not coming here, you were already here. He is coming. The one who will tear apart the very. And that was as far as Professor Trelawney had gotten before Dumbledore had grabbed her and vanished. Oh, that prophecy, Harry said. Sorry. It went clear out of my mind. Harry thought he'd put too much force into the end statement, and was 80% expecting Professor Quirrell to say, aha, now Mr. Potter, what is this mysterious other prophecy you went to such lengths to deny? That is foolish, the defense professor said sharply, if indeed you are telling me the truth. Prophecies are not trivial things. I have racked my brain much over the little that I heard, but such a small fragment is simply too little. You think the one who's coming is the one who might have framed Hermione? Said Harry. As his mind allocated yet another hypothesis, uncertain predicate referent, he who is coming. With no offense meant to Miss Granger, the defense professor said with another frown, her life or death does not seem that important. But someone was to come, one who, in your interpretation, was not already there, and someone so significant, and unknown as a player, who knows what else they may have done. Harry nodded, and mentally sighed because he was going to have to redo his Lord Voldemort odds calculation with yet another piece of evidence in the mix. Professor Quirrell spoke with eyes half-lidded, looking out like through slits. More than the question of whom the prophecy spoke, who was meant to hear it. It is said that fates are spoken to those with the power to cause them or avert them. Dumbledore. Myself. You. As a distant fourth, Severus Snape. But of those four, Dumbledore and Snape would often be in Trelawney's presence. You and I are the ones who would not have spent much time around her before that Sunday. I think it quite likely that the prophecy was meant for one of us, before Dumbledore took the prophetess away. Did the headmaster say nothing more to you? Professor Quirrell's voice was demanding now. I thought I heard too much force in that denial, Mr. Potter. Honestly, no, Harry said. It had honestly slipped clear out of my mind. Then I am rather put out with him, Professor Quirrell said softly. In fact, I think that I am angry. Harry said nothing. He didn't even sweat. It might have been a poor reason for confidence, but on this particular score, Harry did happen to be innocent. Professor Quirrell nodded once, sharply, as though in acknowledgement. If there is nothing more to say between us, Mr. Potter, you may go. I can think of one other suspect, Harry said. Someone you didn't put on your list at all. Would you analyze him to me, Professor? There was another of those moments of silence that was almost a sound in itself. As for that suspect, the defense professor said softly, I think you shall prosecute him on your own, Mr. Potter, without help from me. I have heard such requests before, and experience leads me to refuse. Either I will do too good a job of prosecuting myself, and convince you that I am guilty, or else you will decide that my prosecution was too half-hearted, and that I am guilty. I will remark only this in my defense, that I would have needed a very good reason indeed to jeopardize your fragile alliance with the heir to House Malfoy. Hypothesis, the defense professor. April 8, 1992, 8:37 p.m. So I fear I must take my leave, Dumbledore was saying gravely. I promised Quirinus, that is to say, I promised the defense professor, that I would not make any attempt to uncover his true identity, in my own person or any other. And why'd you make a fool promise like that, then? Snapped Mad-Eye Moody. It was an unalterable condition of his employment, or so he said. Dumbledore glanced at Professor McGonagall, a wry smile briefly flitting over his face. And Minerva made it clear to me that Hogwarts required a competent defense professor this year, even if I had to haul Grindelwald out of Nurmengard and prevail on old affections to persuade him to take the position. I did not quite phrase it in that fashion. Your expression said it for you, my dear. And so soon the four of them, Harry, Professor McGonagall, the potions master, and Alastor Moody aka Mad-Eye, were ensconced all by themselves in the headmaster's office. It was strange how the headmaster's office seemed, unbalanced, without the headmaster in it. If you didn't have the ancient wizened master to make it all seem solemn, you were just four people trying to have a serious meeting while surrounded by bizarre, noisy gadgets. Clearly visible from where Harry had perched himself on his chair's arm was a truncated conical object, like a cone with its top snipped off, slowly spinning around a pulsating central light which it shaded but did not obscure, and each time the inner light pulsated, the assembly made a vroop 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 sound that sounded oddly distant, muffled like it was coming from behind four solid walls, even though the spinning conical section thingy was only a meter or two away. Vroop, vroop, vroop. And then there were the various still-breathing bodies of Harry Potter he'd stashed in one quiet corner, cleaning up a mess that was his own in more ways than one. Only one body wasn't inside a copy of the invisibility cloak, but then it merely took a small effort of concentration for Harry to perceive his other selves beneath the cloak of which he was master, an effort which Harry had carefully not put forth earlier, to avoid getting advanced temporal information he wanted to determine by his own decision. The sad thing was that by this point, having his own body visibly lying in a corner didn't seem all that crazy. It was just Hogwarts. All right, then, Moody said, looking rather sour about it. From within his leather armor, the scarred man took out a black folder. This is a copy of what Amelia's people put together. She almost certainly knows we've got it, but it's all off the books, that clear? Anyway. And Moody told them who the Department of Magical Law Enforcement thought Quirinus Quirrell really was. A seemingly ordinary Hogwarts student, though talented enough that he'd been only narrowly beaten out for the head boy position, who'd gone vacationing in Albania after his graduation, disappeared, returned after 25 years, and then been caught up in the Wizarding War. It was murdering the House of Monroe that made Voldy's name, Moody said. Until then, he was just another dark wizard with delusions of grandeur and Bellatrix Black. But after that, Moody snorted. Every fool in the country flocked to serve him. You would have hoped the Wizengamot would turn serious, once they realized Voldy was willing to kill their own sacred selves. And that's just what the bastards did, hope that some other bastard would turn serious. None of the cowards wanted to step in front. It was Monroe, Crouch, Bones, and Longbottom. That was nearly everyone in the ministry who'd dare say a word that might give Voldy offense. That was how your house came to be ennobled, Mr. Potter, injected the solemn voice of Professor McGonagall. There is an ancient law that if anyone ends a most ancient house, whoever avenges that blood will be made noble. To be sure, the House of Potter was already older than some lines called ancient. But yours was titled a noble house of Britain after the end of the war, in recognition that you had avenged the most ancient house of Monroe. Flush of gratitude and all that, Mad-Eye Moody said sourly. It didn't last, but at least James and Lily got a fancy title and a useless medal to take to their graves. But that's leaving out 8 years of complete horror after Monroe disappeared and Regulus Black, he was Monroe's private source in the Death Eaters, we're pretty sure, was executed by Voldy. Like a dam breaking and gore flooding out, drowning the whole country. Albus Bloody Dumbledore himself had to step into Monroe's shoes, and that was barely enough for us to survive. Harry listened with an odd sense of unreality. Some of it felt right, matched up with observation, especially with the speech Professor Quirrell had made before Christmas, and yet. This was Professor Quirrell they were talking about. So that's who the department thinks is your defense professor, Mad-Eye Moody finished up his account. Now what do you think, son? Well. Harry said slowly. It is also possible to have a mask behind the mask. The obvious next thought is that this David Monroe person died in the war after all, and this is just someone else pretending to be David Monroe pretending to be Quirinus Quirrell. That's obvious. Said Professor McGonagall. Dear Merlin. Really, boy? Said Mad-Eye Moody, his blue eye spinning rapidly. I'd say that's a little, paranoid. You don't know Professor Quirrell, Harry did not say. It's an easy theory to test, Harry said out loud. Just check whether the defense professor remembers something about the war that the real David Monroe would have known. Though I suppose, if he's playing the part of David Monroe pretending to be someone else, he has a good excuse to pretend he's pretending he doesn't know what you're talking about. A little paranoid, said the scarred man, his voice rising. Not paranoid enough. Constant vigilance. Think about it, lad, what if the real David Monroe never came back from Albania? There was a pause. I see. Harry said. Of course you do, Professor McGonagall said. Don't mind me, please. I'll just sit here quietly going mad. In this line of work, if you survive, you learn that there's 3 kinds of dark wizards, Moody said grimly. His wand wasn't pointed at anyone, it was angled slightly downward, but it was in his hand. It had never left his hand since the moment he'd entered the room. There's dark wizards that have 1 name. There's dark wizards that have 2 names. And there's dark wizards that change names like you and I change clothes. I saw Monroe go through 3 Death Eaters like he was snapping twigs. There's not many wizards that good at age 45. Dumbledore, maybe, but not many others. Perhaps that is true, said the potions master from where he was lurking. But what of it, Mad-Eye? Whatever his identity, Monroe was surely the Dark Lord's enemy. I've heard Death Eaters curse his name even after they thought him dead. They feared him well. So far as defense professors are concerned, Professor McGonagall said primly, I shall take it and be grateful. Moody swung around to glare at her. Just where the devil was Monroe all those years he was gone, eh? Maybe he thought he could make a name for himself in Britain by opposing Voldy, and vanished away when he found out he was wrong. Then why'd he come back now, huh? What's his new plan? Harry ventured tentatively. He says he always wanted to be a great defense professor because all the best fighting wizards have taught at Hogwarts. And he kind of is being an incredibly good defense professor, actually. I mean, if he just wanted to keep up a disguise, he could get away with much sloppier work. Professor McGonagall was nodding firmly. Naive, Moody said flatly. I suppose you all haven't wondered if your defense professor set up the whole House of Monroe to be wiped out. What? Cried Professor McGonagall. Our mystery wizard hears about a missing kid from a most ancient house of Britain, Moody said. Steps into the shoes of David Monroe, but stays away from the real Monroe family. But eventually the house is bound to notice something wrong. So this imposter somehow prods Voldy into wiping them all out, maybe leaked a password they'd given him for their wards, and then he was a lord of the Wizengamot. There seemed to be a fight going on inside Harry's mind between Hufflepuff 1, who'd never trusted the defense professor in the first place, and Hufflepuff 2, who was far too loyal to Harry's friend, Professor Quirrell, to believe something like that just because Moody said so. It is kind of obvious, though, observed his Slytherin part. I mean, do you actually believe that under natural circumstances, anyone would end up as the last heir to a most ancient house and Lord Voldemort killed his family and he has to avenge his martial arts sensei? If anything, I'd say he went too far over the top in setting up his new identity as the ideal literary hero. That sort of thing doesn't happen in real life. This from an orphan who was raised unaware of his heritage, commented Harry's inner critic. With a prophecy about him. You know, I don't think we've ever read a story about 2 equally destined heroes competing to see who's cliched enough to take down the villain. Yes, replied the central Harry over the distant whooping noise in the background, it's a very sad life we lead and you're not helping. There's only one thing to do at this point, said Ravenclaw. And we all know what it is, so why argue? But, Harry replied, how do we test experimentally whether or not Professor Quirrell is the original David Monroe? I mean, what sort of observable behaves differently, depending on whether he's the real David Monroe or an imposter? What do you want me to do about it, Mad-Eye? Professor McGonagall was demanding. I can't. You can, the scarred man said, glaring at her fiercely. Just fire the bloody defense professor. You say that every year, said Professor McGonagall. Yes, and I'm always right. Constant vigilance or no, Alastair, the students must be taught. Moody snorted. Pfey. I swear the curse gets worse every year, as you lot get more and more reluctant to let them go. Your precious Professor Quirrell would have to be Grindelwald in disguise, to get himself sent off. Is he? Harry couldn't help asking. I mean, could he actually be? I check Grindy's cell every 2 months, Moody said. He was there in March. Could the person in the cell be a ringer? I administer a blood test for his identity, son. Where do you keep the blood you use as a reference? In a safe place. Something like a smile was stretching the scarred lips. Have you considered the Aura office after you graduate? Alastair, Professor McGonagall said reluctantly. The defense professor does have a health condition. I suppose you will call it suspicious in itself, but it is by no means certain that it will be any ill-doing on his part which prevents us from renewing his employment. Yes, his little nap times, Moody said darkly. Amelia thinks he stepped into the path of a high-level curse. Sounds to me more like a dark ritual gone wrong. You've no proof of that? Professor McGonagall said. That man might as well be wearing a sign saying Dark Wizard in glowing green letters over his head. Ah! Harry said. It didn't seem like an especially good time to ask what Mr. Moody thought of the not all sacrificial rituals are evil standpoint. Excuse me, but you said earlier that Professor Quirrell, I mean the old David Monroe, I mean the Monroe from the 70s, anyway, you said that person used the killing curse. What does that imply? Does somebody have to be a dark wizard to use it? Moody shook his head. I've used it myself. All it takes is power in a certain mood. The grimacing lips were showing teeth. The first time I cast it was against a wizard named Gerald Grice, and you can ask me what he did after you graduate Hogwarts. But why is it unforgivable, then? Harry said. I mean, a cutting hex can kill someone too. So why is it any better to use a reducto instead of Avada Kedavra? Shut your mouth. Moody said sharply. Someone might take it the wrong way, you're saying that incantation. You look too young to cast it, but there's such a thing as polyjuice. And to answer your question, boy, there's 2 reasons why that spell's in the Blackest Book. The first is that the killing curse strikes directly at the soul, and it'll just keep going until it hits one. Straight through shields. Straight through walls. There's a reason why even Aurors fighting Death Eaters weren't allowed to use it before the Monroe Act. Ah, said Harry. That does seem like an excellent reason to ban. I'm not finished, son. The second reason is that the killing curse doesn't just take a powerful bit of magic. You've got to mean it. You've got to want someone dead, and not for the greater good, either. Killing Grice didn't bring back Blair Roche, or Nathan Reffus, or David Capito. It wasn't for justice, or to stop him doing it again. I wanted him dead. You understand now, lad? You don't have to be a dark wizard to use that spell, but you can't be Albus Dumbledore, either. And if you're arrested for killing with it, there's no possible defense. I see, murmured the boy who lived. You can't want the person dead as an instrumental value on the way to some positive future consequence, you can't cast it if you believe it's a necessary evil, you have to actually want them dead for the sake of being dead, as a terminal value in your utility function. A magically embodied preference for death over life, striking within the plane of pure life force, that does sound like a difficult spell to block. Not difficult, Moody snapped. Impossible. Harry nodded gravely. But David Monroe, or whoever, used the killing curse against a couple of Death Eaters even before they wiped out his family. Does that mean he already had to hate them? Like, the martial arts story was probably true. Moody shook his head slightly. One of the dark truths of the killing curse, son, is that once you've cast it the first time, it doesn't take much hate to do it again. It damages the mind. Again Moody shook his head. No. It's the killing that does that. Murder tears the soul, but that's just the same if it's a cutting hex. The killing curse doesn't crack your soul. It just takes a cracked soul to cast. If there was a sad expression on the scarred face, it could not be read. But that doesn't tell us much about Monroe. The ones like Dumbledore who'll never be able to cast the curse all their lives, because they never crack no matter what, they're the rare ones, very rare. It only takes a little cracking. There was a strange heavy feeling in Harry's chest. He'd wondered what exactly it had meant, that Lily Potter had tried to cast the killing curse at Lord Voldemort with her last breath. But surely it was forgivable, it was right and proper for a mother to hate the dark wizard who was coming to kill her baby, mocking her for how she couldn't stop him. There was something wrong with you as a parent if you couldn't cast Avada Kedavra, in that situation. And no other spell could have gone past the Dark Lord's shields, you'd have to at least try to hate the Dark Lord enough to want him dead for the sake of dead, if that was the only way to save your baby. It only takes a little cracking. Enough, said Professor McGonagall. What would you have us do? Moody's smile twisted. Get rid of the defense professor and see if all your troubles mysteriously clear up. Bet you a galleon they do. Professor McGonagall looked like she was in pain. Alastair, but, will you teach the classes, if? Ha! Said Moody. If I ever say yes to that question, check me for polyjuice, because it's not me. I'll test it experimentally, Harry said. And then, as everyone looked at him, I'll ask Professor Quirrell a question that the real David Monroe would know, like who else was in the Slytherin class of 1945, or something like that, hopefully without making it obvious. It won't be definitive proof, he could have studied the role, but it would be evidence. Still, Mr. Moody, even if Professor Quirrell isn't the original Monroe, I'm not sure that getting rid of him is a free action. He saved my life twice. What? Demanded Moody. When? How? Once when he knocked down a bunch of witches who were summoning me toward the ground, once when he figured out that the Dementor was draining me through my wand. And if Professor Quirrell wasn't the one who set up Draco Malfoy in the first place, then he saved Draco Malfoy's life, and things would be a lot worse if he hadn't. If the defense professor isn't behind it all, he's not someone we can afford to just get rid of. Professor McGonagall nodded firmly. Hypothesis, Severus Snape. April 8, 1992, 9:03 p.m. Harry and Professor McGonagall now stood on the slowly turning stairs, turning without descending, or at least one Harry stood upon those stairs, his other three selves had been left behind in the headmaster's office. Can I ask you a private question? Harry said, when he thought they were far enough away not to be heard. And in particular, private from the headmaster. Yes, Professor McGonagall said, not quite sighing. Though I hope you realize that I cannot do anything which conflicts with my duties too. Yes, Harry said, that's exactly what I need to ask you about. In front of the Wizengamot, when Lucius Malfoy was saying that Hermione was no part of House Potter and that he wouldn't take the money, you told Hermione how to swear that oath. I want to know, if something like that comes up again, if your first duty is to the Hogwarts student Hermione Granger, or to the head of the Order of the Phoenix, Albus Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall looked like someone had hit her in the face with a cast iron frying pan, a few minutes earlier, and now she'd been told that somebody was about to do it again, and not to flinch. Harry flinched a little himself. Somewhere along the line he needed to pick up the knack of not phrasing things to hit as hard as he possibly could. The walls rotated around them, behind them, and somehow, they descended. Oh, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said with a low exhalation. I wish you wouldn't ask me such questions. Oh, Harry, I wasn't thinking then, not at all. I only saw a chance to help Miss Granger and I was sorted into Gryffindor, after all. You've got a chance to think now, Harry said. It was all coming out wrong, but he had to say it anyway, because, I'm not asking you to be loyal to me. But if you do know, if you are sure, what you'll do if it comes down to an innocent Hogwarts student versus the Order of the Phoenix a second time. But Professor McGonagall shook her head. I'm not sure, the Transfiguration Professor whispered. I don't know if it was the right choice even then. I'm sorry. I can't decide such awful things. But you'll do something if it happens again, Harry said. Indecision is also a choice. You can't just imagine having to make an immediate decision. No, Professor McGonagall said, sounding a little stronger, and Harry realized that he'd accidentally offered a way out. The professor's next words confirmed Harry's fears. Such a dreadful choice as that, Mr. Potter, I think I should not make it until I must. Harry gave an internal sigh. He supposed he had no right to expect Professor McGonagall to say anything else. In a moral dilemma where you lost something either way, making the choice would feel bad either way, so you could temporarily save yourself a little mental pain by refusing to decide. At the cost of not being able to plan anything in advance, and at the cost of incurring a huge bias toward inaction or waiting until too late, but you couldn't expect a witch to know all that. All right, Harry said. Though it wasn't right at all, not really. Dumbledore might want that debt removed, Professor Quirrell would also want Harry out of that debt. And if the defense professor was David Monroe, or could convincingly appear to be David Monroe, then Lord Voldemort technically hadn't exterminated the House of Monroe. In which case somebody might be able to pass a Wizengamot resolution revoking the noble status of House Potter, which had been granted for avenging the most ancient House of Monroe. In which case Hermione's vow of service to a noble house might be null and void. Or maybe not. Harry didn't know anything about the legalities, especially not whether House Potter got the money back if someone managed to send Hermione to Azkaban. Just because you lost something might not mean the payment was returned, legally speaking. Harry wasn't sure and he didn't dare ask a magical solicitor. It would have been nice to be able to trust at least one adult to take Hermione's side instead of Dumbledore's, if an issue like that threatened to come up. The stairs they were upon ceased rotating, and they were before the backs of the great stone gargoyles, which rumbled aside, revealing the hallway. Harry stepped out. A hand caught at Harry's shoulder. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said in a low voice, why did you tell me to keep watch over Professor Snape? Harry turned around again. You told me to keep watch, and see if he'd changed, Professor McGonagall went on, her tone urgent. Why did you say that, Mr. Potter? It took a moment, at this point, for Harry to think back and remember why he had said that. Harry and Neville had rescued Lysith Lestrange from bullies, and then Harry had confronted Severus in the hallway and, at least according to the potions master's own words, almost died. I learned something that made me worry, Harry said after a moment. From someone who made me promise not to tell anyone else. Severus had made Harry swear that their conversations wouldn't be shared with anyone, and Harry was still bound by it. Mr. Potter, began Professor McGonagall, and then exhaled, the flash of sharpness disappearing as quickly as it had come. Never mind. If you cannot say, you cannot say. Why do you ask? Harry said. Professor McGonagall seemed to hesitate. All right, let me be more specific, Harry said. After Professor Quirrell had done it to him several times, Harry was starting to get the hang of it. What change have you already observed in Professor Snape that you are trying to decide whether to tell me about? Harry the Transfiguration Professor said, and then closed her mouth. I obviously know something you don't, Harry said helpfully. See, this is why we can't always put off trying to decide our awful moral dilemmas. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes, drew in a deep breath, pinched the bridge of her nose and squeezed it several times. All right, she said. It's a subtle thing, but worrying. How can I put this? Mr. Potter, have you read many books that young children are not meant to read? I've read all of them. Of course you have. Well, I don't quite understand it myself, but for so long as Severus has been employed in this school, stalking about in that awful stained cloak, there has been a certain sort of girl that stares at him with longing eyes. You say that like it's a bad thing. Harry said. I mean, if there's one thing I did understand from those books, it's that you're not supposed to question people's preferences. Professor McGonagall gave Harry a very strange look. I mean, Harry said again, from what I've read, when I'm a bit older there's something like a 10% chance that I'll find Professor Snape attractive, and the important thing is for me to just accept whatever I. In any case, Mr. Potter, Severus has always been entirely indifferent to the stares of those young girls. But now Professor McGonagall seemed to realize something, and hastily said, her hands rising in warding, please don't mistake me, Professor Snape certainly has not taken advantage of any young witches. Absolutely not. He has never even so much as smiled at one, not that I ever heard. He has told the young girls to stop gaping at him. And if they stare at him regardless, he looks away. That I have seen with my own eyes. Harry said. Sorry, but just because I've read those books doesn't mean I understood them. What does all that mean? That he is noticing, Professor McGonagall said in a low voice. It is a subtle thing, but now that I have seen it, I am certain. And that means, I am very much afraid, that the bond which held Severus to Albus's cause, may have weakened, or even broken. 2 + 2 = Snape and Dumbledore. Then Harry heard the words that had just come out of his mouth, and hastily added, not that there's anything wrong with that. No. Said Professor McGonagall. Oh, for pity's sake, I can't explain it to you, Mr. Potter. The other shoe finally dropped. He was still in love with my mother? This seemed somewhere between beautifully sad, and pathetic, for around 5 seconds before the third shoe dropped. Of course, that was before I gave him my helpful relationship advice. I see, Harry said carefully after a few moments. There were times when saying oops didn't fully cover it. You're right, that's not a good sign. Professor McGonagall put both hands over her face. Whatever you're thinking right now, she said in a slightly muffled voice, which I assure you is also wrong, I don't want to hear about it, ever. So? Harry said. If, like you said, the bond that held Professor Snape to the headmaster has broken, what would he do then? There was a long silence. What would he do then? Minerva lowered her hands, gazing down at the upturned face of the boy who lived. One simple question shouldn't have caused her so much dismay. She'd known Severus for years, the two of them bound, in some strange way, by the prophecy they'd both heard. Though Minerva suspected, from what she knew of the rules of prophecy, that she had only overheard it herself. It had been Severus's acts which had brought about the prophecy's fulfillment. And the guilt, the heartbreak which had come of that choice, had been tormenting the potion's master for years. She couldn't imagine who Severus would be without it. Her mind went blank, trying to imagine, her thoughts an empty parchment. Surely Severus was no longer the man he'd once been, that angry and terribly foolish young man who'd brought the prophecy before Voldemort in exchange for being admitted into the Death Eaters. She'd known him for years, and surely Severus was no longer that man. Did she really know him at all? Had anyone ever seen the real Severus Snape? I don't know, Professor McGonagall finally said. I truly don't know at all. I can't even imagine. Do you know anything of this, Mr. Potter? Harry said. I think I can say that my own evidence points in the same direction as yours. I mean, it increases the probability that Professor Snape isn't in love with my mother anymore. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes. I give up. I don't know of anything wrong he's done apart from that, though, Harry added. I assume the headmaster cleared you to ask me about this. Professor McGonagall looked away from him, staring at the wall. Please don't, Harry. All right, Harry said and turned and hurried out into the hallways, hearing Professor McGonagall more slowly walking after, and the rumbling sound of the gargoyles moving into place. It was the morning after next, during potions class, that Harry's potion of cold resistance boiled over his cauldron with a green froth and mildly nauseating smell, and Professor Snape, looking more resigned than disgusted, told Harry to stay after class. Harry had his own suspicions about this affair, and as soon as class let out, Hermione, as usual for the last few days, being the first to flee out the door swung shut and locked behind the departing students. "I apologize for ruining your potion, Mr. Potter," Severus Snape said quietly. There was upon his face the strange sad look that Harry had seen only once before, in a hallway some time ago. "It will not be reflected in your grades. Please, sit down." Harry sat back down at his desk, filling up the time by scrubbing a bit more at the green stain on the wooden surface, as the potions master incanted a few privacy spells. When the potions master was done, he spoke again. "I do not know how to broach this topic, Mr. Potter, so I will simply say it. Before the Dementor, you recovered your memory of the night your parents died." Harry silently nodded. I know it must not be a pleasant memory, but, if you could tell me what happened." "Why?" Harry said. His voice was solemn, definitely not mocking the pleading look that Harry had never expected to see from that person. "I wouldn't think that would be a pleasant thing for you to hear either, Professor." The potions master's voice was almost a whisper. "I have imagined it every night these last 10 years. You know," said Harry's Slytherin side, "it might not be such a good idea to give him closure, if his guilt-based loyalties are already wavering." "Shut up." Overruled. It wasn't something that Harry could actually bring himself to deny. He took one suggestion from his Slytherin side, and that was it. "Will you tell me exactly how you came to learn about the prophecy?" Harry said. "I'm sorry to make this a trade, I will tell you afterward, only, it could be really important. There is little to say. I had come to be interviewed by the deputy headmistress for the position of potions master, and so I was waiting outside the room of the Hog's Head Inn when the applicant before me, Sybil Trelawney, came to seek the position of Professor of Divination. As soon as Trelawney finished speaking her words, I fled, forsaking my chance at Hogwarts's mastery, and went to the Dark Lord." The potions master's face was drawn in tight. "I did not even pause to consider why that riddle might have come to me, before I sold it to another." "A job interview," Harry said. "Where you and Professor Trelawney both happened to be applying, and Professor McGonagall was interviewing. That seems like rather a large coincidence." "Seers are the pawns of time, Mr. Potter. Coincidence is beneath them, and they are above it. I was the one meant to hear that prophecy and become its fool. Minerva's presence made no final difference to how it came about. There was no memory charm as you supposed. I do not know why you thought that, but there was no memory charm, there could have been no memory charm. The voice of a seer has a quality, an enigma which even legilimency cannot share. How could that be imbued in a false memory? Do you think the Dark Lord would believe my mere words? The Dark Lord seized my mind and saw the mystification there, even if he could not seize the mystery, and so he knew the prophecy had been true. The Dark Lord could have killed me then, having taken what he wanted. I was a fool indeed to go to him, but he saw something in me I do not know, and took me into the Death Eaters, though on his terms rather than mine. That is how I brought it all about, from beginning to end, always my own doing." Severus's voice had gone rather hoarse, and his face was filled with naked pain. "Now tell me, please, how did Lily die?" Harry swallowed twice, and began his recounting. "James Potter shouted for Lily to run away with me, that he would hold off you know who." "You know who?" said Harry stopped, the chills going all over his own skin, his own muscles tightening as if in preparing for a seizure. The memory was returning strongly, now, accompanied by cold and darkness in association. "He used the killing curse, and then he came upstairs somehow. I think he must have flown. I don't remember any footsteps on stairs or anything like that, and then my mother said, 'No, not Harry, please not Harry,' or something like that. And the Dark Lord," his voice was so high, like water whistling out of a teakettle only cold, "the Dark Lord said, 'Stand aside, woman. For you I am not come, only the boy.' The words were very clear in Harry's memory. He told my mother to get out of his way, that he was only there for me, and my mother begged him to have mercy, and the Dark Lord said, 'I give you this rare chance to flee.' That he was being generous and giving her a chance to run, but he wouldn't bother fighting her, and even if she died, she couldn't save me." Harry's voice was unsteady, "and so she ought to get out of his way. And that was when my mother begged the Dark Lord to take her life instead of mine, and the Dark Lord said to her," and his voice was lower this time, like he was dropping a pose. "Very well, I accept the bargain." He said that he accepted her offer, and that she should drop her wand so he could kill her. And then the Dark Lord waited, just waited. I don't know what Lily Potter was thinking, it hadn't even made sense in the first place, what she said. It wasn't like the Dark Lord would kill her and then just leave, when he'd come there for me. Lily Potter didn't say anything, and then the Dark Lord started laughing at her and it was horrible and she finally tried the only thing left that wasn't abandoning me or just giving up and dying. I don't know if she even could have, if the spell would have worked for her, but when you think about, she had to try. The last thing my mother said was Avada Kedavra, but the Dark Lord started his own curse as soon as she said AV, and he said it in less than half a second, and there was a flash of green light, and then. That's enough. Slowly, like a body floating to the surface of water, Harry returned from wherever he'd been. That's enough, the potions master said hoarsely. She died. Lily died without pain, then? The Dark Lord did not do anything to her before she died. She died thinking that she'd failed, and that the Dark Lord was going to kill her baby next. That's pain. The Dark Lord didn't torture her, Harry said. If that's what you're asking. Behind Harry, the door unlocked itself and swung open. Harry left. It was Friday, April 10th, of 1992. Chapter 87, Hedonic Awareness. Thursday, April 16th, 1992. The school was almost deserted now, 9/10 of the students having gone home for the Easter holiday, just about everyone she knew missing. Susan had stayed behind, her grand-aunt being quite busy, as had Ron for reasons she didn't know. Maybe the Weasley family was poor enough that feeding all the children for an extra week would have been a noticeable strain? It all worked out well enough, since Ron and Susan were just about the only ones left who'd still talk to her. At least that she wanted to talk back to. Lavender was still nice to her, and Tracy was, Tracy, but neither of them were quite relaxing to spend a free hour around, and in any case, neither of those two had stayed over for the Easter halls. If she couldn't go home, and she wasn't allowed to go home, her parents had been lied to and told she'd had glowpox, then an almost empty Hogwarts was the next best thing. She could even visit the library without people staring at her, since there were no lessons and nobody was trying to do schoolwork. It would be a mistake to think that Hermione drooped about the corridors weeping all day long. Oh, she'd cried a lot the first 2 days, of course, but 2 days had been enough. There were parts of Harry's borrowed books about that, how even people who were paralyzed in car accidents weren't nearly as unhappy as they'd expected to be, 6 months later, just like lottery winners weren't nearly as happy as they'd expected. People adjusted, their happiness levels went back to their happiness set point, life went on. A shadow fell over where Hermione was reading her current book and she whirled around, the wand hidden on her lap coming up to point directly at the surprised face of. Sorry. Harry Potter said, hastily holding up his palms to show his left hand empty, and his right hand holding a small red velvet pouch. Sorry. Didn't mean to startle you. There was an awful silence, her heartbeat increasing and her palms starting to sweat as Harry Potter just looked at her. She'd almost talked to him, on the first morning of the rest of her life, but when she'd come down to breakfast Harry Potter had looked so awful, so she hadn't sat down beside him at the breakfast table, just quietly eaten in her own little bubble of nobody else sitting next to her, and it had been horrible, but Harry hadn't come to her, and she just hadn't talked to him, since then. It wasn't hard to avoid everyone, if you stayed out of the Ravenclaw common room, and ran out of classes before anyone could talk to you. And ever since she'd been wondering what Harry thought of her now, if he hated her for having lost all his money, or if he really was in love with her and that's why he'd done it, or if he'd given up on her keeping pace with him because she couldn't frighten Dementors, she couldn't face him now, she just couldn't. She spent sleepless nights worrying what Harry thought of her now, and she was afraid, and she'd been avoiding the boy who'd spent all his money to save her, and she was a horrible ungrateful wretch, and a terrible person and. Then her eyes glanced down to see that Harry was reaching into the red velvet pouch and taking out a heart-shaped red foil-wrapped sweet, and her brain melted down like chocolate left out in the sun. I was going to give you more space, said Harry Potter, only I was reading up on Critch's theories about hedonics and how to train your inner pigeon and how small immediate positive and negative feedbacks secretly control most of what we actually do, and it occurred to me that you might be avoiding me because seeing me made you think of things that felt like negative associations, and I really didn't want to let that run any longer without doing something about it, so I got a hold of a bag of chocolates from the Weasley twins and I'm just going to give you one every time you see me as a positive reinforcement if that's all right with you. Breathe, Harry, Hermione said without thinking about it. It was the first word she'd spoken to him since the day of the trial. The two of them stared at each other. The books stared at them from the surrounding shelves. They stared some more at each other. You're supposed to eat the chocolate, Harry said, holding out the heart-shaped sweet like a valentine. Unless just being given a chocolate feels good enough to count as a positive reinforcement, in which case you probably need to put it in your pocket or something. She knew that if she tried speaking again she'd fail, so she didn't try. Harry's head slumped a bit. Do you hate me now? No. She said. No, you shouldn't think that, Harry. Just everything. She realized that her wand was still pointed at Harry, and she lowered it. She was trying very hard not to burst out into tears. Everything. She repeated, and couldn't find any better to say than that, although she was certain that Harry wanted to tell her to be specific. I think I understand, Harry said cautiously. What are you reading? Before she could stop him, Harry bent over the library desk to see the book she was reading, leaning his head forward before she could think to grab the book away. Harry stared at the open page. The world's wealthiest wizards and how they got that way. Harry read off the book's title from the top. Number 65, Sir Gareth, owner of a transportation company that won the 19th century shipping wars, monopoly on OT3s. I see. I suppose you are going to tell me that I don't need to worry about anything and you'll take care of it all. It came out sounding harsher than she would have wanted, and she felt another stab of guilt for being such a terrible person. Nah, Harry said, sounding oddly cheerful. I can put myself in your shoes well enough to know that if you paid a bunch of money to save me, I'd be trying to pay it back. I'd know it was silly on some level, and I'd still be trying to pay it back all by myself. There's no way I wouldn't understand that, Hermione. Hermione's face screwed up and she felt moisture in the corners of her eyes. Fair warning, though, Harry went on, I might solve the debt to Lucius Malfoy myself if I see a way before you do. It's more important to get that sorted immediately than which one of us gets it sorted. Anything interesting so far? 3/4 of her was running in circles and smashing into trees as she tried to figure out the implications of everything Harry had just said. Did he still respect her as a heroine, or did that mean he thought she couldn't do it on her own? And meanwhile a much more sensible part of Hermione flipped back the book to page 37, which had the most promising entry she'd seen so far, though in her imagination she always did it on her own and took Harry completely by surprise. I thought this seemed quite interesting, her voice said. Number 14, Crozier, true name unknown, Harry read. Wow, that is the gaudiest checkered top hat I've ever seen. Wealth, at least 600,000 galleons, so around 30 million pounds, not enough to make a muggle famous, but good enough for the smaller wizard population, I guess. Rumored to be a modern alias of the 6th-century-old Nicholas Flamel, the only known wizard to succeed at the incredibly difficult alchemical procedure for creating the Philosopher's Stone, which enables the transmutation of base metals into gold or silver, as well as the elixir of life, which indefinitely prolongs the youth and health of the user. Hermione, this seems obviously false. I've read more references to Nicholas Flamel, Hermione said. The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts says he secretly trained Dumbledore to stand up to Grindelwald. There's a lot of books that take the story seriously, not just this one. You think it's too good to be true? No, of course not, said Harry. Harry pulled out the chair next to her own, at the small table, and sat down beside her in his accustomed place on her right. Just like he'd never left, she had to choke back a catch in her throat. The idea of too good to be true isn't causal reasoning. The universe doesn't check if the output of the equations is too good or too bad before allowing it. People used to think that airplanes and smallpox vaccines were too good to be true. Muggles have figured out ways to travel to other stars without even using magic, and you and I can use our wands to do things that Muggle physicists think are literally impossible. I can't even imagine what we could rule out the real laws of magic being able to do. So what's the problem, then? Hermione said. Her voice sounded more normal now, in her own ears. Well, Harry said. The boy reached over her own outstretched arm, his robes brushing hers, and tapped the artist's illustration of an ominously glowing red stone dripping scarlet liquid. Problem 1 is that there's no logical reason why the same artifact would be able to transmute lead to gold and produce an elixir that kept someone young. I wonder if there's an official name for that in the literature? Like the turned up to 11 effect, maybe? If everyone can see a flower, you can't get away with saying flowers are the size of houses. But if you're in a flying saucer cult, since nobody can see the alien mothership anyway, you can say it's the size of a city, or the size of the moon. Observable things have to be constrained by evidence, but when somebody makes up a story, they can make the story as extreme as they want. So the Philosopher's Stone gives you unlimited gold and eternal life, not because there's a single magical discovery that would produce both of those effects, but because someone made up a story about a super happy thingy. Harry, there's a lot of things in magic that aren't sensible, she said. Granted, said Harry. But Hermione, problem 2 is that not even wizards are crazy enough to casually overlook the implications of this. Everyone would be trying to rediscover the formula for the Philosopher's Stone, whole countries would be trying to capture the immortal wizard and get the secret out of him. It's not a secret. Hermione flipped the page, showing Harry the diagrams. The instructions are right on the next page. It's just so difficult that only Nicholas Flamel's done it. So entire countries would be trying to kidnap Flamel and force him to make more stones. Come on, Hermione, even wizards wouldn't hear about immortality and, Harry Potter paused, his eloquence apparently failing him, and just keep going. Humans are crazy, but they're not that crazy. Not everyone thinks the same way you do, Harry. He did have a point, but how many different references had she come across to Nicholas Flamel? Besides World's Wealthiest Wizards and Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, there'd also been stories of moderately ancient times and biographies of the justly famous. All right then, Professor Quirrell would have kidnapped this Flamel guy. It's what an evil person or a good person or just a selfish person would do if they had any sense. The defense professor knows a lot of secrets and he wouldn't miss that one. Harry sighed and looked up. She followed his gaze, but he was apparently just looking at the larger library, the rows and rows and rows of bookcases. I don't mean to mess with your project, said Harry, and I certainly don't mean to discourage you, but... honestly, Hermione, I'm not sure you're going to find any good ideas for making money in a book like this. Like the old joke about how if an economist sees a 20-pound note lying in the street, they won't bother picking it up, because if it were real, someone else would have picked it up already. Any way of making lots of money that everyone knows about to the point where it's in books like this, you see what I'm saying? It can't be possible for everyone to make 1,000 galleons a month in 3 easy steps, or everyone would be doing it. So? That wouldn't stop you, Hermione said, her voice now roughening again. You do impossible things all the time. I bet you've done something impossible in the last week and you didn't bother telling anyone. There was a slight pause, which, if Miss Granger had known, was exactly the length of pause you'd make if you'd fought Mad-Eye Moody and won exactly 8 days earlier. Not in the last 7 days, no, Harry said. Look, part of the trick of doing the impossible is being selective about which impossibilities you challenge, and only trying when you have a special advantage. If there's a money-making method in this book that sounds difficult for a wizard, but it's easy if we can use Dad's old Mac Plus, then we'd have a plan. I know that, Harry, Hermione said, her voice wavering only slightly. I was looking to see if there was anything here I could figure out how to do. I thought, maybe the difficult part about making a philosopher's stone was that the alchemical circle had to be super precise, and I could get it right by using a muggle microscope. That's brilliant, Hermione. The boy rapidly drew his wand, said quietus, and then continued after the small noises of the rowdier books had died down. Even if the philosopher's stone is just a myth, the same trick might work for other difficult alchemies. Well, it can't work, Hermione said. She'd flown across the library to look up the only book on alchemy that wasn't in the restricted section. And then, she remembered the crushing letdown, all the sudden hope dissipating like mist. Because all alchemical circles have to be drawn to the fineness of a child's hair, it isn't any finer for some alchemies than others. And wizards have omnioculars, and I haven't heard of any spells where you use omnioculars to magnify things and do them exactly. I should have realized that. Hermione, Harry said seriously, as he started to dig down into the red velvet pouch again, don't punish yourself when a bright idea doesn't work out. You've got to go through a lot of flawed ideas to find one that might work. And if you send your brain negative feedback by frowning when you think of a flawed idea, instead of realizing that idea suggesting is good behavior by your brain to be encouraged, pretty soon you won't think of any ideas at all. Harry put down 2 heart-shaped chocolates beside the book. Here, have another chocolate. Besides the one from earlier, I mean. This one is to reinforce your brain for generating a good candidate strategy. I suppose you're right, Hermione said in a small voice, but she didn't touch the chocolate. She started to turn the pages back to 167, where she'd been reading before Harry had come in. Hermione Granger did not require bookmarks, of course. Harry was leaning over slightly, his head almost touching her shoulder, watching the pages as she turned them, as though he might be able to glean valuable information from glimpsing the page for only a quarter second. Breakfast hadn't been long ago, and she could clearly identify, from the faint scent of his breath, that Harry'd eaten banana pudding for dessert. Harry spoke again. So with all that said, and please take this as a positive reinforcement, did you really try to invent a way to mass-produce immortality so that I could pay off my debt to Lucius Malfoy? Yes, she said in an even smaller voice. Even when she tried to think like Harry, it seemed she hadn't yet got the knack of it. So what you been doing this whole time, Harry? Harry made a disgusted face. Trying to collect evidence on the whole who framed Hermione Granger mystery. Hermione looked up at Harry. Shouldn't I be trying to solve my own mystery, though? It hadn't been her first thought, her first priority, but now that Harry mentioned it. That wouldn't work in this case, Harry said soberly. There's too many people who'll talk to me and not you, and I'm also sorry to say that some of them made me promise not to talk to anyone else. Sorry, I don't think you can help much on this one. Okay, I guess, Hermione said leadenly. Fine. You do everything. You gather all the clues and talk to all the suspects while I just sit here in the library. Let me know after it turns out that it was Professor Quirrell who did it. Hermione. Harry said. Why is it so important who does what? Shouldn't it be more important to get everything solved, than who solves it? I guess you're right, Hermione said. She lifted her hands to press up at her eyes. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Everyone's going to think, I know it's not your fault, Harry, you were being good, you were a perfect gentleman, but no matter what I do now, they'll all think that I'm just someone for you to rescue. She paused, and said, with her voice quivering, and maybe they're right, Harry. Whoa, hold on there a second. I can't scare Dementors. I can get outstandings in charms class, but I can't scare Dementors. I've got a mysterious dark side. Harry hissed, after his head turned around to scan the library. There was one boy in a distant corner, who did look in their direction occasionally, but he would have been too far away to hear anything even without the quieting barrier. I've got a dark side that definitely isn't a child, and who knows what other crazy magical stuff going on in my head. Professor Quirrell claimed that I become whoever I believe I am. That's all cheating, don't you see, Hermione? There's an arrangement that the school administration made that I'm not supposed to talk about, so that the boy who lived could have more time to study every day. I'm cheating and you're still beating me in charms class. I'm probably not. The boy who lived probably isn't even something that you could properly call a child, and you're still competing with that. Don't you realize, if it wasn't for people paying attention to me, you'd look like the most powerful witch to come along in a century? When you can fight 3 older bullies by yourself, and win. I don't know, she said, pressing her hands again over her eyes, with her voice wavering. All I know is, even if that's all true, nobody's ever going to see me for myself anymore, ever. All right, Harry said after a while. I see what you mean. Instead of the famous Potter and Granger research team, there'll be Harry Potter and his lab assistant. Here's an idea. How about if I don't focus on making money for a while? I mean, the debt doesn't come due until I graduate Hogwarts. So you can do it yourself and show the world you've still got it. And if you coincidentally crack the secret of immortality along the way, we'll just call it a bonus. The thought of Harry relying on her to come up with a solution seemed like a crushing burden of responsibility to dump on a poor traumatized 12-year-old girl, and she wanted to hug him for offering her a way to restore her self-respect as a heroine, and it was what she deserved for being a horrible person and speaking sharply to Harry all the time, when all along he'd been a truer friend to her than she'd ever been to him, and it was good that he still thought she could do things, and. Is there some amazing rational thing you do when your mind's running in all different directions? She managed. My own approach is usually to identify the different desires, give them names, conceive of them as separate individuals, and let them argue it out inside my head. So far the main persistent ones are my Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin sides, my inner critic, and my simulated copies of you, Neville, Draco, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Quirrell, Dad, Mum, Richard Feynman, and Douglas Hofstadter. Hermione considered trying this before her common sense warned that it might be a dangerous sort of thing to pretend. There's a copy of me inside your head. Of course there is. Harry said. The boy suddenly looked a bit more vulnerable. You mean there isn't a copy of me living in your head? There was, she realized, and not only that, it talked in Harry's exact voice. It's rather unnerving now that I think about it, said Hermione. I do have a copy of you living in my head. It's talking to me right now using your voice, arguing how this is perfectly normal. Good, Harry said seriously. I mean, I don't see how people could be friends without that. She continued reading her book, then, Harry seeming content to watch the pages over her shoulder. She'd gotten all the way to number 70, Catherine Scott, who'd apparently invented a way to turn small animals into lemon tarts, when she finally worked up the courage to speak. Harry. She said. She was leaning a bit away from him now, though she didn't realize it. If there's a copy of Draco Malfoy in your head, does that mean you're friends with Draco Malfoy? Well. Harry said. He sighed. Yeah, I'd been meaning to talk with you about this anyway. I kind of wish I'd talked to you sooner. Anyway, how can I put this? I was corrupting him. What do you mean corrupting? Tempting him to the light side of the Force. Her mouth just stayed open. You know, like the Emperor and Darth Vader, only in reverse. Draco Malfoy, she said. Harry, do you have any idea? Yes. The sort of things Malfoy has been saying about me? What he said he'd do to me, as soon as he got the chance. I don't know what he told to you, but Daphne Greengrass told me what Malfoy says when he's in Slytherin. It's unspeakable, Harry. It's unspeakable in the completely literal sense that I can't say it out loud. When was this? Harry said. At the start of the year? Did Daphne say when this was? No, Hermione said. Because it doesn't matter when, Harry. Anyone who said things, like Malfoy said, they can't be a good person. It doesn't matter what you tempted him to, he's still a rotten person, because no matter what a good person would never. You're wrong. Harry said, looking her straight in the eyes. I can guess what Draco threatened to do to you, because the second time I met him, he talked about doing it to a 10-year-old girl. But don't you see, on the day Draco Malfoy arrived in Hogwarts, he'd spent his whole previous life being raised by Death Eaters. It would have required a supernatural intervention for him to have your morality given his environment. Hermione was shaking her head violently. No, Harry. Nobody has to tell you that hurting people is wrong. It's not something you don't do because the teacher says it's not allowed, it's something you don't do because you can see when people are hurting, don't you know that, Harry? Her voice was shaking now. That's not a rule people follow like the rules for algebra. If you can't see it, if you can't feel it here, her hand slapped down over the center of her chest, not quite where her heart was located, but that didn't matter because it was all really in the brain anyway, then you just don't have it. The thought came to her, then, that Harry might not have it. There's history books you haven't read, Harry said quietly. There's books you haven't read yet, Hermione, and they might give you a sense of perspective. A few centuries earlier, I think it was definitely still around in the 17th century, it was a popular village entertainment to take a wicker basket, or a bundle, with a dozen live cats in it, and... Stop, she said. Roast it over a bonfire. Just a regular celebration. Good clean fun. And I'll give them this, it was cleaner fun than burning women they thought were witches. Because the way people are built, Hermione, the way people are built to feel inside. Harry put a hand over his own heart, in the anatomically correct position, then paused and moved his hand up to point toward his head at around the ear level, is that they hurt when they see their friends hurting. Someone inside their circle of concern, a member of their own tribe. That feeling has an off switch labeled enemy or foreigner or sometimes just stranger. That's how people are, if they don't learn otherwise. So, no, it does not indicate that Draco Malfoy was inhuman or even unusually evil, if he grew up believing that it was fun to hurt his enemies. If you believe that, she said with her voice unsteady, if you can believe that, then you're evil. People are always responsible for what they do. It doesn't matter what anyone tells you to do, you're the one who does it. Everyone knows that. No they don't. You grew up in a post-World War II society where IVAS only following orders is something everyone knows, the bad guys said. In the 15th century they would have called it honorable fealty. Harry's voice was rising. Do you think you're just genetically better than everyone who lived back then? Like if you'd been transported back to 15th century London as a baby, you'd realize all on your own that burning cats was wrong, witch burning was wrong, slavery was wrong, that every sentient being ought to be in your circle of concern? Do you think you'd finish realizing all that by the first day you got to Hogwarts? Nobody ever told Draco he was personally responsible for becoming more ethical than the society he grew up in. And despite that, it only took him 4 months to get to the point where he'd grab a Muggleborn falling off a building. Harry's eyes were as fierce as she'd ever seen him. I'm not finished corrupting Draco Malfoy, but I think he's done pretty well so far. The problem with having such a good memory was that she did remember. She remembered Draco Malfoy grabbing her wrist, so hard she'd had a bruise afterward, while she was falling off the roof of Hogwarts. She remembered Draco Malfoy helping her up, after that mysterious tripping jinx had sent her stumbling into the Slytherin Quidditch captain's plate of food. And she remembered, it was, in fact, the reason she'd brought up the topic in the first place, how she'd felt when she'd heard Draco Malfoy's testimony under Veritaserum. Why didn't you tell me any of this? Hermione said, and despite herself, her voice rose in pitch. If I'd known. It wasn't my secret to tell you, Harry said. Draco's the one who would have been at risk, if his father had found out. I'm not stupid, Mr. Potter. What's the real reason you didn't tell me, and what were you actually doing with Mr. Malfoy? Ah. Well. Harry broke eye contact with her, and looked down at the library table. Draco Malfoy told the Aurors under Veritaserum that he wanted to know if he could beat me, so he challenged me to a duel to test it empirically. Those were his exact words according to the transcript. Right, Harry said, still not meeting her eyes. Hermione Granger. Of course she'll remember the exact wording. It doesn't matter if she's chained to her chair, on trial for murder in front of the entire Wizengamot. What were you really doing with Draco Malfoy? Harry winced, and said, probably not quite what you're thinking, but... The horror scaled and scaled within her, and finally broke loose. You were doing science with him. Well. You were doing science with him? You were supposed to be doing science with me. It wasn't like that. It's not like I was doing real science with him. I was just, you know, teaching him some harmless bits of Muggle science, like elementary physics with algebra and so on. It's not like I was doing original magical research with him, the way I was with you. And I suppose you didn't tell him about me, either. Of course not. Harry said. I've been doing science with him since October, and he wasn't exactly ready to hear about you then. The inexpressible sense of betrayal inside her was welling and welling, taking over everything, her rising voice, her glaring eyes, her nose that she was certain was starting to run, the burning in her throat. She shoved herself up from the table and took a step back, the better to look down on her betrayer, and her voice was very nearly screeching as she yelled, that is not okay. You can't do science with two people at once. I mean, you can't do science with two different people and not tell them about each other. Ah. Harry said cautiously. I did think of that, and I was very careful not to get your research mixed together with anything I did with him. You were being careful. She would have hissed it, if it had contained any SS. Harry raised a hand and rubbed at his messy hair, and somehow that made her want to scream at him even more. Miss Granger, said Harry, I think this conversation has become metaphorical on a level that's, What? She screeched at him, at the top of her lungs inside their quieting barrier. Then she realized and got so red that if she'd had an adult level of magical power her hair would have spontaneously caught on fire. The lone other patron in the library, the Ravenclaw boy sitting in the far opposite corner, was staring wide-eyed at both of them while making a rather sad attempt to conceal it by holding up a book just below his face. Right, Harry said with a small sigh. So, keeping firmly in mind that it was just a bad metaphor, and that real scientists collaborate with each other all the time, I don't think that I was cheating. Scientists often keep quiet about projects they're working on. You and I are doing research that we're keeping secret, and there were reasons not to tell Draco Malfoy in particular. He wouldn't have stayed around me at all, in the beginning, if he'd known I was your friend and not your rival. And Draco would have been the one at risk if I'd told anyone else about him. Is that really all? She said. Really, Harry? You didn't want both of us to feel special, like we were the only ones you wanted to be with and the only ones who got to be with you. That was not why I... Harry paused. Harry looked at her. All the blood was rushing back into her face, there probably should have been steam coming out of her ears, which in turn should have been melting off her head with the liquid flesh running down into her neck, as she realized what she'd just blurted out. Harry was staring at her in dawning and complete terror. Well, she said in a rather high-pitched voice, it's, oh, I don't know, Harry. Is it just a metaphor? When a boy spends 100,000 galleons to save a girl from certain doom, she's entitled to wonder, don't you think? It's like being bought flowers, only, you see, rather more so. Harry shoved himself up from the table and took a staggering step back, even as he brought up his arms to wave frantically. That's not why I did it. I did it because we're friends. Just friends. Harry Potter's breathing was starting to scale up toward hyperventilation. Very good friends. Extra special friends, even. Best friends forever, possibly. But not that kind of friends. Is it really that awful to think about? She said with a catch in her voice. I mean, I'm not saying I'm in love with you, but... Oh, you're not? Thank goodness. Harry brought up the sleeve of his robe and wiped across his forehead. Look, Hermione, please don't misunderstand, I'm sure you're a wonderful person. She took a staggering step back. But, even with my dark side. Is that what this is about? Said Hermione. But I wouldn't. No, I mean, I have a mysterious dark side and probably other weird magic stuff going on, you know I'm not a normal child, not really. It's okay to not be normal, she said, feeling increasingly desperate and confused. I'm okay with it. But even with all that weird magical stuff letting me be more adult than I should be, I haven't gone through puberty yet and there's no hormones in my bloodstream and my brain is physically incapable of falling in love with anyone. So I'm not in love with you. I couldn't possibly be in love with you. For all I know at this point, 6 months from now my brain is going to wake up and decide to fall in love with Professor Snape. Can I take it from this that you have been through puberty? Eep, said Hermione in a high-pitched sound. She swayed where she stood, and a moment later Harry was rushing over to her side and helping lower her to sit on the ground, bracing her body with firm hands. The fact was that she had staggered over to Professor McGonagall's office back in December, not in total surprise because she'd done her reading, but still rather queasily, and it was with great relief that she'd learned that witches had charms to deal with the inconveniences, and what was Harry even doing asking a poor innocent girl a question like that? Look, I'm sorry, Harry said frantically. I really didn't mean most of that the way it sounded. I'm sure that anyone taking the outside view of the whole situation and offering betting odds on who I finally married would assign a higher probability to you than anyone else I can think of. Her intelligence, which had barely been starting to pull itself together, promptly exploded into sparks and flame. Though not necessarily a probability higher than 50%, I mean, from the outside view there's a lot of other possibilities, and who I like before I hit puberty probably isn't all that strongly diagnostic of who I'll be with 7 years later. I don't want to sound like I'm promising anything. Her throat was making some sort of high-pitched sounds and she wasn't really listening to exactly what. All her universe had narrowed to Harry's terrible voice. And besides, I've been reading about evolutionary psychology, and, well, there are all these suggestions that one man and one woman living together happily ever afterward may be more the exception rather than the rule, and in hunter-gatherer tribes it was more often just staying together for 2 or 3 years to raise a child during its most vulnerable stages, and, I mean, considering how many people end up horribly unhappy in traditional marriages, it seems like it might be the sort of thing that needs some clever reworking, especially if we actually do solve immortality. Tenno Wolf, a 5th-year Ravenclaw, slowly stood up from his library desk, from which vantage point he'd just watched Granger flee the library, sobbing. He hadn't been able to hear the argument, but it had clearly been one of those. Slowly and with his knees trembling, Tenno approached the boy who lived, who was staring in the direction of the library doors, still vibrating from the force of how they'd been slammed. Tenno didn't particularly want to do this, but Harry Potter had been sorted into Ravenclaw. The boy who lived was, technically, his fellow Ravenclaw. And that meant there was a code. The boy who lived didn't say anything as Tenno approached him, but his gaze wasn't friendly. Tenno swallowed, laid a hand on Harry Potter's shoulder, and recited, his voice cracking only slightly, witches. Go figure, hey. Remove your hand before I cast it into the outer darkness. The library doors slammed open again in the wake of another departure. Chapter 88, Time Pressure, PT1. April 16, 1992. 12:07 p.m. Lunchtime. Harry stomped over to the mostly deserted Gryffindor table, determining at a glance that lunch today was Breen and Rupo balls. The ambient conversation, Harry could likewise hear, was Quidditch-related, an auditory environment which rated somewhat worse than the sound of rusty chainsaws, but better than what the Ravenclaw table was still blithering about Hermione. Gryffindor House, at least, had started out less sympathetic to Draco Malfoy and had more political incentive to wish that everyone would just forget certain unfortunate facts, and if that wasn't the right reason for silence, it was at least silence. Dean and Seamus and Lavender were all gone for the holidays, but at least that left. What was all that ruckus at the head table? Harry said to the Weasley twin group mind, as he began to serve himself his own plate. It looked like it was just ending as I walked in. Our beloved, but clumsy Professor Trelawney seems to have gone and dropped an entire soup tureen on herself. Not to mention Mr. Hagrid. A quick glance at the head table confirmed that the divination professor was waving her wand frantically as the half-giant dabbed at his clothes. Nobody else seemed to be paying much attention, even Professor McGonagall. Professor Flitwick was standing on his chair as usual, the headmaster seemed to be absent again, he'd been gone most days of the holiday, Professors Sprout and Sinistra and Vector were eating in their usual grouping, and... You know, Harry said, as he turned his head away to stare at the ceiling illusion of a clear blue sky, that still creeps me out sometimes. What does? Said Fred or George. The powerful and enigmatic defense professor was resting or whatever the heck was wrong with him, his hands making fumbling, hesitant grabs at a chicken leg that seemed to be eluding him on the plate. Nothing, said Harry. I'm not quite used to Hogwarts, yet. Harry continued to eat in moderate silence, as various Weasleys discussed some bizarre mind-affecting substance called Chudley cannons. What sort of deep mysterious thoughts are you thinking? Said a young-looking witch with short hair, sitting nearby. I mean, just curious. I'm Brienne, by the way. She was gazing at him with one of those looks which Harry had firmly decided to just ignore until he was older. So, Harry said, you know those really simple artificial intelligence programs like Eliza that are programmed to use words in syntactic English sentences only they don't contain any understanding of what the words mean? Of course, the witch said. I have a dozen of them in my trunk. Well, I'm pretty sure my understanding of girls is somewhere around that level. A sudden hush fell. It took a few seconds for Harry to realize that, no, the entire Great Hall wasn't staring at him, and then Harry twisted his head around to look. The figure who just staggered into the Great Hall appeared to be Mr. Filch, Hogwarts's token hallway monitor, who, along with his predatory cat Mrs. Norris, constituted a low-level random encounter whom Harry often breezed past wearing his epic-level Deathly Hallow. Harry had once consulted the Weasley twins about pulling some sort of prank on this deserving target, whereupon Fred or George had quietly pointed out that Mr. Filch was never seen to use a wand, which was odd, really, considering how many spells would be useful in that position, and it made you wonder why Dumbledore had given the man a position at Hogwarts, and Harry had shut up. Right now Mr. Filch's brown clothing was disarrayed and soaked with sweat, his shoulders were visibly heaving as he breathed, and his ever-present cat was missing. Troll, gasped Mr. Filch. In the dungeons. Minerva McGonagall stood up from the head table so quickly that her chair fell to the ground behind her. Argus! She cried. What happened to you? Argus Filch staggered forward from the huge doors, his upper body streaked and dotted with small crimson dots as though someone had spattered steak sauce over his face. Troll, grey, twice as tall as me, Argus Filch covered his face with his hands. It ate Mrs. Norris, ate her all up, in just one bite. Minerva felt a stab of dismay in her other self, she hadn't liked the other cat very much but the two of them had still been felines. An uproar started from the Great Hall. Severus stood up from the head table, somehow doing so without drawing any visible attention to himself, and strode out the huge doors without another word. Of course, Minerva thought, the third-floor corridor, this could be a distraction. She mentally consigned all such matters to Severus's care, drew her wand, raised it high, and let out 5 sharp cracks of purple fire. There was stunned silence but for Argus's broken sobs. It seems we have a dangerous creature loose in Hogwarts, she said to the faculty at the head table. I will ask you all to aid in searching the halls. Then she turned to the stunned and watching students, and raised her voice. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Percy Weasley leaped up from the Gryffindor table. Follow me, he said in a high voice. Stick together, first years. No, not you, but by that time the other prefects were raising their own voices as a renewed babble sprang up. Then a clear, cool voice spoke under the sudden rush of sound. Deputy Headmistress. She turned. The defense professor was calmly wiping off his hands on a napkin as he stood up from the head table. With respect, said the man of unknown identity, you are not expert in battle tactics, madam. In this situation, it would be wiser to. I do apologize, Professor, said Professor McGonagall, as she turned toward the great doors. Phileas and Pomona had already risen to follow her, with Rubeus Hagrid towering over all of them as the half-giant stood up. She'd been through similar experiences too many times, at this point. Sad experience has taught me that on occasions such as these, it is not a good time to take any advice the current defense professor may offer. Indeed, I think it wise that the two of us search for the troll together, so that no suspicions may be cast upon you for any untoward events which occurred during that time. Without any hesitation, the defense professor swung smoothly on the Gryffindor table and clapped his hands with a sound like a floor cracking through. Michelle Morgan of House Gryffindor, second in command of Pinenye's army, the defense professor said calmly into the resulting quiet. Please advise your head of house. Michelle Morgan climbed up onto her bench and spoke, the tiny witch sounding far more confident than Minerva remembered her being at the start of the year. Students walking through the hallways would be spread out and impossible to defend. All students are to remain in the Great Hall and form a cluster in the center, not surrounded by tables. A troll would jump right over tables, with the perimeter defended by 7th-year students. From the armies only, no matter how good they are at dueling, so they don't get in each other's lines of fire. Michelle hesitated. I'm sorry, Mr. Hagrid, but, it wouldn't be safe for you, you should stay behind with the students. And Professor Trelawney shouldn't confront a troll on her own either. Michelle sounded much less apologetic about this part, but if she's paired with Professor Quirrell the two of them together can form an additional trusted and effective battle unit. That concludes my analysis, Professor. Adequate, for being put on the spot, the defense professor said. 20 Quirrell points to you. But you neglect the still simpler point that home does not mean safe, and a troll is strong enough to rip a portrait door off its hinges. Enough, Minerva snapped. Thank you, Miss Morgan. She looked to the watching tables. Students, you will do as she said. Turned back to the head table. Professor Trelawney, you will accompany the defense professor. Ah, Sybil said falteringly. Beneath her overdone makeup and mess of shawls, the woman looked rather pale. I'm afraid, I'm not entirely well today, indeed, I feel rather faint. You won't have to fight the troll, Minerva said sharply, her patience taxed as usual when dealing with the woman. Just stay with the defense professor and do not let him out of your sight for an instant, you must be able to testify afterward that you were with him at all times. She turned to Rubeus. Rubeus, I am leaving you in charge here. Keep them safe. The huge man straightened at this, losing his glum look and nodding proudly to her. Then Minerva looked at the students, and raised her voice. It should go entirely without saying that anyone leaving the Great Hall for any reason, will be expelled. No excuses will be accepted. Am I understood? The Weasley twins, with whom she'd been making direct eye contact, nodded respectfully. She turned without another word and marched off toward the hall doors with the other professors behind her. On the far side of the room, unnoticed on the wall, a clock showed 12:14 p.m. And he still didn't realize. Tick. As Harry stared with narrowed eyes at where the professors had gone out, wondering what was actually going on and what it meant, as the students came together into a more defensible mass and wands flicked to levitate the tables out of their way, Harry still didn't realize. Tick. Shouldn't the professors all have formed up into pairs? Said an older Gryffindor student whose name Harry didn't know. I mean, it'd be slower, but it'd be safer, I think. Tick. Someone else replied to this, raising her voice, but Harry didn't catch much of it. The gist was that mountain trolls were highly magic resistant and incredibly strong and could regenerate, but they were still noisy, so if you heard them coming, it shouldn't be that hard for a Hogwarts professor to wrap them up in Vadim's unbreakable something something. Tick. And Harry still didn't realize. Tick. The crowd noises were subdued, people were talking in low voices to each other while they glanced around, listening for the sound of a crashing door or an angry roar. Tick. Some students were speculating in whispers about what the defense professor could possibly be trying to achieve by smuggling in a troll, and whether he was angry that Professor McGonagall had caught on to his attempted distraction, and what it was a distraction from. Tick. And the thought still didn't come to Harry, not until after all the students had formed a mass of perhaps 100 bodies patrolled by proudly grim-looking 7th-year students with their wands all pointed outward, and somebody suggested doing a head count, and someone else replied sarcastically that this might have made sense on some other day, but right now practically everyone was gone for the spring holiday and nobody really knew how many students were supposed to be in the room, let alone If any were missing. Tick. That was when Harry wondered where Hermione was. Tick. Harry looked over at where the Ravenclaws had clustered. He didn't see Hermione, but then everyone was packed tightly enough together that you wouldn't expect to see smaller students through the crowd, amid the upper years. Tick. Harry then looked over at the Hufflepuffs to see if he could spot Neville, and even though Neville was standing behind a much taller student, Harry's visual processing managed to spot him almost immediately. Hermione wasn't with the Hufflepuffs either, not that Harry could see, and she certainly wouldn't be with the Slytherins. Tick. Harry pushed his way through the packed crowd, stepping beside or around older students and in one case just ducking between their legs, until he was standing among the Ravenclaws and could definitely verify that, nope, no Hermione. Tick. Hermione Granger. Harry said loudly. Are you here? Nobody answered. Tick. Somewhere in the back of his mind was a rising sense of horror, as other parts of him tried to decide exactly how much to panic. The first defense class of the year was rather fuzzy in Harry's mind, but he distantly remembered something about trolls being able to track prey that was alone and undefended. Tick. Another track of thought surged frantically through inchoate possibilities. What could he do exactly? It wasn't 3 p.m. yet, so he couldn't reach this now using his time turner. Even if he could sneak out of the room, there had to be some way to put on his cloak without being noticed, some sort of distraction he could use. He had no idea where Hermione was, and Hogwarts was huge. Tick. Another part of his mind tried to model possibilities. From what that other student had said, trolls weren't silent predators, they were noisy. Hermione won't have any idea it's a troll, so she'll go investigate the noise. She's a heroine, isn't she? But Hermione now had an invisibility cloak and a broomstick in her pouch. Harry had insisted on that part for both her and Neville, and Professor McGonagall had told him it'd been done. That ought to be enough to let Hermione get away, even if she was lousy on a broomstick. All she had to do was get onto a section of roof. It was a clear day and sunlight was supposed to be bad for trolls somehow. Harry remembered that part and therefore Hermione would remember it exactly. And surely, even if Hermione wanted to prove herself again, she couldn't possibly be dumb enough to attack a mountain troll. Tick. She wouldn't. Tick. That just wasn't her. Tick. And then it occurred to Harry that somebody had previously tried to frame Hermione Granger for murder using memory charms. Had done so inside Hogwarts, without setting off any alarms. And had arranged for Draco to die slowly enough that it wouldn't set off the wards until at least 6 hours later when nobody could use a time turner to check. And that whoever was clever enough to infiltrate a troll past the ancient wards of Hogwarts without the headmaster coming to investigate the strange creature, could be clever enough to also take the obvious step of jinxing Hermione's magic items. Tick. There was a part of him that felt something like slowly rising panic as perspective shifted, a Necker cube changing orientation. What the hell had Harry been thinking, letting Hermione and Neville be kept inside Hogwarts just because of them being given a few stupid trinkets, that wasn't going to stop anyone who wanted to kill them. Tick. Another part of his mind put up resistance. That possibility wasn't certain, it was complex and the probability could easily be under 50%. It was easy to imagine going into a huge panic in front of everyone and then Hermione getting back from the washrooms outside the Great Hall. Or if the troll ended up not going anywhere near her, like in the story of the boy who cried wolf, nobody would believe him the next time if she really was in trouble. It could use up reputational credit that he would later need for something else. Tick. Harry recognized an instance of the fear of embarrassment schema that stopped most people from ever doing anything under conditions of uncertainty, and squashed it down hard. Even then it was strange how much willpower it took to muster the decision to shout out loud in front of everyone. If he just hadn't seen Hermione in the crowd it was going to be embarrassing. Tick. Harry drew in a deep breath and shouted as loudly as he could, Hermione Granger. Are you here? The students all turned to look at him. Then some of them turned around to look around themselves. The noise around the room went down in volume as some conversations stilled. Has anyone seen Hermione Granger since around 10:30 today or so? Does anyone have any idea where she might be? The background babble stilled further. Nobody raised their voice to shout anything at him, in particular not, don't worry, Harry, I'm right here. Oh, Merlin, somebody said from nearby, and then the background babble started up again, taking on a new and excited tone. Harry stared down at his hands, shutting out the yammering and tried to think. Tick. 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 Susan Bones and a red-headed boy with a battered-looking wand both shoved their way through the crowd to Harry at the same time. We've got to let the professors know somehow. We've got to go find her. Find her? Susan snapped, rounding on the other boy. How'll we do that, Captain Weasley? We'll go off and look for her. Ron Weasley snapped back. Are you nuts? There's already professors searching the hallways, what makes you think we've got any better chance than them of running across General Granger? Only we'll get eaten by the troll. And then expelled. It was odd, How sometimes hearing bad ideas made the right idea obvious by contrast. All right everyone. Listen up. People turned to look. Quiet. Everyone. Shut up. Harry's throat ached after that, but he had everyone's attention. I have a broomstick, Harry said as loudly as he could manage with his throat still hurting. He'd remembered Azkaban, and the broomstick which had only sat 2, when he'd requested one that could carry 3. It's a 3-seater. I need 1 7th year from the armies to come with me. We're going to fly through the hallways as fast as possible looking for Hermione Granger, pick her up, and come back immediately. Who's with me? The Great Hall became entirely silent, then. Students glanced at each other uneasily. The younger students looked expectantly at the older students, while they in turn turned to look at the students who were guarding the perimeter. Most of those were staring straight ahead, pointing their wands just in case the troll picked that moment to burst through a wall. No one moved. No one spoke. Harry Potter spoke again. We're not going to fight the troll. If we see it we'll just fly away and there's no way it'll be able to keep up with us on a broomstick. I'll take responsibility for squaring it with the administration. Please. People went on looking at other people. Harry stared at the silent crowd, the dozen 7th years looking sternly outward, feeling the coldness coming over him. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Professor Quirrell was laughing scornfully and mocking the idea that ordinary fools would ever do something useful of their own will, without a wand pointed at their heads. Tick. The standard remedy for bystander apathy was to focus on a single individual. All right, Harry said, trying to keep the commanding voice of the boy who lived who didn't doubt obedience. Miss Morgan, come with me, now. We've got no time to waste. The witch he'd named turned from where she'd been staring steadily out at the perimeter, her expression aghast for the 1 second before her face closed up. The deputy headmistress ordered us all to stay here, Mr. Potter. It took an effort for Harry to unclench his teeth. Professor Quirrell didn't say that and neither did you. Professor McGonagall isn't a tactician, she didn't think to check if we had missing students and she thought it was a good idea to start marching students through the hallways. But Professor McGonagall understands after her mistakes are pointed out to her, you saw how she listened to you and Professor Quirrell, and I'm certain that she wouldn't want us to just ignore the fact that Hermione Granger is out there, alone. Tick. I'd expect the professor to say she'd not wish any more students roaming the halls. The professor said if anyone left for any reason, they'd be expelled. Maybe you don't need to worry because you're the boy who lived, but the rest of us do. Tick. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Professor Quirrell was just laughing at him. Expecting some normal person to act without perfect strategic clarity, without a clear focus of responsibility on them personally, when they had a good excuse to do nothing. A student's life is at stake, Harry said in a level voice. She could be fighting the troll right now. Out of curiosity, does that mean anything to you at all? Tick. Miss Morgan's face twisted. You're the boy who lived. Just go off by yourself and snap your fingers, if you want to help her. Tick. Harry was hardly even aware of what he was saying. That's just cleverness and bluffing, I don't have any power like that in real life, a young girl needs your help now. Are you a Gryffindor or not? Why are you saying any of this to me? Cried Miss Morgan. I wasn't left in charge here. Mr. Hagrid was. There was an awkward pause that suffused the whole room. Harry spun to look up at the huge half-giant towering over the crowd of students, as all other heads also turned toward him as one. Mr. Hagrid, Harry said, trying to keep his voice commanding. You need to authorize this expedition and you need to do it now. Rubeus Hagrid looked conflicted, though that was hard to judge with his vast head so surrounded by his unshorn beard and locks, only his eyes looked alive, embedded in all that hair. Said the half-giant. I was told to keep you all safe. Great, now can we also keep Hermione Granger safe? You know, the student framed for a murder she did not commit who needs someone to help her. The half-giant startled as Harry spoke the words. Harry stared at the enormous man, desperately willing him to pick up on the hint, hoping the words hadn't given it away to anyone else. He couldn't be just muscle. Surely James and Lily had been friends with this man out of more than pity. Framed. Called out an anonymous voice, from somewhere over near where the Slytherins gathered. Ha, are you still on that? It'd serve her right if she did get eaten. There was some laughter, even as cries of indignation came from elsewhere. The half-giant's face firmed up. Yes, stay here, lad, Mr. Hagrid said in a booming tone that was probably meant to be gentle. I'll go and look for her myself. Truth is, trolls can be a mite tricky, you've got to catch 'em by an ankle and dangle 'em just right, or they'll rip ya clean in half. Can you ride a broomstick, Mr. Hagrid? Rubeus Hagrid frowned. No. Then you can't search fast enough. 6th years. Calling all 6th years. Are there any 6th years here who aren't worthless cowards? Silence. 5th years? Mr. Hagrid, tell them they're authorized to go with me and keep me safe. I'm trying to be sensible, Damn it! The half-giant wrung his hands with an agonized expression. I. Something snapped inside Harry and he started to stride directly toward the doors to the Great Hall, pushing aside anyone who didn't get out of his way as though they were Dowie statues. He didn't run, because running was an invitation for somebody to stop you. Somewhere in his mind he was moving through an empty room filled with mechanical puppets by whose meaningless lip-moving noises he'd been distracted. A huge figure interposed itself in his way. Harry looked up. I can't let ya do that, Harry Potter, not ya of all people. There's strange things afoot in this castle, and someone might be after Miss Granger, or they might be after yet. Rubeus Hagrid's voice was regretful but firm, and his gigantic hands lay at his side like forklifts. I can't let ya go out there, Harry Potter. Stupefy. The red bolt crashed into the side of Hagrid's head and made the huge man startle. His head snapped around faster than anything that large should have moved, and bellowed, What do ya think you're doing? At the young form of Susan Bones. Sorry. She screamed. Incendium. Glacio. The huge man's hands, now slapping at the fire in his beard, didn't quite manage to catch himself as he crashed to the floor, but it didn't matter by then because Harry was past him and Neville Longbottom stepped in front of him, looking desperate but determined, the Hufflepuff boy's wand already level in his hand. Harry's hand went for his wand in a sheer reflex action, he barely managed to check himself before Neville could fire on him, staring at his lieutenant as though the world had gone mad. Harry! Neville burst out. Harry, Mr. Hagrid's right, you can't, this could all be a trap, they could be after you. All of Neville's muscles went rigid and he toppled to the ground, stiff as a board. A pale-looking Ron Weasley stepped out from behind Neville, his own wand level, and said, Go. Ron, you madman, what are you doing? Came a voice distantly identifiable as Miss Clearwater's boyfriend, but Harry was already dashing for the door without looking back, even as Ron's voice and Susan's voice rose again in incantation. There was a huge indignant bellow, and unknown voices began to yell. Then Harry was through, his hand reaching into his pouch and his voice was saying broomstick, as behind him the great doors began to swing shut again. Harry continued running through the entrance hall even as the long three-person broomstick and its sets of stirrups began to protrude from the pouch, repeating a number of swear words in his head and thinking this is what happens when you try to be sensible with the part of his mind that wasn't trying to figure out a search pattern to cover places where Hermione might be. The library was on the third floor and practically on the other side of the castle. Harry had almost reached the great marble staircase by the time the broomstick was in his hand and up. He was in the air and accelerating up toward the second floor. Gah! Harry screamed, and barely managed to spin his broom in the air so that he didn't impale one of the human figures lurking at the top of the stairs. There was a ghastly moment of trying not to fall off the broom, perform the twists that would keep him in the stirrups, despite being really close to the ground and having almost no room to maneuver and then. Fred? George? We can't figure out how to find her. One of the Weasley twins blurted, hands twisting in distress. We snuck out because we thought we could find Miss Granger, there has to be a quick way to find anyone inside the Hogwarts castle, we're both sure of it, but we can't figure out what it is. Harry stared at both of them, from where he was hanging upside down from the broomstick where his desperate maneuver had brought him, and entirely by reflex his mouth said, Well, why were you so sure you could find her? We don't know. Cried the other Weasley twin. Have you been able to find people inside Hogwarts before? Yes. We and the Weasley twin who was speaking stopped abruptly, both redheads staring off into the distance with a blank expression. There was a thundering crash, as of two huge doors being shoved open by someone very, very strong. Harry spun around in the air to present the two open stirrup positions on the broomstick to the Weasley twins. He didn't say anything, there was no reason for them to give away their positions if they didn't have to. Time seemed to move too slowly as the Weasley twins scrambled into the stirrups, Harry's heart beating hard despite his mental calculation that Mr. Hagrid, running, shouldn't reach even the foot of the stairway in time. Then the three of them were accelerating hard and away toward the nearest corridor, the stone floor beneath them blurring and the walls seeming to make an audible whooshing sound, though that was just the wind in their ears. As they went past, Harry remembered that he was riding a longer three-person broomstick barely in time to slow down for the next turn. And now all the broomstick seats were occupied, but if they actually found Hermione then, Harry could put on the cloak of invisibility, that should hide him from the troll, and that would free up a seat for Hermione. Harry ducked hard before a sudden archway took his head off. We found Jessie. The Weasley twin seated behind Harry blurted. I know we did. That time we needed to tell him that Filch was hunting for him. How? Harry said, most of his brain engaged in not dying in a horrible air accident. He should have slowed down for safety, but there was a tension rising in him, a sourceless dread. He couldn't slow down, something terrible would happen if he slowed down. We said the Weasley twin seated lower down. We can't remember. Another sharp turn taken at, Harry estimated, roughly 0.3% of the speed of light, and they were going through a twisty curving corridor that Harry always took to get from the Great Hall to the library, only it wasn't the shortest way if you were on a broomstick, he should have taken the long straight west corridor instead. The part of his brain that wasn't steering caught up with reality. Someone's been tampering with your minds. Harry yelled, as he weaved through the curving corridors so fast that the tail-end Weasley sometimes lightly smacked into the wall as the length of the broomstick conflicted with Harry's maladapted air skills. What? Cried Fred or George. Whoever got to Hermione messed with your minds too. It could be an obliviation, it could be a false memory that hadn't been planted right, but right now Harry couldn't think. The broomstick turned and shot upward beside a spiral staircase. All three of them flattened themselves against the broomstick so they could make in through the gap in the ceiling that opened onto the third floor, and then they were in front of the library, the broomstick slowing to a halt with a shriek despite the lack of anything it could be friction braking against. Harry shot the Weasley twins a quick glance to stay put, as he clambered off the broomstick to shove open the doors of the library, controlling his breathing as he shoved his head inside. Hermione Granger wasn't there. Madame Pants, who was eating a sandwich at her desk, looked up with a sudden glare. Library's closed. Have you seen Hermione Granger? Harry said. I said the library's closed, boy. Lunch hours. This is extremely important. Have you seen Hermione Granger or do you have any idea where she might be? No, now be off. Do you have any fast way of contacting Professor McGonagall in an emergency? Said the librarian, startled. She rose up from behind her desk. What is? Yes or no? Please answer immediately. There's the flu. She's not in her office, Harry said. Do you have any other way of reaching her? Yes or no? Young man, I insist that you. Harry's brain flagged this as I'm talking to NPCs again and he spun on his heel and dashed back for the broomstick. Stop! Cried Madame Pants, bursting too late from the doors as Harry and the Weasley twins shot off again, out of the librarian's sight. The pressure in Harry's mind still rising, like a physical hand squeezing his chest, he had to find Hermione and he had no other notion of where she could be, unless it was the witches' dorms in the Ravenclaw Tower and that he couldn't enter. Searching all of Hogwarts bordered on a mathematical impossibility, there probably was no continuous flight path that entered all the rooms at least once. Why hadn't he thought to demand for Hermione and Neville and him to be given a set of those neat little mirrors the Aurors used to communicate? The realization that he was being stupid hit Harry like a blow to the stomach. He didn't need mirrors to send a message, he hadn't needed mirrors since January. Harry slowed the broomstick to a halt in midair of a hallway, his wand already coming into his hand, the driving wool to protect Hermione Granger rising to the front of his mind like a sun of silver fire and flowing down his arm as he cried. Expecto Patronum. And the blazing white humanoid burst into existence like a nova, the Weasley twins' voices crying aloud in shock. Tell Hermione Granger, that there's a troll loose in Hogwarts, it could be hunting for her, she needs to get into direct sunlight, now. The silver figure turned as though it was departing, and then vanished. Merlin's underpants, breathed Fred or George. The silver outline blasted back into the world, and said in the strange outside version of Harry's own voice, Hermione Granger says, the blazing figure's voice became higher pitched. Time seemed to fracture, like everything was moving very quickly and slowly at the same time. A desperate impulse to accelerate the broomstick, fly at its maximum speed, only Harry didn't know where. If you know where she is, Harry shouted to the blazing humanoid figure, staring into it as though it were a sun, then take me to her. The silver blaze moved and Harry accelerated after it, the Weasley twins giving out high-pitched shrieks behind him as he fired through the air like a cannonball, moving faster than sanity. He didn't focus on the walls whizzing past him or how fast he was moving, just followed the silver light through corridors and flying up staircases and blitzing through doors that Fred or George cried desperate incantations to open, and it was all still taking too much time. Somewhere deep inside Harry felt like he was sinking through molasses as windows and portraits shot past. The broomstick screamed through a final turn that whacked one of the Weasley twins against the wall not quite as hard as a bludger would hit, and then they followed the brilliant patroness through an open space in the ceilings, blasting up and upwards, rising past one floor and then another in less than a breath. His patroness slowed to a halt, Harry braking hard in response, just as they reached the level of a wide-open floor space that spread out until it escaped the ceiling and turned into an outdoor terrace, a spread of tiled marble open to the air and sky. Chapter 89, Time Pressure, PT2. Cool blue fires clung to the floor in small masses, surrounding a blazing pool that seemed to burn with a deadlier, hotter blue. In one narrow circle the marble tiles were scorched and shattered by some explosive spell that only the most prodigious of first-year witches could have cast, with the last of her strength. On the terrace, still moving beneath the open sunlight, stood a great lumpy creature of dull granite grey. Body like a boulder with small bald head perched on top like a stone, short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. One hand held a tremendous stone club as long and as wide as an adult human, and the other hand held. The Weasley twins screamed. Harry's patroness shuddered. The troll snorted and spun around to face them, dropping into the red pool that had spread out beneath its feet, raising its club high. Then a Weasley cried an incantation and the club was torn from the troll's hand, smashed into its face so hard it drove the troll back for one of its steps, a blow that might have killed a muggle. The troll gave a bellow of anger, its nose squashed and blood spattered, and then the nose straightened once more, regenerated. The troll grabbed with both hands for the club, which shot away through the air but only barely dodged the grab. "Lead it away, keep it off me," said a voice. The levitated club moved backwards from the troll, from the terrace onto the wide open floor beneath the ceiling, and the troll made a great prodigious leap that almost brought the club into its hands. Then the troll made another great leap as the club moved to one side, and the broomstick moved forwards and Harry jumped off and ran towards where Hermione Granger was lying in a pool of her own blood with her legs eaten away to the upper thighs. Harry's hands tore open the healer's kit from his pouch, grabbed one of the self-tightening tourniquets, wrapped them around one ragged tooth-marked stump, his hands briefly slipping in the blood. They didn't tremble, there wasn't any allowance for his hands to tremble. As the tourniquet formed a complete loop it tightened hard and more blood came out, but then the bleeding stopped on that thigh stump, and Harry turned to the other. Part of his mind was screaming, 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 and even the part of him picking up the other self-tightening tourniquet heard it, but that also wasn't allowed. The two Weasley twins were shouting spells, one after another in rapid-fire casting that would have had Harry unconscious in 60 seconds. Sometimes the twins shouted 2 spells simultaneously in perfect coordination, but most of the spells were disrupting in harmless showers of sparks against the troll's skin. As the other tourniquet tightened itself in another pulse of blood, Harry looked up at a diffindo. /reducto. That made the troll's vulnerable eyes explode in twin showers of vitreous humor, but the troll only bellowed once more, its eyes already reforming. "Fire and acid!" Harry shouted. "Use fire or acid." "Fuego!" /incendio!" Harry heard, but he wasn't looking. He was reaching for the syringe of glowing orange liquid that was the oxygenating potion, pushing it into Hermione's neck at what Harry hoped was the carotid artery, to keep her brain alive even if her lungs or heart stopped. So long as her brain stayed intact everything else could be fixed. It had to be possible for magic to fix it. It had to be possible for magic to fix it. It had to be possible for magic to fix it, and Harry pushed the plunger of the syringe all the way down, creating a faint glow beneath the pale skin of her neck. Harry then pushed down on her chest, where her heart should be, hard compressions that he hoped was moving the oxygenated blood around to where it could reach her brain. Even if her heart might have stopped beating, he hadn't actually thought to check her pulse. Then Harry stared at the other things in his medical kit, his mind going blank as he tried to figure out what else of what was there, if anything, he could use. The screaming in that distant corner of his mind was getting louder, much louder, now that his hands had stopped their frantic motions. He was suddenly aware of the liquid sensation where blood had soaked through his robes and the knees of his pants. From behind Harry came the sound of another bellow from the troll, and he heard one of the Weasley twins shout Delegeter Proteus. And then, help! Do something! Harry twisted his head back to look, and saw that one of the Weasley twins was somehow now wearing the sorting hat on his head, facing off against the troll which held the huge stone club in both its hands, looking somewhat scorched now and with 1 or 2 smoking scars across its arms, but still intact. And then the voice of the hat bellowed in a voice so loud it seemed to shake the walls. Gryffindor! A pulse of power burned the air, magic feeling almost tangible even to Harry's young senses. The troll jumped back a pace with a snort of surprise. Fred or George, with a strange look on his face, swept the hat off his head with a motion smooth as a magician's trick, and reached in with one hand and drew forth a hilt whose pommel was a glowing ruby, followed by a wide crossguard of gleaming white metal, and a blade as long as a tall child. As the sword was revealed the air seemed to fill with a silent scream of fury. Upon the blade was written in golden script, Nihil Supernum. Then the Weasley twin raised the sword aloft as though the huge blade weighed nothing, and screamed and charged. Harry's lips opened to say something, some long sentence like, "No, stop, you have no idea how to use a sword," but not even a single syllable left his lips before the sword sliced off the troll's right arm through the elbow, cutting through skin and flesh and bone like jelly, just as the already swinging arc of the stone club smashed into the charging Weasley twin and sent him flying through the air above the marble floor, over the gap out of which they'd risen on the broomstick, until that Weasley hit the wall on the opposite side and then collapsed into an unmoving heap. The bright sword vanished down into the opening in the floor, clattering distantly as it dropped. "Fred!" screamed George Weasley, and then Ventus. An invisible blow caught the troll and hurled it sideways through the air. Ventus! The troll was hit again, blown to the edge of the floor and the gap leading downwards. Ventus! But the troll had reached down and grabbed at the floor, its remaining hand crunching through marble to gain a firm hold. The third blow sent the troll's body over the gap, but the hand remained at the edge. And then the troll was pulling itself back up single-handedly, roaring. George Weasley staggered, almost falling, his hand dropping to his side. Harry the Weasley twin said in a strained voice, "Run." The remaining Weasley twin took a step sideways, slumped against the wall, and slid to the ground. Time was fractured in Harry's mind, the world around him seemed to move slowly, distorted, or perhaps it was his own mind twisting and folding. He should have been moving, doing something, but a strange paralysis seemed to be stopping all his muscles, all his motions. Without any time for words, thoughts came in flashes of concepts, that if Harry ran away the troll would eat the Weasley twins as well as Hermione, that if Bludgears didn't kill wizards then Fred should still be alive, that the Weasley twins were more powerful spellcasters than him and they hadn't been able to hold back the troll. There was no time to transfigure anything he didn't already possess. The troll seemed too agile to be lured over the edge of the terrace to fall off the sides of the Hogwarts castle. Someone had enchanted the troll against sunlight before using it as a murder weapon and might also have strengthened it in other ways. And then a mental image of Hermione running from the troll, running for sunlight, finally reaching the bright terrace with the troll hot on her heels, only to find that someone else had thought of that possibility, too. The screaming horror in his mind was drowned out by another emotion. Harry stood up. On the other side of the room, the enemy had also risen, the unregenerating stump of one sword-cut arm still bloody. Intent to kill. The troll grasped its fallen club in its remaining hand, and gave a huge bellow, smashing the club into the floor and sending marble chips flying. Think purely of killing. The troll began to lumber towards where George had fallen, a thin string of drool trailing from the side of its lips. Grasp at any means to do so. Harry took 5 strides forward, and the enemy gave another bellow and turned away from George, its eyes focusing squarely on him. Sensors off, do not flinch. The third most perfect killing machine in nature bounded towards him in leaping steps. Kill. Harry's left hand already held the transfigured diamond from his ring, his right hand already held his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry's wand directed the tiny jewel into the troll's mouth. Finite incantatum. The troll's head blew off its spine as the rock expanded back into its old form, and Harry stepped aside as the enemy's body crashed where he'd been standing. The enemy's head was already beginning to regenerate, the ragged stump of the jaw and spine smoothing over, the mouth completing itself and replacing its teeth. Harry bent down and picked up the troll's head by its left ear. His wand jammed through the troll's left eye, plunging through the jelly-like material and passing through the wide socket in the bone. Harry visualized a 1 mm wide cross-section through the enemy's brain, and transfigured it into sulfuric acid. The enemy stopped regenerating. Harry threw the corpse over the edge of the terrace and turned back to Hermione. Her eyes were moving, and focused on him. Harry scrambled down beside her, ignoring the blood soaking more of his already soaked robes. You'll be all right, his brain formed the sentence, but his lips wouldn't move. You'll be all right, we'll find some magic to fix all this, put you back to normal, just hold on, don't. Hermione's lips were moving, just a tiny bit but they were moving. Your fault. Time froze. Harry should have told her not to talk, to save her breath, only he couldn't unblock his lips. Hermione drew in another breath, and her lips whispered, not your fault. Then she exhaled, and closed her eyes. Harry stared at her with his mouth half open, his breath caught in his throat. Don't do this, said his voice. He'd only been 2 minutes late. Hermione suddenly convulsed, her arms twitching into the air as though reaching up for something, and her eyes flew open again. There was a burst of something that was magic and also more, a shout louder than an earthquake and containing 1,000 books, 1,000 libraries, all spoken in a single cry that was Hermione, too vast to be understood, except that Harry suddenly knew that Hermione had whited out the pain, and was glad not to be dying alone. For a moment it seemed like the outpouring of magic might take root in the castle's stone, but then the outpouring ended and the magic faded, her body stopped moving and all motion halted as Hermione Jean Granger ceased to exist. No. Harry stood up from the body, swaying. No. There was a burst of flame and Dumbledore was standing there with Fawkes, his eyes filled with horror. I felt a student die. What? The old wizard's eyes saw what lay upon the ground. Oh, no, whispered Albus Dumbledore. Fawkes gave a sad, mournful croon. Bring her back. There was silence on the terrace. Fred Weasley had risen up into the air at a gesture from Dumbledore's wand and was floating towards them, surrounded by a reassuring pink glow. Harry the old wizard began. His voice cracked. Harry. Have Fawkes cry on her or whatever. Hurry up. The voice that spoke sounded perfectly calm. I can't, Harry, it's too late, she's dead. I don't want to hear about it. If it was me lying there, you'd pull some kind of amazing rabbit out of your hat and save me, right? Because the hero isn't allowed to die before the story's over. Well, she's the hero too, so whatever you were saving for that extra special occasion, just go ahead and use it now. I promise I'll pay you back. There isn't anything I can do. Her soul has departed, she's passed on. Harry opened his mouth to scream out all his fury, and then closed it again. There wasn't any point in screaming, it wouldn't accomplish anything. The unbearable pressure rising inside him couldn't be let out that way. Harry turned away from Dumbledore and looked down at where the remains of Hermione Granger were lying in a pool of blood. Part of his mind was hammering at the world around him, trying to make it go away, wake up from the nightmare and find himself back in his Ravenclaw dorm room with the morning sun shining through the curtains. But the blood remained and Harry didn't wake up, and another part of him already knew that this event was real, part of the same flawed world that included Azkaban and the Wizengamot chamber and... No. With a fracturing feeling, as though time was still torn to pieces around him, Harry turned away from Dumbledore and looked down at the remains of Hermione Granger lying in a pool of blood with 2 tourniquets tied around her thigh stumps, and decided. No. I do not accept this. There isn't any reason to accept it, not when there's magic in the world. Harry would learn whatever he had to learn, invent whatever he had to invent, rip the knowledge of Salazar Slytherin from the Dark Lord's mind, discover the secret of Atlantis, open any gates or break any seals necessary, find his way to the root of all magic and reprogram it. He would rip apart the foundations of reality itself to get Hermione Granger back. The crisis is over, the defense professor said. You may dismount, madam. Trelawney, who had been sitting behind him on the 2-person broomstick that had just blazed through Hogwarts burning directly through all the walls and floors in their way, hastily pulled herself off and then sat down hard on the floor, a pace away from the red glowing edges of a newly made gap in the wall. The woman was still breathing in gasps, bending over herself as though she were on the verge of vomiting out something larger than she was. The defense professor had felt the boy's horror, through the link that existed between the two of them, the resonance in their magic, and he had realized that the boy had sought the troll and found it. The defense professor had tried to send an impulse to retreat, to don the cloak of invisibility and flee, but he'd never been able to influence the boy through the resonance, and hadn't succeeded that time either. He'd felt the boy give himself over fully to the killing intention. That was when the defense professor had begun burning through the substance of Hogwarts, trying to reach the battle in time. He'd felt the boy exterminate his enemy in seconds. He'd felt the boy's dismay as one of his friends died. He'd felt the fury the boy had directed at some annoyance who was likely Dumbledore, followed by an unknown resolution whose unyielding hardness even he found adequate. With any luck, the boy had just discarded his foolish little reluctances. Unseen by anyone, the defense professor's lips curved up in a thin smile. Despite its little ups and downs, on the whole this had been a surprisingly good day. He is here. The one who will tear apart the very stars in heaven. He is here. He is the end of the world. Chapter 90, Rolls, PT1. A simple innervate from the headmaster had awakened Fred Weasley, followed by a preliminary healing charm for a broken arm and cracked ribs. Harry's voice had distantly told the headmaster about the transfigured acid inside the troll's head. Dumbledore had looked down over the side of the terrace and made a gesture before returning, and then about the Weasley twins' minds having been tampered with, carrying on a separate conversation that Harry remembered but could not process. Harry still stood over Hermione's body, he hadn't moved from that spot, thinking as fast as he could through the sense of dissociation and fragmented time. Was there anything he should be doing now, any opportunities that were passing irrevocably? Some way to reduce the amount of magical omnipotence that would be required later. A temporal beacon effect to mark this instant for later time travel, if he someday found a way to travel back further than 6 hours. There were theories of time travel under general relativity, which had seemed much less plausible before Harry had run across time turners, and those theories said you couldn't go back to before the time machine was built. A relativistic time machine maintained a continuous pathway through time, it didn't teleport anything. But Harry didn't see anything helpful he could do using spells in his lexicon. Dumbledore wasn't being very cooperative, and in any case this was several minutes after the critical location within time. Harry, the headmaster whispered, laying his hand on Harry's shoulder. He had vanished from where he was standing over the Weasley twins and come into existence beside Harry. George Weasley had discontinuously teleported from where he was sitting to be kneeling next to his brother's side, and Fred was now lying straight with his eyes open and wincing as he breathed. Harry, you must go from this place. Hold on, said Harry's voice. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do. The old wizard's voice sounded helpless. Harry, I know you do not believe in souls, but whether Hermione is watching you now, or no, I do not think she would wish for you to be like this. No, it was obvious. Harry leveled his wand at Hermione's body. Harry. What are you? And poured everything down his arm into his hand. Frigidaire row. Doing. Hypothermia, Harry said distantly, as he staggered. It'd been one of the spells he and Hermione had experimented on, a lifetime ago, so he was able to control it precisely, though it had taken a lot of power to affect that much mass. Hermione's body should now be at almost exactly 5 degrees Celsius. People have been revived from cold water after more than 30 minutes without breathing. The cold protects you from brain damage, you see, it slows everything down. There's a saying Muggle doctors have, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. I think they even cool down the patient during some surgeries, if they have to stop someone's heart for a while. Fred and George started sobbing. Dumbledore's face was already streaked with tears. I'm sorry, he whispered. Harry, I'm so sorry, but you have to stop this. The headmaster took Harry by the shoulders and pulled on him. Harry allowed himself to be turned away from Hermione's body, walked forward as the headmaster pushed him away from the blood. The cooling charm would buy him time. Hours at least, maybe days if he could manage to keep casting the spell on Hermione or if they stored her body somewhere cold. Now there was time to think. Minerva had seen Albus's face and she'd known something was wrong. There had been time for her to wonder what had happened, and even who had died, her mind flashing to Alastor, to Augusta, to Arthur and Molly, all the most likely targets at the start of Voldemort's second rise. She had thought that she had steeled herself, she had thought herself ready for the worst. Then Albus spoke, and all the steel left her. Not Hermione, no. Albus gave her a brief space to weep, and then told her that Harry Potter, who had watched Miss Granger die, had seated himself outside the infirmary storeroom where Miss Granger's remains were being kept, refusing to move from the spot, and telling anyone who spoke to him to go away so he could think. The only thing that had elicited any reaction from the boy was when Fawkes had tried to sing to him. Harry Potter had shrieked at the Phoenix not to do that. His feelings were real, he didn't want magic trying to heal them like they were a disease. After that Fawkes had refused to sing again. Albus thought that she might have the best chance of reaching Harry Potter now. So she had to pull herself together, and clean up her face. There would be time later for private grief, when her surviving children no longer needed her. Minerva McGonagall pulled together the dislocated pieces of herself, wiped her eyes a final time, and laid her hand on the doorknob of the infirmary section whose back storeroom was now being used, for the second time this century and for the fifth time since the castle of Hogwarts had been raised, as the resting place of a promising young student. She opened the door. Harry Potter's eyes gazed at her. The boy was sitting on the floor in front of the door to the back storeroom, and holding his wand in his lap. If those eyes were grieving, if they were empty, if they were even broken, it couldn't be seen from looking at the boy's face. There were no dried tears on those cheeks. "Why are you here, Professor McGonagall?" Harry Potter said. "I told the headmaster I'd like to be left alone for a while." She couldn't think of anything to say. "To help you, you're not all right," but she didn't know what to say. There was nothing she could imagine saying that would make things better. She hadn't planned ahead before she'd walked into the room, having not been at her best. "What are you thinking about?" Minerva said. It was the only sentence that came into her mind. Albus had told her that Harry had been saying, over and over, that he was thinking, and she had to get Harry talking, somehow. Harry stared half at her and half past her, attention coming into his face, as she held her breath. It took a while before Harry spoke. "I'm trying to think if there's anything I should be doing right now," said Harry Potter. "It's hard, though. My mind keeps on imagining ways the past could have gone differently if I'd thought faster, and I can't rule out that there might be a key insight in there somewhere." "Mr. Potter," she said falteringly. "Harry, I don't think it's healthy for you to be thinking like that." "I disagree. It's not thinking that gets people killed." The words were spoken in a level monotone, as though reciting lines from a book. "Harry," she said, hardly even thinking as she said it, "there's nothing you could have done." Something flickered in Harry's expression. His eyes seemed to focus on her for the first time. "Nothing I could have done." Harry's voice rose on the last word. "Nothing I could have done? I've lost track of how many different ways I could have saved her. If I'd asked to have us all given communications mirrors. If I'd insisted on Hermione being taken out of Hogwarts and put in a school that isn't insane. If I'd snuck out immediately instead of trying to argue with normal people. If I'd remembered the Patroness earlier. If I'd thought through possible emergencies and trained myself to think about Patronuses earlier. Even at the very last minute it might not have been too late. I killed the troll and turned to her and she was still alive and I just knelt next to her listening to her last words like an idiot instead of casting the Patroness again and calling Dumbledore to send Fawkes. Or if I'd just approached the whole problem from a different angle, if I'd looked for a student with a time turner to send a message back in time before I found out about anything happening to her, instead of ending up with an outcome that can't be altered, I asked the headmaster to go back and save Hermione and then fake everything, fake the dead body, edit everyone's memories, but Dumbledore said that he tried something like that once and it didn't work and he lost another friend instead. Or if I'd only gone with, that night. Harry pressed his hands over his face, and when he removed them again, his face was calm and composed once more. "Anyway," said Harry Potter, now in a monotone again, "I don't want to repeat that mistake, so I'm going to spend until dinnertime thinking if there's anything I should be doing. If I haven't thought of anything by then I'll go to dinner and eat. Now please go away." She was aware now that tears were sliding down her cheeks, again. Harry, you have to believe that this isn't your fault." "Of course it's my fault. There's no one else here who could be responsible for anything." "No. You know who killed Hermione." She was hardly aware of what she was saying, that she hadn't screened the room against who might be listening. "Not you. No matter what else you could have done, it's not you who killed her, it was Voldemort. If you can't believe that you'll go mad, Harry. That's not how responsibility works, Professor." Harry's voice was patient, like he was explaining things to a child who was certain not to understand. He wasn't looking at her anymore, just staring off at the wall to her right side. When you do a fault analysis, there's no point in assigning fault to a part of the system you can't change afterward. It's like stepping off a cliff and blaming gravity. Gravity isn't going to change next time. There's no point in trying to allocate responsibility to people who aren't going to alter their actions. Once you look at it from that perspective, you realize that allocating blame never helps anything unless you blame yourself, because you're the only one whose actions you can change by putting blame there. That's why Dumbledore has his room full of broken wands. He understands that part, at least. Some distant part of her mind made a note to wait until much later and then speak sharply to the headmaster about what he was showing to impressionable young children. She might even scream at him this time. She'd been thinking about screaming at him anyway, because of Miss Granger. "You're not responsible," she said, though her voice trembled. "It's the professors, it's us who are responsible for student safety, not you." Harry's eyes flicked back to her. "You're responsible." There was a tightness in the voice. "You want me to hold you responsible, Professor McGonagall?" She raised her chin and nodded. It would be better, by far, than Harry blaming himself. The boy pushed himself up from where he was sitting on the floor, and took a step forward. "All right, then," Harry said in a monotone. "I tried to do the sensible thing, when I saw Hermione was missing and that none of the professors knew. I asked for a 7th-year student to go with me on a broomstick and protect me while we looked for Hermione. I asked for help. I begged for help. And nobody helped me. Because you gave everyone an absolute order to stay in one place or they'd be expelled, no excuses. No matter what else Dumbledore gets wrong, he at least thinks of his students as people, not animals that have to be herded into a pen and kept from wandering out. You knew you weren't any good at military thinking, your first idea was to have us walking through the hallways, you knew some students there were better than you at strategy and tactics, and you still nailed us down in one room without any discretionary judgment. So when something you didn't foresee happened and it would have made perfect sense to send out a 7th-year student on a fast broom to look for Hermione Granger, the students knew you wouldn't understand or forgive. They weren't afraid of the troll, they were afraid of you. The discipline, the conformity, the cowardice that you instilled in them delayed me just long enough for Hermione to die. Not that I should have tried asking for help from normal people, of course, and I will change and be less stupid next time. But if I were dumb enough to allocate responsibility to someone who isn't me, that's what I'd say." Tears were streaming down her cheeks. "That's what I'd tell you if I thought you could be responsible for anything. But normal people don't choose on the basis of consequences, they just play roles. There's a picture in your head of a stern disciplinarian and you do whatever that picture would do, whether or not it makes any sense. A stern disciplinarian would order the students back to their rooms, even if there was a troll roaming the hallways. A stern disciplinarian would order students not to leave the hall on pain of expulsion. And the little picture of Professor McGonagall that you have in your head can't learn from experience or change herself, so there isn't any point to this conversation. People like you aren't responsible for anything, people like me are, and when we fail there's no one else to blame." The boy strode forward to stand directly before her. His hand darted beneath his robes, brought forth the golden sphere that was the ministry-issued protective shell of his time-turner. He spoke in a dead, level voice without any emphasis. "This could have saved Hermione, if I'd been able to use it. But you thought it was your role to shut me down and get in my way. Nobody has died in Hogwarts in 50 years, you said that when you locked it, do you remember? I should have asked again after Bellatrix Black got loose from Azkaban, or after Hermione got framed for attempted murder. But I forgot because I was stupid. Please unlock it now before any of my other friends die." Unable to speak, she brought forth her wand and did so, releasing the time-keyed enchantment she'd laced into the shell's lock. Harry Potter flipped open the golden shell, looked at the tiny glass hourglass within its circles, nodded, and then snapped the case shut. "Thank you. Now go away." The boy's voice cracked again. "I have to think." She closed the door behind her, an awful and still mostly muffled sound escaping her throat. Albus shimmered into existence beside her, taking on a brief garish hue as the disillusionment wore off. She did not jump, quite. "I've told you, stop doing that," Minerva said. Her voice sounded dull in her own ears. "That was private." Albus flickered his fingers at the door behind her. "I was afraid Mr. Potter might do you some harm." The headmaster paused, then said quietly, "I am very surprised that you stood there and took that. All I had to do was say Mr. Potter, and he would have stopped." Her voice had dropped almost to a whisper. "Just that, and he would have stopped. And then he would have had no one to say those awful things to, no one at all." "I thought Mr. Potter's remarks were entirely unfair and undeserved," Albus said. "If it had been you, Albus, you would not have threatened to expel anyone leaving the room. Can you honestly tell me otherwise?" Albus's brows rose. "Your role in this disaster was tiny, your decisions quite sensible at the time, and it is only Harry Potter's perfect hindsight that lets him imagine otherwise. Surely you are wiser than to blame yourself for this, Minerva. She knew perfectly well that Albus would be placing a picture of Hermione in that awful room of his, that it would occupy a place of honor. Albus would hold himself responsible, she was certain, even though he hadn't even been in Hogwarts at the time. But not her. So you also don't think it's worth the trouble of holding me responsible? She slumped against the nearest wall, trying not to let the tears emerge again. She'd never seen Albus weep save thrice. You have always believed in your students, as I never have. They would not have been afraid of you. They would have known you would understand. Minerva. I am not fit to succeed you as headmistress. We both know it. You are wrong, Albus said quietly. When the time comes, you will be the 45th headmistress of Hogwarts and you will do an excellent job of it. She shook her head. What now, Albus? If he will not listen to me, then who? It was perhaps half an hour later. The boy still guarded the door to where his best friend's body lay, sitting his vigil. He was staring downward, at his wand as it lay in his hands. Sometimes his face screwed up in thought, at other times it relaxed. Although the door did not open, and there was no sound, the boy looked up. He composed his face. His voice, when he spoke, was dull. I don't want company. The door opened. The defense professor of Hogwarts entered into the room and shut the door behind him, taking up careful position in a corner between two walls, as far away from the boy as the room permitted. A sharp sense of catastrophe had risen in the air between the two of them, and hung there unchanging. Why are you here? Said the boy. The man tilted his head slightly. Pale eyes examined the boy as though he were a specimen of life from a distant planet, and correspondingly dangerous. I've come to apologize, Mr. Potter, the man said quietly. Apologize for what? The boy said. Why, what could you have done to prevent Hermione's death? I should have thought to check for the presence of yourself, Mr. Longbottom, and Miss Granger, all of whom were obvious next targets, the defense professor said without hesitation. Mr. Hagrid was not mentally equipped to command the student contingent. I should have ignored the deputy headmistress's request for silence, and told her to leave behind Professor Flitwick, who would have been better able to defend the students from any threat, and who could have maintained communication via Patronus. Correct. The boy's voice was razor sharp. I'd forgotten there was someone else in Hogwarts who could be responsible for things. So why didn't you think of it, Professor? Because I don't believe that you were stupid. There was a pause, and the boy's fingers whitened on his wand. You did not think of it either, Mr. Potter, at the time. There was a weariness in the defense professor's voice. I am smarter than you. I think faster than you. I am more experienced than you. But the gap between the two of us is not the same as the gap between us and them. If you can miss something, then so can I. The man's lips twisted. You see, I deduced at once that the troll was but a distraction from some other matter, and of no great importance in itself. So long as nobody sent the students wandering pointlessly through the halls, or uncaringly dispatched the young Slytherins to those very dungeons where the troll had been spotted. The boy did not seem to relax. I suppose that is plausible. In any case, said the man, if there is anyone who can be said to be responsible for Miss Granger's death, it is myself, not you. It is I, not you, who should have. I perceive that you have spoken to Professor McGonagall and that she has given you a script to follow. The boy did not bother keeping the bitterness from his voice. If you have something to say to me, Professor, say it without the masks. There was a pause. As you wish, the defense professor said emotionlessly. The pale eyes stayed keen and sharp. I do regret that the girl is dead. She was a good student in my defense class, and could have been an ally to you later. I would wish to console you for your loss, but I cannot see how to go about doing so. Naturally, if I find the ones responsible I shall kill them. You are welcome to join in should circumstances permit. How touching, the boy said, his voice cool. You are not claiming to have liked Hermione, then? Her charms were lost on me, I suspect. I no longer form such bonds easily. The boy nodded. Thank you for being honest. Is that all, Professor? There was a pause. The castle is scarred, now, said the man standing in the corner. What? When a certain ancient device in my possession informed me that Miss Granger was on the verge of death, I cast that spell of cursed fire of which I once spoke. I burned through some walls and floors so that my broomstick could take a more direct path. The man still spoke tonelessly. Hogwarts will not heal such wounds easily, if at all. I suppose it will be necessary to patch over the holes with lesser conjurations. I regret that now, since I was in any case too late. Ah, said the boy. He closed his eyes briefly. You did want to save her. You wanted it so strongly that you made some sort of actual effort. I suppose your mind, if not theirs, would be capable of that. A brief, dry smile from the man. Thank you for that, Professor. But I would like to be left alone now until dinner time. You of all people will understand. Is that all? Not quite, the man said. A tinge of sardonic dryness now returned to his voice. You see, based on recent experiences, I am concerned that you may now intend to do something extremely foolish. Such as what? Said the boy. I am not quite sure. Perhaps you have decided that a universe without Miss Granger is devoid of value, and should be destroyed for the insults it has dealt you. The boy smiled without any humor. Your own issues are showing, Professor. I don't really go in for that sort of thing. Did you, at some point? Not particularly. I have no great fondness for the universe, but I do live there. There was a pause. What are you planning, Mr. Potter? Said the man in the corner. You have come to some significant resolution, though you are trying to hide it from me. What do you now intend? The boy shook his head. I'm still thinking, and would like to be left alone to do it. I recall an offer you once made to me, some months ago, said the defense professor. Do you want someone intelligent to talk to? I will understand if you are not pleasant to be around. The boy shook his head again. No, thank you. Well, then, said the defense professor. What about someone who is powerful and not particularly bound by naive scruples? There was a hesitation, and then the boy once more shook his head. Someone who is knowledgeable of much secret lore, and magics that some might consider to be unnatural. There was a slight narrowing of the boy's eyes, so imperceptible that someone else might not have. I see, said the defense professor. Go ahead and ask me about it, then. I give you my word that I will repeat nothing of it to the others. The boy took a while to speak, and when he did it was in a cracked voice. I mean to bring Hermione back. Because there isn't an afterlife, and I'm not about to just let her, just not be. The boy pressed his hands over his face, and when he withdrew them, he once more seemed as dispassionate as the man standing in the corner. The defense professor's eyes were abstract, and faintly puzzled. How? The man said finally. However, I have to. There was another pause. Regardless of the risks, the man in the corner said. Regardless of how dangerous the magic required to accomplish it. Yes. The defense professor's eyes were thoughtful. But what general approach did you have in mind? I presume that turning her corpse into an inferius is not what you... Would she be able to think? The boy said. Would her body still decay? No, and yes. Then no. What of the resurrection stone of Cadmus Peveril, if it could be obtained for you? The boy shook his head. I don't want an illusion of Hermione drawn from my memories. I want her to be able to live her life. The boy's voice cracked. I haven't decided yet on an object-level angle of attack. If I have to brute force the problem by acquiring enough power and knowledge to just make it happen, I will. Another pause. And to go about that, the man in the corner said, you will use your favorite tool, science. Of course. The defense professor exhaled, almost like a sigh. I suppose that makes sense of it. Are you willing to help, or not? The boy said. What help do you seek? Magic. Where does it come from? I do not know, said the man. And neither does anyone else. Oh, the situation is far worse than that, Mr. Potter. There is hardly a scholar of the esoteric who has not unraveled the nature of magic, and every one of them believes something different. Where do new spells come from? I keep reading about someone who invented a spell to do something or other, but there's no mention of how. A shrug of robed shoulders. Where do new books come from, Mr. Potter? Those who read many books sometimes become able to write them in turn. How? No one knows. There are books on how to write. Reading them will not make you a famous playwright. After all such advice is accounted for, what remains is mystery. The invention of new spells is a similar mystery of purer form. The man's head tilted. Such endeavors are dangerous. The saying is that one should either not have children, or else wait until after they are grown. There is a reason why so many innovators seem to hail from Gryffindor, rather than Ravenclaw as might be expected. And the more powerful sorts of magics. The boy said. A legendary wizard might invent one sacrificial ritual in his life, and pass on the knowledge to his heirs. To try inventing 5 such would be suicide. That is why wizards of true power are those who have acquired ancient lore. The boy nodded distantly. So much for the direct solution, then. It would have been nice to just invent a spell for raise dead, become god or summon terminal. Do you know anything about Atlantis? Only what any scholar knows, the man said dryly. If you would like to hear about the top 18 standard theories, do not glare at me, Mr. Potter. If it were that simple, I would have done it many years earlier. I understand. Sorry. There was a time of silence. The defense professor's gaze rested on the boy stared off seemingly at nothing. There's some magics I mean to learn. Spells I could have used earlier today, if I'd thought to study them beforehand. The boy's voice was cold. Spells I'll need, if this sort of thing goes on happening. Most I expect I can just look up. Some I expect I can't. The defense professor inclined his head. I shall teach you almost any magic you wish to know, Mr. Potter. I do have some limits, but you may always ask. But what specifically do you seek? You lack the raw power for the killing curse and most other spells deemed forbidden. That spell of cursed fire. I don't suppose it's a sacrificial ritual that even a child could use, if he dared. The defense professor's lips twitched. It requires the permanent sacrifice of a drop of blood. Your body would be lighter by that drop of blood, from that day forward. Not the sort of thing one would wish to do often, Mr. Potter. Strength of will is demanded for the cursed fire not to turn upon you and consume you. The usual practice is to first test one's will in lesser trials. And although it is not a primary element of the ritual, I am afraid that it does require more magic than you shall possess for another few years. Pity, the boy said. It would have been nice to see the look on the enemy's face the next time they tried using a troll. The defense professor inclined his head, his lips twitching again. What about memory charms? The Weasley twins were acting oddly and the headmaster said he thinks they've been obliviated. It seems to be one of the enemy's favorite tricks. Rule 8, said the defense professor. Any technique which is good enough to defeat me once is good enough to learn myself. The boy smiled humorlessly. And I once heard about an adult casting Obliviate while she was almost completely drained, so it must not take too much magic to cast. It's not even considered unforgivable, though I can't imagine why not. If I could have made Mr. Hagrid remember a different set of orders. It is not that straightforward, said the defense professor. You are not powerful enough to use the false memory charm, and even a simple obliviation will stretch the edge of your current stamina. It is a dangerous art, illegal to use without ministry authorization, and I would caution you not to use it under circumstances where it would be inconvenient to accidentally erase 10 years of someone's life. I wish I could promise you that I would obtain one of those highly guarded tomes from the Department of Mysteries, and pass it to you beneath a disguised cover. But what I must actually tell you is that you will find the standard introductory text in the northwest stacks of the main Hogwarts library, filed under M. Seriously, the boy said flatly. Indeed. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Your creativity has become a great deal more practical, Mr. Potter, since I have known you. Thank you for the compliment. The boy did not look up from where he was again gazing down at the wand held between his hands. I would like to go back to thinking now. Please explain to them on my behalf what happens if I am disturbed. The door to the storeroom clicked open, and Professor Quirrell stepped out. His face had a dead, emotionless look to it. She would have said that it reminded her of Severus, though Severus had never looked quite like that. Even as the door clicked shut again, Minerva had thrown up a wordless quieting barrier. The words spilled forth from her rapidly. How did it go? You were in there for a while. Is Harry talking now? Professor Quirrell paced swiftly across the room to the far wall near the entrance, looked back at her. The emotionlessness slid off his face, as though he were taking off a mask, leaving behind someone very grim. I spoke to Mr. Potter as he expected me to speak, and avoided saying things that would annoy him. I do not think it consoled him. I do not think I have the knack. Thank you, it is good that he spoke at all. She hesitated. What did Mr. Potter say? I am afraid that I promised him not to speak of it. And now? I think that I must visit the Hogwarts library. The library? Yes, Professor Quirrell said. An uncharacteristic tension had come into his voice. I intend to strengthen the security upon the restricted section with certain precautions of my own devising. The current wards are a joke. And Mr. Potter must be kept out of the restricted section at all costs. She stared at the defense professor, her heart suddenly in her throat. Professor Quirrell continued speaking. You will not tell the boy that I have said this much to you. You will confirm to Flitwick and Vector that the boy is to be diverted by the usual evasions if he asks precocious questions about spell creation. And though it is not my own area of expertise, Deputy Headmistress, if there is any way you can imagine to convince the boy to stop sinking further into his grief and madness, any way at all to undo the resolutions he is coming to, then I suggest you resort to it immediately. Chapter 91, Rolls, PT2. A/N, this chapter does not contain a spoiler for any particular Orson Scott Card novel. It's a metaphor. Shortly after, there was another knock upon the storeroom door. If you actually care about my mental health, the boy said without looking up, you will go away, leave me alone, and wait for me to come down to dinner. This isn't helping. The door opened, and the one who had waited outside stepped in. Seriously? The boy said flatly. The door closed and clicked behind Severus Snape. The potions master of Hogwarts wore none of his customary arrogance, or even the dispassionate guise that he ordinarily took in the headmaster's office. His gaze was strange, as he looked down upon the boy guarding that door, his thoughts unfathomable. I also cannot imagine what the deputy headmistress is thinking, said the potions master of Hogwarts. Unless I am meant to serve as a warning of where it will lead you, if you decide to take the blame for her death upon yourself. The boy's lips pressed together. Fine. Let's just skip ahead to the end of this conversation. You win, Professor Snape. I concede that you were more responsible for Lily Potter's death than I was responsible for Hermione Granger's death, and that my guilt can't stack up to your guilt. And then I ask you to go, and you tell them that it would probably be best to let me alone for a while. Are we done? Almost, the potions master said. I am the one who put the notes under Miss Granger's pillow, telling her where to find the fights in which she intervened. The boy did not react to this at all. Finally he spoke. Because you dislike bullying. Not that alone. There was a note of pain in the potions master's voice that sounded alien to it. It was hard to imagine it being the same acid voice that instructed children not to stir one more time or they'd blow off their wrists. I should have realized it, very much earlier, I suppose, and yet I did not see it at all, being entirely absorbed in myself. For me to be placed as head of Slytherin, it means that Albus Dumbledore has entirely lost hope that Slytherin House can be helped. I am certain that Dumbledore must have tried, I cannot imagine that he did not try, when he first took trust of Hogwarts. It must have been a severe blow to him, when after that so much of Slytherin answered to the Dark Lord's call, he would not have placed me in authority over that house, acting as I did, unless he had lost all hope. The potions master's shoulders fell, beneath his spotted and stained cloak. But you and Miss Granger were trying to do something, and the two of you had even managed to bring over Mr. Malfoy and Miss Greengrass, and perhaps those two could have set a different example. I suppose it was foolish for me to believe. The headmaster does not know of what I have done, and I ask you not to tell him. Why are you telling me this? Matters have become far too serious not to tell someone. Severus Snape's lips twisted. I have seen enough disastrous plotting, in my tenure as head of Slytherin, to know how that sometimes goes. If, in the future, all should come to light, then at least I have told you, and you may say as much. Lovely, the boy said. Thank you for clearing that up. Is that all? Do you intend to declare that your life is now a ruin and that there is nothing left for you but vengeance? No. I still have. The boy cut himself off. Then there is very little advice that I can give you, said Severus Snape. The boy nodded distantly. On Hermione's behalf, thank you for helping her with the bullies. She would tell you that it was the right thing to do. And now I would be much obliged if you could tell them to leave me alone. The potions master turned to the door, and when his face was unseen, his voice came in a whisper. I truly am sorry for your loss. Severus Snape departed. The boy stared after him, trying to remember, as best as he could at this distance, words which had been spoken some time earlier. Your books betrayed you, Potter. They did not tell you the one thing you needed to know. You cannot learn from books what it is like to lose the one you love. That is something you could never know without experiencing it for yourself. It had gone something like that, the boy thought, if he was remembering correctly. Hours had passed now, in the infirmary section with its closed door and a body lying in state behind it. Harry went on staring at his wand, as it lay in his lap. At the tiny scratches and smudges on the 11 inches of holly, flaws he'd never looked closely enough to notice before. A quick mental calculation said there was no reason to worry, since if this was 6 or 7 months' accumulation of damage, then a standard lifetime wouldn't wear away the wand entirely. At the time, he probably would have worried about his own time turner being taken away if he'd just openly yelled out, "Does anyone have a time turner?" into the Great Hall, but it would have been easy enough to pre-commit to, after lunch, finding someone to send Professor Flitwick a message 2 hours earlier, and then Professor Flitwick could have just gone straight to Hermione, or sent her his raven patroness, long before the troll was anywhere near her. Or might that alternate Harry have already learned it was too late, heard about Hermione's death after lunch and before he could buy any messages sent backwards in time? Maybe a basic guideline of working with time travel was to make sure you never risked learning you were too late, if you hadn't yet gone backwards. There was a tiny chemical burn now on the end of his wand, presumably from contacting the acid he'd partially transfigured the troll's brain into, but the wand seemed robust against losses of small amounts of wood. Really, the concept of a magic wand being required just got stranger the more you thought about it. Though if spells were always being invented in some mysterious way, new rituals being carved as new levers upon the unknown machine, it might just be that people just kept inventing rituals that involved wands, just like they invented phrases like Wingardium Leviosa. It really seemed like magic ought to be, in some sense, almost arbitrarily powerful, and it certainly would be convenient if Harry could just bypass whatever conceptual limitation prevented people from inventing spells like just fix everything forever, but somehow nothing was ever that easy where magic was concerned. Harry looked at his mechanical watch again, but it still wasn't time. He'd attempted to cast the patroness charm, meaning to tell his patroness to go to Hermione Granger. Just in case it was all a lie, a false memory charm, or one of the who knew how many ways that wizards could be made to close their eyes and dream. Just in case the real Hermione was alive and being held somewhere, despite his feeling her life as it left her. Just in case there was an afterlife and the true patroness could reach it. The spell hadn't worked though, so that particular test had failed to provide any evidence, leaving him with the previous, unfavorable prior. Time passed, and yet more time. From the outside you would have just seen a boy, sitting, staring at his wand with an abstracted gaze, looking at his watch every 2 minutes or so. The door to the infirmary section opened once again. The boy sitting there looked up with a deadly, chilling glare. Then the boy's face cracked in dismay, and he scrambled to his feet. "Harry," said the man in the button-down formal shirt and a black vest thrown over it. His voice was hoarse. "Harry, what's happening?" "The headmaster of your school, he showed up in those ridiculous robes at my office and told me that Hermione Granger was dead." A moment later a woman followed the man into the room. She seemed less confused than the man, less bewildered and more frightened. "Dad," the boy said thinly. "Mom." "Yes, she's dead." "They didn't tell you anything else?" "No." "Harry, what's happening?" There was a pause. The boy slumped back against the wall. "I can't, I can't do this." "What?" "I can't pretend to be a little boy, I just don't have the energy right now." "Harry," the woman said falteringly. "Harry." "Dad, you know those fantasy books where the hero has to hide everything from his parents because they wouldn't understand, they'd react stupidly and get in the hero's way? It's a plot device, right, so that the hero has to solve everything himself instead of telling his parents. Please don't be that plot device, Dad, or you either, Mum. Just don't play that role. Don't be the parents who won't understand. Don't yell at me and give me parental demands I can't follow. Because I've wandered into a bloody stupid fantasy novel and now Hermione's, I just don't have the energy to deal with it." Slowly, as though his limbs were only half animated, the man in the black vest kneeled down to where Harry was standing, so that his eyes were level with his son's. "Harry," the man said. "I need you to tell me everything that has happened, right now." The boy took a deep breath, swallowed. "They tell me the Dark Lord I defeated may still be alive. Like that's not the plot of 100 sodding books, right? So, it could also be that the headmaster of my school, who's the most powerful wizard in the world, has gone insane. And Hermione was framed for an attempted murder just before this, not that anyone would have told her parents about it or anything. The student she was framed for attempted murdering was the son of Lucius Malfoy, who's the most powerful politician in magical Britain, and used to be the Dark Lord's number 2. The defense professor position at this school has a curse on it, nobody ever lasts more than a year. They have a saying that the defense professor is always a suspect. This year the defense professor is secretly a mysterious wizard who opposed the Dark Lord during the last war and may or may not be evil himself. Also the potions master has been pining after Lily Potter for years and might be behind this whole thing for some twisted psychological reason." The boy's lips pressed together bitterly. "I think that's most of the bloody stupid plot." The man, who had listened to all this quietly, stood up. He put a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. "That's enough, Harry," he said. "I've heard enough. We're leaving this school right now and taking you with us." The woman was looking at the boy, her face asking a question. The boy gazed back at her and nodded. The woman's voice was thin when she spoke. "They won't let us, Michael. They have no legal right to stop us. Right? You're muggles," said the boy. He smiled twistedly. "You have as much standing in the magical British legal system as mice. No wizard is going to care about any arguments you make about rights, about fairness. They won't even take the time to listen. You don't have any power, see, so they don't have to bother." "No, Mum, I'm not smiling like this because I agree with their muggle policies, I'm smiling because I disagree with your children policies." Then, Professor Michaelvers Evans said firmly, "We shall see what the real government has to say about that. I know an MP or 3. They'll say, you're crazy, have a nice day in this asylum. That's assuming the Ministry obliviators don't get to you first and erase your memories. They do that to muggles a lot, I hear. I figure the real higher UPS in our government have formed some cozy accommodations of their own. Maybe they get a few healing charms now and then, if someone important manages to get cancer." The boy gave that twisted smile again. "And that's the situation, Dad, as Mum already knows. They'd never have brought you here or told you anything, if there was a single thing you could do about it." The man's mouth opened but no words came out, as though he had been reading from a script which described what a concerned parent ought to do in this sort of situation, and this script had suddenly arrived at a blank spot. "Harry," the woman said falteringly. The boy looked at her. "Harry, did something happen to you? You seem different." "Petunia," the man said, his tongue apparently working once more. "Don't say such things. He's under stress, that's all." "Well, Mum, you see," the boy's voice cracked. "Are you sure you want this all at once, Mum?" The woman nodded, though she didn't speak. "I've got, you know how that school psychiatrist thought I had anger management problems? Well, the boy stopped, and swallowed. "I don't know how to explain this to you, Mum. It's something magical instead. Probably something to do with whatever happened on the night my parents died. I have, well, I was calling it a mysterious dark side, and I know it sounds like a joke, and I did check with an ancient telepathic magical hat to make sure my scar wasn't actually inhabited by the Dark Lord's spirit, and it said that there was only one person under its brim, and I don't think wizards have actual souls anyway, since they can still suffer from brain damage. Only. Harry, slow down, said the man. Only whatever it is, it's still real. There's something inside me. It gave me willpower when things were bad. I could face down anything so long as I was angry. Snape, Dumbledore, the entire Wizengamot, my dark side wasn't afraid of anything but Dementors. And I wasn't stupid. I knew that there might be a price for using my dark side, and I kept on looking to see what the price might be. It didn't change my magic. It didn't seem to cause permanent alignment shift. It didn't try to take me away from my friends or anything like that. So I kept on using it whenever I had to, and I only figured out too late what the price really was. The boy's voice had become almost a whisper. I only figured out today. Every time I call on it, it uses up my childhood. I killed the thing that got Hermione. And it wasn't my dark side that did it, it was me. Oh, Mum, Dad, I'm sorry. There was a long silence filled with the sound of broken masks. Harry, the man said, kneeling down again, I need you to start over from the beginning and explain that much more slowly. The boy spoke. The parents listened. Some time later, the father stood up. The boy looked up at him, grimacing in bitter anticipation. Harry, the man said, Petunia and I are going to get you out of here as quickly as possible. Don't, the boy said warningly. I mean it, Dad. The Ministry of Magic isn't something you can stand up to. Pretend they're the tax office or the dean or something else that won't brook any challenge to their dominance. In magical Britain you're only allowed to remember what the government thinks you should remember, and remembering the existence of magic or that you have a son named Harry is a privilege, not a right. And if they did that, I'd crack and turn the ministry into a giant flaming crater. Mum, you know the score. You absolutely have to stop Dad from trying anything stupid. And son, the man rubbed at his temples. Maybe I shouldn't say this now, but are you sure that what you're talking about is really a magical dark side, and not something normal for a boy your age? Normal, the boy said with elaborate patience. Normal how, exactly? I could check again, but I'm reasonably sure there wasn't anything about this in Childcraft, a guide for parents. My dark side isn't just an emotional state, it makes me smarter. In some ways, anyhow. You can't just pretend yourself smarter. The man rubbed at his head again. Well, there's a certain well-known phenomenon wherein children undergo a biological process which can sometimes make them angry and dark and grim, and this process also significantly increases their intelligence and their height. The boy slumped back against the wall. No, Dad, it's not that I'm turning into a teenager. I checked with my brain and it still thinks that girls are icky. But if that's what you want to pretend, then fine. Maybe I'm better off with you not believing me. The boy's voice choked. I just couldn't stand lying about it. Adolescence doesn't necessarily work like that, Harry. It may still take a while for you to notice girls. If, in fact, you haven't noticed one. Alria, and the man abruptly stopped. I didn't like Hermione in that way, the boy whispered. Why does everyone keep thinking it has to be about that? It's disrespectful to her, to think someone could only like her in that way. The man swallowed visibly. Anyway, son, you keep yourself safe while we work on getting you out of here, is that understood? Don't you go actually thinking that you've turned to the dark side. I know you've had, what I used to call your Ender Wiggin moments. I think we are now well past Ender and on to Ender after the buggers kill Valentine. Language, said the woman, and then her hand flew to cover her mouth. The boy spoke wearily. Not that kind of bugger, Mum. They're insectoid aliens, never mind. Harry, that's exactly what I'm saying you shouldn't think, Professor Evans said firmly. You're not to go believing that you're turning evil. You are not to hurt anyone, place yourself in harm's way, or mess around with any sort of black magic whatsoever, while your mum and I work on extracting you from this situation. Is that clear, son? The boy closed his eyes. That'd be wonderful advice, Dad, if only I were in a comic book. Harry, the man began. Police can't do that. Soldiers can't do that. The most powerful wizard in the world couldn't do that, and he tried. It's not fair to the innocent bystanders to play at being Batman if you can't actually protect everyone under that code. And I've just proven that I can't. Beads of sweat were glistening on Professor Michael Evans's forehead. Now you listen to me. No matter what you've read in books, you aren't supposed to be protecting anyone. Or involving yourself in anything dangerous. Absolutely anything dangerous whatsoever. Just stay out of the way of everything, every bit of craziness going on in this madhouse, while we get you out of here the first instant we possibly can. The boy looked searchingly at his father, then his mother. Then he looked at his wristwatch again. Excellent point, said the boy. The boy marched over to the door leading outward, and flung it open. The door flew open with a crack that caused Minerva to startle where she stood, and before she had time to think, Harry Potter marched out of the room, glaring directly at her. "You brought my parents here," the boy who lived said. "To Hogwarts. Where you know who or someone is lurking around, targeting my friends. What exactly were you thinking?" She did not reply that she had been thinking about Harry sitting in front of the door to the storeroom containing Hermione's body, refusing to move. "Who else knows about this?" Harry Potter demanded. "Did anyone see them with you?" "The headmaster brought them here. I want them out of here immediately before anyone else notices, especially you know who, but also including Professor Quirrell or Professor Snape. Please send your patroness to the headmaster and tell him that he needs to bring it back at once. Do not mention my parents by name, or as people, in case somebody else is listening." "Indeed," said Professor Evans, nodding sternly along with this from where he stood directly behind the boy, Petunia a step behind him. His hand rested firmly on Harry's shoulder. "We'll finish talking to our son at home." "A moment, please," Minerva said in reflexive politeness. Her first try at casting the patroness failed, a disadvantage of that charm under certain circumstances. It wasn't the first time she'd done it so, but she seemed to have lost some of the knack. Minerva shut the thought down and concentrated. When the message was sent, she turned back to Professor Evans. "Sir," she said, "I'm afraid that Mr. Potter must not leave the Hogwarts school." By the time Albus finally arrived, there was shouting, the Muggle man having given up on dignity. At least there was shouting on one side of the argument. Minerva's heart wasn't in it. The truth was that she couldn't believe the words coming out of her mouth. When the professor turned to argue with the headmaster, Harry Potter, who had remained silent through this, spoke up. "Not here," said Harry. "You can argue with him anywhere but Hogwarts, Dad." "Mum, please make sure that Dad doesn't try anything that will get him in trouble with the Ministry." Michael Evans's face screwed up. He turned, looked at Harry Potter. When his voice came out it was hoarse, accompanied by water in his eyes. "Son, what are you doing?" "You know perfectly well what I'm doing," Harry Potter said. "You read those comic books long before you gave them to me. I've been through a bunch of crap, matured a bit, and now I'm protecting my relatives. Actually, it's simpler than that, you know what I'm doing because you tried to do the same thing. I'm having my loved ones taken out of Hogwarts immediately, that's what I'm doing. Headmaster, please get them out of here before you know who discovers their presence and marks them for death." Michael Evans began a frantic dash toward Harry, and then all motion stopped with the Muggle man leaning forward in his flight. "I am sorry," the headmaster said quietly. "We shall speak more soon. Minerva, I was with the others when you called, they are waiting in your office." The headmaster passed forwards like he was gliding, until he stood in the midst of where the man and woman stood frozen, and there was another flash of flame. Motion resumed. Minerva looked at Harry. Words did not come to her. "Clever move, bringing them here," Harry Potter said. "Probably damaged our relationship permanently. All I wanted was to be bloody left alone until bloody dinner time." "Which," the boy looked at his wristwatch, "it now is anyway. I'm going to go say goodbye to Hermione by myself, which I promise will take less than 2 minutes, and then after that I'll come out and go eat something like I would have done regardless. Do not disturb me for those 2 bloody minutes or I will snap and try to kill someone, I mean it, Professor." The boy turned and strode into the small room, opened the rear door to where Hermione Granger's body was being kept, and strode inside before she could think to speak. Through the doorway she saw a flash of a sight she knew no child ought to see. The door slammed shut. She started forwards, unthinking. Halfway to the door, she stopped herself. Her mind was still slow, and hurting, and the part of her that Harry Potter would have called the picture of a stern disciplinarian was lifelessly mouthing words about inappropriate behavior from children. The rest of her didn't think it was a good idea to leave any child, even Harry Potter, alone in a room with the bloody corpse of his best friend. But the act of opening the door, or asserting any sort of authority, did not seem to her wise. There was no right thing to do, and no right thing to say, or if there was any right path, she did not know it. Very slowly, a minute and a half passed. When the door opened again, Harry seemed to have changed, as though that minute and a half had passed over the course of lifetimes. "Seal up the room," Harry said quietly, "and let's go, Professor McGonagall." She walked over to the storeroom door. She wasn't quite able to stop herself from looking in, and saw the dried blood, the sheet covering the lower half, the upper body waxy and doll-like, and a glimpse of Hermione Granger's closed eyes. Something inside her began its weeping all over again. She closed the door. Her fingers moved upon her wand, her mouth spoke words without thought, charms and wards to seal the room against entry. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said in a strange voice, as if by rote, "do you have the rock? The rock that the headmaster gave me? I should transfigure it into a jewel again, since it did prove useful." Automatically her eyes went to the ring on Harry's left pinky finger, noting the emptiness of the setting where the jewel should have been. I shall mention it to the headmaster, her tongue replied. Is that a usual tactic, by the way? Harry said, voice still odd. Carrying something large transfigured into something small to use as a weapon? Or is that a usual exercise for transfiguration practice? Distantly, she shook her head. Well, let's go, then. I have her voice stopped. I'm afraid I have something else which I must do, now. Will you be all right on your own, and will you promise to go to the Great Hall directly and eat something, Mr. Potter? The boy promised, barring exceptional and unforeseen circumstances, a clause with which she did not argue, and then walked out of the room. What lay ahead of her, would be no easier, certainly, and might well be harder. Minerva walked to her office at a swift pace, not slowly, for that would have been a discourtesy. Professor McGonagall opened the door to her office. Madam Granger, her voice said, Mr. Granger, I am so terribly sorry for. Chapter 92, Rolls, PT 3. There was nothing left to do. There was nothing left to plan. There was nothing left to think. Into that emptiness rose the new worst memory. The boy who lived unlike his best friend trudged the long, echoing corridors toward the Great Hall. With all his energies of thought exhausted, his mind was starting to throw out thoughts like an image of Hermione walking beside him and wordless concepts like that will never happen again until another part yelled no and shouted it down with determination to bring her back, only that part's voice was getting tired and the other part seemed tireless. Another part of his mind insisted on reviewing what he'd said to Professor McGonagall and Dad and Mum, even though he'd only been trying to get them out of there as quickly as possible and had been running on limited mental energy. As though somehow he could have done better, by an act of his defective will. What would be left of his relationship with his parents now, Harry couldn't guess. He came finally to a junction where there waited a older boy in green-fringed black robes, silently reading a textbook, on the path that anyone would pick if they wanted to intercept someone going from the healer's chambers to the Great Hall. Harry was wearing the cloak of invisibility, of course, he'd put it on after leaving the office, rendering himself immune to almost all forms of magical detection. There was no point in making it easy for anyone trying to find him and kill him. And Harry was almost set to continue past without bothering to find out what was going on, when he recognized the Slytherin boy's face. Realization dawned on Harry then. Of course, one of the students who had stayed in school over the Easter holiday would naturally have been. You were waiting for me, Harry said out loud, without removing the cloak. The Slytherin boy jerked back, hitting his head against the wall, his fifth-year charms textbook dropping from his hands, before he looked up with wide eyes. You're invisible. Yes. Say what you mean to say. Lysith Lestrange scrambled to his feet, a position of attention, then blurted out, My lord, did I do the right thing? I thought you would not wish me to step forward before all those others, that they might suspect our connection. I thought, surely if you wished my help you would call on me. It was amazing how many different ways there were to kill your best friend by being stupid. Lysith hesitated, then said in a small voice, I was wrong, wasn't I? You acted exactly as you should have, under the circumstances. It is I who was a fool. I'm sorry, my lord, whispered Lysith. If you had come with me, would you have been able to kill the troll? It wasn't even the correct question. The correct question was whether Harry himself would have considered Lysith as sufficient and flown out 60 seconds earlier, but still. I'm not sure, my lord. I am not much welcome to dueling practices in Slytherin. I have not learned the gestures to the killing curse. Should I study those arts to better serve you, my lord? I continue to insist that I am not your lord, Harry said. Yes, my lord. Although, Harry said, and this is not any kind of order, just a remark, anyone ought to know how to defend themselves, especially you. I'm sure the defense professor would help you with that on general principles, if you asked. Lysith Lestrange bowed and said, Yes, my lord, I will follow your orders if I can, my lord. Harry would have complained about being misunderstood, if he hadn't been understood perfectly. Lysith left. Harry stared at the wall. He'd honestly thought that he'd already figured out all the different ways that he'd been stupid, after spending half a day thinking about it. Apparently this had just been more overconfidence on his part. Do we understand what we did wrong? His Slytherin side said coldly. Yes, Harry thought. Your ethical qualms don't even make sense. You're not tricking Lysith. You did exactly what Lysith thinks you did. You wouldn't have to make excuses for why Lysith was helping you, you could just say you were calling in the debt from rescuing him from bullies. There were 6 witnesses to that. Hermione died because you forgot about an extremely valuable resource, and you forgot about Lysith because, why? Because having Lysith Lestrange for a minion seemed sort of Dark Lordish? Hufflepuff said in a small mental voice. I mean, that decision was probably mostly me. Harry's Slytherin side didn't answer that in words, just radiated contempt and flashed an image of Hermione's corpse. Stop it! Harry screamed internally. Next time, Slytherin said icily, I suggest that we spend more time worrying about what is efficient and effective, and less time worrying about what seems sort of Dark Lordish. Point made, Harry thought. I will. No, you won't, said Slytherin. You'll come up with more rationalizations for your petty qualms. You'll start listening to me after your next friend dies. Harry was starting to worry that he was going insane. The conversations he had with the voices in his head weren't usually like this. The boy who lived. Pain. Harry trudged on alone. Hurts. Harry walked on through the silent corridors. How is Mr. Potter doing? Demanded Professor Quirrell. There was a tension about the man, you could not quite call it concern, more like an ambusher measuring the time to strike. The Grangers had hardly left with Madame Pomfrey before the defense professor had knocked upon the door to her office and then entered without waiting for her answer, and spoken before she could say a word. Part of Minerva wondered distantly whether Harry Potter had picked up that habit from his defense professor, being unaware of others' pain when there was something else on his mind, or if it was only a childish flaw which this man had somehow failed to grow out of. Mr. Potter has ceased guarding Miss Granger's body, she said, putting some of the chill she felt into her voice. She felt certain that the defense professor was not experiencing as much grief as she was. The man had spoken not a single word of Hermione Granger. For him to put demands on her, I believe he has gone down to dinner. I am not asking after the boy's physical state. Have you, has he? Professor Quirrell made a sharp gesture, as though to indicate a concept for which he had no words. Not particularly, she said. She was around 30 seconds away from ordering the defense professor out of her office. Professor Quirrell began to pace within the small confines of her office. Miss Granger was the only one whose worries he truly heeded. With her gone, all checks on the boy's recklessness are removed. I see it now. Who else is there? Mr. Longbottom? Mr. Potter does not pretend that they are peers. Flitwick? His goblin blood would only cry for vengeance. Mr. Malfoy, if he were returned? To what end? Snape? A walking disaster. Dumbledore? Pfey. Events are already set for catastrophe, they must be steered along some course they would not naturally go. Who might Mr. Potter heed, who would not ordinarily speak to him? Cedric Diggory has taught him, but what would Mr. Diggory say in advice? An unknown. Mr. Potter spent long in speech with Remus Lupin. To him I have paid little heed. Would Lupin know the words to speak, the act which must be done, the sacrifice which must be made to change the boy's course? Professor Quirrell whirled on her. Did Remus Lupin comfort those in grief or stay those moved to rash deeds, during his time with the Order of the Phoenix? It is not a poor thought, she said slowly. I believe that Mr. Lupin was often a voice of restraint to James Potter in his Hogwarts days. James Potter, said Professor Quirrell, his eyes narrowing. The boy is not much like James Potter. Are you confident in the success of this plan? No, that is the wrong question, we are not limited to a single plan. Are you certain that this plan will be enough, that we need no others? Asked in such fashion, the question answers itself. The path leading to disaster must be averted along every possible point of intervention. The defense professor had resumed pacing the confines of her office, reaching one wall, turning on his heel, pacing to the other. My apologies, Professor, she did not bother keeping the sharpness from her voice, but I have quite reached my limits for the day. You may go. You. Professor Quirrell spun, and she found herself gazing directly into eyes of icy blue. You would be the first one I would think of after Miss Granger, to stay the boy from a folly. Have you already done your utmost? Of course you have not. How dare he suggest that? If you have nothing more to say, Professor, then you will go. Has your confederacy deduced who I really am? The words were spoken with deceptive mildness. Yes, in fact. Now. Pure magic, pure power crashed into the room like a flash of lightning, like a thunderclap echoing about her ears that deafened her other senses, the papers on her desk blown aside not by any conjured wind but by the sheer raw force of arcane might. Then the power subsided, leaving only Hermione Granger's death certificates drifting down through the air to the floor. I am David Monroe, who fought Voldemort, the man said, still in mild tones. Heed my words. The boy cannot be allowed to continue in this state of mind. He will become dangerous. It is possible that you have already done everything you can. Yet I find this a very rare event indeed, and more often said than done. I suspect rather that you have only done what you customarily do. I cannot truly comprehend what drives others to break their bounds, since I never had them. People remain surprisingly passive when faced with the prospect of death. Fear of public ridicule or losing one's livelihood is more likely to drive men to extremes and the breaking of their customary habits. On the other side of the war, the Dark Lord had excellent results from the Cruciatus Curse, judiciously used on marked servants who cannot escape punishment except by success, with no reasonable efforts accepted. Imagine their state of mind within yourself, and ask yourself whether you have truly done all that you can to wrench Harry Potter from his course. I am a Gryffindor and not much given to being moved by fear, she snapped back. You will exercise courtesy within my office. I find fear an excellent motivation, and indeed it is fear that moves me now. You know who, for all his horror, still abided by certain boundaries. It is my professional judgment, speaking as a learned wizard almost on par with Dumbledore or he who must not be named, that the boy could join the ranks of those whose rituals are inscribed upon the tombstones of countries. This is not an idle worry, McGonagall, I have already heard words to produce the gravest apprehensions. Are you mad? You think that Mr. Potter could? This is ridiculous. Mr. Potter cannot possibly. A wordless image crossed her mind of a patch of glass on a steel ball. Mr. Potter would not do such a thing. His deliberate choice is not required. Wizards rarely set out to invoke their own dooms. Mr. Potter may not strike you as malicious. Does he strike you as reckless once he is resolved upon a goal? I say again that I have specific reason for the gravest possible concerns. Have you spoken to the headmaster of this? She said slowly. That would be worse than pointless. Dumbledore cannot reach the boy. At best he is wise enough to know this and make things no worse. I lack the requisite frame of mind. You are the one who, but I see that you still look for others to save you. The defense professor turned from her, and strode to the door. I think I shall consult with Severus Snape. The man may be a walking disaster, but he knows the fact, and he may possess a greater understanding of that boy's mood. As for you, madam, imagine yourself at the end of your life, knowing that Britain, but no, Britain is not your true country, is it? Imagine yourself at the end of your life as the darkness eats through the fading walls of Hogwarts, knowing that your students will die with you, remembering this day and realizing there was something else you could have done. Chapter 93, Rolls, PT4. Harry had walked into the Great Hall, looked around only once, grabbed enough calories to sustain himself, walked out, put on his cloak again and found a small random corner in which to eat. Seeing the students at their tables. Feeling revulsion when you look at other humans is not a good sign, Hufflepuff said. It's not reasonable to blame them for having not had your opportunities to learn what you've learned. Inaction in emergencies has nothing to do with people being selfish. Normalcy bias, like that plane crash in 10 or something where a few people ran out and escaped but most people just sat in their seats not moving while their plane was literally on fire. Look at how long you took to really start moving. It serves no useful purpose to hate, said Gryffindor. It's just going to damage your altruism. Try to figure out a training method you could use to prevent this from happening next time, said Ravenclaw. I'll go ahead and register the experimental prediction, said Slytherin, that will always observe exactly what would be predicted on the hypothesis that people cannot be saved, cannot be taught, and will never help us with anything important. Also, we need some way of keeping track of all the times I'm right. Harry ignored the voices in his head and just ate slices of toast as fast as he could. It wasn't proper nutrition as a general policy, but one-time exceptions wouldn't hurt so long as he made them up the next day. In mid-bite, the blazing silver silhouette of a phoenix flew in from nowhere and said, in the voice of a tired old man, "Please remove your cloak, Harry, I have a letter to deliver to you." Harry coughed for a bit, swallowed some toast which had gone down the wrong way, stood up, took off the cloak of invisibility, said aloud, "Tell Dumbledore I said fine," and then sat down and continued to eat his toast. The toast had all gone by the time Albus Dumbledore walked up to Harry's nook, carrying folded sheets of paper in his hand, real paper, with lines, not wizard's parchment. "Is that Harry?" said. "From your father, and from your mother," said the old wizard. Wordlessly, Dumbledore handed over the folded sheets, and wordlessly Harry accepted them. The old wizard hesitated, then said quietly, "The defense professor has told me to restrain my counsel, and I thought the same thing myself when given time to think. I have always taken too long to learn the virtues of silence. But if I am mistaken, you need only say the word." "You're not mistaken," Harry said. He looked down at the folded, lined papers, feeling the sickness in his gut that was how his body indicated a strong pessimistic prediction. His parents wouldn't actually disown him, and there wasn't much they could do to him. Some part of himself was still afraid in a very visceral way of television privileges being taken away, no matter how little sense that made now. But he had stepped outside the role that parents would expect of children who, in their internal beliefs, were lower on the pecking order. It would be stupid to expect anything except complete indignant fury, all-out righteous rage, when you acted like that to someone who thought they were dominant over you. "After you read it," the headmaster said, "I believe that you should come to the Great Hall at once, Harry. There is an announcement which you will wish to hear." "I'm not interested in funerals." "No. Not that. Please, Harry, come as soon as you are done reading, and do so without your cloak. Will you?" "Yes." The old wizard left. Harry had to force himself to open up the letter. The important thing was keeping your vulnerable friends and relations out of harm's way. It might be a cliché, but so far as Harry could tell the logic was valid. Damaged relationships could be repaired later. The first letter said, in script handwriting that required a careful focus for Harry to read. son. No matter what you've read in books, keeping us out of harm's way is not as important as having adults who can help when you're in trouble. You decided without giving us a word in edgewise that we'd abandon you because of your dark side. The ghost of Shakespeare knows that I've seen things in this last year that were not dreamt of in my philosophy. Sometimes I wonder if your mum isn't just humoring me and the authorities took you away when I started thinking you were a magic user, so I can't deny that it's possible you've managed to develop some. I'm not quite sure what to call it, but dark side seems premature if we don't know what's happening. Are you sure it's not a burgeoning telepathic talent and you're just picking up on the minds of other wizards around you? Their thoughts might seem evil to a child who grew up in a saner civilization. These are ungrounded speculations, I admit, but you shouldn't jump to conclusions either. The two most important things I have to tell you are this. First, son, I have every confidence in your ability to stay on the light side of the Force so long as you choose to, and I have every confidence that you will choose to. If there's some evil spirit whispering horrible suggestions in your ears, just ignore the suggestions. I do feel the need to emphasize that you should exercise special caution to ignore this evil spirit even if it is suggesting what seem like wonderful creative ideas, and I hope I do not need to remind you about the incident with the science project, which would, I admit, make a deal more sense if you were struggling with demonic possession. The second thing I have to say is that you do not need to fear that Mum or I are going to abandon you because of your dark side. We may not have expected you to gain magical powers or develop an affinity for black magic, but we did expect you to become a teenager. Which, if you think about it from your poor father's perspective, is already a sufficiently worrying prospect regarding a child who, by the age of 9, had been party to the summoning of a total of 5 fire engines. Children grow up. I won't lie to you and say that you will feel as close to us at 20 as you do now. But your mum and I will feel just as close to you when we are old and grey and bothering the nursing home robots. Children always grow up and away from their parents, and the parents always follow them from behind, offering helpful advice. Children grow up, and their personalities change, and they do things that their parents wish they would not do, and they act disrespectfully toward their parents and have them hauled out of their magical schools, and the parents go on loving them anyway. It is nature's way. Though in the event that you have not yet hit puberty and your teenage years are proportionately worse than this, we reserve the right to reconsider this sentiment. No matter what is happening, remember that we love you and will always love you no matter what. I don't know if our love has any magical power under your rules, but if it does, don't hesitate to call on it. With all of this said, Harry, what you did there is not acceptable. I think you know that. And I also know that it is not the time to lecture you on it. But you must write and tell us what is happening. I can understand very well why you'd want us taken out of your school at once, and I know we can't force you to do anything, but please, Harry, be reasonable and realize how terrified we must be. I would like to tell you that you are absolutely forbidden to mess around with any magic that the adults around you consider the least bit unsafe, but for all I know, the teachers at your school are giving everyone lessons in advanced necromancy every Monday. Please exercise as much caution as your situation permits, whatever your situation may be. Despite your very hurried summary, we don't have the slightest idea what is happening, and I hope that you will write us as much as you can. It is clear that you are, at least in some ways, growing up, and I will try not to act like the children's book parent who only makes things worse, though I hope you appreciate how hard this is, and your mum has said a number of frightening things to me about how wizardry stays secret and how I might get you into trouble by making waves. I cannot tell you to avoid anything unsafe, because your school is unsafe and your headmaster will not let you leave. I can't tell you that you shouldn't take responsibility for anything happening around you, because for all I know there are other children in trouble. But remember that it is not your moral responsibility to protect any adults, their place is to protect you, and every good adult would agree with that. Please write and tell us more as soon as you can. Both of us are desperate to help. If there is anything at all that we can do, please let us know at once. There is nothing which can happen to us which would be worse than learning that something had happened to you. Love. Dad. The last page said only. You promised me that you wouldn't let magic take you away from me. I didn't raise you to be a boy who would break a promise to his mum. You must come back safely, because you promised. Love. Mum. Slowly, Harry lowered the letters and began to walk towards the great hall. His hands were shaking, his whole body was shaking, and it seemed to be taking a very great deal of effort not to cry, which he knew wordlessly that he must not do. He hadn't cried through all of the day. And he wouldn't cry. Crying was the same as admitting defeat. And this wasn't over. So he wouldn't cry. The food served in the great hall that evening was plain that night: toast and butter and jam, water and orange juice, oatmeal and other simple fare, without dessert. Some students had worn simple black robes without their house colors. Others had still worn theirs. It should have been cause for argument, but there was instead a quietness, the sound of people eating without talking. It took two sides to make a debate, and one of the sides, this night, was not much interested in debating. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall sat at the head table and did not eat. She should have. Perhaps she would in a short while. But she could not force herself to do it now. For a Gryffindor there was only one path. It had taken Minerva only a short time to remember that, when after the defense professor's urgings her mind had stayed empty of clever plots to try. That was not a Gryffindor's way, or perhaps she ought to say only that it was not her way. Albus did seem to try his hand at plotting, and yet when she thought back on their history, there were no plots at the moment of crisis, no cleverness and games in the last resort. For Albus Dumbledore, as for her, the rule in extremis was to decide what was the right thing to do, and do it no matter the cost to yourself. Even if it meant breaking your bounds, or changing your role, or letting go of your picture of yourself. That was the last resort of Gryffindor. Through a side entrance of the Great Hall she saw Harry Potter quietly slip in. It was time. Professor Minerva McGonagall rose from her chair, straightened the worn point on her hat, walked slowly to the lectern before the head table. The sounds in the Great Hall, already muted, fell away entirely as all students turned to look at her. By now you have all heard, she said, her voice not quite steady. That Hermione Granger is dead. She didn't say those words aloud, since they had all heard. Somehow, a troll was infiltrated into the castle Hogwarts without alarm from our ancient wards. Somehow this troll succeeded in injuring a student, without alarm from the wards until the point of her death. Investigations are underway to determine how this has occurred. The Board of Governors is meeting to determine how Hogwarts will respond. In due time justice shall be served. Meanwhile there is another matter of justice, which must be handled at once. George Weasley, Fred Weasley, please come forward to stand before us all. The Weasley twins exchanged glances where they sat at the Gryffindor table, and then stood up and walked toward her, slowly, reluctantly, and Minerva realized then that the Weasley twins thought that they were to be expelled. They honestly thought that she would expel them. That was what the picture of Professor McGonagall who lived in her head had wrought. The Weasley twins walked over to the lectern, looking up at her with faces that were frightened, but resolute, and she felt something in her heart break a little further. I am not going to expel you, she said, and was saddened further by the surprised look on their faces. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, turn and face your classmates, let them see you. Still looking surprised, the Weasley twins did so. She drew up all the steel in her heart, and said what was right. I am ashamed, said Minerva McGonagall, of the events of this day. I am ashamed that there were only two of you. Ashamed of what I have done to Gryffindor. Of all the houses, it should have been Gryffindor to help when Hermione Granger was in need, when Harry Potter called for the brave to aid him. It was true, a seventh year could have held back a mountain troll while searching for Miss Granger. And you should have believed that the head of House Gryffindor, her voice broke, would have believed in you. If you disobeyed her to do what was right, in events she had not foreseen. And the reason you did not believe this, is that I have never shown it to you. I did not believe in you. I did not believe in the virtues of Gryffindor itself. I tried to stamp out your defiance, instead of training your courage to wisdom. Whatever the Sorting Hat saw in me that led it to place me in Gryffindor, I have betrayed it. I have offered my resignation to the headmaster as deputy headmistress and as the head of House Gryffindor. There were cries of shock and dismay, and not only from the Gryffindor table, as Harry's heart froze within his chest. Harry needed to run forward, say something, he hadn't meant for this to. Minerva took another breath, and continued. However, the headmaster has declined to accept my resignation, she said. So I will continue to serve, and try to undo what I have wrought. Somehow I must find a way to teach my students how to do what is right. Not what is safe, not what is easy, not what we are told to do. If all I can teach you is to turn in your essays on time, there might as well not be a House Gryffindor. This road will be more difficult for me, and maybe for all of us. But I know now that before I was only taking the easy path. She stepped down from the lectern, moved down to where the Weasley twins stood. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, she said. The two of you have not always done what is right. The path of wisdom does not lie in flagrant and needless defiance of authority. And yet today you proved to be the last of our house to survive my mistakes. Because it was the right thing to do, you defied a threat of expulsion and risked your lives to face a mountain troll. For your astounding courage that honors your house to have you, I award each of you 200 points for Gryffindor. Again the look of shock on their faces, again the pain like a knife through her heart. She turned to face the other students. I will not award any points to Ravenclaw, she said. I suspect that Mr. Potter would not want them. If I am wrong, he may correct me and take as many house points as he pleases. But for whatever it is worth, Mr. Potter, her voice faltered, I am sorry. Stop. Harry screamed, and then, again, stop. The word sticking in his throat. You don't have to, Professor. Something inside him was twisting, threatening to split him open, like a giant's hands wrenching at him to tear him in half. And you shouldn't forget Susan Bones, and Ron Weasley, they also helped, they should get house points too. Miss Bones and the young Weasley, said Professor McGonagall. Rubeus said nothing of that, What did they do? Miss Bones tried to stun Mr. Hagrid when he tried to stop me, and Mr. Weasley shot Neville when Neville tried to stop me. They should both get points, and so should Neville. Harry hadn't thought to imagine it before, the way Neville must be feeling now, but the instant he'd thought, he knew, because Neville tried to do something, even if it wasn't the right thing. Doing what's right is the second lesson. You can start practicing that after you learn to do anything at all. 10 points to Hufflepuff, Miss Bones, Professor McGonagall said, her voice breaking in the middle. 10 points to Gryffindor, Ron Weasley, your family has done itself exceeding proud, this day. And 10 points to Hufflepuff for Neville Longbottom, for standing up to Mr. Potter and doing what he thought was right. You shouldn't! Screamed a young voice from the Hufflepuff table, followed by a single choking sound. Harry looked there, and then quickly looked back at Professor McGonagall and said, as steadily as he could, Neville's right, actually, you can't award literally 0 points for the part where you get the action correct, that sends the wrong message too, but he was halfway there so it could be 5 points instead. Professor McGonagall looked, for a moment, like she couldn't think of what to say, but then her eyes went to Neville's place at the table, and she said, as you wish, Mr. Potter. What is it, Miss Bones? Harry looked and saw that Susan Bones had stepped forward, wiping at her own eyes, and the Hufflepuff girl said, actually, Professor McGonagall, General Potter didn't see it, but Captain Weasley and I weren't the only ones who tried to get in Mr. Hagrid's way, after he ran out. Before some of the older students stopped us. But we managed to slow Mr. Hagrid down a minute, so General Potter could get away. You've got to give them points too, said Ron Weasley from the Gryffindor table. Or I won't take any. Who else? Said Professor McGonagall, her voice a bit unsteady. 7 other children stood up. What was that our Slytherin side was saying about predicting nothing would ever work? Said Hufflepuff. Something in Harry cracked, so that he had to exert all his force to hold himself together. When all had been said, and all had been done, Minerva went to where Harry Potter stood. Though it was not her greatest skill, she cast a ward about them to blur vision, and muffled sounds with another thought. You didn't have to, said Harry Potter. You shouldn't have said. He sounded like he was choking. Professor, everything I said to you was hurtful and hateful and wrong. I already knew that, Harry, she said. Even so, I wished to do better. There was a feeling of lightness in her chest, much as one might experience after stepping off a cliff, when your legs no longer had to hold your body upright. She wasn't sure she could do this, she did not know the way, and yet for the first time it seemed possible that Hogwarts wouldn't become a sad ghost of its former self, when she became its headmistress. Harry stared at her, then made a odd noise that sounded like it had been forced from his throat, and covered his face in his hands. So she knelt down, and hugged him. It might go wrong, but it might also go right, and she would not let that uncertainty stop her. It was time she began to learn a Gryffindor's courage, so that she could teach it in turn. I had a sister once, she whispered. Just that, and nothing more. Just to make sure, said some part of Harry, while the rest of him sobbed into Professor McGonagall's arms. This doesn't mean we've accepted Hermione's death, right? No, said all the rest of him, every part of his mind in unanimous agreement, warmth and cold and a hidden place of steel. Never, ever, forever. And an ancient wizard to whom that word meant nothing gazed upon them both, the witch and the weeping young wizard. Albus Dumbledore was smiling with a strange sad look in his eyes, like someone who has taken one more step toward a foreseen destination. The defense professor watched them both, the woman and the crying boy. His eyes were very cold, and very calculating. He did not think that this would be enough. It wasn't until the next morning that it was discovered that Hermione Granger's body was missing. Chapter 94, Rolls, PT 5. The first meeting. At 6:07 a.m. on April 17, 1992, the sun was just rising above the horizon as seen from the Castle Hogwarts, filtering in through drawn curtains in the Ravenclaw first-year boys' dorm to provide a gentle light, red-orange for dawn and little changed by the white fabric covering the windows, not yet waking boys more accustomed to winter's schedule. In one bed among many, Harry Potter slept the sleep of the just exhausted. Quietly the door opened. Quietly a figure walked across the floor. That figure came to Harry Potter's bed. The figure laid a hand on the shoulder of the sleeping boy, who started and shrieked. No others heard. Mr. Potter, the small man squeaked, the headmaster has requested your presence immediately. Slowly the boy sat up in bed, his hands momentarily fiddling beneath the covers. He'd expected to feel much worse, waking up this morning. It felt wrong, that his brain functioned now, that his thoughts still moved, that he wasn't incapacitated with weeping for at least a week. The boy knew that it wouldn't have been an adaptive response, for brains to evolve to do that. His dark side, certainly, would not do that. Even so, it still felt wrong to be alive and lucid, this morning. But his resolution to revive Hermione Granger felt sufficient, like he was already doing the right thing, bent on the right path, and she would be brought back, and that was all there was to it. Grief would have been giving up, There was nothing left to decide, no ambiguity, no conflict to tear at him, and no need to remember what he'd seen. "I'll get dressed," Harry said. Professor Flitwick looked rather reluctant, but said in his high voice, "The headmaster specified you were to be brought to his office directly and without pause, Mr. Potter." "I'm sorry." Less than a minute later, Professor Flitwick had sent him straight to the headmaster's office through the Hogwarts internal flue. Harry found himself, still in his pajamas, facing Albus Dumbledore. The deputy headmistress was also sitting in another chair, and the potions master lurked nearby amid the weird devices, caught in a gaping yawn just as Harry had entered through the fireplace. "Harry," the headmaster said without preamble, "before I say what I must say next, I tell you that Hermione Granger did truly die. The wards recorded it and informed me. The very stones spoke that a witch had died. I tested her body where it lay and those were Hermione Granger's true mortal remains, not any doll or likeness. There is no way known to wizardry by which death may be undone. All this being said, Hermione Granger's remains are now missing from the storeroom where they were placed, and where you guarded them. Did you take them, Harry Potter?" "No," Harry said, narrowing his eyes. A glance showed him that Severus was watching him intently. Dumbledore's gaze was also keen, though not unfriendly. "Is Hermione Granger's body in your possession?" "No." "Do you know where it is?" "No." "Do you know who took it?" "No," Harry said, then hesitated. "Besides the obvious probabilistic speculations which are not based upon any specific knowledge of mine." The old wizard nodded. "Do you know why it was taken?" "No." "Besides the obvious speculations etc. What would those be?" Sharp the ancient eyes. "If the enemy can notice you running off to consult the Weasley twins during class after Hermione was arrested, and find out about that magic map you said was stolen, then the enemy can wonder why I was guarding Hermione Granger's body." "My turn. Did you arrange for Hermione's death in hopes of getting the money back from Lucius?" "What?" said Professor McGonagall. "No," said the old wizard. "Did you know or suspect that Hermione Granger would die?" "I did not know. As for suspicions, I placed her in the most strongly defended position I could, against Voldemort. I did not will her death, nor allow it, nor plan to benefit from it, Harry Potter. Now show me your pouch." "It's in my trunk," Harry began. "Severus," said the old wizard, and the potions master moved forward. "Check his trunk as well, every compartment." "My trunk has wards." Severus Snape grinned mirthlessly and strode into the green flame. Dumbledore took out his long dark grey wand and began to wave it close around Harry's hair, looking like a muggle using a metal detector. Before he had reached as far as Harry's neck, Dumbledore stopped. "The gem upon your ring," Dumbledore said. "It is no longer a clear diamond. It is brown, the color of Hermione Granger's eyes, and the color of her hair." A sudden tension filled the room. "That's my father's rock," Harry said. "Transfigured the same as before. I just did it to remember Hermione. I must be sure. Take off that ring, Harry, and place it upon my desk." Slowly, Harry did so, removing the gem and setting the ring off to the other side of the desk. Dumbledore pointed his wand at the gem end. A large, undistinguished grey rock jumped into the air from the force of its sudden expansion, hit some invisible barrier in the air above, and then fell with a loud crack upon the headmaster's desk. "There's another half-hour of work for me, transfiguring it again," Harry said evenly. Dumbledore resumed his examination. Harry had to remove his left shoe, and take off the toe ring that was his emergency portkey if someone kidnapped him and took him outside the wards of Hogwarts, and didn't put up anti-apparition, anti-portkey, anti-phoenix, and anti-time looping wards, which Severus had warned Harry that any Inner Circle Death Eater would certainly do. It was verified that the magic radiating from the toe ring was indeed the magic of a portkey, and not the magic of a transfiguration. The rest of Harry was deemed clear. Not long after, the potions master returned, bearing Harry's pouch, and several other magical things which had been in Harry's trunk, which the headmaster also examined, one by one, even to all the items remaining within the healer's kit. "Can I go now?" Harry said when it was all done, putting as much cold as he could into his voice. He took up his pouch, and began the process of feeding the grey rock into it. The empty ring went back on his finger. The old wizard breathed out, slipping his wand back into his sleeve. "I am sorry," he said. "I had to know. Harry, the Dark Lord has taken Hermione Granger's remains, it seems. I cannot think of anything he would gain thereby, except to send her corpse against you as an inferius. Severus shall give you certain potions to keep about your person. Be warned now, and be prepared for when you must do what must be done. Will the inferius have Hermione's mind?" "No." "Then it's not her. Can I go? At least to change out of my pajamas. There is other news, but I shall be brief. The wards of Hogwarts record that no foreign creature has entered, and that it was the defense professor who killed Hermione Granger." Harry said. "Thought 1, but I saw the troll kill Hermione." "Thought 2, Professor Quirrell memory charmed me and set up the scene that Dumbledore saw when he arrived. Thought 3, Professor Quirrell can't do that, his magic can't touch mine. I saw that in Azkaban. Thought 4, can I trust those memories? Thought 5, there was clearly some sort of debacle at Azkaban, we wouldn't have needed a rocket if Professor Quirrell hadn't fallen unconscious, and why'd he be unconscious if not? Thought 6, did I ever actually go to Azkaban at all? Thought 7, I clearly practiced controlling Dementors at some point before I scared that Dementor in the Wizengamot. And that was in the newspapers. Thought 8, am I accurately remembering the newspapers? Harry said again. That spell seriously ought to be unforgivable. You think Professor Quirrell could have memory charmed? No. I went back through time and placed certain instruments to record Hermione's last battle, which I could not quite bear to watch in my own person. The old wizard looked very grim indeed. Your guess was right, Harry Potter. Voldemort sabotaged everything we gave Hermione to protect her. Her broomstick lay dead in her hands. Her invisibility cloak did not conceal her. The troll walked in the sunlight unharmed, it was no stray creature, but a weapon pure and aimed. And it was indeed the troll who killed her, with strength alone, so that my wards and webs to detect hostile magics went for naught. The defense professor never crossed her path. Harry swallowed, shut his eyes, and thought. So this was an attempted frame on Professor Quirrell. Somehow. It does seem to be the enemy's modus operandi. Troll eats Hermione Granger, check the wards, oh look actually the defense professor did it, same as last year, no. No, that can't be right. Why not, Mr. Potter? Said the potions master. It seems obvious enough to me. That's the problem. The enemy is smart. Slowly the fog of sleep was drifting out of Harry's mind, and after a full night's sleep his brain could see the things which hadn't been obvious the day before. Under standard literary convention, the enemy wasn't supposed to look over what you'd done, sabotage the magic items you'd handed out, and then send out a troll rendered undetectable by some means the heroes couldn't figure out even after the fact, so that you might as well have not defended yourself at all. In a book, the point of view usually stayed on the main characters. Having the enemy just bypass all the protagonist's work, as a result of planning and actions taken out of literary sight, would be a diabolus ex machina, and dramatically unsatisfying. But in real life the enemy would think that they were the main character, and they would also be clever, and think things through in advance, even if you didn't see them do it. That was why everything about this felt so disjointed, with parts unexplained and seemingly inexplicable. How had Lucius felt, when Harry had threatened Dumbledore with breaking Azkaban? How had the Aurors above Azkaban felt, seeing the broomstick rise up on a torch of fire? The enemy is smart. The enemy knew perfectly well that you'd turn back time to check what really happened to Hermione, especially since the troll getting into Hogwarts at all tells us that somebody can fool the wards. Harry shut his eyes, thinking harder, trying to put himself into the enemy's shoes. Why would he, or his dark side, have done something like, we're meant to conclude that the enemy has control of what the wards tell us. But that's actually something the enemy can only do with difficulty, or under special conditions, they're trying to create a false appearance of omnipotence. Like I would. Later, hypothetically, the wards show Professor Sinister killing someone. We think the wards are just being fooled again, but really, Professor Sinister was legitimized and she did do it. Unless that is precisely what the Dark Lord expects us to think, said Severus Snape, his brow furrowed in concentration. In which case he does have control of the wards, and Professor Sinister will be innocent. Does the Dark Lord really use plots with that many levels of meta? Yes, said Dumbledore and Severus. Harry nodded distantly. Then this could be a setup to either make us think the wards are telling the truth when they're lying, or a setup to make us think the wards are lying when they're telling the truth, depending on what level the enemy expects us to reason at. But if the enemy is planning to make us trust the wards, we would have trusted the wards anyway, if we'd been given no reason to distrust them. So there's no need to go to all the work of framing Professor Quirrell in a way that we would realize we were intended to discover, just to trick us into going meta. Not so, said Dumbledore. If Voldemort has not fully mastered the wards, then the wards had to believe that some professor's hand was at work. Else they would have cried out at Miss Granger's injury, and not only upon her death. Harry reached up a hand and rubbed at his brow, just beneath his hair. Okay, serious question. If the enemy is that smart, why the heck am I still alive? Is it seriously that hard to poison someone? Are there charms and potions and bezoars which can cure me of literally anything that could be slipped into my breakfast? Would the wards record it, trace the magic of the murderer? Could my scar contain the fragment of soul that's keeping the Dark Lord anchored to the world, so he doesn't want to kill me? Instead he's trying to drive off all my friends to weaken my spirit so he can take over my body? It explained the parcel mouth thing. The Sorting Hat might not be able to detect a lich phylactery thingy. Obvious problem 1. The Dark Lord is supposed to have made his lich phylactery thingy in 1943 by killing Wat Shername and framing Mr. Hagrid. Obvious problem 2. there's no such thing as souls. Though Dumbledore also thought that my blood was a key ingredient in a ritual to restore the Dark Lord's full strength, which would require keeping me alive until then, now there's a cheery thought. Well, Harry said. I'm sure of one thing. And that is, Neville needs to be taken out of Hogwarts now. He's the obvious next target and no first-year student can survive this level of offense. We're lucky Neville wasn't assassinated yesterday evening, the enemy doesn't have to wait until we're finished mourning to make their next move. Why didn't the enemy strike while we were distracted? Dumbledore exchanged glances with Severus, and then with the suddenly tight expression of Professor McGonagall. Harry, said the old wizard, if you send all your friends away yourself, that is just the same as if Voldemort. I will be fine, I can do without Neville for a couple of extra months. It's not like you were planning to make my friends stay here over the summer, and that is just plain not sufficient justification to let him get killed. Professor McGonagall. I quite agree, said the Scottish witch. She frowned. I extremely agree. I agree to the point where I'm having some trouble figuring out how to express this, Albus. To the point where you're going to haul him out of there yourself, regardless of what anyone else says, because it's no excuse to say you were only following orders if Neville gets killed. Harry said. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes briefly. Yes, but surely there ought to be some way to be responsible without threats of unilateral action. The headmaster sighed. No need. Go, Minerva. Wait, the potions master said, just as Professor McGonagall, moving rather swiftly, was taking a pinch of green dust from the Floo vase. We should not call attention to the boy, as the headmaster called attention to the Weasley twins. It would be wiser, I think, if Mr. Longbottom's grandmother took him from Hogwarts. Let him stay in his common room for now, the Dark Lord does not seem able to act so openly. There was another long exchange of glances among the four, and finally Harry nodded, followed by Professor McGonagall. In that case, said Harry, I'm sure of one other thing. And that is, said Dumbledore. I very much need to visit the washroom, and I would also like to change out of these pajamas. By the way, Harry said as he and the headmaster emerged from Floo into the empty office of the Ravenclaw head of house. One last quick question I wanted to ask just you. That sword the Weasley twins pulled out of the sorting hat. That was the sword of Gryffindor, wasn't it? The old wizard turned, face neutral. What makes you think that, Harry? The sorting hat yelled Gryffindor. Just before handing it out, the sword had a ruby pommel and gold letters on the blade, and the Latin script said nothing better. Just a hunch. Nihil supernum, said the old wizard. That is not quite what it means. Harry nodded. MMHM. What did you do with it? I retrieved it from where it fell, and placed it in a secure place, the old wizard said. He gave Harry a stern look. I hope you are not greedy for it yourself, young Ravenclaw. Not at all, just want to make sure you're not keeping it permanently from its rightful wielders. So the Weasley twins are the heir of Gryffindor, then? The heir of Gryffindor. Dumbledore said, looking surprised. Then the old wizard smiled, blue eyes twinkling brightly. Ah, Harry, Salazar Slytherin may have built a chamber of secrets into Hogwarts, but Godric Gryffindor was not much given to such extravagances. We have seen only that Godric left his sword to the defense of Hogwarts, if a worthy student ever faced a foe they could not defeat alone. That's not the same as saying no. Don't think I didn't notice that you didn't actually say no. I did not live in those years, Harry, and I do not know all that Godric Gryffindor may or may not have done. Do you in fact assign greater than 50% subjective probability that there is something like a heir of Gryffindor and one or both Weasley twins are it? Yes or no? Evasion means yes. You're not going to succeed in distracting me, no matter how much I have to go to the bathroom. The old wizard sighed. Yes, Fred and George Weasley are the heir of Gryffindor. I beg you not to speak of it to them, not yet. Harry nodded, and turned to go. I'm surprised, Harry said. I read a little about Godric Gryffindor's historical life. The Weasley twins are, well, they're awesome in various ways, but they don't seem much like the Godric in the history books. Only a man exceedingly proud and vain, Dumbledore said quietly, as he turned back to the floor roaring up again with green flames, would believe that his heir should be like himself, rather than like who he wished that he could be. The headmaster stepped into green fire, and was gone. The second meeting, in a small cubby off the Hufflepuff common room. Neville Longbottom's face was drawn up in anguish, as he spoke with no one to hear, to the empty air. Seriously, the empty air said back to him. I'm wearing an invisibility cloak with extra anti-detection charms just to walk through the hallways because I don't want to be killed. My parents would have me out of Hogwarts in an instant if the headmaster allowed it. Neville, you're getting the heck out of Hogwarts is common sense, it has nothing to do with. I betrayed you, General, Neville said, his voice around as hollow as any normal 11-year-old boy could reasonably manage. I didn't even do it the chaotic way. I conformed to authority and tried to make you conform to authority too. What's that you always say, about how in the Chaos Legion, a soldier who can only obey orders is useless. Neville, the empty air said firmly. The pressure of 2 hands, beneath thin cloth, came firmly to bear on Neville's shoulders, and the voice moved closer to him. You weren't blindly obeying authority, you were trying to protect me. It's true that in this chaotic world, soldiers who can only follow rules and regulations are worthless. However, soldiers who follow rules for the sake of protecting their friends are slightly better than worthless. Neville said bitterly. Significantly better than worthless. Neville, you made an error of judgment. It cost me around 6 seconds. Now it could be that Hermione's injuries were just barely fatal, but even then, I don't think 6 seconds was actually enough time for the troll to take an extra bite of Hermione. In the counterfactual world where you didn't step in front of me, Hermione still died. Now, I could stand here listing out the first dozen ways that Hermione would be alive if I hadn't been stupid. You ran right out after her. I'm the one who tried to stop you. It's my fault if it's anyone's, Neville said bitterly. The empty air went silent at this for a while. Wow, the empty air finally said. Wow. That puts a pretty different perspective on things, I have to say. I'm going to remember this the next time I feel an impulse to blame myself for something. Neville, the term in the literature for this is egocentric bias. It means that you experience everything about your own life but you don't get to experience everything else that happens in the world. There was way more going on than you running in front of me. You're going to spend weeks remembering that thing you did there for 6 seconds, I can tell, but nobody else is going to bother thinking about it. Other people spend a lot less time thinking about your past mistakes than you do, just because you're not the center of their worlds. I guarantee to you that nobody except you has even considered blaming Neville Longbottom for what happened to Hermione. Not for a fraction of a second. You are being, if you will pardon the phrase, a silly dilly. Now shut up and say goodbye. I don't want to say goodbye, Neville said. His voice was trembling, but he managed not to cry. I want to stay here and fight with you against whatever's happening. The empty air moved closer to him, and embraced him in a hug, and Harry Potter's voice whispered, tough luck. Chapter 95, Rolls, PT 6. The third meeting. 10:31 a.m., April 17, 1992. Spring had begun, the late morning air still crisp with the leavings of winter. Daffodils had bloomed amid the sprouting grass of the forest, the gentle yellow petals with their golden hearts dangling limply from their dead, grayed stems, wounded or killed by one of the sudden frosts that you often saw in April. In the Forbidden Forest there would be stranger life forms, centaurs and unicorns at the least, and Harry had heard allegations of werewolves. Though from what Harry had read of real-life werewolves, that did not make the slightest bit of sense. Harry didn't venture anywhere near the border of the Forbidden Forest, since there was no reason to take the risk. He walked invisibly among the more ordinary life forms of the permitted woods, wand in hand, a broomstick strapped to his back for easier access, just in case. He was not actually afraid. Harry thought it odd that he didn't feel afraid. The state of constant vigilance, readiness for fight or flight, failed to feel burdensome or even abnormal. On the edges of the permitted woods Harry walked, his feet never straying near the beaten path where he might be more easily found, never leaving sight of Hogwarts's windows. Harry had set the alarm upon his mechanical watch to tell him when it was lunchtime, since he couldn't actually look at his wrist, being invisible and all that. It raised the question of how his eyeglasses worked while he was wearing the cloak. For that matter, the law of the excluded middle seemed to imply that either the rhodopsin complexes in his retina were absorbing photons and transducing them to neural spikes, or alternatively, those photons were going straight through his body and out the other side, but not both. It really did seem increasingly likely that invisibility cloaks let you see outward while being invisible yourself because, on some fundamental level, that was how the caster had, not wanted, but implicitly believed, that invisibility should work. Whereupon you had to wonder whether anyone had tried conf-undaying or legilimizing someone into implicitly and matter-of-factly believing that Fixus Everythingus ought to be an easy first-year charm, and then trying to invent it. Or maybe find a worthy Muggleborn in a country that didn't identify Muggleborn children, and tell them some extensive lies, fake up a surrounding story and corresponding evidence, so that, from the very beginning, they'd have a different idea of what magic could do. Though apparently they'd still have to learn a number of previous charms before they became capable of inventing their own. It might not work. Surely there'd been some organically insane wizards who truly believed in their own possibility of godhood, and yet had failed to become god. But even the insane had probably believed the ascension spell ought to be some grandiose dramatic ritual and not something you did with a carefully composed twitch of your wand and the incantation Becomus Godus. Harry was already pretty sure it wouldn't be that easy. But then the question was, why not? What pattern had his brain learned? Could the reason be predicted in advance? A slight fringe of apprehension crept through Harry then, a tinge of worry, as he contemplated this question. The nameless concern sharpened, grew greater. Professor Quirrell? Mr. Potter, a soft voice called from behind him. Harry spun, his hand going to the time turner beneath his cloak. Again the principle of being ready to flee upon an instant's notice felt only ordinary. Slowly, palms empty and turned outward, Professor Quirrell was walking towards him within the forest's outskirts, coming from the general direction of the Hogwarts castle. "Mr. Potter," Professor Quirrell said again. "I know that you're here. You know that I know that you're here. I must speak to you." Still Harry said nothing. Professor Quirrell hadn't actually said what this was about, and Harry's sunlit morning walk about the forest edge had produced a mood of silence within him. Professor Quirrell took a small step to the left, a step forward, another to the right. He tilted his head with a look of calculation, and then he walked almost directly towards where Harry stood, halted a few paces off with the sense of doom and flamed to the height of bearability. "Are you still resolved upon your course?" Professor Quirrell said. "The same course you spoke of yesterday." Again Harry did not reply. Professor Quirrell sighed. "There is much I have done for you," the man said. "Whatever else you may wonder of me, you cannot deny that. I am calling in some of the debt. Talk to me, Mr. Potter." "I don't feel like doing this right now," Harry thought, then, "Oh, right." 2 hours later, after Harry had spun the time turner once, noted down the exact time and memorized his exact location, spent another hour walking, went inside and told Professor McGonagall that he was currently talking to the defense professor in the woods outside Hogwarts, just in case anything happened to him, walked for a further hour, then returned to his original location exactly 1 hour after he'd left and spun the time turner again. "What was that?" Professor Quirrell said, blinking. "Did you just—" "Nothing important," Harry said without pulling back the hood of his invisibility cloak, or taking his hand from his time turner. "Yes, I'm still resolved. To be honest, I'm thinking I shouldn't have said anything." Professor Quirrell inclined his head. "A sentiment which shall serve you well in life. Is there anything which is liable to change your mind?" "Professor, if I already knew about the existence of an argument which would change my decision." "True, for the likes of us. But you would be surprised how often someone knows what they are waiting to hear, yet must wait to hear it said." Professor Quirrell shook his head. "To put this in your terms, there is a true fact, known to me but not to you, of which I would like to convince you, Mr. Potter." Harry's eyebrows rose, though he realized in the next moment that Professor Quirrell couldn't see it. "That's in my terms, all right. Go ahead. The intention you have formed is far more dangerous than you realize." Replying to this surprising statement did not take much thought on Harry's part. "Define dangerous, and tell me what you think you know and how you think you know it." "Sometimes," said Professor Quirrell, "telling someone about a danger can cause them to walk directly into it. I have no intention of having that happen this time. Do you expect me to tell you exactly what you must not do? Exactly why I am afraid?" The man shook his head. "If you were wizard-born, Mr. Potter, you would know to take it seriously, when a powerful magus tells you only to beware." It would have been a lie to say that Harry was not annoyed, but he also wasn't an idiot, so Harry said merely, "Is there anything you can tell me?" Carefully, Professor Quirrell seated himself upon the grass, and took out his wand, his hand assuming a position that Harry recognized. Harry's breath caught. "This is the last time that I shall be able to do this for you," Professor Quirrell said quietly. Then the man began to speak words that were strange, of no language Harry could recognize, intonation that seemed not quite human, words which seemed to slip from Harry's memory even as he tried to grasp them, exiting from his mind as quickly as they entered. The spell took effect more slowly, this time. The trees seemed to darken, branches and leaves staining, as though seen through perfect sunglasses that faded an attenuated light without distorting it. The blue bowl of the sky receded, the horizon which Harry's brain falsely assigned a finite distance pulling back as it turned grey, and darker grey. The clouds became translucent, transparent, wisping away to let the darkness shine through. The forest shaded, faded, abetted into blackness. The great sky river became visible once again, as Harry's eyes adjusted, became able to see the largest object which human eyes could ever behold as more than a point, the surrounding Milky Way. And the stars, piercingly bright and yet remote, out of a great depth. Professor Quirrell breathed deeply. Then he raised his wand again, just barely visible, in the starlight without sun or moon, and tapped himself on the head with a sound like an egg cracking. The defense professor also faded away, became likewise invisible. A tiny disk of grass, illuminated by not much light at all, drifted unoccupied within empty space. Neither of them spoke for a time. Harry was content to look at the stars, undies tracked even by his own body. Whatever Professor Quirrell had called him here to say, it would be said in due time. In due time, a voice spoke. "There is no war here," said a soft voice emanating from within the emptiness. "No conflict and battle, no politics and betrayal, no death and no life. That is all for the folly of men. The stars are above such foolishness, untouched by it. Here there is peace, and silence eternal. So I once thought." Harry turned to look at where the voice originated, and saw only stars. So you once thought? Harry said, when no other words seemed to be forthcoming. There is nothing above the folly of men, whispered the voice from the emptiness. There is nothing beyond the destructive powers of sufficiently intelligent idiocy, not even the stars themselves. I went to a great deal of trouble to make a certain golden plaque last forever. I would not like to see it destroyed by human folly. Again Harry's eyes reflexively darted toward where the voice should have been, again saw only emptiness. I think I can reassure you on that score, Professor. Nuclear weapons don't have a fireball extending out for, how far away is Pioneer 11? Somewhere around 1 billion kilometers, maybe? Muggles talk about nuclear weapons destroying the world, but what they actually mean is lightly warming up some of Earth's surface. The sun is a giant fusion reaction and it doesn't vaporize distant space probes. The worst-case scenario for nuclear war wouldn't even come close to destroying the solar system, not that this is much of a consolation. True, while we speak of Muggles, said the soft voice amid starlight. But what do Muggles know of true power? It is not they who frighten me now. It is you. Professor, Harry said carefully, while I have to admit I've rolled a few critical failures in my life, there's a bit of distance between that and missing a saving throw so hard that the Pioneer 11 probe gets caught in the blast radius. There's no realistic way to do that without blowing up the Sunday. And before you ask, our Sun is a main sequence G-type star, it can't explode. Any energy input would just increase the volume of the hydrogen plasma, the Sun doesn't have a degenerate core that could be detonated. The Sun doesn't have enough mass to go supernova, even at the end of its lifespan. Such amazing things the Muggles have learned, the other voice murmured. How stars live, how they are preserved from death, how they die. And they never wonder if such knowledge might be dangerous. In all frankness, Professor, that particular thought has never occurred to me either. You are Muggleborn. I speak not of blood, I speak of how you spent your childhood years. There is a freedom of thought in that, true. But there is also wisdom in the caution of wizard kind. It has been 323 years since the magical territories of Sicily were ruined by one man's folly. Such incidents were more common in the years when Hogwarts was raised. Commoner still, in the aftertime of Merlin. Of the time before Merlin, little remains to study. There's around 30 orders of magnitude of difference between that and blowing up the sun, Harry observed, then caught himself. But that's a pointless quibble, sorry, blowing up a country would also be bad, I agree. In any case, Professor, I don't plan on doing anything like that. Your choice is not required, Mr. Potter. If you had read more wizard-born novels and fewer Muggle stories, you would know. In serious literature, the wizard whose foolishness threatens to unleash the shambling bone men will not be deliberately bent on such a goal, that is for children's books. This truly dangerous wizard shall perhaps be bent on some project of which he anticipates great renown, and the certain prospect of losing that renown and living out his life in obscurity will seem to him more vivid than the unknown prospect of destroying his country. Or he shall have promised success to one he cannot bear to disappoint. Perhaps he has children in debt. There is much literary wisdom in those stories. It is born of harsh experience and cities of ash. The most likely prospect for disaster is a powerful wizard who, for whatever reason, cannot bring himself to halt as warning signs appear. Though he may speak much and loudly of caution, he will not be able to bring himself actually to halt. I wonder, Mr. Potter, have you thought of trying anything which Hermione Granger herself would have told you not to do? All right, point taken, said Harry. Professor, I am well aware that if I save Hermione at the price of 2 other people's lives, I've lost on total points from a utilitarian standpoint. I am extremely aware that Hermione would not want me to risk destroying a whole country just to save her. That's just common sense. Child who destroys Dementors, said that soft voice, if it were only one country I feared you might ruin, I would be less concerned. I did not at first credit that your knowledge of Muggle science and Muggle practices would be a source of great power. I now credit it more. I am, in complete sincerity, concerned for the safety of that golden plaque. Well, if science fiction has taught me anything, said Harry, it's taught me that destroying the solar system is not morally acceptable, especially if you do it before humanity has colonized any other star systems. Then will you give up this? No, Harry said without even thinking before he opened his mouth. After a moment, he added, but I do understand what you are trying to tell me. Silence. The stars had not shifted, not even as they would have in an earthly night sky, over time. A very slight rustle, as of someone shifting their body. Harry realized that he had been standing for a while in the same position, and dropped down to the almost unseeable circle of grass that still stayed beneath him, careful not to touch the edges of the spell. Tell me this, said the soft voice. Why does that girl matter to you so much? Because she is my friend. In the English language as it is customarily used, Mr. Potter, the word friend is not associated with a desperate effort to raise the dead. Are you under the impression that she is your true love, or some such? Oh, not you too, Harry said wearily. Not you of all people, Professor. Fine, we're best friends, but that's all, okay? That's enough. Friends don't let friends stay dead. Ordinary folk do not do as much, for those they call friends. The voice sounded more distant now, abstracted. Not even for those they say they love. Their companions die, and they do not go in search of power to resurrect them. Harry couldn't help himself. He looked over again, despite knowing it would be futile, and saw only more stars. Let me guess, from this you deduce that, people don't actually care as much about their friends as they pretend. A brief laugh. They would scarcely pretend to care less. They care, Professor, and not just for their true loves. Soldiers throw themselves on grenades to save their friends, mothers run into burning houses to save their children. But if you're a muggle you don't think there's any such thing as magic to bring someone back to life. And normal wizards don't think outside the box like that. I mean, most wizards aren't searching for power to make themselves immortal. Does that prove they don't care about their own lives? As you say, Mr. Potter. Certainly I myself would consider their lives pointless and without a shred of value. Perhaps, somewhere in their hidden hearts, they also believe that my opinion of them is the correct one. Harry shook his head, and then, in annoyance, cast back the hood of his cloak, and shook his head again. That seems like a rather contrived view of the world, Professor, said the dim-lit head of a boy, floating unsupported on a circle of dark grass amid stars. Trying to invent a resurrection spell just isn't something normal people would think of, so you can't deduce anything from their not taking the option. A moment later, the dim-lit outline of a man sitting on the circle of grass was visible as well. If they truly cared about their supposed loved ones, the defense professor said softly, they would think of it, would they not? Brains don't work that way. They don't suddenly supercharge when the stakes go up, or when they do, it's within hard limits. I couldn't calculate the 1000th digit of pi if someone's life depended on it. The dim-lit head inclined. But there is another possible explanation, Mr. Potter. It is that people play the role of friendship. They do just as much as that role requires of them, and no more. The thought occurs to me that perhaps the difference between you and them is not that you care more than they do. Why would you have been born with such unusually strong emotions of friendship, that you alone among wizard kind are driven to resurrect Hermione Granger after her death? No, the most likely difference is not that you care more. It is that, being a more logical creature than they, you alone have thought that playing the role of friend would require this of you. Harry stared out at the stars. He would have been lying if he'd claimed not to be shaken. That can't be true, Professor. I could name a dozen examples in Muggle novels of people driven to resurrect their dead friends. The authors of those stories clearly understood exactly how I feel about Hermione. Though you wouldn't have read them, I guess, maybe Orpheus and Eurydice? I didn't actually read that one but I know what's in it. Such tales are also told among wizard kind. There is the story of the Elric brothers. The tale of Dora Kent, who was protected by her son Saul. There is Ronald Mallet and his doomed challenge to time. In Sicily before its fall, the drama of Precia Testarossa. In Nippon they tell of Akemi Homura and her lost love. What these stories have in common, Mr. Potter, is that they are all fiction. Real-life wizards do not attempt the same, even though the notion is clearly not beyond their imagination. Because they don't think they can. Harry's voice rose. Shall we go and tell the good Professor McGonagall about your intention to find a way to resurrect Miss Granger, and see what she thinks of it? Perhaps it has simply never occurred to her to consider that option. Ah, but you hesitate. You already know her answer, Mr. Potter. Do you know why you know it? You could hear the cold smile in the voice. A lovely technique, that. Thank you for teaching it to me. Harry was aware of the tension that had developed in his face, his words came out as though bitten off. Professor McGonagall has not grown up with the Muggle concept of the increasing power of science, and nobody's ever told her that when a friend's life is at stake is a time when you need to think very rationally. The defense professor's voice was also rising. The Transfiguration professor is reading from a script, Mr. Potter. That script calls for her to mourn and grieve, that all may know how much she cared. Ordinary people react poorly if you suggest that they go off script. As you already knew. That's funny, I could have sworn I saw Professor McGonagall going off script at dinner yesterday. If I saw her go off script another 10 times I might actually try to talk to her about resurrecting Hermione, but right now she's new to that and needs practice. In the end, Professor, what you're trying to explain away by calling love and friendship and everything else a lie is just human beings not knowing any better. The defense professor's voice rose in pitch. If it were you who had been killed by that troll, it would not even occur to Hermione Granger to do as you are doing for her. It would not occur to Draco Malfoy, nor to Neville Longbottom, nor to McGonagall or any of your precious friends. There is not one person in this world who would return to you the care that you are showing her. So why? Why do it, Mr. Potter? There was a strange, wild desperation in that voice. Why be the only one in the world who goes to such lengths to keep up the pretense, when none of them will ever do the same for you? I believe you are factually mistaken, Professor, Harry returned evenly. About a number of things, in fact. At the very least, your model of my emotions is flawed. Because you don't understand me the tiniest bit, if you think that it would stop me if everything you said was true. Everything in the world has to start somewhere, every event that happens has to happen for a first time. Life on Earth had to start with some little self-replicating molecule in a pool of mud. And if I were the first person in the world, no. Harry's hand swept out, to indicate the terribly distant points of light. If I were the first person in the universe who ever really cared about someone else, which I'm not by the way, then I'd be honored to be that person, and I'd try to do it justice. There was a long silence. You truly do care about that girl, the man's dim outline said softly. You care about her in the way that none of them are capable of caring for their own lives, let alone each other. The defense professor's voice had become strange, filled with some indecipherable emotion. I do not understand it, but I know the lengths you will go to because of it. You will challenge death itself, for her. Nothing will sway you from that. I care enough to make an actual effort, Harry said quietly. Yes, that is correct. The starlight slowly began to fracture, the world shining through the cracks, slashes through the night showing tree trunks and leaves glowing in the sunlight. Harry raised a hand, blinking hard, as the returning brightness smashed into his dark adjusted eyes, and his eyes automatically went to the defense professor, just in case an attack occurred while he was blinded. When all the stars had gone and only daylight remained, Professor Quirrell was still sitting on the grass. Well, Mr. Potter, he said in his normal voice, if that is so, then I shall give you what help I can, while I can. You'll what? Harry said involuntarily. My offer as I made it yesterday still stands. Ask and I will answer. Show me the same science books you deemed suitable for Mr. Malfoy, and I shall look them over and tell you what comes to mind. Don't look so surprised, Mr. Potter, I would hardly leave you to your own devices. Harry stared, tear ducts still watering from the sudden light. Professor Quirrell looked back at him. Something strange glinted in the pale eyes. I have done what I can, and now I fear I must take my leave of you. Good, and the defense professor hesitated. Good day, Mr. Potter. Good, Harry began. The man sitting on the grass fell over, his head impacting the ground with a light thud. At the same time the sense of doom diminished so sharply that Harry leapt to his feet, his heart suddenly in his throat. But the figure on the ground slowly pushed back up to a crawling position. Turned to look at Harry, eyes empty, mouth slack. Tried to stand, fell back to the ground. Harry took a step forward, sheer instinct telling him to offer a hand, although that was incorrect. The apprehension that rose up in him, however faint, spoke of continued danger. But the fallen figure flinched away from Harry, and then slowly began crawl to away from him, in the general direction of the distant castle. The boy standing amid the forest gazed after. Chapter 96, Rolls, pt 7. A/N, for those who have not read canon, the wooden sign has somewhat changed, but the inscription here is the same as in J.K. Rowling's original. The Fourth Meeting. 4:38 p.m., April 17, 1992. The man wearing the warm coat, with 3 faint scars etched forever into his cheek, observed Harry Potter as closely as he could while the boy looked around politely at the rows of cottages. For someone whose best friend had died yesterday, Harry Potter seemed strangely composed, though not in any way reminiscent of unfeelingness, or normality. I don't wish to talk about that, the boy had said, with you or anyone. Saying wish and not want, as though to emphasize that he was able to use grown-up words and make grown-up decisions. There had been only one thing Remus Lupin had thought of that might help, after he'd received the owls from Professor McGonagall and that strange man Quirinus Quirrell. There's a lot of empty houses, the boy said, glancing around again. Godric's Hollow had changed, in the decades since Remus Lupin had been a frequent visitor. Many of the old, peaked cottages looked deserted, with green leafy vines growing across their windows and their doors. Britain had contracted noticeably, in the aftermath of the Wizarding War, having lost not only the dead but the fled. Godric's Hollow had been hard hit. And afterward still more families had moved elsewhere, to Hogsmeade or magical London, the deserted houses too uncomfortable a reminder. Others had remained. Godric's Hollow was older than Hogwarts, older than Godric Gryffindor whose name it had taken, and there were families which would reside here until the end of the world and its magic. The Potters had been one such family, and would be again, if the last Potters so chose. Remus Lupin tried to explain all that, simplifying it as best he could for the young boy. The Ravenclaw nodded thoughtfully and said nothing, as though he had understood it all without need of questions. Perhaps that was so. The child of James Potter and Lily Evans, the head boy and head girl of Hogwarts, would hardly be stupid. The child had certainly seemed highly intelligent, for the little time that they had spoken in January, though at that time Remus had done most of the talking. There was also that business with the Wizengamot which Remus had heard rumors about, but Remus didn't believe a single word of that, any more than he'd believed it about James betrothing his son to Molly's youngest. There's the monument, Remus said, pointing ahead of them. Harry walked beside Mr. Lupin toward the black marble obelisk, thinking silently. It seemed to Harry that this adventure was essentially misguided. He had no use for grief counseling, that was not Harry's chosen path. So far as Harry was concerned, the 5 stages of grief were rage, remorse, resolve, research, and resurrection. Not that the usual 5 stages of grief had any experimental evidence whatsoever that Harry had ever heard about. But Mr. Lupin had seemed too sincere to refuse, and visiting James and Lily's home was something Harry felt he ought not to turn down. So Harry walked, feeling oddly detached, walking silently through a play whose script he was not interested in reading. Harry had been told that he wasn't to wear the cloak of invisibility for this journey, so that Mr. Lupin could keep track of him. Harry was morally certain that Dumbledore, or both Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody, were following them invisibly to see if anyone tried for the bait. There was no way Harry would have been let out of Hogwarts with only Remus Lupin for a guard. Harry didn't expect anything to happen, though. He'd seen nothing to contradict the hypothesis that all the danger centered on Hogwarts and only Hogwarts. As the two of them walked closer toward the center of town, the marble obelisk transformed into. Harry drew in a breath. He'd been expecting a heroic pose of James Potter with wand leveled against Lord Voldemort, and Lily Potter with arms outstretched in front of the crib. Instead there was a man with untidy hair and glasses, and a woman with her hair let down and a baby in her arms, and that was all. It looks very normal, Harry said, feeling an odd catch in his throat. Madame Longbottom and Professor Dumbledore put their foot down hard, said Mr. Lupin, who was looking more at Harry than at the monument. They said that the Potters should be remembered as they had lived, not as they had died. Harry looked at the statue, thinking. Very strange, to see himself as a baby of stone, with no scar upon his forehead. It was a glimpse at an alternate universe, one where Harry James Potter, no Evansverse to his name, became an intelligent but ordinary wizarding scholar, maybe sorted into Gryffindor like his parents. A Harry Potter who grew up a proper young wizard, knowing little of science for all that his mother was Muggleborn. Ultimately changing, not much. James and Lily wouldn't have raised their son with what Professor Quirrell would have called ambition and what Professor Vers Evans would have called the common endeavor. His birth parents would have loved him very much, and that would not have been much help to anyone in the world except Harry. If someone had undone their death. You were their friend, Harry said, turning to look at Lupin. For a long time, since you were children. Mr. Lupin nodded silently. Professor Quirrell's voice resounded in Harry's approximate memory, the most likely difference is not that you care more. Rather it is that, being a more logical creature than they, only you are aware that the role of friend ought to require this of you. When Lily and James died, Harry said, did you think at all of whether there might be some magical way to get them back? Like Orpheus and Eurydice? Or they, what was it, Elrond brothers? There is no magic which can undo death, Mr. Lupin said quietly. There are some mysteries which wizardry cannot touch. Did you do a mental check of what you thought you knew, how you thought you knew it, and how high the probability was of that conclusion? What? Said Mr. Lupin. Could you repeat that, Harry? I'm saying, did you think about it anyway? Mr. Lupin shook his head. Why not? Because it was already done, and over, Remus Lupin said gently. Because wherever James and Lily are now, they would wish me to act for the sake of the living, not the dead. Harry nodded silently. He'd been pretty sure of the answer to that question before he'd asked. He'd already read that script. But he'd asked anyway, just in case Mr. Lupin had spent a week obsessing about it, because Harry could have been wrong. The soft voice of the defense professor seemed to speak in Harry's mind. Surely, if Lupin truly cared, he would not need special instruction for something as simple as thinking for 5 minutes before giving up. Yes, he would, Harry answered the mental voice. Human beings wouldn't suddenly obtain a skill like that just because they cared. I learned about it because I'd read library books, produced by a huge scientific edifice. And that other part of Harry said, in that soft voice, but there is also another hypothesis, Mr. Potter, and it fits the data in a much less complicated way. No, it doesn't. How would people even know what to pretend, if nobody had ever cared? They don't know. That is what you observe. The two of them walked onward toward a certain house, past a long row of occupied wizard cottages and other cottages overgrown with vines. Coming finally to the house with half its top blown off, and green leaves growing over into the inside, behind a shoulder-high wild-growing hedge lining the sidewalk, and a narrow metal gate, Mr. Hagrid had probably stepped right over it, being unable to fit through. The gap in the roof was like a giant mouth had taken a circular bite from the house, leaving spines of wood, what had maybe been support beams, sticking out. To the right side a single chimney still stood upright, uneaten by the giant bite, but leaning dangerously without its former support. Windows were shattered. Where there should have been a front door were only splinters of wood. To this place Lord Voldemort had come, silently, making less noise than the dead leaves slithering along the pavement. Remus Lupin put a hand upon Harry's shoulder. Touch the gate, Mr. Lupin urged. Harry reached out a hand and did so. Like a fast-growing flower, a sign burst from the tangled weeds in the ground behind the gate, a wooden sign with golden letters, and it said, "On this spot, on the night of October 31st, 1981. Lily and James Potter lost their lives. They were survived by their son, Harry Potter. The only wizard ever to withstand the killing curse. The boy who lived, who broke you-know-whose power. This house has been left in its ruined state. As a monument to the Potters. As a reminder of their sacrifice." In a blank space below the golden letters were written other messages, dozens of them, magical ink that rose to the surface and gleamed brightly enough to be read before fading and giving way to other messages. "So my Gideon is avenged. Thank you, Harry Potter. Farewell wherever you are. We will always be in the Potter's debt. Oh James, oh Lily, I am sorry. I hope you're alive, Harry Potter. There is always a price. I wish our last words had been kinder, James. I'm sorry. There is always a dawn after the night. Rest well, Lily. Bless you, boy who lived. You were our miracle." "I guess," Harry said. "I guess that's what people do, instead of trying to make it better." Harry stopped. The thought seemed unworthy of this place. He looked up, and saw Remus Lupin gazing at him with a look so gentle that Harry wrenched his eyes away to the blasted and broken roof. "You were our miracle." Harry had always heard the word miracle in the context of how, in the natural universe, there was no such thing. And yet looking at the ruined house, he suddenly knew exactly what the word meant, the note of grace all unexplained, the blessing inexplicable. The Dark Lord had almost won, and then in one night all the darkness and terror had ended, salvation without justification, a sudden dawn from out of the darkness, and even now nobody knew why. If Lily Potter had lived beyond her confrontation with Lord Voldemort, she would have felt that way when she saw her baby alive, afterward. "Let's go," whispered the baby boy, 10 years later. They went. The graveyard's entrance was guarded by a lockless gate of the sort that kept out animals, with a place to stand while you moved the door from one side of the standing place to the other. Remus took out his wand, Harry was already holding his, and there was a brief blur as they stepped through. Some of the stones rising up from the ground looked as old as the wall in Oxford that his father had said was around 1,000 years old. "Holly Fleming," said the first stone that Harry saw, in a carving almost invisibly faded with the erosion of time. "Vienna wood," said another. It had been a long time since Harry had visited a graveyard. His mind had still been childlike the last time he'd come to one, long before he'd seen within death's shadow. Coming here now was strange and sad and puzzling, and this has been happening for so long. Why haven't wizards tried to stop it? Why aren't they putting all their strength into that like muggles do with medical research? Only more so, wizards have more reason to hope. The Dumbledores lived in Godric's Hollow too. Harry said, as they walked past a pair of relatively new stones saying Kendra Dumbledore and Ariana Dumbledore. "For a long, long time," Mr. Lupin said. They walked further into the graveyard, far toward the end, past many deaths that had been mourned. Then Mr. Lupin pointed at a linked double headstone, of marble still white and unedged. "Are there going to be messages there?" Harry said. He didn't want to deal any more with the way that other people dealt with death. Mr. Lupin shook his head. They walked toward the linked white stones. And stood before. "What is this?" Harry whispered. Who wrote this?" "James Potter. Born March 27, 1960. Died October 31, 1981. "Wrote what?" said Mr. Lupin, puzzled. "Lily Potter. Born January 30, 1960. Died October 31, 1981. "This!" Harry cried. The inscription. There were tears welling up in Harry's eyes, at the brightness out of place and unexplained, the touch of grace where no grace should have been, the mysterious blessing, tears welling up it. "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." "That," Mr. Lupin said. "That's the motto, I suppose you could call it, of the Potters. Though I don't think it was ever something as formal as that. Just a saying handed down from long, long ago." That Harry scrambled down to kneel beside the grave, touched the inscription with a trembling hand. How? Things like that can't just be genetic. Then Harry saw what tears had blurred, the faint carving of a line, within a circle, within a triangle. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows. And Harry understood. "They tried," Harry whispered. The three Peverell brothers. Had they lost someone precious to them? Was that where it had begun? With all their lives, they tried, and they made progress. The cloak of invisibility, that could defeat the Dementor's sight. But their research wasn't finished. Hiding from death's shadow is not defeating death itself. The resurrection stone couldn't really bring anyone back. The Elder Wand couldn't protect you from old age. So they passed on the mission to their children, and their children's children. Generation after generation. Until it came to me. Could time echo like that, rhyming, between this far into the future, and that far in the past? It couldn't be coincidence, could it? Not this message, not in this place. My family. You really were, my mother and my father. It doesn't mean resurrecting the dead, Harry, Mr. Lupin said. It means accepting death, and so being beyond death, mastering it. Did James tell you that? Harry said, his voice strange. No, said Mr. Lupin, but... Good. Harry rose up slowly from where he had been kneeling, feeling as though he were pushing up a sun upon his shoulders, raising the dawn above the horizon. Of course other wizards have tried. I am not unique. I was never alone. These feelings in my heart, they're not so special, not in the wizard world or the muggle one. Harry, your wand. There was a sudden excitement in Mr. Lupin's voice, and when Harry raised his wand to look at it closely, he saw that it was gleaming ever so faintly with a silver light, welling out of the wood. Cast the patroness charm, urged Mr. Lupin. Try casting it again, Harry. Oh, right. So far as Mr. Lupin knows, I can't. Harry smiled, and even laughed a little. I'd better not, Harry said. If I tried to cast the spell in this state of mind, it'd probably kill me. What? Said Mr. Lupin. The patroness charm doesn't do that. Harry James Potter Evansvers raised his left hand, still laughing, and wiped away some more tears. You know, Mr. Lupin, Harry said, it really takes a Baroque interpretation to think that somebody would be walking around, pondering how death is just something we all have to accept, and communicate their state of mind by saying, the last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Maybe someone else thought it sounded poetic and picked up the phrase and tried to interpret it differently, but whoever said it first didn't like death much. Sometimes it puzzled Harry how most people didn't seem to even notice when they were twisting something around to the 180-degree opposite of its first obvious reading. It couldn't be a raw brain power thing, people could see the obvious reading of most other English sentences. Also shall be destroyed refers to a change of future state, so it can't be about the way things are now. Remus Lupin was staring at him with wide eyes. You certainly are James and Lily's child, the man said, sounding rather shocked. Yes, I am, Harry said. But that wasn't enough, he had to do something more, so Harry raised his wand in the air and said, his voice as steady as he could make it, I am Harry James Potter Evansvers, the son of Lily and James, of the House of Potter, and I accept my family's quest. Death is my enemy, and I will defeat it. Thrayan Bane Pavirla Suna and Thrihira Tol Visumdath Bayunan. What? Harry said aloud. The words had popped up into his stream of consciousness as though from his own thoughts, unexplained. What was that? Said Remus Lupin at the same time. Harry turned, scanning the graveyard, but he didn't see anything. Beside him, Mr. Lupin was doing the same. Neither of them noticed the tall stone worn as though from 1,000 years of age, upon it a line within a circle within a triangle glowing ever so faintly silver, like the light which had shone from Harry's wand, invisible at that distance beneath the still bright Sunday. Some time later. Thank you again, Mr. Lupin, Harry said, the tall, faintly scarred man was about to depart once more. Though I really wish you hadn't. Professor Dumbledore said that I was to port chaos back to Hogwarts if anything unusual happened, whether or not it seemed like an attack, Mr. Lupin said firmly. Which is eminently sensible. Harry nodded. And then, having carefully saved this question for last, do you have any idea of what the words meant? If I did, I wouldn't tell you, Mr. Lupin said, looking rather severe. Certainly not without Professor Dumbledore's permission. I can understand your eagerness, but you should not go trying to uncover any ancestral secrets of the Potters until you are an adult. That means after you've passed your newts, Harry, or at least your owls. And I still think you've picked up entirely the wrong idea of what your family motto is meant to say. Harry nodded, sighing internally, and bid Mr. Lupin farewell. Harry went back through Hogwarts, to the Ravenclaw Tower, feeling strange, and strengthened. He would not have expected any of that, but it had been all to the good. He was passing through the Ravenclaw common room, on the way to his dorm. That was when the shining creature came to him, gleaming soft white beneath the candle fires of the Ravenclaw common room, as it slithered out from nowhere, the silver snake. Regen P. Feral Suna and Rihira Tol Isimda Biojunan. 3 shall be Peveril's sons and 3 their devices by which death shall be defeated. Spoken in the presence of the 3 Peveril brothers. In a small tavern on the outskirts of what would later be called Godric's Hollow. Chapter 97, Rolls, pt 8. For the second time that day, Harry's eyes filled with tears. Heedless of the puzzled eyes of the Ravenclaws in the common room, he reached out to the silver creature which Draco Malfoy had sent, cradling it in his arms like a live thing, and stumbled off in the direction of his dorm room, heading half blindly for the bottom of his trunk, as the silver snake waited silently in his arms. The 5th meeting, 10:12 a.m., Sunday, April 19th. The debtors' meeting which Lord Malfoy had demanded from Harry Potter, who owed Lucius Malfoy a debt of some 58,203 galleons, was held within the Gringotts Central Bank, in accordance with the laws of Britain. There had been some pushback from Chief Warlock Dumbledore, trying to prevent Harry Potter from leaving the security of Hogwarts, a phrase that caused Harry Potter to raise his fingers and silently make quote marks in the air. For his own part, the boy who lived had seemingly pondered quietly, and then assented to the meeting, strangely compliant in the face of his enemy's demand. The headmaster of Hogwarts, who acted as Harry Potter's legal guardian in the eyes of magical Britain, had overruled his ward's assent. The Debts Committee of the Wizengamot had overruled the headmaster of Hogwarts. The Chief Warlock had overruled the Debts Committee. The Wizengamot had overruled the Chief Warlock. And so the boy who lived had departed under the heavy guard of Mad-Eye Moody and an Auror trio for the Gringotts Central Bank, with Moody's bright blue eye rotating wildly in every direction, as though to signal to any possible attacker that he was on guard and constantly vigilant and would cheerfully incinerate the kidneys of anyone who sneezed in the general direction of the boy who lived. Harry Potter watched more keenly than before, as they marched through the wide-open front doors of Gringotts, beneath the motto Fortius quo Fidelius. On Harry's last 3 visits to Gringotts he had merely admired the marble pillars, the gold-burning torchlights, the architecture not quite like the human parts of magical Britain. Since then had come the incident at Azkaban and other things, and now, on his 4th visit, Harry was thinking about the Goblin rebellions and Goblins' ongoing resentment at not being allowed to own wands and certain facts which hadn't been in the first-year history textbook, which Harry had guessed at by pattern matching and which Professor Flitwick had confirmed in a very quiet voice. Lord Voldemort had killed goblins as well as wizards, an incredibly stupid move on Lord Voldemort's part, unless Harry was really missing something, but what goblins thought of the boy who lived, Harry had no idea. Goblins had a reputation for paying what they owed and taking what they thought owed them, along with a reputation for interpreting those accounts in a somewhat prejudiced fashion. Today, the guards standing upright in armor at regular intervals around the bank were staring at the boy who lived with blank faces, and glaring at Moody and the Aurors with flashes of bitter contempt. At the stands and counters of the bank's foyer, goblin tellers stared with equal contempt at the wizards whose hands they were filling with galleons. One teller smiled a sharp-toothed grin at a witch who was looking angry and desperate. If I understand human nature correctly, and if I'm right that all the humanoid magical species are genetically human plus a heritable magical effect, then you're not likely to become friends with a wizard just because I'm polite to you, or say that I'm sympathetic. But I wonder if you would back the boy who lived in a bid to overthrow the ministry, if I promised to revoke the wand law afterward, or if I quietly gave you wands, and spellbooks, in exchange for your support. Is that why the secret of wand making is restricted to people like Ollivander? Though if you really are human, just plain human, then the Goblin Nation probably has its own internal horrors, its own Azkabans, for that is also human nature, in which case sooner or later I must overthrow or reform your own government as well. An aged goblin appeared before them, and Harry inclined his head with careful courtesy, a gesture that the aged goblin returned with an abrupt half-nod. There was no wild train ride, instead the aged goblin ushered them into a short hallway that terminated in a small waiting room, with 3 goblin-sized benches and 1 wizard-sized chair, within which nobody sat. "Do not sign anything that Lucius Malfoy gives you," Mad-Eye Moody said. "Nothing, do you understand me, lad? If Malfoy hands you a copy of The Wonderful Adventures of the Boy Who Lived and asks you for an autograph, tell him that you've sprained a finger. Don't pick up a quill for a single second while you're in Gringotts. If someone hands you a quill, break the quill and then break your own fingers. Do I need to explain further, son?" "Not particularly," Harry said. "We also have lawyers in Muggle Britain, and they'd think your lawyers are cute." A short time later Harry Potter handed his wand over to an armored goblin guard who frisked him with all manner of interesting-looking probes, and gave his pouch to Moody to keep. And then Harry stepped through another door, and a brief waterfall of Thief's Downfall, which evaporated from his skin as soon as he stepped out. On the other side of the door was a larger room, richly panelled and appointed, with a great golden table stretching across it, 2 huge leather chairs on one side of the table, and a small wooden stool on the other, the debtor's perch. 2 goblins in full armor, wearing ornate earpieces and glasses, stood watch around the room. Neither side would have wands or any other device of magic, and the goblin guards would attack immediately if anyone dared to use wandless magic within this peaceable meeting supervised by Gringotts Bank. The ornate earpieces would prevent the goblin guards from hearing the conversation unless directly addressed, the eyepieces would leave the wizards' faces as blurs. It was, in short, something along the lines of actual security, at least if you were in a Clumans. Harry climbed up onto his uncomfortable wooden stool, thinking subtle in a tone of some mental sarcasm, and awaited his creditors. It was only a brief interval later, much shorter than the time a debtor could legally be made to wait, when Lucius Malfoy entered into the room, taking up his leather chair with motions worn smooth by practice. His snake-headed cane was missing from his hands, his long white mane drifted behind him the same as ever, his face could not be read. Quietly following behind him was a young boy with white blonde hair, now wearing black robes far finer than any Hogwarts uniform, who followed in his father's footsteps with a controlled face. A boy who was also Harry's creditor to the tune of 40 galleons, and also of House Malfoy, and therefore, technically, covered by the Wizengamot resolution enabling this meeting. Draco. Harry didn't say it aloud, didn't let his own expression change. He could not think of what to say. Not even "I'm sorry" seemed appropriate. Harry hadn't dared say any of that to Draco's patroness either, when they had set up this meeting in a few brief exchanges, and not only because Lucius might be listening. It had been enough to know that Draco's happy thought was still happy, and that he had still been able to want Harry to know it. Lucius Malfoy spoke first, his voice level, his face set. "I do not understand what is happening at Hogwarts, Harry Potter. Would you care to explain it to me?" "I don't know," Harry said. "If I understood these events I would not have let them happen, Lord Malfoy." "Then answer me this question. Who are you?" Harry gazed evenly at the face of his creditor. "I'm not you-know-who, like you thought I was," Harry said. Not being a complete idiot, he'd eventually worked out who Lucius Malfoy had thought he was talking to in front of the Wizengamot. "Obviously I'm not a normal boy. Equally obviously, that probably has something to do with the boy who lived business. But I don't know what, or why, any more than you do." "I asked the Sorting Hat and it didn't know either." Lucius Malfoy nodded distantly. "I could not think of any reason why you would pay 100,000 galleons to save a Mudblood's life. No reason save one, which would account for her power and bloodthirst alike, but then she died at the hands of a troll, and yet you lived. And also my son has told me much of you, Harry Potter, which did not make the tiniest bit of sense. I have heard the ravings of the mad in St. Mungo's and they were more sensible by far than the events which my son told me under Veritaserum that you enacted, and that portion of this raving lunacy, which you personally carried out, I would have you explain to me, and now." Harry turned to look at Draco, who looked back at him with a face that was screwing up, being controlled, and then tensing up again. "I'd also," Draco Malfoy said in a high and wavering voice, "like to know, why, Potter." Harry closed his eyes, and spoke without looking. "A boy raised by muggles who thought he was clever. You saw me, Draco, and you thought of how very useful it would be if the boy who lived, out of all the other children in your year, could be shown the truth of things, if we could be friends. And I thought the same thing about you. Only, you and I believed different things were true. Not that I'm saying that there are different truths, I mean, there's different beliefs but there's only one reality, only one universe that can make those beliefs true or false. You lied to me." Harry opened his eyes and looked at Draco. "I would prefer to say," Harry said, not quite with a steady voice, "that the things I told you were true from a certain point of view." "A certain point of view?" Draco Malfoy looked every bit as angry as Luke Skywalker had the right to be, and not in a mood to accept Kenobi's excuses, either. "There's a word for things that are true from a certain point of view. They're called lies. Or tricks," Harry said evenly. "Statements which are technically true but which deceive the listener into forming further beliefs which are false. I think it's worth making that distinction. What I told you was a self-fulfilling prophecy, you believed that you couldn't deceive yourself, so you didn't try. The skills you've learned are real, and it would have been very bad for you to start fighting against them internally. People can't make themselves believe that blue is green by an act of will, but they think they can, and that can be almost as bad." "You used me," said Draco Malfoy. "I only used you in ways that made you stronger. That's what it means to be used by a friend. Even I know that's not what friendship is." Now Lucius Malfoy spoke again. "For what purpose? To what end?" Even the elder Malfoy's voice was not quite steady. "Why?" Harry regarded him for a moment, and then turned to Draco. "Your father's probably not going to believe this," Harry said. "But you, Draco, should be able to see that everything which has happened is compatible with this hypothesis. And that any more cynical hypothesis wouldn't explain why I didn't press you harder when you thought I had leverage, or why I taught you so much. I thought that the heir of House Malfoy, who'd been publicly seen to grab a Muggle-born girl to stop her falling off the roof of Hogwarts, would be a good compromise candidate to lead magical Britain after the Reformation. So you would have me believe," Lucius Malfoy said in a thin voice, "that you are claiming to be mad. Well, let us leave all that aside. Tell me who set that troll on Hogwarts." "I don't know," Harry said. "Tell me who you suspect, Harry Potter." "I have 4 suspects. One of them is Professor Snape." "Snape?" Draco burst out. "The second, of course, is the defense professor of Hogwarts, just because he's the defense professor." Harry would have left him out, not wanting to bring Professor Quirrell to the Malfoys' attention if he was innocent, but Draco might have called him on that. "The third, you wouldn't believe me about. The fourth is a catch-all category called everything else. And the fifth, Lord Voldemort, I do not think I should name to you." Lucius Malfoy's face contorted in a snarl. "Do you think I cannot recognize bait upon your hook? Tell me about this third possibility, Potter, the one you wish me to believe is the true answer, and leave aside games." Harry regarded Lord Malfoy steadily. "I once read a book I wasn't supposed to read, and it told me this: communication is an event that takes place between equals. Employees lie to their bosses, who, in turn, expect to be lied to. I'm not playing coy, I'm observing that it's simply not possible, in our present situation, for me to tell you about the third suspect, and have you believe that my story was anything but a lure. Draco spoke then. It's father, isn't it? Harry gave Draco a startled look. Draco spoke evenly. You suspect that father sent the troll into Hogwarts to get at Granger, don't you? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Harry opened his mouth to say, actually, no, and then managed to think ahead and stop himself for once in his life. I see. Harry said slowly. That's what this is about. Lucius Malfoy publicly says that Hermione won't get away with what she's done, and lo and behold, a troll kills her. Harry smiled then, in a way that bared his teeth. And if I deny that here, then Draco, who isn't an Occlumens, can then testify under veritaserum that the boy who lived does not suspect Lucius Malfoy of having sent a troll into Hogwarts to kill Hermione Granger, sworn to the noble house of Potter, whose blood debt was recently purchased for 100,000 galleons etc. Harry leaned back slightly, though his wooden stool had no back with which to do it properly. But now that it's been pointed out, I see that it's very reasonable. Obviously you killed Hermione Granger, just like you threatened to do in front of the whole Wizengamot. I did not, Lucius Malfoy said, expressionless once more. Harry bared his teeth again in that non-smile. Well then, in that case, there must be someone else out there who killed Hermione and messed with the Hogwarts wards, the same person who earlier tried to frame Hermione for Draco Malfoy's murder. Either you killed Hermione Granger after being paid for her life, or you blamed your son's attempted murder on an innocent girl and took all my family's money under false pretenses. One of those two things must be true. Perhaps you killed her in hopes of your money being returned. Lucius Malfoy had leaned forward, and was staring hard at Harry. Then I would not have given away my money for her in the first place. As you already know. Don't insult my intelligence, Lord Malfoy. No, wait, sorry, you just had to say that in case Draco had to testify to it. Never mind. Lucius Malfoy sat back in his chair and stared. I tried to tell you, father, Draco said under his breath, but nobody can imagine Harry Potter until they've actually met him. Harry tapped a finger on his cheek. So people are starting to figure out the blatantly obvious. I'm surprised, actually. I wouldn't have predicted that would happen. Harry had by now caught the general rhythm of Professor Quirrell's cynicism and was able to generate it independently. I wouldn't think a newspaper would be able to report on a concept like either X or Y must be true, but we don't know which. I would only expect journalists to report stories consisting of series of atomic propositions, like X is true, Y is false, or X is true and Y is false. Not more complex logical connectors like if X is true then Y is true, but we don't know whether X is true. And all your supporters ought to be rapidly switching between you can't prove that Lord Malfoy killed Granger, it could have been someone else and you can't prove there was someone else to frame Granger, so long as it's uncertain they should be trying to have it both ways at once. Wait, don't you own the Daily Prophet? The Daily Prophet, Lucius Malfoy said thinly, which I certainly do not own, is far too respectable to publish any such scurrilous nonsense. Unfortunately, not all wizards of influence are so reasonable. Ah. Got it. Harry nodded. Lucius glanced at Draco. The rest of what he said, was any of it important? No, father, it was not. Thank you, son. Lucius returned his gaze to Harry. His voice, when he spoke, was something closer to his usual drawl, cool and confident. It is possible that I could be persuaded to show you some favor, if you admitted before the Wizengamot what you clearly know, that I was not responsible for this deed. I would be willing to reduce your remaining debt to House Malfoy quite significantly, or even adjust the terms to allow later repayment. Harry regarded Lucius Malfoy steadily. Lucius Malfoy. You are now perfectly aware that Hermione Granger was, in fact, framed using your son as bait, that she was false memory charmed or worse, and that House Potter held nothing against you before that. My counter-proposal is that you return my family's money. I announce before the Wizengamot that House Potter holds House Malfoy no animus, and we present a united front against whoever's doing this. We decide to screw the roles we're supposed to play, and ally with each other instead of fighting. It could be the one thing the enemy doesn't expect us to do. There was a brief silence in the room, except for the two goblin guards who went on breathing regardless. You are mad, Lucius Malfoy said coldly. It's called justice, Lord Malfoy. You cannot possibly expect me to cooperate with you while you are holding the wealth of House Potter under what you now know to be false pretenses. I understand how it looked to you at the time, but you know better now. You have nothing to offer me worth 100,000 galleons. Don't I? Harry said distantly. I wonder. I think it quite probable that you care more about the long-term welfare of House Malfoy than about whichever political issue the last generation's failed Dark Lord made his personal hobby horse. Harry glanced significantly at Draco. The next generation is drawing its own battle lines and forming new alliances. Your son can be frozen out of that, or he can go straight to the top. Is that worth more to you than 40,000 galleons you weren't particularly expecting and don't particularly need? Harry smiled thinly. 40,000 galleons. 2 million Muggle pounds sterling. Your son knows some things about the size of the Muggle economy that might surprise you. They'd find it amusing, that the fate of a country was revolving around 2 million pounds sterling. They'd think it was cute. And I think much the same, Lord Malfoy. This isn't about me being desperate. This is about you getting a fair chance to be fair. Oh. Said Lord Malfoy. And if I refuse your fair chance, what then? Harry shrugged. Depends what sort of coalition government gets put together without the Malfoys. If the government can be reformed peacefully and it would disturb the peace to do otherwise, I'll pay you the money out of petty cash. Or maybe the Death Eaters will be retried for past crimes and executed as a matter of justice, as a result of due legal process, of course. You truly are mad, Lucius Malfoy said quietly. You have no power, no wealth, and yet you say such things to me. Yes, it's silly to think I could scare you. After all, you're not a Dementor. And Harry went on smiling. He'd looked it up, and apparently a bezoar would heal almost any poison if you shoved it into someone's mouth fast enough. Maybe that wouldn't repair radiation damage from transfigured polonium, but then again, maybe it would. So Harry had looked up the freezing points of various acids, and it turned out that sulfuric acid would freeze at just 10 degrees Celsius, which meant Harry could buy a liter of acid on the Muggle market, freeze it solid, and transfigure it down to a tiny little unnoticeable water ice chip to be flipped into someone's mouth and ingested. No bezoar would compensate for that, once the transfiguration wore off. Harry had no intention of saying it out loud, of course, but now that he'd failed decisively to prevent any deaths during his quest, he had no further intention of being restrained by the law or even the code of Batman. Last chance to live, Lucius. Ethically speaking, your life was bought and paid for the day you committed your first atrocity for the Death Eaters. You're still human and your life still has intrinsic value, but you no longer have the deontological protection of an innocent. Any good person is licensed to kill you now, if they think it'll save net lives in the long run, and I will conclude as much of you, if you begin to get in my way. Whoever sent the troll after Granger must have targeted you too and hit you with some curse that makes former Death Eaters melt into a pile of goo. Very sad. Father, Draco said in a small voice. I think you should consider it, Father. Lucius Malfoy looked at his son. You jest. It's true. I don't think Potter just made up his books, nobody could have written all that and there were things in them that I could check for myself. And if even half of all that is true, he's right, 100,000 galleons won't mean much. If we give it to him he really will be friends with House Malfoy again, the way he thinks of being friends, anyway. And if we don't, he'll be your enemy, whether it's in his own interests or not, he'll just go after you. Harry Potter really does think like that. It's not about money to him, it's about what he thinks is honor. Harry Potter inclined his head, still smiling. But let's get one part of it straight, Draco said, now staring directly at him. There was a fierce light in his eyes. You wronged me. And you owe me. Acknowledged, Harry said quietly. Conditional on the rest of it, of course. Lucius Malfoy opened his mouth to say who knew what and then closed it again. Mad, he said again. There was a long father and son argument during which Harry managed to keep his mouth shut. When it seemed that even Draco wouldn't be able to persuade his father, Harry spoke up again, and proposed his intended next steps, if the houses of Potter and Malfoy could cooperate. Then came more argument between Lucius and Draco, during which Harry again stayed silent. Finally Lucius Malfoy's eyes turned to gaze at Harry. And you believe, Lucius Malfoy said, that you can persuade Longbottom and Bones to go along with this notion, even if Dumbledore opposes it? Harry nodded. They'll be suspicious of your involvement, of course. But I'll tell them that it was my plan to start with, and that should help. I suppose, Lucius Malfoy said after a pause, that I could have a contract drawn up, absolving you of almost all the remaining debt, if by some chance I do go along with this mad idea. It shall need more guarantees, of course. Harry promptly reached into his robes and drew out a parchment, unfolding it and spreading it across the golden table. I've taken the liberty myself, actually, Harry said. He'd spent some careful hours in the Hogwarts library with the logbooks available. Thankfully, so far as Harry could tell, the laws of magical Britain were charmingly simple by Muggle standards. Writing that the original blood debt and payment was cancelled, the Potter's wealth and all other vault items would be returned, and the remaining debt annulled, all with no fault to the Malfoys, was only a few more lines than it took to say out loud. I had to promise my keepers not to sign anything you gave me. So I made sure to compose this myself, and sign it before I left. Draco emitted a choked laugh. Lucius read through the contract, smiling humorlessly. How charmingly straightforward. I also promised not to touch a quill while I was in Gringotts, Harry said. He reached into his robes again and drew out a Muggle pen, along with a sheet of normal paper. Will this wording be all right? Harry rapidly scribbled down a legal-sounding statement to the effect that House Potter didn't hold House Malfoy responsible in any way for Hermione Granger's murder and didn't believe they had anything to do with it, then held up the paper in the air for Lord Malfoy's inspection. Lord Malfoy looked at the paper, rolled his eyes slightly, and said, "Good enough, I suppose. Though to have the proper meaning, you should use the legal term indemnify rather than exonerate." "Nice try, but no. I know exactly what that word means, Lord Malfoy." Harry took his parchment and began copying down his original wording more carefully. When Harry was done, Lord Malfoy reached across the golden table and took the pen, looking at it thoughtfully. "One of your Muggle artifacts, I suppose? What does this do, son?" "It writes without needing an inkwell," Draco answered. "I can see that. I suppose some might find it an amusing trinket." Lucius smoothed the parchment contract over the table, then set his hand by the line for signatures, tapping the pen thoughtfully on the starting spot. Harry wrenched his eyes away, up to Lucius Malfoy's face, forcing himself to breathe regularly, not quite able to stop his muscles from tensing. "Our good friend, Severus Snape," said Lucius Malfoy, still tapping the pen on the line awaiting his signature. "The defense professor, calling himself Quirrell. Now I ask again, who is your third suspect, Harry Potter? I would strongly advise that you sign first, Lord Malfoy, if you are going to do so anyway. You will benefit from this information more if you do not think I am trying to persuade you of something." Another humorless smile. "I shall take my chances. Speak, if you wish this to continue." Harry hesitated, then said evenly, "My third suspect is Albus Dumbledore." The tapping pen stilled on the parchment. "A strange allegation," Lucius drawled. "Dumbledore lost much face when a Hogwarts student died within his tenure. Do you suppose that I will believe anything of him, only because he is my enemy? He is one suspect among several, Lord Malfoy, and not necessarily the most plausible. But the reason I was able to kill a full-grown mountain troll was that I had a weapon which Dumbledore gave to me, at the start of the school year. It's not strong evidence, but it's suspicious. And if you're thinking that murdering one of his students is not Dumbledore's style, well, the same thought had occurred to me. It's not his style," Draco Malfoy said. Lucius Malfoy shook his head in a measured, careful movement. "Not quite, my son. Dumbledore is particular in his evils." Lord Malfoy leaned back into his chair, and then sat quite still. "Tell me of this weapon." "I am not yet certain I should go into details about that in your presence, Lord Malfoy." Harry took a breath. "Let me be clear on this. I am not trying to sell you on the idea that Dumbledore is behind this, just raising the possibility." Then Draco Malfoy spoke. "The device Dumbledore gave you, was it something to kill trolls? I mean, just trolls? Can you tell us that?" Lucius turned his head to look at his son with some surprise. "No," Harry said slowly. "It wasn't specifically a sort of anti-troll slaying, or anything like that." Draco's eyes were intent. "Would the device have worked against an assassin? Not if they had shields raised. No. A fight in school. An expanding rock in the throat is inherently lethal. No. I don't think it was meant for use against humans." Draco nodded. "So just magical creatures. Would it have been a good weapon against an angry hippogriff, or something like that? Does the stunning hex work on hippogriffs?" Harry said slowly. "I don't know," said Draco. "Yes," said Lucius Malfoy. "Compared to trying to target a Wingardium Leviosa and Finite Incantatem, then a stunning hex would be a better way of dealing with a hippogriff. Put that way, it did seem increasingly like a transfigured rock was an optimal weapon only against a flesh and blood magical creature with spell-resistant skin. But, I mean, it might not have been intended as a weapon at all. I used it in a strange way, it could have just been a crazy whim." "No," Lucius Malfoy said lowly. "Not a whim. Not coincidence. Not Dumbledore." "Then it's him," Draco said. Slowly Draco's eyes narrowed, and he gave a vicious nod. "It's been him since the beginning. The court legilimen said that someone had used legilimency on Granger. Dumbledore admitted that it was him. And I bet the wards did go off when Granger cursed me and Dumbledore just ignored them." But Harry said. He looked at Lucius, wondering if it was really to his advantage to question this idea. What would be his motive? Are we going to say he's evil and leave it at that? Draco Malfoy jumped out of his chair and began pacing around the room, black robes swishing behind the young boy, the goblin guards staring at him in some surprise through their enchanted goggles. "To figure out a strange plot, look at what happens, then ask who benefits. Except that Dumbledore didn't plan on you trying to save Granger at her trial, he tried to stop you from doing that. What would have happened if Granger had gone to Azkaban? House Malfoy and House Potter would have hated each other forever. Of all the suspects, the only one who wants that is Dumbledore. So it fits. It all fits. The one who really committed the murder is Albus Dumbledore." Harry said. "But why give me an anti-troll weapon? I said it was suspicious, I didn't say that it made any sense. Draco nodded thoughtfully. Maybe Dumbledore thought you'd stop the troll before it got Granger and then he could blame Father for sending it. A lot of people would be very angry if they thought Father had even tried to do something like that, in Hogwarts. Like Father said, Dumbledore must have lost face when people found out that a student had actually died in Hogwarts. Being safe is what Hogwarts is famous for. So that part probably wasn't supposed to happen. Harry's mind involuntarily flashed back to the horror in Dumbledore's eyes when he'd seen Hermione Granger's body. Would I have gotten there in time, if the Weasley twins hadn't had their magic map stolen? Could that have been the plan? And then, though Dumbledore didn't know it, somebody stole their map, and I was too late. But no, that doesn't make much sense. I found out too late. How could Dumbledore have guessed that I'd use a broomstick? Well, he did know I had one. There was no way a plan like that could work. And it hadn't. But someone going a little bit senile might expect it to work, and a phoenix might not know the difference. Or, Draco Malfoy continued, still pacing energetically, maybe Dumbledore had an enchanted troll around, and he expected you to defeat it some other time, for some other plot, and then he used the troll on Granger instead. I can't imagine Dumbledore had this all planned since the first week of lessons. I can imagine, Lucius Malfoy said in low tones. I have seen such, from Dumbledore. Draco nodded decisively. Then I was never supposed to die in the first plot. Dumbledore knew Professor Quirrell was checking on me, or Dumbledore planned to have someone else find me in time. I couldn't have testified against Granger if I was dead, and he'd have lost face if I'd died. But my leaving Hogwarts and not being around to lead Slytherin would be just right for him. And then the next time Harry was supposed to stop the troll before it got Granger and everyone was supposed to blame you, Father, only that time it didn't go the way Dumbledore planned. Lucius Malfoy lifted his grey eyes, from where he'd been gazing with open surprise at his son. If this is true, but I wonder if Harry Potter is only playing at being reluctant to believe it. Maybe, Draco said. But I'm pretty sure he isn't. Then, if it is true. Lucius Malfoy's voice trailed off. A slow fury was lighting in his eyes. What would we do, exactly? Harry said. That, too, is clear to me, Draco said. He whirled on them and raised a finger high in the air. We shall find the proof to convict Dumbledore of this crime, and bring him to justice. Harry Potter and Lucius Malfoy looked at each other. Neither of them quite knew what to say. My son, Lucius Malfoy said after a time, truly, you have done very well this day. Thank you, Father. However, this is not a play, we are not Aurors, and we do not put our trust in trials. Some of the light went out of Draco's eyes. Oh. I do have a sentimental fondness for trials, Harry interjected. I cannot believe I am having this conversation. He needed to go home and take a sheet of paper and a pencil and try to figure out whether Draco's reasoning actually made sense. And evidence. Lucius Malfoy turned his gaze to Harry Potter then, and his eyes simmered in pure grey fury. If you have deceived me, Lucius Malfoy said in tones of low anger, if all this is a lie, then I will not forgive. But if this is not deception, bring me the proof to convict Dumbledore of this murder before the Wizengamot, or evidence enough to have him cast down, and there is nothing that House Malfoy will not do for you, Harry Potter. Nothing. Harry took a deep breath. He needed to sort all this out and figure out the actual probabilities, but he didn't have time. If it is Dumbledore, then removing him from the game board leaves a huge hole in Britain's power structure. So it does, Lucius Malfoy said with a grim smile. Did you have ambitions of filling it yourself, Harry Potter? Some of your opposition might not like that. They could fight. They will lose, Lucius Malfoy said, now with a face hard like iron. So this is what I'd want House Malfoy to do for me, Lord Malfoy, if Dumbledore gets removed because of me. When the opposition is most frightened, that's when they'll be offered a last-minute arrangement to avoid a civil war. Some of your allies might not prefer it, but there'll be a lot of neutrals who'll be glad to see stability. The bargain will be that instead of you taking over right away, Draco Malfoy will take power when he comes of age. What? Draco said. Draco has testified under Veritaserum that he tried to help Hermione Granger. I bet there'd be a lot of people in the opposition who'd take a chance on him rather than fight. I'm not sure how exactly you'd enforce it, unbreakable vows or Gringotts contracts or what, but there'll be some sort of enforceable compact about power going to Draco after he graduates Hogwarts. I'll throw any support the boy who lived has behind that bargain. Try to persuade Longbottom and Bones and so on. Our first plan paves the way for that later, if you're careful to act honorable when you deal with Longbottom and Bones this time around. Father, I swear I didn't. Lucius's face twisted into a grim smile. I know you didn't, son. Well. The white-haired man stared across the mighty golden table at Harry Potter. Those terms are acceptable to me. But fail in any part of our agreement, whether our first bargain, or the second, and there shall be consequences for you, Harry Potter. Clever words will not halt that. And Lucius Malfoy signed the parchment. Mad-Eye Moody had been staring at the bronze door of the Gringotts meeting room for what seemed like hours, insofar as a man could stare at any one thing when his gaze always saw in all directions. The trouble with trying to be suspicious of a man like Lucius Malfoy, Moody thought, was that you could spend an entire day thinking of everything he might be up to, and still not have finished. The door cracked open and Harry Potter trudged out, small beads of sweat still on his forehead. "Did you sign anything?" Mad-Eye demanded upon the instant. Harry Potter looked at him silently, then reached into his robes and drew out a folded parchment. "The goblins are already executing this," said Harry Potter. "They made 3 copies before I left." Merlin Dammit son Moody paused as his eye caught sight of the second half of the document as Harry Potter slowly, as though reluctantly, began to unfold the top upward. A glance sufficed to take in the paragraphs drawn in careful handwriting, Lucius Malfoy's elegant signature below Harry Potter's. And then Moody exploded, even as the top half of the document also began to enter his sight. "You exonerate House Malfoy of any involvement in Hermione Granger's death? Do you have any idea what you've done, you little fool? Why in Merlin's name would you do something like what?" Chapter 98, Rolls, Final. Sunday, April 19, 6:34 p.m. Daphne Greengrass walked quietly toward the Greengrass room below the Slytherin dungeons, the privilege of an ancient house, on her way to drop off her trunk from the Hogwarts Express, before she joined the other students for dinner. The whole private area had been hers alone ever since Malfoy had gone. Her hand, held behind her, made repeated come-along gestures at her huge emerald-studded trunk, which seemed hesitant to follow. Maybe the enchantments on the sturdy old family device needed to be reapplied, or maybe her trunk was reluctant to follow her into Hogwarts, which was no longer safe. There'd been a long talk between mother and father, after they'd been told about Hermione, with Daphne hiding around a doorway to listen, choking back her tears and trying not to make sounds. Mother had said that the sad fact was that if only one student died every year, well, that still made Hogwarts safer than Beau's batons, let alone Durmstrang. There were more ways for a young witch to die than being murdered. Beau's batons' transfiguration master just wasn't on the same level as McGonagall, Mother had said. Father had soberly remarked how important it was for the Greengrass heir to stay at Hogwarts where all the other noble families sent their children to school. It was the reason for the old tradition of the noble families synchronizing the birth of their heirs, to put them in the same year of Hogwarts, if they could. And Father had said that being heiress to a most ancient house meant you couldn't always stay away from trouble. She could have done without hearing that last part. Daphne gulped hard, as she turned the doorknob, and opened the door. Miss Greengrass whispered a shadowy, silvery-robed figure. Daphne screamed and slammed the door and drew her wand and turned to run. "Wait!" cried the voice, now higher and louder. Daphne paused. That couldn't possibly be who it had sounded like. Slowly, Daphne turned, and opened the door again. "You?" Daphne said in astonishment, as she saw the face beneath the hood. "I thought you were." "I come back to you now," the silvery-robed figure said in a strong voice, at the turn of the. "What are you doing in my bedroom?" shrieked Daphne. "I heard you can cast the mist form of the Patronus charm." "Can I see?" Daphne stared, and then her blood began to burn. "Why?" she said, keeping her wand level. "So you can kill everyone in Slytherin who casts un-Slytherin spells? We all know who it was had Hermione killed." The figure's voice rose. "I testified under veritaserum that I tried to help Miss Granger. I really was trying to help her, when I grabbed her hand on the roof, when I helped her off the floor." Daphne kept her wand level. "Like your father couldn't tamper with the Auror's record, if he wanted to. I wasn't born yesterday, Mr. Malfoy." Slowly, as if not to cause alarm, the silver-robed figure drew a wand from his robes. Daphne's hand tightened on her own wand, but then she recognized the position of the fingers on the wand, the stance the figure was assuming, and she drew a shocked breath. "Expecto Patronum." Silver light leapt from the end of the other's wand, and condensed, forming a shining serpent that seemed to coil in the air as though nesting there. She just gaped. "I did try to help Hermione Granger," Draco Malfoy said with a level voice. "Because I know the sickness at the heart of Slytherin's house, the reason why so many of us can't cast the Patronus charm anymore, is hate. Hate of Muggleborns, or just anyone really. People think that's all Slytherin is about now, not cunning or ambition or honorable nobility. And I even know, because it's obvious if you just look, that Hermione Granger wasn't weak at magic." Daphne's mind had gone completely blank. Her eyes darted around nervously, just to check that there wasn't blood coming from under the doors, like the last time something had broken. "And I've also figured out," Draco Malfoy said quietly, as the silver snake went on shining with unmistakable light and warmth, "that Hermione Granger never really tried to kill me. Maybe she was false memory charmed, maybe she was legilimized, but now that she's been murdered, it's obvious that Miss Granger was the target in the first place, when somebody tried to set her up for murdering me." Do you know what you're saying?" Daphne's voice broke. If Lucius Malfoy heard his heir saying that, he'd skin Draco and turn him into trousers. Draco Malfoy smiled, metallic robes gleaming in the light of his full corporeal patroness. It was a smile both arrogant and dangerous, like being turned into a pair of leather pants was beneath his concerns. Yes, said Draco, but it doesn't matter now. House Malfoy is returning House Potter's money and cancelling the debt. Daphne walked over to her bed and then fell on it, hoping she could wake up from the dream once she was in bed. I'd like you to join a conspiracy, said the figure in the shining robes. Everyone in Slytherin who can cast the Patroness charm, and everyone who can learn. That's how we'll know to trust each other, when the silvery Slytherins meet. With a dramatic gesture, Draco Malfoy cast back his hood. But it won't work without you, Daphne Greengrass. You and your family. Your mother will negotiate it with father, but I'd like the Greengrasses to hear the proposal from you, first. Draco Malfoy's voice lowered grimly. There is much we must speak of, before we eat dinner. Harry Potter had, apparently, taken to being invisible. They'd glimpsed his hand only briefly, when he was handing them the list, written on strange knot parchment. Harry had explained that, all things considered, he didn't really think it was smart for him to be findable except on special occasions, so he was just going to deal with people as a disembodied floating voice from now on, or as a brilliant silver light that hid behind corners where nobody could see it, and which could always find his friends no matter where they tried to hide. It was, in all honesty, one of the creepiest things which Fred and George had ever heard, over a lifetime which had included filling the shoes of every student in second-year Slytherin with transfigured live millipedes. Fred and George didn't think this could possibly be good for anyone's sanity, but they didn't know what to say. It couldn't be denied, they'd seen with their own 4 eyes, that Hogwarts wasn't safe. I don't know who you went to for the false memory charm on Rita Skeeter, said the sourceless voice of Harry Potter. Whoever it is, probably won't be able to fill this order directly, but they may know someone who can get things from the Muggle world. And, I know it may cost extra, but as few people as possible should know that Harry Potter is related to this. Another flash of a small boy's hand, and a bag hit the ground with the clinking noise. Some of these items are expensive even in the Muggle world, and your contact may have to go outside Britain, but 100 galleons will be enough to pay for it all, I hope. I'd tell you where the galleons came from, but I don't want to spoil tomorrow's surprise. What is this stuff? Said Fred or George, as they looked over the list. Our father is a Muggle expert. And we don't recognize half this stuff. Why, we don't recognize any of it. Just what are you planning to do? Things have become serious, Harry's voice said softly. I don't know what I'll have to do. I may need the power of the Muggles, not just the wizards, before this is done, and I might need it right away, with no time to prepare. I'm not planning to use any of this. I just want it around in case of contingencies. Harry's voice paused. Obviously I owe you more than I can ever repay and you won't let me give you any of what you deserve. I don't even know how to say thank you properly, and all I can do is hope that someday when you grow up you'll be more sensible about this whole thing and would you please take a 10% commission. Shut up, you, said George or Fred. For God's sake, you went after a troll for me and Fred had his ribs broken. They both just shook their heads. Harry had stayed behind when they told him to run, and stepped forward to distract the troll from eating George. Harry was the kind of person, they knew, who'd think that something like that didn't cancel out what he owed the Weasley twins, that his own deed wasn't properly commensurate. But what the Weasleys knew, and Harry wouldn't understand until he was older, was that it meant that nothing was owed, or ever could be owed between them. It was a strange kind of selfishness, they thought, that Harry could understand kindness within himself, never dreaming of asking of money from anyone he'd helped more than they'd helped him, or calling that a debt, while being apparently unable to conceive that others might want to act the same way toward him. Remind me to buy you a copy of the Muggle novel Atlas Shrugged, the sourceless voice said. I'm starting to understand what sort of person can benefit from reading it. Monday, April 20th, 7 p.m. It happened without any intervention or sign from the head table, as the students had finished their subdued dinner. It happened with no permission or forgiveness asked from the professors or the headmaster. Shortly after the dessert dishes had appeared, a student stood up from the Slytherin table and calmly made his way, not to the front of the head table, but toward the opposite side of the 4 tables of Hogwarts. A few whispers broke out at the sight of the white blonde short-cropped hair, as Draco Malfoy stood there, silently regarding all of Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy had said almost nothing since his surprise return. The Slytherin had condescended neither to confirm nor deny that he had returned because, with Hermione Granger dead at his family's hand, he no longer had anything to fear. Then Draco Malfoy took up a spoon in one hand, and a glass of water in the other, and began tapping, producing a clear ringing sound. Ting! 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 It produced more excited babble at first. At the head table, the various professors looked in puzzlement toward the headmaster in his great chair, but the headmaster gave no sign, and so the faculty did nothing. Draco Malfoy continued tapping the spoon upon his glass, until the room fell silent, waiting. Then another student arose from the Ravenclaw table, and made his way to where Draco Malfoy was standing, turning to face Hogwarts at his side. Breaths were drawn in surprise, those two should have been the bitterest of enemies. I, and my father, the lord of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy, Draco Malfoy said in a clear voice, have come to realize that there are ill forces at work in Hogwarts. That these ill forces, did wish Hermione Granger harm. That Hermione Granger was perhaps compelled, against her will, to raise her hand against our house, or perhaps she and I were both memory charmed. We now say that whoever dared use the heir of Malfoy so, is the enemy of House Malfoy, upon whom we shall have our vengeance. And that honor be served, we have returned all monies taken from House Potter, and cancelled all debt. Then Harry Potter spoke. House Potter acknowledges that it was an honest mistake, and holds House Malfoy no ill will. We believe and publicly say that House Malfoy was not at fault in Hermione Granger's death. Whoever harmed Hermione Granger is the enemy of House Potter, upon whom we shall have our vengeance. Both of us. Then Harry Potter began to walk back to the Ravenclaw table, and the babble of sheer, utter, reality-crashing bewilderment began to explode. Draco Malfoy resumed tapping his spoon against his water glass, creating a clear ringing chime. Ting! 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 And other students arose, from other tables, making their way to where Draco Malfoy stood, arranging themselves at his side, or behind him, or before him. There was a dread silence in the great hall, a sense of the world shifting, of realigning powers, almost tangible in the air. My father, Owen Greengrass, with the consent and full backing of my mother, the lady of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass, Daphne Greengrass spoke. And my forefather, Charles, of the House of Naught, said the former Lieutenant Naught, once Theodore of Chaos, now standing behind Draco Malfoy. And my grand-aunt, Amelia, of the House of Bones, also Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, said Susan Bones, who stood next Daphne Greengrass, beside whom she had fought. And my grandmother, Augusta, of the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom, said Neville Longbottom, who had returned for this one night. And my father, Lucius, the Lord Malfoy, of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy. Together with Alana Howe constituting a majority of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Daphne Greengrass said clearly. Have, to ensure the safety of all students, including their own children, passed the following educational decrees upon the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. First. Daphne said. Daphne was trying to keep her trembling under control, as she faced the four houses at the forefront of the five. There was only so far her parents' lessons in speech-making could take her. Daphne's eyes darted down quickly to her hand, upon which, written with a quill in faint red ink, cues to her lines had been written. Students are not to go anywhere alone, not even to the toilets. You will travel in groups of at least 3, and every group must have a 6th year or 7th year student. Second. Susan Bones said from behind her, voice almost firm. To further ensure the students' safety, 9 Aurors have been dispatched to Hogwarts to form an auxiliary protective force. Susan took a small, round glass object from within her robes, one of the communicators that the DMLE used, which they'd all been given. Susan raised it to her mouth and said, her voice now higher, Auror Brodsky, this is Susan Bones. Enter. The doors to the hall slammed open, and in marched 9 Aurors in the reinforced leather gear they used when on duty. At once they spread out, 2 Aurors taking up station by each of the 4 tables, and the last took up watch at the head table. There were more gasps. Third. Said Draco Malfoy, his voice commanding. Malfoy had apparently memorized his own lines, since there was nothing written on his hand that Daphne could see. In the face of a common enemy who does not balk at killing students from any house, the 4 houses of Hogwarts must come together and act as one. To emphasize this, the house points system is temporarily suspended. All professors will encourage solidarity between houses, by decree of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Fourth. Recited Neville Longbottom. All students not already in the defense professors' after-school classes, will receive special training in self-defense by Auror instructors. Fifth. Theodore Knott yelled in a menacing tone. All fighting in the corridors or anywhere outside of defense lessons will be dealt with severely. Fight together or don't fight at all. Sixth. Said Daphne Greengrass, and took a deep breath. When she'd found out what was planned, she'd made her own little extra request to Mother through the flu. Even with Lucius Malfoy going along with Amelia Bones, a thought her mind was still having trouble grasping, the Greengrass swing vote had still been vital, since Jugson and his own faction had refused to back Malfoy. Not to mention that Bones didn't trust Malfoy, and Malfoy didn't trust Bones. So Mother had demanded, and the Greengrasses had received, since memory charms have been used on students without setting off wards, it is possible that someone on the Hogwarts faculty may be implicated. Therefore, the Auxiliary Protective Force reports directly to my father, Lord Greengrass. And this part was only symbolic, she knew, there'd be no reason anyone wouldn't just contact the Aurors directly, but it might turn into more, someday, which was why she'd asked Mother to demand it, and if anyone wants to report something to the auxiliary protectors, they can talk to the Aurors, or go through me. Daphne's arm swept behind her to indicate the gathered students. The duly appointed president of the Auxiliary Protective Special Committee. And Daphne paused dramatically. They'd all rehearsed this part. We don't know who the enemy is, said Neville, whose voice did not squeak. We don't know what the enemy wants, said Theodore, still looking menacing. But we know who the enemy is attacking, said Susan, as fierce as when she'd taken on 3 seventh-year students. The enemy is attacking Hogwarts students, said Draco Malfoy, clear and commanding, like all this was his natural element. And Hogwarts, spoke Daphne of Greengrass, feeling her blood burn like it never had before in her life, is going to fight back. Chapter 99, Roles, Aftermath. 10 days later, the first dead unicorn was found in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 100, Precautionary Measures, PT1. May 13, 1992. Argus Filch's face appeared twisted in the light of the oil lamp he held, shadows dancing over his face. Behind them the doors of Hogwarts quickly receded, and the dark grounds moved closer. The track they now walked was muddy and indistinct. The trees, branches formerly bare with winter, were not yet fully clad with spring, their branches stretched up toward the sky like lean fingers, skeletons visible amid the thin foliage. The moon was bright, but clouds scudding across it often threw them into darkness, lit only by the dim flames of Filch's lamp. Draco kept a firm grip on his wand. "Where are you taking us?" said Tracy Davis. She'd been caught along with Draco by Filch, on their way to an attempted meeting of the Silvery Slytherins after curfew hours, and likewise given a detention. "You just follow me," said Argus Filch. Draco was feeling rather annoyed with the whole affair. The Silvery Slytherins ought to be recognized school business. There was no reason why a secret conspiracy shouldn't have permission to meet after curfew, if it was for the greater good of Hogwarts. If this happened one more time he'd talk to Daphne Greengrass and Daphne would talk to her father and then Filch would learn the wisdom of looking the other way where Malfoys were concerned. The lights of the Hogwarts castle had diminished in the distance when Filch spoke again. "I bet you'll think twice about breaking a school rule again, won't you, Ed?" Filch turned his head, away from the lamp, so that he could leer at the 4 students following him. "Oh yes, hard work and pain are the best teachers if you ask me. It's just a pity they let the old punishments die out, hang you by your wrists from the ceiling for a few days. I've got the chains still in my office, keep 'em well oiled in case they're ever needed." "Hey!" Tracy said, a touch of indignation entering her voice. "I'm too young to hear about that sort of, you know. Especially if the chains are well oiled." Draco wasn't paying attention. Filch simply wasn't in Amicus Caro's league. Behind them, one of the 2 older Slytherins following them snickered, though she didn't say anything. Beside her was the other, a tall boy with an Slavic cast to his face, and who still spoke with an accent. They'd been caught for some unrelated offense, having to do with the type of thing Tracy went on about, and looked to be in their 3rd or 4th year. "Pfat," said the taller boy. "In Dumstrang they hang you upside down by your toes. By one toe, if you are insolent." Hogwarts was soft even in the old days. Argus Filch was silent for around half a minute, as though trying to think of a proper rejoinder, and then gave a chuckle. "We'll see what you say about that, when you learn what you'll be doing tonight." "Ha! I said, I'm too young for that sort of thing," said Tracy Davis. "It has to wait until I'm older." Ahead of them was a cottage with lighted windows, though the proportions seemed wrong. Filch whistled, a high sharp sound, and a dog began barking. From the cottage stepped forth a figure, making the trees seem too short around it. The figure was followed by a dog that seemed like a puppy by comparison, until you looked at it apart from the taller silhouette and realized the dog was huge, more like a wolf. Draco's eyes narrowed, before he caught himself. As a Silvery Slytherin he wasn't supposed to be prejudiced against any sentient being, especially not where other people might see him. "What's this?" said the figure, in the loud gruff voice of the half-giant. His umbrella lit up with a white glow, brighter than Filch's dim lamp. In his other hand he held a crossbow, a quiver of short bolts was strapped to his upper arm. "Students serving detention," Filch said, loudly. "They're to help you search the forest for whatever's been eating 'em." "The forest?" gasped Tracy. "We can't go in there at night." "That's right," said Filch, turning from Hagrid to glare at them. "It's into the forest you're going, and I'm much mistaken if you'll all come out in one piece." "But," said Tracy, "there's werewolves, I've heard, and vampires, and everyone knows what happens when there's a girl and a werewolf and a vampire all at the same time." The huge half-giant was frowning. "Argus, I add in mind you and maybe a few 7th years. There's not much point in bringing along help if I'm to watch over 'em the whole time." Argus's face lit with cruel satisfaction. "That's their lookout, isn't it? Should have thought of them werewolves before they got in trouble, shouldn't they? Send them out alone. I shouldn't be too friendly to them, Hagrid. They're here to be punished, after all. The half-giant gave a massive sigh. It sounded like a normal man having all the air driven out of his lungs by a bludgeoning hex. You've done your bit. I'll take over from here. I'll be back at dawn, said Filch, for what's left of them, he added nastily, and he turned and started back toward the castle, his lamp bobbing away in the darkness. Right then, said Hagrid, now, listen carefully, cause it's dangerous what we're gonna do tonight and I don't want no one taking risks. Follow me over here a moment. He led them to the very edge of the forest. Holding his lamp up high he pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick black trees. A light breeze blew over Draco's head as he looked into the forest. There's summit in there that's been eaten unicorns, the huge man said. Draco nodded, he distantly remembered hearing something along those lines a couple of weeks ago, toward the end of April. Did you call us to track down a trail of silvery blood to a wounded unicorn? Tracy said excitedly. No, said Draco, though he managed to stop the reflexive sneer. Filch gave us the detention note at lunch today, at noon. Mr. Hagrid wouldn't wait that long to find a wounded unicorn, and if we were looking for something like that, we'd look in the day when it's bright. So, Draco held up a finger, like he'd seen Inspector Leon do in plays, I infer that we're looking for something that only comes out at night. Said the half-giant, sounding thoughtful. You're not what I expected, Draco Malfoy. Not what I expected at all. And you'd be Tracy Davis, then. I've heard of yet. One of poor Miss Granger's lot. Rubius Hagrid looked over at the two older Slytherins, peering at them in the light of his glowing umbrella. And who'd ya be, again? Don't remember seeing much of yet, boy. Cornelia Walt, said the witch, and this is Yuri Yuli, indicating the Slavic-looking boy who'd spoken of Dimstrang. His family is visiting from the Ukrainian lands, so he's in Hogwarts just for the year. The older boy nodded, a faintly contemptuous cast on his face. This is Fang, Hagrid said, indicating the dog. The five of them set off into the woods. What could be killing unicorns? Draco said after they'd walked for a few minutes. Draco knew a bit about dark creatures, but he couldn't remember anything that was said to prey on unicorns. What sort of creature does that, does anyone know? Werewolves, said Tracy. Miss Davis. Draco said, and when she looked at him, he silently pointed a finger up at the moon. It was waxing gibbous, but not yet full. Oh, right, said Tracy. No wars in the forest, said Hagrid. They're plain wizards most o' the time, member. Couldn't be wolves either, they're not near fast enough to catch a unicorn. Powerful magical creatures, unicorns are, I never knew one to be hurt before. Draco listened to this, thinking about the puzzle almost despite himself. Then what is fast enough to catch a unicorn? Wouldn't have been a matter of speed, Hagrid said, giving Draco an indecipherable glance. There's no end to the ways that creatures hunt. Poison, darkness, traps. Imps can't be seen or heard or remembered, even while they're eaten your face. Always somewhat new and wonderful to learn. A cloud passed over the moon, casting the forest into shadow lit only by the glow of Hagrid's umbrella. Meself, Hagrid continued, I think we might have a Parisian Hydra on our ends. They're no threat to a wizard, you've just got to keep holding 'em off long enough, and there's no way you can lose. I mean literally no way you can lose so long's you keep fightin'. Trouble is, against a Parisian Hydra, most creatures give up long before. Takes a while to cut down all the heads, you see. Bah, said the foreign boy. In Dimstrang we learned to fight Buchal's Hydra. Unimaginably more tedious to fight. I mean literally, cannot imagine. First years not believe us when we tell them winning is possible. Instructor must give second order, iterate until they comprehend. They walked for nearly half an hour, deeper and deeper into the forest, until the path became almost impossible to follow because the trees were so thick. Then Draco saw it, thick splashes on the roots of trees, gleaming a brighter color beneath the moonlight. Is that unicorn's blood? Hagrid said. The huge man's voice was sad. In a clearing ahead, visible through the tangled branches of a great oak, they saw the fallen creature, splayed beautiful and sad upon the ground, the dirt around her shining moon-silver with pooled blood. The unicorn was not white, but pale blue, or appearing so beneath the moon and night sky. Her slender legs stuck out at odd angles, obviously broken, and her mane spread across the dark leaves, green-black but with a sheen like pearls. On her flank was a small white shape like a starburst, a center surrounded by 8 straight rays. Half her side had been ripped away, the edges ragged like the marks of teeth, bones and inner organs exposed. A strange choking sensation rose in Draco's throat. That's Hagrid said, his sad whisper as loud as a normal man's voice. Just where I found this mornin', dead as a dead doorknob. She was, the first unicorn I e'er met in these woods. I called a licorn, not that it matters to any more, I suppose. You named a unicorn a licorn, said the older girl. Her voice was a bit dry. But she doesn't have wings, Tracy said. An alicorn's a unicorn's horn, Hagrid said, now louder. Don't know where ya all started thinking it meant a unicorn with wings, there's no such thing I ever heard. It's just like naming a dog Fang, indicating the huge wolf-like dog that barely came to his knees. What'd you have called Er? Hannah, or some such. I gave Er a name as would have meant summit ter Er. Common courtesy, I call it. Nobody said anything to this, and after a further moment, the huge man gave a sharp nod. We'll start our search from Er, the last place it struck. We're gonna split into 2 parties and follow the trail in different directions. Yetu, Walt and Yuli, y'all go that way, and take Fang. There's nothing that lives in the forest that'll hurt ya if you're with Fang. Send up green sparks if ya find summit inte Reston, and send up red sparks if anyone gets in trouble. Davis, Malfoy, with me. The forest was black and silent. Rubeus Hagrid had dimmed the light of his umbrella after they'd set out, so that Draco and Tracy had to steer themselves by the light of the moon, not without occasional trips and falls. They walked past a mossy tree stump, the sound of running water speaking of a stream somewhere close by. Now and then a ray of moonlight through the branches above lit a spot of silver-blue blood on the fallen leaves. They were following the trail of blood, toward where the creature must have first struck the unicorn. There's rumors about yet, Hagrid said in a low voice after they'd walked for a while. Well, they're all true, Tracy said. All of them. Not yet, Hagrid said. Did ye really testify under Veritaserum that ye tried to help Miss Granger, 3 times it was? Draco weighed his words for a while, and finally said, yes. It wouldn't have done to appear too eager to claim credit. The huge man shook his head, his great feet still stomping silently through the woods. I'm surprised, to be honest. And ye too, Davis, trying to put the halls in order. Are ye sure the sorting hat put ye in the right place? There's not a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin, so it's always been said. That's not true, Tracy said. What about Xionan Tong the Black Raven, Spencer of the Hill, and Mr. Kavun? Who? Said Hagrid. Just some of the best dark wizards from the last 2 centuries, Tracy said. They're probably the best from Hogwarts who weren't from Slytherin. Her voice fell, lost its enthusiasm. Miss Granger always told me I should read up on anything I... Anyway, Draco said quickly, that's not really relevant, Mr. Hagrid. Even if Draco worked it around in his head, trying to translate the difference between probability of Slytherin given dark and probability of dark given Slytherin into non-scientific language. Even if most dark wizards are from Slytherin, very few Slytherins are dark wizards. There aren't all that many dark wizards, so not all Slytherins can be one. Or as Father had said, while any Malfoy should certainly know much of the secret lore, the more costly rituals were better left to useful fools like Amicus Carrow. So Yeri saying, Hagrid said, that most dark wizards are Slytherins, but most Slytherins are not dark wizards, Draco said. He had a weary feeling they'd be at this a while, but like fighting a hydra, the important thing was to not give up. I never thought of it that way, the huge man said, sounding awestruck. But, well, if you're not all a house of snakes, then why, get behind that tree. Hagrid seized Draco and Tracy and hoisted them off the path behind a towering oak. He pulled out a bolt and fitted it into his crossbow, raising it, ready to fire. The 3 of them listened. Something was slithering over dead leaves nearby, it sounded like a cloak trailing along the ground. Hagrid was squinting up the dark path, but after a few seconds, the sound faded away. I knew it, Hagrid murmured. There's summit in here that shouldn't be. They went after where the rustling sound had come from, with Hagrid in the lead and Tracy and Draco both gripping their wands at the ready, but they found nothing, despite searching in a widening circle with their ears straining for the faintest sound. They walked on through the dense, dark trees. Draco kept looking over his shoulder, a feeling nagging at him that they were being watched. They had just passed a bend in the path when Tracy yelled and pointed. In the distance, a shower of red sparks lit the air. You 2 wait here. Hagrid shouted. Stay where ye are, I'll come back for yet. Before Draco could say a word, Hagrid spun and crashed away through the undergrowth. Draco and Tracy stood looking at each other, until they heard nothing but the rustling of leaves around them. Tracy looked scared, but trying to hide it. Draco was feeling more annoyed than anything else. Apparently Rubeus Hagrid, when he had formed his plans for tonight, had not spent even 5 seconds visualizing the consequences if something actually went wrong. Now what? Said Tracy, her voice a little high. We wait for Mr. Hagrid to come back. The minutes dragged by. Draco's ears seemed sharper than usual, picking up every sigh of the wind, every cracking twig. Tracy kept looking up at the moon, as though to reassure herself that it wasn't full yet. Tracy whispered. I'm getting a little nervous, Mr. Malfoy. Draco thought about it a bit. To be honest, there was something, well, it wasn't that he was a coward, or even that he was scared. But there had been a murder at Hogwarts, and if he'd been watching himself in a play, having just been abandoned in the Forbidden Forest by a half-giant, he would currently feel like yelling at the boy on stage that he should. Draco reached into his robes, and took out a mirror. Tapping the surface showed a man in red robes, who frowned almost immediately. "Auror Captain Ennius Brodsky," the man said clearly, causing Tracy to start with the loudness in the quiet forest. "What is it, Draco Malfoy?" "Put me on 10-minute check-in," Draco said. He'd decided not to complain directly about his detention. He did not want to look like a spoiled brat. "If I don't respond, come get me. I'm in the Forbidden Forest." Inside the mirror, the Auror's brows rose. "What are you doing in the Forbidden Forest, Mr. Malfoy?" "Looking for the Unicorn Eater with Mr. Hagrid," Draco said, and tapped the mirror off, putting it back in his robes before the Auror could ask anything about detentions or say anything about serving it out without complaining. Tracy's head turned toward him, though it was a little too dim to read her expression. Thanks," she whispered. The few leaves which had emerged on their branches rustled as another, colder breeze blew through the forest. Tracy's voice was a little louder when she spoke again. "You didn't have to," she said, now sounding a little shy. "Don't mention it, Miss Davis." The dark silhouette of Tracy put her hand to her cheek, as though to conceal a blush that wasn't visible anyway. "I mean, not for me." "No, really," Draco said. "Don't mention it. At all." He would have threatened to take out the mirror and order Captain Brodsky not to rescue her, but he was afraid she would consider that flirting. Tracy's silhouetted head turned from him, looked away. Finally she said, in a smaller voice, "It's too soon, isn't it?" A high scream echoed through the woods, a not quite human sound, the scream of something like a horse, and Tracy shrieked and ran. "No, you numbskull!" yelled Draco, plunging after her. The sound had been so eerie that Draco wasn't certain where it came from, but he thought that Tracy Davis might, in fact, be running straight toward the source of that eerie scream. Brambles whipped at Draco's eyes. He had to keep one hand in front of his face to shield them, trying not to lose track of Tracy because it seemed obvious that, if this was a play, and they got separated, one of them was going to die. Draco thought of the mirror secured within his robes, but he somehow knew that if he tried to take it out one-handed while running, the mirror would inevitably fall and be lost. Ahead of them, Tracy had stopped, and Draco felt relieved for an instant, before he saw. Another unicorn lay on the ground, surrounded by a slowly widening pool of silver blood, the edge of the blood creeping across the ground like spilled mercury. Her coat was purple, like the color of the night sky, her horn exactly the same twilight color as her skin, her visible flank marked by a pink star blotch surrounded by white patches. The sight tore at Draco's heart, even more than the other unicorn because this one's eyes were staring glassily right at him, and because there was a blurring, twisting form feeding on an open wound on the unicorn's side, like it was drinking from it. Draco couldn't understand, somehow couldn't recognize what he was seeing. It was looking at them. The blurring, seething, unrecognizable darkness seemed to turn to regard them. A hiss came from it, like the hiss of the deadliest snake which ever had existed, something more dangerous by far than any blue kite. Then it bent back over the wound in the unicorn, and continued to drink. The mirror was in Draco's hand, and it remained lifeless as his finger mechanically tapped at the surface, over and over. Tracy was holding her wand now, saying things like Primatis and Stupefy, but nothing was happening. Then the seething outline rose up, like a man rising to his feet, only not so, and it seemed to scuttle forward, moving with a strange half-jump across the dying unicorn's legs, approaching the two of them. Tracy tugged at his sleeve and then turned to run from something that could hunt down unicorns. Before she could take 3 steps there came another terrible hiss, burning his ears, and Tracy fell to the ground and did not move. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Draco knew that he was about to die. Even if the Auror checked his mirror this very instant, there was no way anyone could get here fast enough. There was no time. Running hadn't worked. Magic hadn't worked. The seething outline came closer, while Draco tried, in his last moments, to solve the riddle. Then a blazing silver ball of light plunged out of the night sky and hung there, illuminating the forest as bright as daylight, and the seething outline leapt backwards, as though in horror of the light. 4 broomsticks plunged out of the sky, 3 Aurors with bright multicolored shields and Harry Potter holding his wand aloft, seated behind Professor McGonagall within a larger shield. "Get out of here!" roared Professor McGonagall. An instant before the seething thing gave forth another terrible hiss, and all the shielding spells winked out. The 3 Aurors and Professor McGonagall fell off their broomsticks and dropped heavily to the forest floor, lying motionless. Draco couldn't breathe, the most intense fear he'd ever felt in his life gripping all through his chest, sending tendrils around his heart. Harry Potter, who had remained untouched, silently guided his broomstick toward the ground. And then leapt off to stand between Draco and the seething outline, interposing himself like a living shield. "Run!" said Harry Potter, turning his head half back to look at Draco. The silver moonlight gleamed on his face. Run, Draco! I'll hold it off. You can't fight that thing alone. Draco cried aloud. A nausea was in his stomach, a churning sensation that, looking back in memory, seemed both like and unlike a sense of guilt, as though it had the sensations but not quite all of the emotion. I must, Harry Potter said grimly. Go. Harry, I'm sorry, for everything, though later, looking back, Draco couldn't quite remember what he'd meant to apologize for, maybe it'd been that he was planning to overthrow Harry's conspiracy, all that time ago. The seething figure, now seeming blacker and more terrible, rose up into the air, hovering off the ground. Go! Shouted Harry. Draco turned and fled headlong into the woods with the branches whipping at his face. Behind him, Draco heard another terrible hiss, and Harry's voice rising, crying something that Draco couldn't make out from the distance. Draco turned his head for only an instant to look back, and in that moment ran into something, hitting his head hard, and blacked out. Harry held a tight grip on his wand, a prismatic sphere glowing around him. He stared levelly at the seething, blurring form in front of him, and said, What on earth are you doing? The seething blurs resolved, reformed, relaxed back into a hooded form. Whatever concealment had been at work, a device rather than a charm, Harry guessed, since the magic had been able to affect him, had prevented his mind from recognizing the shape or even that the shape was human. But it hadn't prevented Harry from recognizing the sharp sense of doom. Professor Quirrell stood straight with silver blood all down the front of his enshrouding black cloak, and gave a sigh, looking at the fallen forms of three Aurors, Tracy Davis, Draco Malfoy, and Professor McGonagall. I had honestly thought, Professor Quirrell murmured, that I jammed that mirror without alarm. What were two first-year Slytherins doing alone in the Forbidden Forest? Mr. Malfoy has more sense than this. What a fiasco. Harry didn't answer. The sense of doom was as strong as Harry could ever remember feeling it, a feeling of power in the air so great that it was almost tangible. Some part of him was still viscerally shocked at how fast the shields surrounding the Aurors had been torn apart. He almost hadn't been able to see the successive lashes of color which had torn away the shields like tissue paper. It made the duel Professor Quirrell had fought against the Auror in Azkaban look like a mockery, a child's game, though Professor Quirrell had claimed, then, that if he'd fought for real the Auror would have been dead in seconds, and Harry knew now that this was also true. Just how high did the power ladder go? I take it, Harry said, managing to keep his voice steady, that your eating unicorns has something to do with why you'll get fired from the defense professor position. I don't suppose you'd care to explain in considerable detail. Professor Quirrell looked at him. The almost tangible sense of power in the air seemed to diminish, drawing back into the defense professor. I shall indeed explain myself, the defense professor said. I need to cast a few memory charms first, and then we may go off and discuss it, for it would not be wise for me to stay. You will return to this time later, as I know. Harry willed himself to be able to see through the cloak he had mastered, and knew that another Harry stood beside him, hidden by his own deathly halo. Harry then told his cloak to hide himself from himself once more, and it did. Being able to perceive your future self meant having to match the memory later. Harry's own voice said, then, sounding strange in present Harry's ears, he has a surprisingly good explanation. Present Harry remembered the words as best he could. Nothing more was said between them. Professor Quirrell walked to Draco's form, and chanted the spell of the false memory charm. The defense professor stood there for perhaps a minute, seemingly lost to the world. Harry had been studying obliviations, these last couple of weeks, though he couldn't have helped cast the spells, unless he was willing to exhaust himself almost completely, and for some reason they wanted an Auror to lose every single life memory involving the color blue. But Harry had some idea, now, of the concentration which the far more difficult false memory charm entailed. You had to try to live the other person's entire life inside your own head, at least if you wanted to create the false memories with less than a 16:1 slowdown as you separately crafted 16 major tracks of memory. It might have been quiet, there might have been no outward sign, but Harry knew something of the difficulties now, and he knew to be impressed. Professor Quirrell finished, and moved on to Tracy Davis, then the three Aurors, and finally Professor McGonagall. Harry waited, but future Harry made no protest. It was possible that even Professor McGonagall, if she'd been awake, wouldn't have protested. It was not yet the Ides of May, and apparently there would be a surprisingly good explanation. With a gesture, Draco's stunned body was lifted, and sent a short distance into the woods, before being carefully deposited on the ground. Then a final gesture from Professor Quirrell ripped a huge chunk out of the unicorn's side, leaving behind ragged edges. The raw meat hovered in the air, then wavered in vanishment and was gone. Done, Professor Quirrell said. I must depart this place now, Mr. Potter. Come with me, and remain here. Professor Quirrell strode away, and Harry followed and remained behind. They walked through the woods in silence for a time, before Harry heard faint voices in the distance. The next set of Aurors, presumably, after the first set had fallen out of contact. What his future self was saying, Harry didn't know. They won't detect us, nor hear our speech, said Professor Quirrell. The sense of power and doom around the defense professor was still strong. The man seated himself on a tree stump, one where the light of the almost full moon fell full on him. I should first say that when you speak to the Aurors, in the future, you should tell them that you frightened away the seething dark, the same as you did that Dementor. It is what Mr. Malfoy will remember seeing. Professor Quirrell gave a small sigh. It may cause some alarm, if they conclude that some horror kin to Dementors, and strong enough to break the Aurors' shields, is loose in the Forbidden Forest. But I could not think of what else to do. If the forest is better guarded after this, but with any luck I have already consumed what I need. Would you mind telling me how you arrived so quickly? How did you know Mr. Malfoy was in trouble? After Captain Brodsky had learned that Draco Malfoy was in the Forbidden Forest, seemingly in the company of Rubeus Hagrid, Brodsky had begun inquiring to find out who had authorized this, and had still been unable to find out when Draco Malfoy had missed check-in. Despite Harry's protests, the Auror captain, who was authorized to know about time turners, had refused to allow deployment to before the time of the missed check-in. There were standard procedures involving time. But Brodsky had given Harry written orders allowing him to go back and deploy an Auror trio to arrive 1 second after the missed check-in time. There had been a Patronus charm to locate Draco, which Harry had successfully willed to take the form of a ball of pure silver light, and the flight of Aurors had arrived on time to the second. I'm afraid I couldn't say, Harry replied evenly. Professor Quirrell was still a major suspect, and it was good for him not to know the details. Now why are you eating unicorns? Ah, Professor Quirrell said. As to that. The man hesitated. I was drinking the blood of unicorns, not eating them. The missing flesh, the ragged marks upon the body, those were to obscure the case, to make it seem like some other predator. The use of unicorn's blood is too well known. I don't know it, Harry said. I know you do not, the defense professor said sharply. Or you would not be pestering me about it. The power of unicorn's blood is to preserve your life for a time, even if you are on the very verge of death. There was a stretch of time when Harry's brain claimed to be refusing to process the words, which was of course a lie, because you couldn't know the meaning you weren't allowed to process, without having already processed it. A strange sense of blankness overtook Harry, an absence of reaction. Maybe this was what other people felt like when someone went off script, and they couldn't say or think of anything to do. Of course Professor Quirrell was dying, not just occasionally ill. Professor Quirrell had known he was dying. He'd volunteered to take the defense professor position at Hogwarts, after all. Of course he'd been getting worse the whole school year. Of course illnesses which kept getting worse had a predictable destination at their end. Harry's brain had surely known already, somewhere in the safe back of his mind where he could refuse to process things he'd already processed. Of course that was why Professor Quirrell wouldn't be able to teach battle magic next year. Professor McGonagall wouldn't even have to fire him. He would just be dead. No, Harry said, his voice a little shaky. There has to be a way. I am not stupid nor particularly eager to die. I have already looked. I had to go this far simply to last out my lesson plans, having less time than I had thought, and the head of the dark moonlit figure turned away. I think I do not want to hear about it, Mr. Potter. Harry's breath hitched. Too many emotions were bubbling up in him at once. After denial came anger, according to a ritual someone had just made up. And yet it seemed surprisingly appropriate. And why Harry's breath hitched again? Why isn't unicorn's blood standard in healer's kits, then? To keep someone alive, even if they're on the very verge of dying from their legs being eaten. Because there are permanent side effects, Professor Quirrell said quietly. Side effects? Side effects? What kind of side effect is medically worse than death? Harry's voice rose on the last word until he was shouting. Not everyone thinks the same way we do, Mr. Potter. Though, to be fair, the blood must come from a live unicorn and the unicorn must die in the drinking. Would I be here otherwise? Harry turned, stared at the surrounding trees. Have a herd of unicorns at St. Mungo's. Flew the patients there, or use port keys? Yes, that would work. Harry's face tightened, the only outward sign behind his trembling hands of everything that was welling up inside him. He needed to scream, needed some outlet, needed something he couldn't name, and finally Harry leveled his wand at a tree and shouted Diffindo. There was a sharp tearing sound, and a cut appeared across the wood. Diffindo. Another cut. Harry had learned the charm only 10 days previously, after he'd started getting serious about self-defense. It was theoretically a second-year charm, but the anger pouring through him seemed to know no bounds. He knew enough now not to exhaust himself, and he still had power yet. Diffindo. Harry had aimed at a branch this time, and it plummeted to the ground with a sound of twigs and leaves. There didn't seem to be any tears inside him, only pressure with no outlet. I shall leave you to it, Professor Quirrell said quietly. The defense professor rose from his tree stump, the unicorn's blood still moonlit on the black cloak he wore, and drew his hood back over his head. Chapter 101, Precautionary Measures, PT2. Harry stood, panting, in the midst of a brief wasted circle amid the forest, more destruction than a first year should have been able to reach, by himself. The severing charm wouldn't bring down a tree, so he'd started partially transfiguring cross-sections through the wood. It hadn't let out what was inside him, bringing down a small circle of trees hadn't made him feel any better, all the emotions were still there, but while he was destroying trees he at least wasn't thinking about how the feelings couldn't be let out. After Harry had run out of available magic he'd started tearing off branches with his bare hands and snapping them. His hands were bleeding, though nothing that Madame Pomfrey couldn't fix in the morning. Only dark magic left permanent scars on wizards. There came a sound of something moving in the woods, like the hoofbeats of a horse, and Harry whirled, his wand rising once more. Some part of his magic had returned while he was working with his hands. It occurred to him for the first time that he was out in the forbidden forest alone, and making noise. What emerged into the moonlight was not the unicorn Harry had expected, but a creature with a lower body like that of a horse, gleaming white-brown beneath the moonlight, and the bare upper chest of a male human with long white hair. The moonlight caught the centaur's face, and Harry saw that the eyes were almost as blue as Dumbledore's, halfway to sapphire. In one hand the centaur held a long wooden spear, with an overlarge metal blade whose edge did not gleam beneath the moonlight. A gleaming edge, Harry had once read, was the sign of a dull blade. So, the centaur said. His voice was low, powerful, and male. Here you are, surrounded by destruction. I can smell the unicorn's blood in the air, the blood of something innocent, slain to save oneself. A jolt of sudden fear brought Harry into the now, and he said quickly, it's not what it looks like. I know. The stars themselves proclaim your innocence, ironically enough. The centaur took a step toward Harry within the small clearing, still holding his spear upright. A strange word, innocence. It means lack of knowledge, like the innocence of a child, and also means lack of guilt. Only those entirely ignorant can lack all responsibility for the consequences of their actions. He knows not what he does, and therefore can be without harmful intent, so says that word. The deep voice did not echo in the woods. Harry's eyes flickered to the spear tip, and he realized that he should have grabbed his time-turner the moment he saw the centaur. Now, if Harry tried to reach beneath his robes, the spear could strike him before then, if the centaur was fast enough. I read once, Harry said, his voice a bit unsteady as he tried to match deep-sounding words to deep-sounding words, that it's wrong to think of little children as innocent, because not knowing isn't the same as not choosing. That children do little harms to each other with schoolyard fights, because they don't have the power to do great harm. And some adults do great harm. But the adults who don't, aren't they more innocent than children, not less? The wisdom of wizards, the centaur said. Muggle wisdom, actually. Of the magicless I know little. Mars has been dim of late, but it grows brighter. The centaur took another step forwards, bringing him almost within striking distance of Harry. Harry didn't dare look up to the sky. That means Mars is coming closer to the Earth, as both planets go around the Sunday. Mars is reflecting the same amount of sunlight as always, it's just getting nearer to us. What do you mean, the stars proclaim my innocence? The night sky speaks to centaurs. It is how we know what we know. Or do they not even tell wizards that much, these days? A look of contempt crossed the centaur's face. I tried to look up centaurs, when I was checking out divination. Most of the authors just ridiculed centaur divination without explaining why. Wizards don't understand argumentative norms. To them ridiculing an idea or a person feels like casting that idea down just as much as bringing evidence against it. I thought the part about centaurs using astrology was just more ridicule. Why? The centaur intoned. His head cocked curiously. Because the course of the planets is predictable for thousands of years in advance. If I talked to the right muggles, I could show you a diagram of exactly what the planets will look like from this spot 10 years later. Would you be able to make predictions from that? The centaur shook his head. From a diagram? No. The light of the planets, the comets, the subtle shifts in the stars themselves, those I would not see. Cometary orbits are also set thousands of years in advance, so they shouldn't correlate much to current events. And the light of the stars takes years to travel from the stars to Earth, and the stars don't move much at all, not visibly. So the obvious hypothesis is that centaurs have a native magical talent for divination which you just, well, project onto the night sky. Perhaps, the centaur said thoughtfully. His head lowered. The others would strike you for saying such a thing, but I have ever sought to know what I do not know. Why the night sky can foretell the future, that I surely do not know. It is hard enough to grasp the skill itself. All I can say, son of Lily, is that even if what you are saying is true, it does not seem useful. Harry allowed himself to relax a little. Being addressed as son of Lily implied that the centaur thought of him as more than a random intruder in the forest. Besides, attacking a Hogwarts student would probably bring some kind of huge reprisal upon the non-wizard centaur tribe in the forests, and the centaur probably knew that. What muggles have learned is that there is a power in the truth, in all the pieces of the truth which interact with each other, which you can only find by discovering as many truths as possible. To do that you can't defend false beliefs in any way, not even by saying the false belief is useful. It might not seem to matter whether your predictions are really based on the stars or if it's an innate talent being projected. But if you wanted to really understand divination, or for that matter the stars, the real truth about centaur predictions would be a fact that matters to other truths. Slowly the centaur nodded. So the wandless have become wiser than the wizards. What a joke. Tell me, son of Lily, do the muggles in their wisdom say that soon the skies will be empty? Empty? Harry said. No. The other centaurs in this forest have stayed from your presence, for we are sworn not to set ourselves against the heavens' course. Because, in becoming entangled in your fate, we might become less innocent in what is to come. I alone have dared approach you. I don't understand. No. You are innocent, as the stars say. And to slay something innocent to save oneself, that is a terrible deed. One would live only a cursed life, a half-life, from that day. For any centaur would surely be cast out, if he slew a foal. The spear made a lightning motion, too fast for Harry's eyes to follow, and smashed his wand out of his hand. Another powerful blow smashed into Harry's solar plexus, and he went gasping and retching to the forest floor. Harry's hand reached up toward his robes, for his time-turner, and the spear butt knocked his hand away, almost hard enough to break fingers. He reached with his other hand and that was knocked away too. I am sorry, Harry Potter, the centaur said, and then looked up with widened eyes. The spear spun about and came up, intercepting a red spell bolt. Then the centaur dropped the spear and leaped away desperately. A green flash of light went past him and another green flash of light followed in its wake, then a third green flash hit the centaur straight on. The centaur fell and did not move again. It took a long time for Harry to catch his breath, to stagger to his feet, to pick up his wand, to croak, "What?" By that time the sense of doom, of power almost tangible in the air, had approached once more. Professor Quirrell? What are you doing here?" "Well," the man in the black cloak said thoughtfully, "you needed to fly into a rage and have a loud tantrum in the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night, and I needed to go just outside your ability to detect me and keep watch. One does not leave a student alone in the Forbidden Forest. That should be obvious in retrospect." Harry stared at the fallen centaur. The horse form wasn't breathing. You killed him, that was Avada Kedavra. I do not always understand how other people imagine morality to work, Mr. Potter. But even I know that on conventional morality, it is acceptable to kill non-human creatures which are about to slay a wizard child. Perhaps you do not care about the non-human part, but he was about to kill you. He was hardly innocent. The defense professor stopped, looking at Harry, who had raised one trembling hand to his mouth. "Well," the defense professor said then, "I have made my point, and you may think on it. Centaur spears can block many spells, but no one tries to block if they see that the spell is a certain shade of green. For this purpose it is useful to know some green stunning hexes. Really, Mr. Potter, you should understand by now how I operate." The defense professor came near the centaur's body, and Harry took an involuntary step back, then another, at the terrible rising sense of stop, don't. The defense professor kneeled and pressed his wand to the centaur's head. The wand stayed there for a time. And the centaur rose, eyes blank, breathing once more. "Remember nothing of this time," the defense professor commanded. "Wander away and forget everything about this night." The centaur walked away, the four horse legs moving in strange synchrony. "Happy now?" the defense professor said, sounding rather sardonic about it. Harry's brain still felt broken. He was trying to kill me. Oh, for Merlin's sake, yes, he was trying to kill you. Get used to it. Only boring people never have that experience. Harry's voice emerged, hoarse. Why did he want to? Any number of reasons. I would be lying if I said I'd never considered killing you myself. Harry stared at where the centaur had wandered into the trees. His brain still felt half broken, like an engine misfiring, but Harry did not see how this could possibly be a good sign. The news of Draco Malfoy nearly being eaten by a horror had been sufficient to summon back Dumbledore from wherever he'd gone, to wake Lord Malfoy and the Lady Greengrass's handsome husband, to bring forth Amelia Bones. The supposed presence of the horror had provoked skepticism even from Dumbledore, and the possibility of false memory charms had been raised. Harry had said, after some internal debate about the consequences of people believing a demon was on the loose, that he didn't actually remember making the same effort he'd put forth to frighten the Dementor. The dark thing had just left, which was what you would expect someone to create as a false memory, if they hadn't actually known how Harry had done it. The names of Bellatrix Black, Severus Snape, and Quirinus Quirrell had been mentioned in connection with wizards strong enough to subdue everyone present and cast false memory charms, and Harry had known that Lucius was thinking of Dumbledore. There had been auras testifying, and discussions going in circles, and glares of accusation, and cutting remarks at 2 a.m. in the morning. There had been motions, and votes, and consequences. "Do you believe, Headmaster Dumbledore said quietly to Harry, when all of it was done, and the two of them alone, that the Hogwarts you have wrought is an improvement. Harry sat with his elbows on his knees, his face resting on his palms, in the conference room from which all the others had now departed. Professor McGonagall, who did not use a time-turner as routinely as the two of them, had departed swiftly for her bed. Yes, Harry answered after too long a hesitation. From my perspective, Headmaster, things in Hogwarts are finally normal. This is how things should be, when 4 children get sent into the Forbidden Forest at night. There should be a huge fuss, constables showing up, and the responsible party getting sacked. You believe it is good, Dumbledore said quietly, that the man who you call responsible was, as you put it, sacked. Yes, in fact, I do. Argus Filch has served this institution for decades. And when given Veritaserum, Harry said tiredly, Argus Filch revealed that he had sent an 11-year-old boy into the Forbidden Forest, hoping something awful would happen to him, because he thought the boy's father had been responsible for the death of his cat. The 3 other students in Draco's company don't seem to have fazed him. I would have argued for jail time, but your concept of jail in this country is Azkaban. I'll also note that Filch was remarkably unpleasant to the children in Hogwarts, and I expect the school's hedonic index to be improved by his departure, not that it matters to you, I suppose. The headmaster's eyes were impenetrable behind the half-moon glasses. Argus Filch is a squib. His work at Hogwarts is all he has. Had, rather. The purpose of a school is not to provide work for its employees. I know you probably spent more time around Filch than around any individual student, but that shouldn't make Filch's inner experiences loom larger in your thoughts. Students have inner lives too. You don't care at all, do you, Harry? Dumbledore's voice was quiet. About those you hurt. I care about the innocent, Harry said. Like Mr. Hagrid, who you'll note I argued should not be considered malicious, just oblivious. I was fine with Mr. Hagrid working here so long as he didn't take anyone into the Forbidden Forest again. I had thought that with Rubeus vindicated, he might teach care of magical creatures after Sylvanus departs the position. But much of that teaching is done in the Forbidden Forest. So that too shall not be, in the wake of your passage. Harry said slowly, but, you told us that Mr. Hagrid has a blind spot when it comes to magical creatures threatening wizards. That Mr. Hagrid had a cognitive deficit and couldn't really imagine Draco and Tracy getting hurt, which was why Mr. Hagrid didn't see anything wrong with leaving them alone in the Forbidden Forest at night. Was that not true? It is true. Then wouldn't Mr. Hagrid be the worst possible teacher for magical creatures? The old wizard gazed down at Harry through the half-moon glasses. His voice was thick when he spoke. Mr. Malfoy himself saw nothing awry. It was not so implausible a trick which Argus played, Harry Potter. And Rubeus might have grown into his position. It would have been, all Rubeus wished, his one greatest desire. Your mistake, Harry said, looking down at his knees, feeling at least 10% as exhausted as he'd ever been, is a cognitive bias we would call, in the trade, scope insensitivity. Failure to multiply. You're thinking about how happy Mr. Hagrid would be when he heard the news. Consider the next 10 years and 1,000 students taking magical creatures and 10% of them being scalded by Ashwinders. No one student would be hurt as much as Mr. Hagrid would be happy, but there'd be 100 students being hurt and only one happy teacher. Perhaps, the old wizard said. And your own error, Harry, is that you do not feel the pain of those you hurt, once you have done your multiplication. Maybe. Harry went on staring at his knees. Or maybe it's worse than that. Headmaster, what does it mean if a centaur doesn't like me? What does it mean when a member of a race of magical creatures known for divination gives you a lecture on people who are ignorant of consequences, apologizes, and then tries to stab you with a spear? A centaur. The headmaster said. When did you, the time turner? You are the reason why I could not travel back to before the event, on pain of paradox. Am I? I guess I am. Harry shook his head distantly. Sorry. With very few exceptions, Dumbledore said, centaurs do not like wizards, at all. This was a bit more specific than that. What did the centaur say to you? Harry didn't reply. The headmaster hesitated. Centaurs have been wrong many times, and if there is anyone in the world who could confuse the stars themselves, it is you. Harry looked up, and saw the blue eyes once more gentle behind the half-circle glasses. Do not fret too much about it, said Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 102, Caring. June 3, 1992. Professor Quirrell was very sick. He'd seemed better for a while, after drinking his unicorn's blood in May, but the air of intense power which had surrounded him afterward hadn't lasted even a day. By the Ides of May, Professor Quirrell's hands had been trembling again, though subtly. The defense professor's medical regimen had been interrupted too early, it seemed. 6 days ago Professor Quirrell had collapsed at dinnertime. Madame Pomfrey had tried to forbid Professor Quirrell from teaching classes, and Professor Quirrell had shouted at her in front of everyone. The defense professor had shouted that he was dying regardless, and would use his remaining time as he chose. So Madame Pomfrey, blinking hard, had forbidden the defense professor from doing anything except teaching his classes. She'd asked for a volunteer to help her take Professor Quirrell to a room in the Hogwarts infirmary. More than 100 students had risen to their feet, only half wearing green. The defense professor no longer sat at the head table during mealtimes. He didn't cast spells during lessons. The oldest students who had the most Quirrell points helped him to teach, the 7th years who had already set their defense N.E.W.T.S in May. They took turns floating him from his room in the infirmary to his classes, and brought him food at mealtimes. Professor Quirrell proctored his battle magic classes from a chair, sitting. Watching Hermione die had hurt more than this, but that had ended much more quickly. This is the true enemy. Harry had already thought that, after Hermione had died. Being forced to watch Professor Quirrell die, day by day, week by week, had not done much to change his mind. This is the true enemy I have to face, Harry thought in Wednesday's defense class, watching Professor Quirrell leaning far to one side of his chair before that day's 7th-year assistant caught him. Everything else is just shadows and distraction. Harry had been turning over Trelawney's prophecy in his mind, wondering if maybe the true Dark Lord had nothing to do with Lord Voldemort at all. Born to those who have thrice defied him seemed to strongly invoke the Peverell brothers and the 3 Deathly Hallows, though Harry didn't exactly see how death could have marked him as an equal, which seemed to imply some sort of deliberate action on Death's part. This alone is the true enemy, Harry thought. After this will come Professor McGonagall, Mum, and Dad, even Neville in his time, unless the wound in the world can be healed before then. There was nothing Harry could do. Madame Pomfrey was already doing for Professor Quirrell what magic could do, and magic seemed strictly superior to Muggle techniques when it came to healing. There was nothing Harry could do. Nothing he could do. Nothing. Nothing at all. Harry raised his hand, and knocked upon the door, in case the person there could no longer detect him. What is it? Came a strained voice from the infirmary room. It's me. There was a long pause. Come in, said that voice. Harry slipped inside and closed the door behind him, and cast the quieting charm. He stood as far away from Professor Quirrell as he could, just in case his own magic was making the professor feel uncomfortable. Though the sense of doom was fading with each passing day. Professor Quirrell was lying back in his infirmary bed, only his head propped up by a pillow. A coverlet of cottony material, red with black stitching, covered him to his chest. A book hovered before his eyes, outlined in a pale glow which also surrounded a black cube lying by the bed. Not the defense professor's own magic, then, but a device of some kind. The book was Thinking Physics by Epstein, the same book Harry had lent to Draco a few months back. Harry had stopped fretting about its possible misuse several weeks earlier. This Professor Quirrell said, and coughed, it didn't sound quite right. This is a fascinating book, if I'd ever realized. A laugh, mixed with another cough. Why did I assume the Muggle arts must not be mine? That they would be of no use to me? Why did I never bother trying to test it experimentally, as you would say? In case my assumption was wrong? It seems sheerly foolish of me, in retrospect. Harry was having more trouble speaking than Professor Quirrell was. Wordlessly, Harry reached into his pocket, and laid a kerchief on the floor, which he unfolded to reveal a small white pebble, smooth and round. What's that? Said the defense professor. It's a transfigured unicorn. Harry had checked the books, had learned that since he was too young to have sexual thoughts he would be able to approach a unicorn without fear. The same books had said nothing about unicorns being smart. Harry had already noticed that every intelligent magical species was at least partially humanoid, from merfolk to centaurs to giants, from elves to goblins to Veela. All had essentially human-like emotions, many were known to interbreed with humans. Harry had already reasoned out that magic didn't create new intelligence but just changed the shape of genetically human beings. Unicorns were equinoid, were not even partially humanoid, didn't talk, used no tools, they were almost certainly just magical horses. If it was right to eat a cow to feed yourself for a day, then it had to be right to drink a unicorn's blood in order to stave off death for weeks. You couldn't have it both ways. So Harry had gone into the Forbidden Forest wearing his cloak. He had searched the grove of unicorns until he saw her, a proud creature with a pure white coat and violet hair, with 3 blue blotches on her flank. Harry had gone over, and the sapphire eyes had stared at him inquisitively. Harry had tapped out the sequence 1-2-3 on the ground several times with his shoes. The unicorn had shown no sign of responding in kind. Harry had reached over, taken her hoof in his hand, and tapped the same sequence with the unicorn's hoof. The unicorn had only looked at him curiously. And something about feeding the unicorn the sleeping potion-laced sugar cubes had still felt like murder. That magic gives their existence a weight of meaning which no mere animal could possess. To slay something innocent to save oneself, that is a very grave sin. Those 2 phrases, from Professor McGonagall, from the centaur, had both run through Harry's mind, over and over as the white unicorn had yawned, laid down on the ground, and closed its eyes for what would be the last time. The transfiguration had lasted an hour, and Harry's eyes had watered repeatedly as he worked. The unicorn's death might not have come then, but it would come soon enough, and it was foreign to Harry's nature to try to refuse responsibility of any kind. Harry would just have to hope that, if you didn't kill the unicorn to save yourself, if you did it to help a friend, it would be acceptable in the end. Professor Quirrell's eyebrows had climbed toward his hairline. His voice was less soft, had something of his normal sharpness, as he said, "I forbid you from doing that again." "I wondered if you'd say that," Harry said. He swallowed again. "But this unicorn is already doomed, so you might as well take it, Professor. Why have you done this?" If the defense professor really didn't understand that, he was slower on the uptake than anyone Harry had ever met. "I kept thinking there was nothing I could do," Harry said. "I got tired of thinking it." Professor Quirrell closed his eyes. His head leaned back into the pillow. "You were lucky," the defense professor said in a soft voice, "that a unicorn in transfigured form did not set off the Hogwarts wards, as a strange creature. I shall have to take this outside the grounds, to make use of it, but that can be managed. I shall tell them that I wish to look upon the lake. I will ask you to sustain the transfiguration before you go, and it should last long enough, after that, and with my last strength, dispel whatever death alarms were placed to watch over the herd, which, the unicorn being not yet dead, but only transfigured, will not yet have triggered. You were very lucky, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded. He started to speak, then stopped again. Words seemed to stick in his throat once more. "You already calculated the expected utilities, if it works, if it goes wrong. You assigned probabilities, you multiplied, and then you threw out the answer and went with your new gut feeling, which was the same. So say it. Do you know," Harry said unsteadily, "of any way at all, by which your life might be saved?" The defense professor's eyes opened. "Why, do you ask me that, boy?" "There's a spell I heard of, a ritual." "Be silent," said the defense professor. An instant later a snake lay in the bed. Even the snake's eyes were dull. It did not rise. "Speak on," hissed that snake, its flickering tongue its only motion. There is a ritual, I heard of from this Shoal Master, by which he thinks the Dark Lord might have lived on." It called and Harry stopped, as he realized that he did know how to say the word in Parseltongue. "Horcrux. It requires a death, I have heard. But if you are dying in any case, you might try to adapt the ritual, even at great risk for the new spell, so that it can be done with a different sacrifice. It would change the whole world, if you succeed, though I don't know anything about this spell." This Shoal Master thought it tore off a piece of soul, though I don't see how that could be true. The snake was hissing laughter, strange sharp laughter, almost hysterical. "You tell me of that spell? Me? You must learn more caution in the future, boy. But it matters is not. I learned of the Horcrux spell since long ago. It is meaningless." "Meaningless?" Harry said aloud in surprise. "Would be pointless spell from beginning, if souls is existed. Tear piece of soul? That is lie. Misdirection to hide true secret. Only one who does not believe in common lease will reason further, see beneath obscuration, realize how to cast spell. Required murder is not sacrificial ritual at all. Sudden death sometimes make us ghost, if magic versus and imprints on nearby thing. Horcrux spell channels is death versus through caster, creates your own ghost instead of victim imprints ghost in special device. Second victim picks up Horcrux device imprints your memories into them. But only memories from time Horcrux device was made. You see flaw?" The burning sensation was back in Harry's throat. No continuity of there wasn't a snake word for consciousness self, you would go on thinking after making the Horcrux, then self with new memories dice and not restored. "Yes, you do see. Also Merlin's interdict prevents powerful spells from passing through such a device, since it is not truly alive. Dark wizards who think to return thus are weaker, easily dispatched. None have persisted long by such means. Personality is change, mix with victim Death not truly gainsaid. Real self is lost, as you say. Not to my present task ain't. Admit I considered it, long ago." A man was lying in the infirmary bed once more. The defense professor breathed, then made a wretched coughing sound. "Can you give me a full recipe for the spell?" Harry said, after a moment's deliberation. "There might be some way to improve on the flaws, with enough research. Some way to do it ethically and have it work. Like doing the transfer into a clone body with a blank brain, instead of an innocent victim, which might also improve the fidelity of the personality transfer, though that still left the other problems." Professor Quirrell made a short sound, under his breath, that might have been laughter. "You know, boy," Professor Quirrell whispered, I had thought, to teach you everything, the seeds of all the secrets I knew, from one living mind to another, so that later, when you found the right books, you would be able to understand. I would have passed on my knowledge to you, my heir, we would have begun as soon as you asked me, but you never asked. Even the grief surrounding by Harry like thick water gave way to that, to the sheer magnitude of the missed opportunity. I was supposed to? I didn't know I was supposed to. Another coughing chuckle. Ah yes, the unknowing Muggleborn, in heritage if not in blood, that is you. But I thought, better of it, that you should not walk my path, it was not a good path, in the end. It's not too late, Professor. Harry said. A part of Harry yelled that he was being selfish, and then another part shouted that there would be other people to help. Yes, it is too late, and you shall not persuade me otherwise. I have thought better of it, as I said. I am too full of secrets better left unknown, look at me. Harry looked, almost despite himself. He saw a still unwrinkled face, looking old and pained, beneath a head rapidly losing its hair, even the sides looking wispy now. Harry saw a face he'd always thought was sharp, now revealed as thin, muscle and fat fading away from the face, as from the arms beneath it, like the skeletal form of Bellatrix Black he'd seen in Azkaban. Harry's head wrenched aside, unthinkingly. You see, whispered the professor. I dislike to sound cliched. Mr. Potter, but the truth is, the arts called dark, really are not good for a person, in the end. Professor Quirrell breathed in, breathed out. There was quiet for a time in the infirmary, the two of them watched only by the elaborately ornamented stone of the walls. Is there anything left, unsaid between us? Said Professor Quirrell. I am not dying today, mind you, not right now, but I do not know how long. I shall be able to converse. There's, Harry said, swallowed again. There's a lot of things, way too many things, but, it might be the wrong thing to ask, but I don't want this one question unanswered. Snake. A snake lay on the bed. I learned how the killing curse works. Requires true hate to cast, not much hate, but must want target dead, they say. In prison with life eaters, you cast killing curse at guard, said you did not want him dead, was that lie? Here, now, at this distance, you may speak truth, even if you fear it reflects poorly on you, it should not matter now, teacher. I wish to know. Must know. Will not abandon you, either way. A man lay on the bed. Listen carefully, Professor Quirrell whispered. I will tell you a conundrum, a riddle of a dangerous spell. When you know the answer to that puzzle, you will also know the answer to your question. Are you listening? Harry nodded. There is a limitation to the killing curse. To cast it once, in a fight, you must hate enough to want the other dead. To cast Avada Kedavra twice, you must hate enough to kill twice, to cut their throat with your own hands, to watch them die, then do it again. Very few can hate enough to kill someone 5 times, they would get bored. The defense professor breathed several times before continuing. But if you look at history, you will find some dark wizards who could cast the killing curse over and over. A 19th century witch who called herself Dark Evangel, the Aurors called her A.K. McDowell. She could cast the killing curse 12 times in one fight. Ask yourself, as I asked myself, what is the secret that she knew? What is deadlier than hate, and flows without limit? A second level to the Avada Kedavra spell, just like with the Patronus charm. I don't really care, Harry answered. The defense professor chuckled wetly. Good. You are learning. So you see. A pause of transformation. I did not wish Ehrgard dead, after all. Cast killing curse, but not with hate. And then a man. Harry swallowed hard. It was both better, and worse, than what Harry had suspected, and characteristic enough of Professor Quirrell. A cracked soul, for certain, but Professor Quirrell had never claimed to be whole. Any else to say? Said the man in the bed. Are you absolutely sure, Harry said, that there is nothing you've ever heard of that might save you, Professor? In all your lore? Finding and uniting all 3 Deathly Hallows, an ancient artifact that Merlin sealed behind a riddle nobody's ever figured out? You've seen some of what I can do. That I'm good at solving riddles. You know I can figure things out, sometimes, that other wizards can't. Harry's voice broke. I have a strong preference for your life, over your death, Professor Quirrell. There was a long pause. One thing, whispered Professor Quirrell. One thing, that might do it, or it might not, but to obtain it, is beyond your power, or mine. Oh, it was just the setup for a sub-quest, said Harry's inner critic. All the other parts screamed for that part to shut up. Life didn't work like that. Ancient artifacts could be found, but not in a month, not when you couldn't leave Hogwarts and were still in your first year. Professor Quirrell took in a deep breath. Exhaled. I'm sorry, that came out too dramatic. Do not get your hopes up. Mr. Potter. You asked for anything, no matter how unlikely. There is a certain object called a snake lay on the bed. The Philosopher's Stone, hissed the snake. If there'd been a mass manufacturable means of safe immortality this entire time and nobody had bothered, Harry was going to snap and kill everyone. I read of it in a book, Harry hissed. Concluded it was obvious myth. No reason why some device would provide immortality and endless gold. Not unless someone was just inventing happysterious. Not to mention, every sand person's should have been researching ways to make more stones, or kidnapping maker to produce. Thought of you specifically, teacher. A hissing of cold laughter. Resoning ISS wis, but not wis enough. Like with Horcrux spell, absurdity hides true secret. True stone ISS not what that legend says. True power ISS not what stories claim. Stone's supposed maker was not one who made it. One who holds is it now, was not born to name now ust. Yet stone ISS powerful healing device in truth. Have you heard it spoken of? Just in the book. One who holds a stone ISS repository of much lore. Taught Schulmaster many secrets. Schulmaster has said nothing of stone SS holder, nothing of stone? No hints. Not that I can easily recall, Harry replied honestly. Ah, hissed the snake. Ah, well. Could ask Schulmaster. No. Do not ask him, boy. He would not take question well. But if the stone only heals us. Schulmaster does not believe that, would not believe that. Too many have suit stone, or suit holders lore. Do not ask. Must not ask. Do not try to obtain stone yourself. I forbid. A man lay on the bed once more. I am at my limit, said Professor Quirrell. I must regain my strength before I go to the forest with your gift. Leave now, but sustain the transfiguration before you go. Harry reached out, touched the white pebble lying within the kerchief, renewing the transfiguration on it. It should last for 1 hour and 53 minutes after this, Harry said. Your studies do well. It was far longer than Harry's transfigurations had lasted at the start of the school year. Second-year spells came to him easily now, without strain, which wasn't surprising, since he would be 12 in less than 2 months. Harry could even have cast a memory charm, if it had been good for someone to forget every memory involving their left arm. He was climbing the power ladder, slowly, from very far down. The thought came with a potential for sadness, a thought of one door opening as another closed, which Harry also rejected. The door to the infirmary closed behind Harry, as the boy who lived walked swiftly and with purpose, shrugging on his invisibility cloak as he moved. Soon, presumably, Professor Quirrell would call for assistance, and an older student trio would guide the defense professor into some quiet place, maybe the forest, with an excuse of viewing the lake or some such. Some place the defense professor could eat a unicorn undetected, after Harry's transfiguration wore off. And then Professor Quirrell would be healthier, for a time. His power would return to him as strong as he'd ever been, for a much shorter time. It wouldn't last. Harry's fists clenched as he strode, the tension radiating up his arm muscles. If the defense professor's treatment regimen hadn't been interrupted, by Harry and the auras that he had brought to Hogwarts. It was stupid to blame himself, Harry knew it was stupid and somehow his brain was doing it anyway. Like his brain was searching, carefully finding and selecting some way for this to be his fault, no matter how far it had to stretch. As if having things be his fault were the only way that his brain knew how to grieve. A trio of 7th-year Slytherins passed Harry's invisible form in the hallway, heading for the healer's offices where the professor waited, looking deeply serious and concerned. Was that how other people grieved? Or did they, on some level, not really care, as Professor Quirrell thought? There is a second level to the killing curse. Harry's brain had solved the riddle instantly, in the moment of first hearing it, as though the knowledge had always been inside him, waiting to make itself known. Harry had read once, somewhere, that the opposite of happiness wasn't sadness but boredom, and the author had gone on to say that to find happiness in life you asked yourself not what would make you happy, but what would excite you. And by the same reasoning, hatred wasn't the true opposite of love. Even hatred was a kind of respect that you could give to someone's existence. If you cared about someone enough to prefer their dying to their living, it meant you were thinking about them. It had come up much earlier, before the trial, in conversation with Hermione, when she'd said something about magical Britain being prejudiced, with considerable and recent justification. And Harry had thought, but not said, that at least she'd been let into Hogwarts to be spat upon. Not like certain people living in certain countries, who were, it was said, as human as anyone else, who were said to be sapient beings, worth more than any mere unicorn. But who nonetheless wouldn't be allowed to live in Muggle Britain. On that score, at least, no Muggle had the right to look a wizard in the eye. Magical Britain might discriminate against Muggleborns, but at least it allowed them inside so they could be spat upon in person. What is deadlier than hate, and flows without limit? Indifference, Harry whispered aloud, the secret of a spell he would never be able to cast, and kept striding toward the library to read anything he could find, anything at all, about the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 103, Tests. June 4, 1992. Daphne Greengrass was in the Slytherin common room, writing a letter to her lady mother, who was surprisingly intransigent about power sharing, despite not even being in Hogwarts to exercise control, when she saw Draco Malfoy stagger in through the portrait door carrying what must have been a dozen books, Vincent and Gregory behind him each carrying a dozen more. The aura who'd accompanied Malfoy stuck his head in briefly, then withdrew to who knew where. Draco looked around, then seemed to be struck by a bright idea as he staggered toward her, Vincent and Gregory following after. "Can you help me read these?" said Draco, sounding slightly out of breath as he approached. "What?" Lessons were over, only the exams were left now, and since when did Malfoys ask Greengrasses for help with their homework? "These," Draco Malfoy said importantly, "are all the library books Miss Granger borrowed between April 1st and April 16th. I thought I'd go through them in case there are any clues there, only then I thought, maybe you should help because you knew Miss Granger better." Daphne stared at the books. The general read all that in 2 weeks. A twinge of pain went through her heart, but she suppressed it. "Well, I don't know if Miss Granger finished them all," Draco said. He held up a cautioning finger. "In fact, we don't know if she read any of them, or if she really borrowed them, I mean, all we've observed is that the library ledger says she checked them out." Daphne suppressed a groan. Malfoy had been talking like this for weeks. There were some people who clearly were not meant to be involved with mysterious murders because it did strange things to their minds. "Mr. Malfoy, I couldn't read all these if I spent my whole summer doing nothing else." "Then just skim through them, please," Draco said. "Especially if there's, you know, mysterious words scribbled in her handwriting, or a bookmark left inside, or—" "I've seen those plays too, Mr. Malfoy." Daphne rolled her eyes. "Don't we have Aurors now for? We're doomed!" shrieked Millicent Bulstrode, as she burst up from the lower chambers into the Slytherin common room. People paused to look at her. "It's Professor Quirrell." A sudden air of attentiveness, as of long-standing disputes about to be settled. "Well, finally," someone said, as Millicent tried to catch her breath. "He's only got, what, 10 days left to go bad?" 11 days, said the 7th year who was running the betting pool. "He's gotten a little better suddenly and he's going to summon the first years for our defense final. By surprise. In 50 minutes. A defense final." Pansy said blankly. "But Professor Quirrell doesn't give exams." "The Ministry defense final," shrieked Millicent. "But Professor Quirrell doesn't teach anything from the Ministry curriculum," objected Pansy. Daphne was already fleeing to her room, racing for the first-year defense textbook that she hadn't touched since September and screaming curses inside her mind. One desk back of her, someone was crying, their soft sobs providing a background chant of despair for the classroom. Daphne looked back, expecting to see a Hufflepuff and hoping it wasn't Hannah, and was surprised at first, though not on further reflection, to see it was a Ravenclaw. Before them were set the exam parchments, turned over, waiting for the bell. 50 minutes hadn't been nearly enough preparation time, but it was something, and Daphne was now feeling ashamed that she hadn't thought to send messengers to warn the Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor houses. They'd started giving house points again just 3 days ago, at the beginning of June, but the Auxiliary Protective Special Committee still ought to promote house unity. Another Ravenclaw, sitting 4 desks to her left, also started to cry. That was Catherine Tung of Dragon Army, if she recalled correctly, whom she'd once seen take on 3 Sunshine Soldiers simultaneously without a flinch. Daphne had calmed down after the first couple of minutes of frantic reading. It was just a test, not a murder or anything, and if almost all the first-year students turned in mostly blank parchments then it stood to reason that nobody would be shamed. But Daphne could understand, if not exactly sympathize, that Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs might not see it that way. "He's evil," another Ravenclaw witch said in a shaking voice. 100% pure dark wizard to the bone. "The Dark Lord Grindelwald wouldn't do this, not to children, he's worse than you-know-who." Daphne looked reflexively at where Professor Quirrell was sitting, slumped to one side but his eyes alert, and she thought she saw the defense professor smile for one tiny instant. No, that had to be her imagination, there was no way the defense professor could have heard that. The bell rang. Daphne flipped the parchment over. The top was stamped with the seals for the Ministry, the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and the Department of Magical Education, and runes to detect cheating. Below that was a line for her to write her name, and a list of exam rules with a picture of Lindsay Gagnon, the director of the Department of Magical Education, shaking an admonishing finger at everyone. Halfway down the page was the first exam question. It was, why is it important for children to stay away from strange creatures? There was a stunned pause. One student began laughing. She thought it was from the Gryffindor section of the class. Professor Quirrell made no motion to censor it, and the laughter spread. Nobody spoke aloud, but the students looked around at each other, exchanging glances as the laughter died down, and then as if by some unspoken agreement they all looked at Professor Quirrell, who was smiling down at them benevolently. Daphne bent over her exam, wearing a defiant evil smile that would have done proud to either Godric Gryffindor or Grindelwald, and she wrote down, "Because my stunning hex, my most ancient blade, and my patroness charm won't work against everything." Harry Potter turned over the last page of his defense exam. Even Harry had needed to quash a small bit of nervousness, some tiny remnant of his childhood, upon reading the first real question, "How can you make a shrieking eel be silent?" Professor Quirrell's lessons had spent roughly 0 time on the surprising yet useless trivia that some idiot had imagined a defense class should look like. In principle, Harry could have used his time turner to read through the first-year defense book after being notified of the surprise exam, but that might have unfairly skewed the grading curve for others. After staring at the question for a couple of seconds, Harry had written down quieting charm, and included the casting directions in case the ministry grader didn't believe that Harry knew it. Once Harry had decided to just answer all the questions correctly, the exam had gone by very quickly. The most realistic answer to more than half the questions was stunning hex, and many of the other questions had optimal solutions along the lines of turn around and walk in the opposite direction or throw away the cheese and buy a new pair of shoes. The last question on the test was, what would you do if you suspected there might be a bogey snake underneath your bed? The ministry-approved answer, Harry could in fact recall from his read-through of the textbook at the start of the year, was tell your parents. The problem with this had occurred to Harry right away, which was why Harry had remembered it. After some pondering, Harry wrote down, "Dear Ministry Grader, I'm afraid the real answer to that is a secret, but rest assured that a bogey snake would present no more trouble to me than a mountain troll, a dementor, or you-know-who. Please inform your superiors that I find your standard answer prejudicial to Muggleborns, and that I expect this failing will be corrected at once without any need for my direct intervention. Sincerely, the boy who lived." Harry signed the last parchment with a broad flourish, turned it over into his stack, put down his quill, and sat up. Looking around, Harry saw that Professor Quirrell seemed to be looking in his rough direction, though the defense professor's head had nodded to one side. The other students were still writing. Some of them were silently crying, but they were still writing. Continuing to fight was also a lesson Professor Quirrell had taught. Interminably later, the official exam time was up. A 7th-year student went from desk to desk, collecting the exams in Professor Quirrell's place. The last exam parchment was collected, and Professor Quirrell sat up straight. "My young students," he said softly. The 7th-year student had her wand trained on the defense professor's mouth, so that they all heard his voice seeming to come from right beside them. "I know, that probably seemed very fearsome to some of you. It is a different kind of fear from facing the enemy's wand, you must conquer it separately. So I shall tell you this now. It is the custom of Hogwarts, that grades are given in the 2nd week of June. But for my case, they can make an exception, I think." The defense professor smiled his familiar dry smile, tinged now as though by a suppressed grimace. "I know you are worried, that you were not prepared for this exam, that my lessons have not covered this material, and I quite forgot to mention, that it was approaching, though you should have known, it would come in time. But I have just now magically checked, the answers you have given on that, terribly important final exam, though of course only the ministry grade is official, and assigned your full year grades taking the results into account, and magically written your full grades down on these parchments." Professor Quirrell tapped a stack of parchments on the side of his desk, "which will now be handed out, an incredible spell, is it not?" A few students on the Ravenclaw side were looking indignant, but for the most part the students just looked relieved, and some Slytherins were chuckling. Harry would have laughed too, if not for the pain of watching Professor Quirrell gasp out the words. The 7th-year student standing beside Professor Quirrell pointed her wand and spoke an incantation in magical pseudo-Latin. The parchments rose up and started to drift through the air, separating in mid-flow to drift toward each student. Harry waited until his parchment had arrived on his desk, and then unfolded it. The parchment said EE+, which stood for exceeds expectations. It was the 2nd highest grade letter, the highest being outstanding. In another world, a distant vanished world, a little boy named Harry would have shouted with indignation about receiving only the 2nd highest grade. This Harry sat quietly and thought. Professor Quirrell was making some point, and it wasn't as though the exact grade letter mattered in any other way. Was Professor Quirrell saying that Harry had done relatively well, but not lived up to his full potential? Or was the grade meant to be read literally, that Harry had in fact exceeded the defense professor's expectations? "All of you, pass," Professor Quirrell said, as the students all looked at their final grades, as sighs of relief rose from desks and Lavender Brown raised her parchment in a clenched fist held high with triumph. "Every student in first-year battle magic has passed, except for one." A number of students looked up in sudden terror. Harry sat there silently. He had seen the point immediately, and even if it was a wrong point, he knew Professor Quirrell would never, ever be talked out of making it. All of you in this room, have received grades of at least acceptable. Neville Longbottom, who took this test in the Longbottom home, received a grade of outstanding. But the other student who is not here, has had a dreadful grade entered on her record, for failing the only important test, that was given her this year. I would have marked her even lower, but that would have been in poor taste. The room was very quiet, though a number of students were staring angrily at the professor. You may think that a grade of dreadful, is not fair. That Miss Granger was faced with a test, for which her lessons, had not prepared her. That she was not told, that the exam was coming on that day. The defense professor drew in a shaking breath. Such is realism, said Professor Quirrell. The only important test, may come at any time, be better prepared for it, than she was. As for the rest of you, those who have received exceeds expectations or above, have received my letters of recommendation, to certain organizations beyond Britain's shores, where your training might be completed. They will contact you, when you are old enough, if you still appear worthy, and if you have not failed an important test. And remember, from this day, you must train yourselves, you cannot rely, on future defense professors. Your first year of battle magic is over, you are dismissed. Professor Quirrell sat back with his eyes closed, seeming to ignore the excited babble that broke out around him. In time most of the students had departed, and one remained, staying a prescribed distance from the defense professor. The defense professor opened his eyes. Harry raised the parchment with its EE+, still silent. The defense professor smiled, and it went all the way to those tired eyes. It is the same grade, that I received in my own first year. Th, Harry couldn't make the words thank you come out, they were stuck in his suddenly closed throat, the defense professor tilting his head and giving him an inquiring stare, so Harry just bowed jerkily and then left the room. Chapter 104, The Truth, PT1, Riddles and Answers. June 13, 1992. It was the last week of school in Hogwarts, and Professor Quirrell was still alive, barely. The defense professor himself would be in a healer's bed, this day, as he'd been for almost the last week. Hogwarts tradition said that exams were given in the first week of June, that exam results were released the second week, and that in the third week, there would be the leave-taking feast on Sunday and the Hogwarts Express transporting you to London on Monday. Harry had wondered, a long time ago when he'd first read about that schedule, just what exactly the students did during the rest of the second week of June, since waiting for exam results didn't sound like much, and the answer had surprised him when he'd found out. But now the second week of June was done as well, and it was Saturday, there was nothing left of the year but the leave-taking feast on the 14th and the Hogwarts Express ride on the 15th. And nothing had been answered. Nothing had been resolved. Hermione's killer hadn't been found. Somehow Harry had been thinking that, surely, all the truth would come out by the end of the school year, like that was the end of a mystery novel and the mystery's answer had been promised him. Certainly it had to be known by the time the defense professor died, it couldn't be allowed for Professor Quirrell to die without knowing the answer, without everything being neatly resolved. Not exam grades, certainly not death, it was only truth that finished a story. But unless you bought Draco Malfoy's latest theory that Professor Sprout had been assigning and grading less homework around the time of Hermione being framed for attempted murder, thereby proving that Professor Sprout had been spending her time setting it up, the truth remained unfound. And instead, like the world had priorities that were more like other people's way of thinking, the year was going to end with a climactic Quidditch match. In the air above the stadium, distant figures on broomsticks swooped and pirouetted and spun around each other. The red-purplish truncated tetrahedron that was the quaffle was caught, tossed, blocked, and occasionally thrown through floating hoops, accompanied by stadium-rocking cries of triumph or dismay. Blue and green and yellow and red-trimmed robes shouted with the enthusiasm that people felt so easily when no action would be required from them personally. It was the first Quidditch match Harry had attended at Hogwarts, and he'd already decided that it would be the last. "Davies has the quaffle!" shouted the amplified voice of Lee Jordan. "That's another 10 points for Ravenclaw in 7, 6, 5, holy smokes, he's done it already!" Smack through the center of the central hoop. "I've never seen such a winning streak, I'm calling it right now for Davies becoming captain next year after Borden steps down." Lee's voice cut out abruptly and Professor McGonagall's own amplified voice said, "That's the Ravenclaw team's own business, Mr. Jordan. Confine yourself to the match, please. And the Slytherins take possession." Flint hands off the quaffle to the lovely Mr. Jordan. To the merely acceptable Sharon Viscano, whose hair trails behind her like a comet as she blazes toward the Ravenclaw defense, now with 2 Bloodjares in close pursuit. Pucees on Sharon's tail, "What are you doing, Ingleby?" And she swerves in midair to avoid, "Is that the snitch? Go, Cho Chang, go, Higgs is all ready, what are you two doing? Calm down, Mr. Jordan." "How am I supposed to calm down? That was the worst missed play I've ever seen. And the snitch is gone, maybe gone for good, after being missed that badly, Pusey's heading off towards the goalposts, Ingleby's nowhere near him. In a distant era of history, maybe in another world entirely, Professor Quirrell had undertaken that the House Cup would be awarded to either Slytherin or Ravenclaw. Or possibly, somehow, both, for he had promised that 3 wishes would be granted. So far it was looking good on 2 out of 3. If you just went by the current score, Hufflepuff was leading the race for the House Cup by something like 500 points, thanks to Hufflepuff students doing their homework and staying out of trouble. It appeared that Professor Snape had been strategically taking quite a lot of points from Hufflepuff's 4er, the last 7 years or so. Slytherin House, reigning champion for the last 7 years, still had to its advantage a certain generosity of its head of house in handing out points, and this was sufficient to put it neck and neck with Ravenclaw House, home of the academic achievers. Gryffindor was far behind in the last place, as befit the House of Nonconformists. Gryffindor had Slytherin's profile when it came to academics and mischief, only without the advantage of Professor Snape. Even Fred and George had barely broken even on the year. Ravenclaw House and Slytherin House both needed a lot of points from somewhere if either wanted to catch up with Hufflepuff in the next 2 days. And so far as anyone knew, Professor Quirrell hadn't done a single thing leading to the obvious result. It was happening all by itself, now that one lone professor in Hogwarts had taught a class with creative problem-solving. The final Quidditch match of the year was between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Earlier in the year, Gryffindor's initial Quidditch lead had vanished after their new seeker, Emmett Shear, fell off a possibly malfunctioning broomstick during his second game. This had also required some hasty rescheduling of the remaining games. This, the final game of the year, wouldn't end until the snitch was caught. Quidditch scores added directly onto the house points total. And what did you know, today it seemed that both the Slytherin and Ravenclaw seekers just could not catch the snitch. The snitch was practically on top of you, you dim-eyed dimwit. Language, Mr. Jordan, or I'll remove you from this game. Though it was a terrible play, I admit. Harry had to admit that Lee Jordan and Professor McGonagall had a wonderful comedic routine, with Jordan as the banana man and Professor McGonagall as the straight woman. Harry now felt a little sorry to have missed it at the earlier Quidditch matches. It was a side of Professor McGonagall he hadn't seen before. A few seats down from where Harry sat in the Hufflepuff section of the Quidditch bleachers, there lurked the hulking form of Cedric Diggory. The Super Hufflepuff had observed the most recent near-air collision between Cho Chang and Terence Higgs with the keen eye of a wizard who was a seeker and a Quidditch captain in his own right. The Ravenclaw seeker is new, Cedric said. But Higgs is in his 7th year. I've played against him. He's better than that. You think it's a strategy? Asked one of the Hufflepuffs sitting next to Cedric. It would make sense if Slytherin needed some extra points to lead for the Quidditch Cup, Cedric said. But Slytherin already has us beat for the title. What are they thinking? They could have won right there. The game had started at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. A typical game would have gone until 7 or so, at which point it would have been time for dinner. June in Scotland meant plenty of daylight, sunset wasn't until 10. It was at 8 p.m. and 6 minutes, according to Harry's watch, when Slytherin had just scored another 10 points bringing the score to 170 to 140, when Cedric Diggory leapt out of his seat and shouted, "Those bastards!" "Yet!" cried a young boy beside him, leaping to his own feet. "Who do they think they are, scoring points?" "Not that!" cried Cedric Diggory. They're trying to steal the cup from us. But we're not in the running anymore for. Not the Quidditch Cup. The House Cup. The word spread, with cries of outrage. That was Harry's cue. Harry politely asked a Hufflepuff which sitting next to him, and another Hufflepuff sitting one row above him, if they could move aside. Then Harry drew forth from his pouch a huge scroll, and unfurled it into a 2-meter-tall banner which stuck in place in midair. The enchantment had been done courtesy of a 6th-year Ravenclaw who had a reputation for knowing less about Quidditch than Harry did. In huge, glowing purple letters, the sign read. Just by a clock. 2:06:47. Beneath it was a snitch, with a blinking red X over it. Second, after second, after second, the time counter incremented. As that counter rose higher, there seemed to be an awful lot of Hufflepuffs who'd decided that they wanted to sit next to Harry's banner. As the game dragged on past 9, there also seemed to be a lot of Gryffindors. As the sun set and Harry started using Lumos to read his books, he'd given up on the actual game a long time ago. There were a noticeable number of Ravenclaws who'd betrayed patriotism for sanity. And Professor Sinistra. And Professor Vector. And as the stars began to come out, Professor Flitwick. The climactic final Quidditch game of the year dragged on. One of the things Harry hadn't planned on, when he'd decided to do this, was that he would still be out here at, Harry glanced at his watch, 11:04 at night. Harry was now reading a 6th-year Transfiguration textbook, or rather he'd weighted the book open, illuminated by a muggle glowstick, while he did one of the exercises. Last week, when the graduating Ravenclaws were discussing their NEWT scores, Harry had overheard that upper-year transfiguration practice involved several shaping exercises that relied more on control and precise thinking than raw power, and Harry had promptly set out to learn those, whacking himself hard on the forehead for not trying to read all the later year textbooks earlier. Professor McGonagall had approved Harry doing a shaping exercise that involved controlling the way in which a transfiguring object approached its final form, for example, transfiguring a quill so that the shaft grew out first, then the barbs. Harry was doing an analogous exercise with pencils, growing out the lead first, then surrounding it with wood and finally having the eraser form on top. As Harry had suspected, focusing his attention and magic into a particular part of the pencil's ongoing transformation had proven similar to the mental discipline used in partial transfiguration, which could indeed have been used to fake the same effect, by partially transfiguring only the outer layers of the object. This way was proving relatively easier, though. Harry finished his current pencil and looked up at the Quidditch game, which was, check, still fantastically boring. Lee Jordan was commentating in a tone of dull disgust, another 10 points, yay, whoopee, and now someone takes possession of the quaffle again, ask if I care who. Almost nobody remaining in the stands was paying attention either, since everyone who'd remained in the stadium seemed to have discovered a new and more interesting sport, the debate about how to amend the House Cup rules and / or Quidditch. The argument had become heated to the point where all of the nearby professors were barely keeping order at a level short of open combat. This argument, unfortunately, had considerably more than two factions. Some darned busybodies were proposing sensible-sounding alternatives to eliminating the snitch entirely, and this was threatening to split the vote and sap the momentum for reform. In retrospect, Harry thought, it would have been nice to have Draco unfurl his own banner from the Slytherin side saying snitches are awesome, to set the polarity of the debate. Harry had squinted over at the Slytherin section earlier, but he hadn't been able to spot Draco anywhere in the stands. Severus Snape, who could also have been sympathetic enough to play the villainous opposition, was likewise nowhere to be seen. "Mr. Potter," said a voice next to him. Beside Harry's seat was standing a short but older Hufflepuff boy, someone who'd never before come to Harry's attention, holding out a blank parchment envelope with wax dripped on the front. The wax was also blank, without impression. "What is it?" said Harry. "It's me," said the boy. "With the envelope you gave me. I know you said not to talk to you, but..." "Then don't talk to me," Harry said. The boy tossed the envelope at Harry and walked away, looking offended. It made Harry wince a little, but it probably hadn't been the wrong decision considering the temporal issues. Then Harry broke the unsigned wax seal and drew out the envelope's contents. It was parchment instead of the muggle paper that Harry would have expected, but the writing on it was his own handwriting, if done with a quill instead of a pen. The parchment said, "Beware the constellation. And help the Watcher of Stars. Pass unseen by the Life Eaters Confederates. And by the wise and the well-meaning. 6 and 7 in a square. In the place that is prohibited and bloody stupid." Harry took it in at a glance, then folded the paper again and put it back into his cloak with another exhaled sigh. Beware the constellation, really? Harry would have expected a riddle left by himself, to have been easier to interpret, though some parts were obvious enough. Clearly future Harry had been worried about this paper being intercepted, and while present Harry wouldn't ordinarily have thought of the local Aurors as the ones in league with the Dementors of Azkaban, maybe that had been the best way to say Auror without potentially tipping off anyone else who read the parchment and did their own best to decrypt it. Translating the idiom back out of the parcel tongue he'd used during the incident with Azkaban, that worked, Harry supposed. The note had said that Professor Quirrell needed help, and that whatever was going on needed to pass unnoticed from the Aurors, and from Dumbledore and McGonagall and Flitwick. Since time turning was involved already, the obvious solution was to leave for the loo, travel back in time, and return to the game right after he'd left. Harry started to rise from his seat, then hesitated. His Hufflepuff side was remarking something about leaving the Auror escorts behind and not telling Professor McGonagall anything, and wondering if his future self was being stupid. Harry unfolded the parchment again, and took another glance at the contents. On closer examination, the riddle verse didn't say that Harry couldn't bring anyone along. Draco Malfoy, was he missing from the Quidditch game because future Harry, hours in the past, had brought Draco with him as backup? But that didn't make sense, there wasn't much marginal improvement in safety from bringing along another first year. Draco Malfoy would certainly have been present, regardless of his personal feelings about Quidditch, to watch Slytherin clinch the House Cup. Had something happened to him? Suddenly Harry didn't feel as tired anymore. A trickle of adrenaline was starting to rise in Harry, but no, this wouldn't be like the troll. The message had told Harry when to arrive. Harry wouldn't be too late, not this time. Harry glanced over at where Cedric Diggory was looking back and forth, visibly torn between a clutch of Ravenclaws arguing that the snitch had to be kept because it was traditional and rules were rules, and a pack of Hufflepuffs saying that it wasn't fair for the Seeker to be more important than the other players. Cedric Diggory had been an excellent dueling tutor to Harry and Neville, and Harry had thought they'd established a good relationship. More importantly, a student taking literally all of the electives would have his own time turner, Maybe Harry could try to get Cedric to go back in time with him? The Super Hufflepuff seemed like a good spare wand to have by your side in any sort of sticky situation. Later, and earlier. Harry's watch now said 11:45, which translated into 6:45 p.m. after looping back 5 hours. It's time, Harry murmured to the empty air, and began walking down the third-floor corridor above the grand staircase, on the right-hand side. The place that is prohibited would ordinarily mean the Forbidden Forest. That was probably what someone intercepting the message was meant to think. But the Forbidden Forest was huge, and there was more than one distinguished location inside it. No obvious shelling point at which to rendezvous, or find some event that needed intervention. But when you added the bloody stupid modifier, there was only one prohibited place in Hogwarts that fit. And so Harry set forth on that outlawed path where, if rumors spoke true, all the first-year Gryffindors had gone before. The third-floor corridor, on the right-hand side. A mysterious door leading to a series of rooms filled with dangerous and potentially lethal traps that nobody could possibly get through, especially if they were only in their first year. Harry didn't know himself what sort of traps awaited. Which, on reflection, meant that the students who'd gone through had been surprisingly scrupulous about not ruining the puzzle for others. Maybe there was a sign down there saying don't give it away, just as a favor to me, sincerely Headmaster Dumbledore. All Harry knew so far was that the outer door would open to Alohomora, and that the final room contained a magic mirror that would show your reflection in some situation you found highly appealing, which was apparently the big payoff. The third-floor corridor was illuminated by dim blue light that seemed to come from nowhere, and the arches were covered with cobwebs, as though the corridor hadn't been used in centuries rather than just the last year. Harry's pouch was loaded with useful muggle things, and useful wizarding things, and everything he'd found that could possibly be a quest item. Harry had asked Professor McGonagall to recommend someone who could expand the pouch's capacity, and she'd just done it herself. Harry had applied the charm he'd learned for battles that made his eyeglasses stick to his face, regardless of how his head moved. Harry had refreshed the transfigurations he was maintaining, both the tiny jewel in the ring on his hand and the other one, in case he was knocked unconscious. He wasn't literally ready for anything, but Harry was as ready as he thought he could be. The five-sided floor tiles creaked beneath Harry's shoes and vanished behind him like the future becoming the past. It was almost 6:49-6, and 7 in a square. Obvious if you thought in Muggle math, otherwise not so much. Just as Harry was about to round another corner, something tickled at the back of his mind, and he heard a soft voice talking. Sensible person, wait until later, after certain faculty had departed. Harry stopped, then crept forward as lightly as he could, not going around the corner, trying to hear Professor Quirrell's voice better. There came a louder cough, and then the soft voice spoke again from around the corner. But if they were also, to depart themselves, at that time, murmured the voice, they might think, this final game, makes for the best distraction, left in this year, a predictable distraction. So I looked, to see what people of significance, were not at the game, and I saw the headmaster missing, but for all my magic can tell me, he could be in another, realm of existence. I also saw your own absence, so I decided to go, where you were. That is what I am doing here. Now, what are you doing here? Harry breathed shallowly, and listened. And just how did you know where I was? Drawled the voice of Severus Snape, so much louder that Harry nearly jumped. A small, coughing laugh. Check your wand, for trace. Severus said something in magical pseudo-Latin, and then, you dared tamper with my wand? You dared. You are a suspect, just like myself, so your false indignation is wasted, however finely crafted it may be. Now tell me, what are you doing? I am watching this door, said the voice of Professor Snape. And I will ask you to be off from it. On whose authority, are you ordering me, my fellow professor? There was a pause, then, why, the headmaster's, came the smooth voice of Severus Snape. I was ordered by him to watch this door during the Quidditch match, and as a professor I must obey his whims. I shall have words about it with the Board of Governors later, but for now I am doing as I must. Now be off with you, as the headmaster desires. What? You mean I am to believe, that you abandoned your Slytherins, during their most important, game of the year, and leapt up like a dog, at Dumbledore's word? Well that, I must say, is entirely plausible. Even so, I think it would be wise, if I kept my own watch over you. While you watch this fine door. There was a sound of rustling cloth and a soft thud, as if someone had sat down hard upon the ground, or maybe just fallen. Oh, for the love of Merlin! Severus Snape's voice now sounded angry. Get up, you. Ba blue a boulet and bliss, said the defense professor's zombie mode. Get up, said Severus Snape, and there was a soft thud. Help the Watcher of Stars. Harry stepped around the corner, though it was possible that he'd have done so even without an intertemporal message. Had Professor Snape just kicked Professor Quirrell? That would have been foolhardy if Professor Quirrell had been dead and buried. A round-topped door of dark wood was framed within a stone arch, set within the dusty marble bricks of Hogwarts. Where a muggle would have set a doorknob there was only a handle of polished metal, there were no visible locks, or visible keyholes. Set upon the wall to either side, a pair of torches burned, sending forth an ominous orange glow. Before the door stood the potions master in his customary stained robes. Beside the door, to the left side beneath the orange torch, slumped the form of the defense professor, back against the wall, head staring out at the surroundings. The eyes seemed to flicker, as if halfway between awareness and emptiness. "What," said the towering form of the potions master, "are you doing here, Potter?" Going by facial expressions and tone of voice, the potions master was quite angry with Harry, and certainly was not Harry's co-conspirator in councils to which the defense professor had never been invited. "I'm not sure," Harry said. He wasn't sure what role he should be playing, and was, in desperation, falling back on simple honesty. "I think perhaps I'm supposed to be keeping an eye on the defense professor." The potions master stared at him coldly. "Where's your escort, Potter? Students are not to wander these halls alone." Harry's mind was genuinely blank. The game was afoot, and nobody had told him the rules. "I'm not sure how to answer that." The cold expression on Professor Snape's face flickered. "Perhaps I should call the Aurors," he said. "Wait." Harry blurted. The potions master's hand hovered about his robes. "Why?" said the potions master. I just think you probably shouldn't call them." In a blur, the potions master's wand was in his hand. Nullus confundio. A black jet darted out and hit Harry, striking in the direction Harry had already started to evade. There followed 4 other spells, containing words like polyfluous and metamorphose, and for those Harry politely stood still. After all of those spells had failed to produce any effect, Severus Snape was staring at Harry with a dark glitter that now seemed genuine. "I suggest," the potions master said softly, "that you explain yourself, Potter." "I can't explain myself," Harry said. "I don't have the time, not yet." Harry looked directly into the potions master's gaze as he said the words myself and time, widening his own eyes to try to convey the key information, and the potions master hesitated. Harry was frantically trying to work out who was pretending to be what. Since Professor Quirrell wasn't in on Dumbledore's conspiracy, Severus was pretending to be the evil potions master of Hogwarts, who'd been sent here by the headmaster, and might or might not have actually been sent here by Dumbledore, but Professor Quirrell either thought, or was pretending to think, that someone needed to keep an eye on Professor Snape, and Harry himself had been sent here by future Harry and had no idea why, and why were they all standing outside the headmaster's forbidden door in the first place? And then, from behind where Harry stood, came the growing sound of another set of footsteps, rapid and manifold. Professor Snape stabbed his wand once, creating a burst of darkness that shrouded where the defense professor was lying. "Muffleato," the potions master hissed. "Mr. Potter, if you must be here, then hide. Put on your invisibility cloak. My duty is to guard this door in case he comes here. And there has been a disturbance, meant to draw the headmaster, he thinks." "Who?" Severus took a long stride forward and snapped his wand against the side of Harry's head. There was a trickling sensation like an egg had been cracked over him, the feeling of a disillusionment charm, and Harry's hands faded out, followed by the rest of him. The darkness shrouding one side of the wall dissipated like slow mist, and there was again visible the huddled form of the defense professor, who said nothing. Harry tiptoed away quietly as he could, then turned to watch. The approaching footsteps rounded the corner. "What are you doing here?" came many simultaneous cries. Trimmed in 3 sets of Slytherin green and 1 Hufflepuff yellow stood Theodore Nott, Daphne Greengrass, Susan Bones, and Tracy Davis. "Where," said Professor Snape with mounting wrath, "are your escorts, children? First years must be accompanied by a 6th or 7th year student at all times. Especially you." Theodore Nott raised his hand. "We're, said Theodore Nott. "We're doing what the Chaos Legion calls a team-building exercise. See, we realized just now that none of us had tried the headmaster's forbidden chamber yet, and there wasn't much time left, and Harry Potter has authorized it. Professor, he said specifically that you mustn't interfere." Severus Snape turned to glance over at where Harry Potter had tiptoed, a storm seemed to be gathering on his brow, and a dark fury in his eyes. Maybe. There was still 1 hour left on Harry's time turner, so it was possible. "Harry Potter does not have that authority," the potions master said in a deceptively mild tone. "Explain yourselves, now." "Really?" said the form of Susan Bones. "Really? You're telling Professor Snape that Harry Potter authorized the mission, that's your idea of a bluff?" The young Hufflepuff turned to Professor Snape and spoke, her voice strangely firm. "Professor, this is the truth and it's urgent. Draco Malfoy is missing and we think he went down there." "If Mr. Malfoy is missing," said Professor Snape, "why have the Aurors not been notified?" Because of reasons," cried Daphne Greengrass. There's no time, you've got to let us through. Professor Snape's voice was now as sardonic as Harry had ever heard it. Are you four morons under the impression that you are on some sort of adventure? Well, you are mistaken. I assure you that Mr. Malfoy has not passed through this door. We think Mr. Malfoy has an invisibility cloak, Susan Bones said rapidly. Do you remember the door seeming to open for no reason? No, the potions master said. Now be gone from here. This place is off limits for today. This is Dumbledore's forbidden corridor, Tracy said. The headmaster himself said nobody was to come here. Who do you think you are, forbidding it too? Miss Davis, said the potions master, you need to stop associating with Gryffindors, especially those named Lavender Brown. And if you are still here in 1 minute, I will file papers requesting your transfer into that house. You wouldn't dare! Shrieked Tracy. Susan Bones said, her face screwed up in concentration. Professor Snape, do you occasionally open the door yourself, to check on whatever's inside? Professor Snape froze in place. Then he spun and put his right hand on the metal knocker. Harry was watching the hand on the knocker, so he didn't notice what Professor Snape was doing with his left hand until he heard the sudden outcry. No, in fact, said Professor Snape, now holding the choking head of Draco Malfoy by his collar, though the rest of Draco was still underneath his invisibility cloak. A fine try, though. What? Cried Tracy and Daphne. Susan Bones hit herself in the forehead. I can't believe I fell for that. So, Mr. Malfoy, Professor Snape said. His voice had lowered. You sent your friends here on a ruse, just in the hopes that you could pass through this door? Now why would you do that? I think we should trust him, said Theodore Nott. Mr. Malfoy, we've got to trust him, he's the one professor who would take our side. No! Cried Draco's floating head, from where Professor Snape was still grasping his collar. You mustn't say anything. Stop! We've got to take the chance! Yelled Theodore. Professor Snape, Mr. Malfoy finally worked out what's been going on this whole year, and why Dumbledore is trying to get the Philosopher's Stone away from Nicholas Flamel. Because Dumbledore doesn't think anyone ought to have immortality. So Dumbledore tried to convince Flamel that the Dark Lord was coming back and needed the stone to revive, and asked Flamel to give it to him, but Flamel wouldn't, and instead Flamel put the stone in the magic mirror that's down there, and Dumbledore is finding out right now how to get it, and then he'll come for it and we've got to get to it first. Dumbledore really will be all-powerful if he gets the Philosopher's Stone. What? Said Tracy. That's not what you said before. It, Daphne said. She looked frightened, but determined. It doesn't matter, Professor Snape, please, you have to believe me. I looked at the books Hermione checked out of the library, and she was researching the Philosopher's Stone just before someone killed her. Her notes said that something dangerous might happen if the stone stays inside the mirror too long. We have to get it out of the castle right away. Susan Bones now had both hands over her face. I'm not with them, I just came along to prevent anything even stupider from happening. Severus Snape was staring at Theodore Nott and the others. Then he turned his head to look at Draco Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, the potions master drawled. How did you come to discover Dumbledore's plot? I deduced it from evidence. Said Draco Malfoy's floating head. Professor Snape's head swiveled back to Theodore Nott. How did you intend to obtain this stone from inside a magic mirror that could supposedly baffle Dumbledore himself? Answer me at once. We're going to take the whole mirror and send it back to Flamel, said Theodore Nott. It's not like we want the stone for ourselves, we just need to stop Dumbledore from stealing it. Professor Snape nodded, as though confirming something, and turned his head to look at the other students. Tell me, have any of you noticed one of the others behaving in an unusual fashion? Especially if there is a peculiar object that they have in their possession, or they can use spells a first year should not know. Professor Snape's right hand now pointed his wand at Susan Bones. I see that Miss Greengrass and Miss Davis are trying not to look at you, Miss Bones. If there is a mundane explanation, you would be wise to offer it immediately. Susan Bones's hair turned bright red, though her face didn't change. I suppose there's not much point keeping it mum any longer, she said, since I'm graduating in 2 days anyway. Double witches get to graduate 6 years early. Said Tracy Davis. That's not fair. Bones is a double witch. Cried Theodore. No, she is Nymphadora Tonks, a metamorphmagus, Professor Snape said. Masquerading as another student is extremely against regulation, as you are well aware, Miss Tonks. It is not too late to expel you from Hogwarts 2 days before your graduation, which would be a dreadful tragedy, from your perspective, that is. From my perspective it would be hilarious. Now tell me what exactly you are doing here. That explains it, said Daphne Greengrass. Is there actually a Susan Bones, or is the house dying out so they had you secretly? The red-haired form of Susan Bones had a palm to her face. Yes, Miss Greengrass, there's a real Susan Bones. She only sends me in when you lot are about to get into ridiculous amounts of trouble. Professor Snape, the reason I'm here is because Draco Malfoy was missing, and this lot insisted on trying to find him instead of calling the Aurors. For reasons the real Miss Bones said there was no time to explain to me, which I now realize were stupid. But young students must never go alone, and must be accompanied by a 6th or 7th year at all times. And now we found Draco Malfoy and we can all go back. Please? Before this gets any more ridiculous. What in Merlin's name is going on here? Ah, said Professor Snape, who was still pointing the wand at the red-haired form of Susan Bones, his other hand still grasping the collar below the disembodied head of Draco Malfoy, standing next to the crumpled form of the defense professor. Professor Sprout, I perceive. It's not what it looks like, volunteered Tracy Davis. The short, dumpy form of the herbology professor stormed forwards. She had, by this point, drawn her wand, though she wasn't pointing it at anyone. I don't even know what this looks like. Down wands, all of you, right now. Including you, Professor. Distraction. The thought came to Harry with sudden clarity. Whatever he was watching now, from where he stood invisibly and well back of the action, it wasn't what was really going on, it wasn't the true thread of the story, it had been arranged. Professor Sprout's arrival had broken Harry's suspension of disbelief. Things like that didn't happen just for the sake of comedic coincidence. Someone was deliberately causing all this chaos, but what was the point? Harry really hoped he hadn't gone back in time and done this, because it did seem like the sort of thing he would do. Severus Snape lowered his wand. His other hand unfisted Draco Malfoy. Professor Sprout, the potions master said, I am here on the headmaster's orders to watch this door. Everyone else present is not supposed to be here, and I ask you to see them cleared away. A likely story, snapped Professor Sprout. Why would Dumbledore set you of all people to guard the door to his playground? It's not as if he wants to keep the students out, oh no, they need to go in and get stuck in my devil's snare. Susan, dear, you've got a communications mirror, don't you? Use it to call the Aurors. The watching Harry nodded to himself. That was the point. The Aurors would take away everyone present at this terribly confusing situation, no excuses accepted, and then the door would be unguarded. But was Harry meant to go into the forbidden corridor himself? Or watch, to see who finally came once all the others were gone? A loud fit of hacking and coughing caused everyone to look at where the defense professor lay. Snape, listen, said the defense professor between coughs. Why, Sprout, here. The potions master looked down. Memory charm, implies, Professor. The defense professor began coughing again. What? And the logic unfolded in Harry's mind in crystalline dismay, all the steps already suspected, the dreadful realization coming as a repetition with greater confidence. Someone had memory charmed Hermione to believe she'd tried to kill Draco. Only a Hogwarts professor could have done it without alarm. So all the true mastermind needed to do was Legilimus or Imperius, a Hogwarts professor. And the last person anyone would suspect would be the head of House Hufflepuff. Snape's head snapped around, as Professor Sprout raised her wand, and the potions master managed to raise a wordless translucent ward between them. But the bolt that shot from Professor Sprout's wand was a dark brown that produced a surge of awful apprehension in Harry's mind, and the brown bolt made Severus's shield wink out before they touched, clipping the potions master's right arm even as he dodged. Professor Snape gave a muffled shriek and his hand spasmed, dropping his wand. The next bolt that came from Sprout's wand was a bright red, the color of a stunning hex, seeming to grow brighter and move faster even as it left her wand, accompanied by another surge of anxiety, and that blew the potions master into the door, dropping him motionless to the ground. By that time pink-haired Susan Bones was surrounded by a multifaceted blue haze and she was firing hex after hex at Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout was ignoring the hexes to summon plant tendrils that entangled the younger students as they tried to run, except Draco Malfoy, who had again vanished beneath his invisibility cloak. Not Susan Bones stopped casting hexes. She leveled her wand, took a deep breath, and cried aloud an incantation that sent golden worms of light chewing into the shield around Professor Sprout. At that the herbology professor turned to face not Susan, her expression vacant, a new set of plant tentacles rising in the air behind her. Those stalks were a darker green, and seemed to have shields of their own. Harry Potter murmured to the seemingly empty air, "Attack Sprout. Help Bones. Non-lethal only." "Yes, my lord," whispered Lysith Lestrange beneath Harry's cloak of invisibility, and the fifth-year Slytherin's presence moved off toward the fight. Harry looked down at his own hands, and saw with a jolt of unpleasant shock that his disillusionment charm wasn't as complete as it had been before. There were hints of distortion in the air, each time Harry moved. Slowly, Harry stepped backward, until he came to a corner, and ducked behind a wall. Then he took out his communications mirror, which was blank and jammed. Of course. Harry levitated the mirror to where he could use it to see around the corner, and watch the end of the distraction. What was happening? Why? Professor Sprout and the form of Susan Bones were dueling in flashes of light and leaves, and the blazing green of a greater drill hex erupted from midair and chewed halfway through the outer layer of Professor Sprout's shields. The herbology professor turned and fired a broad wash of yellow at where the drill hex had come from, but the spell didn't seem to hit anything. Yellow blazes, blue facets, dark green plant tendrils and swirling purple flower petals. It was when Professor Sprout started firing arcs of crimson in all directions that one of the crimson blades caught something in midair, the invisibility cloak not concealing how the crimson arc was absorbed and winked out, and Lisitha's presence beneath the invisibility cloak fell to the ground. And that gave not Susan Bones time enough to stand still, catch her breath, and scream something that inspired in Harry another surge of dread, and the white spark that blazed out went through Professor Sprout's chewed shields and her plant armor and dropped her. Not Susan Bones went to her knees, panting, her robe soaked in sweat. Her head turned to look around her, at the bodies lying stunned on the floor or wrapped in vines. "What?" said Not Susan. "What? What? What?" There was no reply. The victims entangled in Professor Sprout's vines weren't moving, though they did seem to be breathing. "Malfoy," said the pink-haired form of Susan, still gasping for breath. "Draco Malfoy, where are you? Are you there? Call the Aurors already. Merlin, damn it, hominum revelio." And Harry found himself visible again, staring in his mirror at the form of Draco Malfoy half visible beneath a shimmering cloak, standing behind Not Susan, pointing his wand at a gap in Not Susan's blue haze. Harry's mind moved in flashes of insight, too slow and yet too fast, even as Harry's mouth opened and he inhaled in preparation to shout. "Beware the constellation." There was a constellation named Draco. If you could control a professor, you could control a student. "Doug!" Harry shouted, but it was too late. A bolt of red light caught the back of Not Susan's head at point blank, smashing her to the floor. Harry stepped around the corner and said, "Somnium, somnium, 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 somnium." Draco Malfoy's shimmering form collapsed in a heap. Harry took a moment to catch his breath. Then Harry said stupefy. And verified that, yes, the stunning hex did hit Draco Malfoy's form. You could be mistaken about whether a somnium had really hit. Harry had seen enough horror movies, not to mention the business with the Sunshine Regiment, that he wasn't about to make that error again. After a further reflection on this, Harry cast another stunning hex into the prostrate form of Professor Sprout. Harry gripped his wand, staring at the scene, breathing heavily from the exhaustion. He didn't have enough magic left to cast a messenger patronus to Dumbledore, and he really should have thought of that possibility immediately this time around. Harry started to reach back to where his mirror had fallen, to see if it was now ungemmed. And then Harry hesitated. His note to himself had said to avoid notice from Aurors, and Harry still did not know what was going on. The crumpled form of Professor Quirrell gave another series of racking coughs, reached out a hand to the wall beside him, and slowly pulled himself to his feet. "Harry," croaked Professor Quirrell. "Harry! Are you there?" It was the first time Professor Quirrell had ever called him by his first name. "I'm here," Harry said. Without any conscious thought, his feet were moving forward. "Please," said Professor Quirrell. "Please, I haven't much time. Please take me to the mirror, help me get the stone." "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry said. He glanced around at the scattered bodies, but he couldn't see Draco anymore. The revealment had worn off. "You think Mr. Knott was right? I don't think Dumbledore would." "Not Dumbledore," gasped Professor Quirrell. "Because, Sprout." "I understand," Harry said. If Dumbledore had been the one behind it all, he wouldn't have needed to mind control a professor in order to use memory charms. Mirror, ancient relic, could hide anything. Stone could be there, many others want stone, 1 cent Sprout. Harry repeated rapidly, "The mirror down there is an ancient relic that can be used to hide things, and it would be one possible place to hide the Philosopher's Stone. If the Philosopher's Stone is inside the mirror, then any number of people might want to get it. One of them is controlling Sprout, and that would explain what their goal really is, only, that doesn't explain why Sprout's controller would go after Hermione." "Harry, please," Professor Quirrell said. His breathing was yet more labored now, his voice came with excruciating slowness. "It's the one thing that can save my life, and I find, now. I don't want to die, please, help me." And somehow that tore it. Somehow that was a little too much. The sense of detachment that had come over Harry when Professor Sprout had arrived, the broken suspension of disbelief, was returning, his inner critic weighing up everything as though it were a set piece. Timing, probability, so many people showing up at the same door, the defense professor's desperation, this whole situation didn't feel real. But he might be able to solve it if he just took time to think things through in advance, instead of running off at adventure's first call. All the accumulated experience from the last year had finally crystallized into something like a touch of battle hardening. An instinct born of past disaster was telling Harry that if he just rushed on ahead, he would end up afterward in a sad conversation, realizing that he'd been stupid. Again. "Let me think," Harry said. Let me think for a minute before we go. He turned away from the defense professor, looking at the unconscious bodies draped in various shapes over the floor. There'd been so many puzzle pieces already, this last year, maybe everything would just fall into place with one more piece. Harry. The defense professor said in a faltering voice. Harry, I'm dying. One more minute can't make the difference. He's had the whole year to be sick. It's improbable that his life versus death would be precisely timed to rest on this last minute no matter what happened to Hermione. I know. Harry said. I'll think quickly. Harry stared at the bodies and tried to think. There was no time for doubts, for caveats, no breaks or second guessing, just take the first thoughts and run with them. In the back of Harry's mind, fragments of abstract thought flitted past, heuristics of problem solving that there was no time to rehearse in words. In wordless flashes they shot past, to set up the object-level problem. What do I notice I am confused by? The first place to look for a problem is whatever aspect of the situation seems most improbable. Simple explanations are more probable, eliminate separate improbabilities that must be postulated. Professor Snape had already been here, then Professor Quirrell had arrived, then Harry had arrived, via time turner, then the adventuring party had arrived and Draco had been revealed, part of the party, then Professor Sprout had shown up. Too many people had shown up synchronously and that was too much coincidence. It was improbable that so many different parties would show up at the same location within a 5-minute window. There had to be hidden entanglements. Label Sprout's controller as the mastermind who had ordered Hermione memory charmed. The mastermind had sent Sprout. Professor Snape had said that the headmaster had sent him to guard the door after there'd been some sort of disturbance. If the mastermind had caused that as a distraction, then that explained Severus's presence as well. Harry wasn't sure anymore that Draco had been controlled by the mastermind. That hypothesis had come to him in the spur of the moment. Draco might have just been trying to drop Not Susan so he could get into the corridor unhindered. No, that was the wrong way to think. Turn it around. Try to explain the timed presence of Draco and his adventuring party. No time for self-questioning. Run with the hypothesis. Therefore suppose Sprout's mastermind had sent Draco or triggered his coming. That was 3 arrivals explained. Harry had shown up because his note to himself had told him to do so. That could be attributed to time travel. That left the defense professor who'd said he was following Snape, only that didn't really seem like an adequate reason for Professor Quirrell to show up. It didn't really make Harry feel less confused, and so maybe the mastermind had also controlled the timing of Professor Quirrell's presence somehow and even arranged for Harry himself to enter the time loop. Harry's mind hit a stumbling block. He couldn't see how to extend that reasoning further. There was no time to stare blankly at stumbling blocks. Without any pause or breaking, Harry's mind attacked the problem from a new angle. Professor Quirrell had deduced a controlled Hogwarts professor from the need for some professor to memory charm Hermione, which meant that Professor Sprout's controller had framed and then murdered Hermione, which meant Professor Sprout's controller had detailed information about Hogwarts life and maybe a personal interest in the boy who lived and his friends. Harry's mind finally threw up the relevant memory. Dumbledore saying that Lord Voldemort's strongest road to life was hidden here inside Hogwarts. Run with the hypothesis so that resurrection tool was the Philosopher's Stone hidden inside the mirror. Why had Dumbledore put the mirror into a corridor first years could get through? No, ignore this question, it's not important right now. And Professor Quirrell had said the Philosopher's Stone possessed great healing power, so that part also fit. But if it was the Philosopher's Stone that was hidden in the mirror to keep it away from the Dark Lord, that meant the mirror also contained the one thing in the world that could save the defense professor's life. Harry's mind tried to hesitate, to flinch away, feeling a sudden apprehension as to where this was going. But there was no time allowed for hesitation. And that was also far too much coincidence, just too much improbability if your mind didn't write it off as an amazing plot twist like you were inside a story. Could the putative Dark Lord also be manipulating Professor Quirrell so that Professor Quirrell would discover his supposed salvation at the right time, so that Harry and Professor Quirrell would go get the resurrection tool from the mirror that might not even actually be the Philosopher's Stone, and then the Dark Lord's avatar or some other servant would show up and seize it from them? That would explain all the synchronies and negate every coincidence. Or Professor Quirrell had known from the beginning that the one thing that could save his life was hidden inside this mirror, and that was why he had agreed to teach defense at Hogwarts, and now he was finally trying to get it. But then why wait until he was this sick to even try, and why had Sprout shown up at the same time as Professor Quirrell? Harry's mind faltered harder. His inner eye was looking in a direction it was afraid to look. The note I sent myself said to help the Watcher of Stars. I wouldn't send myself a note saying that, if I hadn't already worked out in the future that it was the right thing to do. Maybe the note is just telling me to get on with it. A small note of confusion was promoted to conscious attention. The coded message on the parchment, 1 or 2 lines, hadn't quite sounded right, hadn't sounded like the code Harry would expect himself to use. Harry, whispered the dying voice of Professor Quirrell from behind him. Harry, please. I'm almost done thinking, Harry's voice said aloud, and Harry realized as he spoke the words that they were true. Turn it around. Look at it from the enemy's perspective, from where the enemy does their own intelligent planning, somewhere out of your sight. There are Aurors in Hogwarts, and your target Harry Potter is now fully on guard. Harry Potter will call in Aurors at the first sign of trouble, or send a patroness to Albus Dumbledore. Considering that as a puzzle, one creative solution is to forge a supposedly time-turned message to Harry Potter from himself, telling Harry Potter not to call for help, telling him to be at the place and time you want him to be. You get the target himself to bypass all the protections he set up. You even bypass his protection of skepticism with the overriding authority of his own future self's judgment. It isn't even difficult. You can memory charm some random student into remembering Harry Potter handing over an envelope to be given back to himself later. You can memory charm that student because you are a Hogwarts professor. You don't go to the extra effort to steal a pencil and muggle paper from Harry Potter's pouch. Instead you forge Harry Potter's handwriting on wizard parchment. You can forge Harry Potter's handwriting because you have seen it on ministry-mandated exams you have graded. You call Draco Malfoy the constellation because you know Harry Potter is interested in astronomy and you are a wizard and you have taken astronomy and memorized the names of all the constellations. But it's not the natural code that Harry Potter would use to describe Draco Malfoy to himself, that would have been the apprentice. You call Professor Quirrell the Watcher of Stars, and tell Harry Potter to help him. You know that Life Eater is how you say Dementor in Parseltongue and you expect Harry Potter to think of the Aurors as being in league with them. You encode 649 as 6, and 7 in a square because you have been reading a Muggle physics book that Harry Potter gave you. Who are you, then? Harry noticed his breathing had sped up, and with a burst of heart rate, Harry slowed his breath down again. Professor Quirrell was watching him. What if hypothetically speaking Professor Quirrell was the mastermind and had faked Harry's message, then that explained all 5 parties showing up, the whole synchronous coordination of the comedy, and then Professor Sprout was just controlled to give Professor Quirrell deniability, let him blame someone else for the false memory charm after the dust settled. But why would Professor Quirrell risk the fragile alliance Harry had with Draco via the attempted murder frame that Professor Quirrell had detected and stopped allegedly via a tracer put on Draco? Why would Professor Quirrell kill Hermione if his first attempt to remove her hadn't worked? If Professor Quirrell was the bad guy, then he might have lied about everything to do with Horcruxes, and maybe it wasn't coincidence at all that the only thing that could save his life was the avenue that could resurrect the Dark Lord. What if the Dark Lord had arranged that too somehow? One day David Monroe had mysteriously disappeared, presumed dead at the Dark Lord's hands. An awful intuition had come over Harry, something separate from all the reasoning he'd done so far, an intuition that Harry couldn't put into words, except that he and the defense professor were very much alike in certain ways, and faking a time-turned message was just the sort of creative method that Harry himself might have tried to bypass all of a target's protections. And that was when Harry finally realized what should have been obvious from the very beginning. Professor Quirrell was smart. Professor Quirrell was smart in the same way as Harry. Professor Quirrell was smart in exactly the same way as Harry's mysterious dark side. If you had to guess when the boy who lived had acquired his mysterious dark side, the obvious guess was the night of October 31st, 1981. And Professor Quirrell had known a password that Bellatrix Black had thought identified the Dark Lord, and his presence gave the boy who lived a sense of doom, and his magic interacted destructively with Harry's, and his favorite spell was Avada Kedavra and an end. The realization blasted through Harry like a vast dam breaking, releasing out all its water, bursting through his mind in an irresistible flood that swept everything away. There is only one reality that generates all of the observations. If different observations seem to point in incompatible directions, it means the true hypothesis is one you haven't thought of yet. And in those cases, when you finally think of the correct hypothesis, everything aligns behind it, beyond denial or horror, tearing away every doubt and every emotion that might stand in its path. And then David Monroe and Lord Voldemort had just been one person playing both sides of the Wizarding War, and that was why the Monroe family had been killed before they could meet David Monroe, just like Moody had suspected. Reality settled down into a single known state, one coherent state of affairs that compactly generated the observation set. Harry didn't jump, didn't change his breathing, tried not to show a single sign of the horror and agony flooding his mind. The enemy was behind him, watching him. "All right," Harry said out loud, as soon as he dared trust his voice to sound normal. He kept on staring at the bodies, looking away from Professor Quirrell, because Harry didn't trust his own face. Harry lifted a sleeve to wipe away the sweat on his forehead, trying to make the gesture look casual. Harry couldn't control the sweat, or the rapid hammering in his chest. "Let's go get the Philosopher's Stone." All Harry needed was a single moment of distraction anywhere along the way to use his time turner. There was no reply from behind him. The silence stretched. Slowly, Harry turned around. Professor Quirrell was standing upright and smiling. In the defense professor's hand was a shape of black metal pointed at Harry's wand arm, held with the sure grip of someone who knew exactly how to use a semi-automatic handgun. Harry's mouth was dry, even his lips were trembling with adrenaline, but he managed to speak. "Hello, Lord Voldemort." Professor Quirrell inclined his head in acknowledgement, and said, "Hello, Tom Riddle." Chapter 105, The Truth, PT2. Tom Riddle. The words seemed to echo inside Harry's head, sparking resonances that as quickly died away, broken patterns trying to complete themselves and failing. Tom Riddle is a. Tom Riddle was the. Riddle. There were other priorities occupying Harry's attention. Professor Quirrell was pointing a gun at him. And for some reason Lord Voldemort hadn't fired it yet. Harry's voice came out in more of a croak. What is it that you want from me? Your death, said Professor Quirrell, is clearly not what I am about to say, since I have had plenty of time to kill you if I wished. The fateful battle between Lord Voldemort and the boy who lived is a figment of Dumbledore's imagination. I know where to find your family's house in Oxford, and I am familiar with the concept of sniper rifles. You would have died before you ever touched a wand. I hope this is clear to you, Tom. Crystal, Harry whispered. His body was still shaking, running programs more suited to fleeing a tiger than casting delicate spells or thinking. But Harry could think of one thing the person pointing a gun at him obviously wanted him to do, a question that person was waiting for him to ask, and Harry did so. Why are you calling me Tom? Professor Quirrell regarded him steadily. Why am I calling you Tom? Answer. Your intellect is not everything I hoped for, but it should suffice for this. Harry's mouth seemed to know the answer before his brain could manage to focus on the question. Tom Riddle is your name. Our name. That's who Lord Voldemort is, or was, or something. Professor Quirrell nodded. Better. You have already vanquished the Dark Lord, the one and only time that you will ever do so. I have already destroyed all but a remnant of Harry Potter, eliminating the difference between our spirits and enabling us to reside in the same world. Now that it is clear to you that the battle between us is a lie, you might act sensibly to advance your own interests. Or you might not. The gun jabbed slightly forward, causing prickles of sweat to appear on Harry's forehead. Drop your wand. Now. Harry dropped it. Step away from the wand, said Professor Quirrell. Harry obeyed. Reach toward your neck, said Professor Quirrell, and remove your time turner, touching it by the chain only. Place the time turner on the ground, then step away from it as well. This also Harry did. Even in his state of shock, his mind still looked for a way to spin the time turner in the process, a sudden move that would win, but Harry knew that Professor Quirrell would already be imagining himself in Harry's position, looking for the same possible opportunities. Remove your pouch and place it also on the ground, then step away. Harry did this. Very good, said the defense professor. Now. It is time for me to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. I mean to bring along these 4 first years here, suitably obliviated of their most recent memories so that they still recall their original purpose. Snape I shall control and set to guard this door. After this day's work is done, I intend to kill Snape for the betrayals he has offered my other identity. The 3 heir children I shall take with me afterwards, to shape their future loyalties. And know this, I have taken hostages. I have already set in motion a spell that will kill hundreds of Hogwarts students, including many you called friends. I can stop that spell using the stone, if I obtain it successfully. If I am interrupted before then, or if I choose not to stop the spell, hundreds of students will die. Professor Quirrell's voice was still mild. Do you yet perceive any interests you have at stake, boy? I would smile to hear you say no, but that is too much to hope. I'd like, Harry managed to say, through the horror, and the heartbreak, and the knife slicing away at an emotional connection that hurt like living flesh as it was cut, for you not to do those things, Professor. Why, Professor Quirrell, why did it have to turn out like this? I don't want this to be happening. Very well, Professor Quirrell said. I grant you permission to offer me something I want. The gun gestured invitingly. That is a rare privilege, child. Lord Voldemort does not usually negotiate for what he wants. Some part of Harry's mind scrabbled frantically, looking for something, anything that might be of more value to Lord Voldemort or Professor Quirrell than child hostages or Severus's death. Another part of him, the part that had never stopped thinking, already knew his answer. You already have an idea for what you want from me, Harry said, through the sickness and the bleeding wounds in his soul. What is it? Your help in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Harry swallowed. He couldn't stop his eyes from going to the gun, then back up at Professor Quirrell's face. He was aware that the hero in a storybook was supposed to say no, but now that he was actually in a situation like this, saying no didn't seem to make sense. I am disappointed that you need to think about this, said Professor Quirrell. It is straightforward that you should obey me for now, since I hold every advantage over you. I have taught you better than this, in this situation you should certainly pretend to lose. You can expect to gain nothing by resisting, except pain. You should have calculated that it was better to answer sooner, and not earn my distrust. Professor Quirrell's eyes studied him curiously. Perhaps Dumbledore has filled your ears with nonsense about noble defiance. I find such morals amusing, since they are so easy to manipulate. I assure you that I can make defiance seem morally worse, and you would be well advised to submit before I demonstrate how. The gun stayed pointed at Harry, but with a wave of Professor Quirrell's other hand, Tracy Davis rose up into the air, spun lazily, her limbs stretched out spread eagle. Then, even as new adrenaline hammered at Harry's heart, Tracy floated back down again. Choose, said Professor Quirrell. This begins to try my patience. I should have spoken just then, before he might have ripped off Tracy's legs. No, I shouldn't have. The headmaster said I mustn't show Lord Voldemort that I'll do things if he threatens my friends because that will just make him threaten more of them. Only what he said before isn't a threat, it's just the sort of thing Lord Voldemort does. Harry took a deep breath, several of them. Whatever part of him kept on running on full automatic was screaming at the remainder of his mind that it could not afford to stay in shock. Shocks were of finite duration, neurons kept firing regardless. The only reason Harry's mind would shut down while his brain kept running was if Harry's self-model believed his mind would shut down. I don't mean to try your patience, Harry said. His voice was cracking. That was good. Sounding like he was still in shock meant that Lord Voldemort might give him more time. But if Lord Voldemort had a reputation for keeping his bargains, I don't know about it. An obvious concern, Professor Quirrell said. There is a simple answer, and I would have enforced it upon you in any case. Snakes can't lie. And since I have a tremendous distaste for stupidity, I suggest you do not say anything like "What do you mean?" You are smarter than that, and I do not have time for such conversations as ordinary people inflict on one another. Harry swallowed. Snakes can't lie. 2 + 2 = 4. Harry had tried to say that 2 + 2 = 3, and the word 4 had slipped out instead. Good. When Salazar Slytherin invoked the Parcel Mouth curse upon himself and all his children, his true plan was to ensure his descendants could trust one another's words, whatever plots they wove against outsiders. Professor Quirrell had adopted his lecturing pose from battle magic, like someone putting on a well-worn mask, but the gun remained pointed in his hand. Occlumency cannot fool the Parcel Mouth curse as it can fool Veritaserum, and you may put that to the trial also. Now listen well. Come with me, promise your best aid in getting stone, and I shall leave Thess children behind unharmed. Hostages are real, hundreds of students die tonight unless I stop events already set in motion. Will spare hostages if I obtain stone successfully. And mark also this, mark it well, I cannot be truly slain by any means known to me, and lossing stone will not stop me from returning, nor spare you or yours as my wrath. Any impetuous act you are contemplating cannot win the game for you, boy. I do credit your ability to annoy me, and suggest you avoid doing so. You said, Harry's voice was strange in his own ears, that the Philosopher's Stone had different powers from what legend said. You said that to me in Parcel tongue. Tell me what the stone really does, before I agree to help you get it. If it was something along the lines of gaining total power over the universe, then nothing was worth an incrementally greater chance of Lord Voldemort getting the stone. Ah, said Professor Quirrell, and smiled. You are thinking. That is better, and as a reward I shall offer you a further incentive for cooperation. Eternal life and youth, the creation of gold and silver. Suppose these are true benefits of holding the stone. Tell me, boy. What is the stone's power? It might have been the adrenaline still in him, being actually useful for his brain for once. It might have been the power of being told that an answer existed, and that the evidence wasn't a lie. It can make transfigurations permanent. Then Harry stopped, as he heard what his own mouth had just said. Correct, said Professor Quirrell. Thus, whoever holds the Philosopher's Stone is able to perform human transfiguration. Harry's torn mind was knocked about yet again, as he realized what further incentive would be offered him. You stole Miss Granger's remains and transfigured them into some innocuous-appearing target, said Professor Quirrell. A transfigured target that you must keep somewhere about your own person, in order to sustain the transfiguration. Ah, I see your eyes going to that ring upon your hand, but of course Miss Granger would not be the little jewel set into the ring, would it? That would be too obvious. No, I expect you transfigured Granger's remains into the ring itself, letting the aura of the transfigured jewel mask the magic in the transfigured ring. Yes, Harry said, forcing out the word. It was a lie, for once, and Harry's glance had been deliberate. Harry had expected someone to challenge him on the steel ring, he'd tried to provoke that challenge so he could prove to be innocent yet again, though nobody had taken him up on it. Maybe Dumbledore had just sensed that the steel by itself wasn't magical. Fine and good, said Professor Quirrell. Now come with me, help me to obtain the stone, and I will resurrect Hermione Granger on your behalf. Her death has had unfortunate effects on you, and I would not mind undoing them. That, as I understand you, is your greatest desire. I have done you many kindnesses, and I would not mind doing you this one more. A blank-eyed Professor Sprout had now risen from the ground and was pointing her own wand at Harry. Help me obtain Stone of Transfiguration, and I shall try my hardest to resurrect your girl-child friend to true and lasting life. That's it, boy, I am swiftly running out of patience with you, and you shall not like what comes next. This last line was hissed out in a voice that conveyed the impression of a snake rearing its head to strike. Even then, with all the world upturned, with shock after shock, even then Harry's brain did not stop being a brain, or completing the patterns its circuits had been wired to complete. Harry knew that this was too good an offer to make to someone at whom you were pointing a gun. Unless you desperately needed their help to get the Philosopher's Stone out of the magic mirror. And there wasn't any time left to plan, only the thought that, if Professor Quirrell really was going this far to get his help, what Harry wanted was to demand Professor Quirrell promise not to kill anyone in the future in exchange for his help now, but Harry had a strong sense that Professor Quirrell would reply, "Don't be ridiculous," and there wasn't time for ordinary conversation. Harry had to guess the highest safe request in advance. Professor Quirrell's eyes narrowed, his lips parted. "If I help you," Harry's mouth said, "I want your promise that you aren't planning to turn on me when this is over. I want you to not kill Professor Snape or anyone else in Hogwarts for at least a week. And I want answers, the truth about everything that's been going on this whole time, everything you know about my nature." The pale blue eyes regarded him dispassionately. "I really think we could have thought of something better to ask for than that," said Harry's Slytherin side. "But I suppose we were legitimately out of time, and whatever we need to do next, answers will help." Harry wasn't listening to that voice right now. Cold chills were still going down his spine from hearing the words that had just come out of his lips, addressed to the man with the gun. "That is your condition for helping me to obtain the stone," said Professor Quirrell. Harry nodded, unable to form words. "Agreed," hissed Professor Quirrell. "Help me, and you shall have answers to your questions, so long as they are about past events, and not my plans for the future. I do not intend to raise my hand or magic against you in future, so long as you do not raise your hand or magic against me. Shall kill none within Shoal grounds for a week, unless I must. Now promise that you will not attempt to warn against me or escape. Promise to put forth your own best efforts toward helping me to obtain the stone. And your girl-child friends shall be revived by me, to true life and health, nor shall me or mine ever seek to harm her." A twisted smile. "Promise, boy, and the bargain will be struck." "I promise," whispered Harry. "What?" screamed other parts of his mind. He's still pointing a gun at us," pointed out Slytherin. "We don't actually have a choice, we're just getting as much mileage out of this as possible." "You bastard," said Hufflepuff. "Do you think this is what Hermione would have wanted? This is Lord Voldemort we're talking about. Do we even know how many people he's killed, and will kill?" "I deny that we are compromising with Lord Voldemort for Hermione's sake," said Slytherin. "Since there is, in fact, a gun and we can't otherwise stop him. Also, Mum and Dad would want us to just go along and stay safe." Professor Quirrell regarded him steadily. "Repeat the full promise in Parseltongue, boy. I shall help you obtain the stone. I cannot promise I will essay my best efforts, my heart will not be in it, I fear. I intend to try. Shall not do anything I think will annoy you to no good end. Shall call no help if I expect them to be killed by you or for Hostages to die. I'm sorry, teacher, but it is best I can do." Harry's mind was settling, composing itself, as the decision was made. He would stay with Professor Quirrell, go with him to get the stone, save the student hostages, and And Harry didn't know, except that he'd go on thinking. "You actually are sorry about that?" Professor Quirrell looked amused. "I suppose it shall have to do. Then keep two other things in mind. I have planned to stop even Shoalmaster, if he appears before USS. And also this, I will occasionally ask you to say in Parseltongue whether you have betrayed me. The bargain is struck." After that, Professor Sprout picked up Harry's wand, and wrapped it in shimmering cloth, then she placed it on the floor, and again pointed her wand at Harry. Only then did Professor Quirrell lower his gun, which seemed to disappear into his hand, and pick up Harry's wrapped wand, tucking it into his robes. The true cloak of invisibility was removed from the sleeping form of Lysith Lestrange, and Professor Quirrell took the cloak, as well as Harry's pouch and time turner. Then Professor Quirrell cast a mass obliviation followed by the mass version of the false memory charm, the one that just had the subject fill in the blanks using their own suggestibility, on all the students present. Afterwards Professor Sprout floated away the sleeping children, now wearing an expression that seemed annoyed and preoccupied, as if they'd been in some herbology accident. Professor Quirrell then turned back to where the potions master lay sprawled, bent over and placed his wand on Professor Snape's forehead. Alienese nervus mobile lignum. The defense professor stepped back, and began to move his left fingers in the air as though manipulating a puppet on strings. Professor Snape pushed himself up from the ground by smooth motions, and stood once more before the corridor door. "Alohomora," Professor Quirrell said, pointing his wand at the forbidden door. The defense professor looked rather amused. "Would you do the honors, boy?" Harry swallowed. He was once again having second thoughts, and third thoughts. It was strange how you could do something even while knowing it was the wrong thing, not the selfish thing but the wrong thing to do on some deeper level. But the man behind him was holding the gun, it had once more appeared in his hand at Harry's hesitation. Harry laid his hand on the door knocker, and took several deep breaths, again composing his mind as best he could. "Go through with it, don't get shot, don't let the hostages die, be there to optimize events, be there to watch for opportunities and stay capable of taking them. It wasn't a good choice, but all the other ones seemed worse. Harry pushed open the forbidden door, and stepped through. Chapter 106, The Truth, PT3. After a single step into Dumbledore's forbidden chamber, Harry shrieked and jumped back and collided with Professor Snape, sending the two of them down in a heap. Professor Snape picked himself up and resumed standing in front of the door. His head tracked to look at Harry. "I am guarding this door at the headmaster's orders," said Professor Snape in his usual sardonic tones. "Be off with you at once, or I shall deduct house points." This was bone-chillingly creepy, but Harry's attention was occupied by the gigantic three-headed dog which had lunged forward, only to be stopped meters from Harry by the chains upon its three collars. That, Harry said. "Yes," Professor Quirrell said from a ways behind him, "that is indeed the usual occupant of that chamber, which is off-limits to all students, especially first years. That's not safe even by wizard standards." Within the chamber, the enormous black beast gave a multi-voiced bellow, flecks of white saliva flying from three fanged mouths. Professor Quirrell sighed. "It is enchanted not to eat students, just spit them back out through the door. Now, boy, how would you recommend that we deal with this dangerous creature?" Harry stuttered, trying to think over the continued roaring of the chamber's guardian. If it's like the Cerberus from the Muggle legend of Orpheus and Eurydice, then we have to sing it to sleep so we can pass. Avada Kedavra. The three-headed beast fell over. Harry looked back at Professor Quirrell, who was giving him a look of extreme disappointment, as if to ask whether Harry had attended any of his classes, ever. "I sort of assumed," Harry said, still trying to catch his breath, "that going through this challenge in any way except the one used by first years, might perhaps trigger an alarm." "That is a lie, boy, you simply did not remember your lessons when you faced the occasion in true life. As for alarms, I have spent months befuddling all the wards and trip signs upon these chambers." "Then why did you send me in first, exactly?" Professor Quirrell just smiled. It looked significantly more evil than usual. "Never mind," Harry said, and walked slowly into the chamber, his limbs still shaking. The chamber was all of stone, illuminated by a pale blue light that shone from arched nooks carved into the wall, as if the light of a grey sky were passing through windows, though there were no windows. At the far end of the chamber was a wooden trapdoor upon the floor, with a single ring attached. In the middle of the chamber lay a gigantic dead dog with three lifeless heads. Harry turned toward one of the arched nooks and looked inside it. There was nothing there but the sourceless blue glow, so he walked over and looked in the next one, also scrutinizing the wall as he passed. "What," said Professor Quirrell, "are you doing?" "Searching the room," Harry said. "There could be a clue, or an inscription, or a key we'll need later, or something." "Are you serious, or are you deliberately trying to slow us down?" "Answer in parcel tongue." Harry looked back. "Was serious," hissed Harry. "Would have done some me if came by myself." Professor Quirrell briefly massaged his forehead. "I confess," he said, "that your approach would serve you well in, say, exploring the tomb of Amonset, so I will not quite call you an idiot, but still. The false puzzle, the outer form of the challenge, is a game meant for first years. We simply go down through the trapdoor." Beneath the trapdoor was a gigantic plant, something like an enormous Dieffenbachia with wide leaves emerging from the central stem like a spiral staircase, but darker colored than a normal Dieffenbachia, with tendril-like vines emerging from the central stem and hanging down. The base spread out wide with bigger leaves and tendrils, as though promising to cushion anyone's fall. Beneath was another stone chamber like the first, with the same nooks like false arched windows, emitting the same grey-blue light. "The obvious thought is to fly down on the broomstick in my pouch, or toss something heavy to see if those tendrils are traps," Harry said, peering down. "But I'm guessing you'll say that we just walk down the leaves. They certainly looked like they were meant to be a spiral staircase." "After you," said Professor Quirrell. Harry carefully put a foot down on a leaf and found that it indeed supported his weight. Then Harry took a last look around the room before departing, to see if there was anything worth noticing. The enormous dead dog called enough attention to itself that it was hard to focus on anything else. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said, omitting the phrase, "your approach to dealing with obstacles has certain drawbacks. What if somebody looks in the door and sees that the Cerberus is dead?" "Then they have probably already noticed something wrong with Snape," said Professor Quirrell. "But since you insist." The defense professor walked over to the three-headed corpse and placed his wand against it. He began a Latin-sounding incantation that was accompanied by a sense of rising apprehension, the boy who lived feeling the Dark Lord's power as he always had. The last word spoken was imperious and it was accompanied by a final surge of "Stop, don't." And the three-headed dog rose to a stand, its 6 eyes dull and blank, turning to watch the door once more. Harry stared at the huge Inferius with a horrible sinking sensation in his stomach, the third worst feeling he'd ever felt in his life. He knew then that he'd seen and sensed this procedure before, only without the spoken Latin. The centaur who'd confronted him in the Forbidden Forest was dead. The defense professor had hit it with a real Avada Kedavra, not a fake one. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Harry had thought that if he could just get Hermione back then he could return to the code of nobody dying, the ethic of Batman. Most people went through their whole lives without anyone getting killed on whatever adventures they had. And that was not to be. He hadn't even noticed, the day he lost his last chance to win. Even if Hermione was resurrected, now, Harry wouldn't have come through the whole mess without anyone getting killed. He hadn't even learned the centaur's name. Harry said nothing aloud. The defense professor would either confirm the accusation in Parseltongue or lie in plain speech, and either way the defense professor would have more reason to suspect Harry's next actions. But Harry knew that, although he didn't know how he would stop Professor Quirrell, although he didn't dare any positive act of betrayal, maybe not even making the decision, until it was almost time to win, there would never be an amicable settlement between him and Lord Voldemort, for those two different spirits could not exist in the same world. And it was like that resolution, that knowledge of opposition, invoked a strength from what Harry had thought of as his dark side. Harry had stopped trying to call deliberately on his dark side after the day he'd killed the troll. But his dark side had never been something separate from him. It had been something remembered from Tom Riddle. Harry didn't know how that had happened, but taking the assumption and running with it, whatever echoes of cognitive skill were in his dark side should be there for him to use. Not as a separate mode, as Harry had conceptualized at first, but just as neural patterns with a strong tendency to chain into one another since they had once formed part of a connected whole. This unfortunately did not change that Professor Quirrell had the same skills with far more life experience backing them up, and also had the gun. Harry turned, and set foot on the giant plant, and began to walk down the spiral staircase provided by the leaves. It had taken Harry too long this time, but he'd recovered himself to some degree, despite the grief still weighing him down like thick water. It wasn't a cold steel rod in his spine, but it was something straight and solid nonetheless. He was going to play this through, see Hermione return to life first, and then, somehow, stop Professor Quirrell. Or stop Professor Quirrell first and then get the stone himself. There had to be something, some possibility, some opportunity that would present itself, some way to stop Voldemort and return Hermione to life. Harry continued his descent. Behind him, the three-headed dog waited, guarding the gate. Chapter 107, The Truth, PT4. The spiraling leaves of the gigantic Diefenbachia felt like forest loam beneath Harry's shoes, not as unyielding as concrete, but supporting his weight. Harry kept a wary eye on the tendrils, but they remained passive. When Harry reached the bottom of the leafy spiral staircase, the tendrils suddenly whipped out and grasped Harry's arms and legs. After a brief struggle, Harry allowed himself to go limp. Interesting, said Professor Quirrell, as he floated down from above, not touching any of the plant's leaves or tendrils. I noticed that you seem to have no trouble losing to a plant. Harry looked more closely at the defense professor, seeing him now without the lens of panic. Professor Quirrell was upright and moving, flying without apparent difficulty, the sense of doom about him was strong. But his eyes were still sunken in the skull, his arms thin and wasted. The sickness had not been bluff, and the obvious hypothesis was that the defense professor had recently eaten another unicorn to temporarily regain some strength. And the defense professor was also speaking like the mask of Professor Quirrell, not like Lord Voldemort, which might not be a bad thing from Harry's perspective. Harry didn't know why, unless it was that the defense professor still needed him for something, but it certainly seemed to be in Harry's own interests to play along. You specifically let me walk into this trap, Professor, Harry answered, just the way he'd have spoken to Professor Quirrell. Roles, masks, remind him of how it was between us. On my own, I'd have used my broomstick. Perhaps. How would an ordinary first year solve this challenge? If they had their wand, that is. The plant was now reaching tendrils out toward Professor Quirrell, but Professor Quirrell was hovering just out of their reach. Harry had now remembered Professor Sprout talking about a devil's snare plant, which the herbology textbook had said liked cool, dark places like caves, though how that could be true of a leafy plant was anyone's guess. At a guess, I'd say this is a devil's snare plant and it might retreat from light or heat. So maybe a first year could use Lumos? Today I'd use Inflammer, but I didn't learn that spell until May. A twirl of the defense professor's wand, and a pattern of sprays of liquid shot out from it, striking the plant near the bases of its tendrils, hitting with a quiet splat and then a quiet hissing. All the tendrils touching Harry frantically shot back and began to beat at the growing wounds appearing on the plant's skin, as if trying to remove the pain stimulus. Something about the plant gave the impression that it was screaming soundlessly. Professor Quirrell finished drifting downward. Now it is afraid of light, heat, acid, and me. Harry stepped off the final leaves onto the floor, after a careful glance at his robes and then the floor to make sure that none of the acid had splashed anywhere. Harry had begun to suspect that Professor Quirrell was trying to make some sort of point, but Harry did not know what that point might be. I thought we were on a mission, Professor. I can't stop you, but is it smart to spend this much time on messing with me? Oh, we have time, said Professor Quirrell, sounding amused. There would be a great uproar if we were discovered here, guarded by an inferius. You did not act like you had heard of such an uproar at your Quidditch match, before you arrived in this time and spoke to Snape as you did. A slight chill came over Harry, as he comprehended this. Anything he did to beat Professor Quirrell would have to not disrupt the school, or at least the Quidditch game, because it hadn't disrupted the Quidditch game. Even if enough forces could be called in to subdue Lord Voldemort, it might not be easy to do it without Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick or anyone else at the Quidditch game noticing. Fighting a smart enemy was hard. And even so it seemed to Harry that if he stood in Professor Quirrell's shoes, he would not be having leisurely conversations and playing mind games. Professor Quirrell was gaining something by taking his time here. But what? Was there some other process that had to run to completion? By the by, have you betrayed me yet? Said Professor Quirrell. Have not betrayed you yet, Harry hissed. The defense professor gestured pointedly with the gun he was now holding in his left hand, and Harry walked ahead to the great wooden door at the end of the room, and opened it. The next chamber was smaller in diameter, with a higher ceiling. The light shining out of the arched alcoves was white, instead of blue. Around them whizzed hundreds of winged keys, beating frantically through the air. After watching for a few seconds, it became clear that only a single key was the golden color of a snitch, though it was moving slower than a snitch in a real Quidditch game. On the other end of the room was a door containing a large, prominent keyhole. Against the left wall leaned a broomstick, the school's workhorse Clean Sweep 7. Professor, Harry said, staring up at the clouds and flocks of whizzing keys, you said you would answer my questions. What exactly is all this about? If you think you've secured a door so that it won't open without a key, you keep the key in a safe place and only give a copy to authorized entrance. You don't give the key wings and then leave a broomstick propped against the wall. So what the heck are we doing in here and what is going on? It's an obvious guess that the magic mirror is the only real factor guarding the stone, but why the rest of this, and why encourage first years to come here? I am truly not sure, said the defense professor. He had entered the room and taken up station well to Harry's right, maintaining the distance between them. But I shall answer, as I said I would. Dumbledore's way is to do a dozen things which seem mad, and then only 8 of them, or perhaps 9, conceal an inner meaning. My guess is that Dumbledore intends to make it seem like I am invited to send a student as my proxy. Precisely so that Lord Voldemort, as Dumbledore conceives of him, is less tempted to think himself clever by doing so. Imagine Dumbledore first considering the issue of how to ward the stone. Imagine Dumbledore considering whether to set true dangers to guard the mirror. Imagine him imagining some young student blundering through those dangers at my behest. I think that is what Dumbledore is trying to avoid, by making it seem as though that strategy is invited, and so not cunning. Unless, of course, I have misunderstood what Dumbledore thinks Lord Voldemort will think. Professor Quirrell grinned, and it looked just as natural, on him, as any grin he'd shown Harry before. Plotting does not come naturally to Dumbledore, but he tries because he must. To that task Dumbledore brings intelligence, dedication, the ability to learn from his mistakes, and an utter lack of native talent. He is marvelously hard to predict for that reason alone. Harry turned away, looking at the door on the opposite side of the room. It wasn't a game to him, Professor. My guess is that the intended solution for first years is to ignore the broomstick and use Wingardium Leviosa to grab the key, since this isn't a Quidditch game and there are no rules forbidding that. So what absurdly overpowered spell are you going to unleash on this one, then? There was a brief silence but for the whizzing of keys. Harry took several steps away from Professor Quirrell. I probably shouldn't have said that, should I? Oh, no, Professor Quirrell said. I think that is a quite reasonable thing to say to the most powerful dark wizard in the world when he is standing not a dozen paces from you. Professor Quirrell put his wand back into the sleeve of his other hand, the hand that sometimes held the gun. Then the defense professor reached into his mouth and took out what appeared to be a tooth. He tossed the false tooth high in the air, and when it came down, it had transformed into a wand that sparked a strange sense of recognition in Harry's mind, as though some part of him recognized that wand as being part of him. 13.5 inches, with the core of phoenix feather. Harry had memorized the information when the wand maker Ally something had given it, because it had seemed like it might be plot relevant. The event, and the thinking that had underlain it, both felt a lifetime distant. The defense professor raised that wand, and traced in the air a flaming rune that was all jagged edges and malevolence. Harry took another instinctive step back. Then Professor Quirrell spoke. Azirath! 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 The flaming rune began pouring out fire that was, twisted, as though the jagged edges of the rune had become the nature of the fire itself. The fire was blazing crimson, shaded further red than blood, glowing as searingly intense as an arc welder. That brilliance in that shade seemed wrong in its own right, like nothing shaded so far red should give off that much light, and the searing crimson was shot through with veins of black that seemed to suck the light from the fire. Within the blackened fire, outlined in the interplay of crimson and darkness, animal shapes twisted wildly from one predator to another, cobra to hyena to scorpion. Azirath. 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 When Professor Quirrell had repeated the word 6 times, as much black crimson fire had poured out as the volume of a small bush. The cursed fire slowed in its changes as Professor Quirrell locked eyes upon it, taking on a single form, the form of a black and blood-burning phoenix. And something told Harry with a terrible certainty that if that black burning phoenix met Fawkes, the true phoenix would die and never be reborn. Professor Quirrell made a single gesture with his wand, and the blackened fire went soaring across the room. It met the door and its keyhole, and with a single sweep of crimson burning wings, most of the door and part of the archway was consumed. Then the tainted crimson blaze swept on. Harry had only a glance through the hole to see huge statues just beginning to raise swords and clubs, when the blackened fire came among them, and they cracked and burned. When it ended, the blackened fire phoenix swept back in through the hole, and hovered above Professor Quirrell's left shoulder, the sun-intense crimson claws staying an inch from his robes. "Go on ahead," said Professor Quirrell. "It's safe now." Harry walked forward, needing to invoke his dark side's cognitive patterns in order to maintain calm enough to do it. Harry stepped over the glowing edges of the remaining part of the door, and gazed at a chessboard of ruined huge chess pieces. The alternating tiles of black and white marble on the floor started 5 meters after the ruined doorway, and extended from wall to wall, but stopped 5 meters short of the next door on the opposite side of the room. The ceiling was significantly higher than any of the statues should have been able to reach. "I would guess," Harry said, and his dark side's cognitive patterns kept his voice calm, "that the intended solution is to fly over the statues using the broomstick from the previous room, since it wasn't actually needed to get the key." From behind, Professor Quirrell laughed, and it was Lord Voldemort's laugh. "Proceed," said a voice grown colder and higher. "Go to the next room. I wish to see what you will make of what is there." Arranged by Dumbledore for first years, Harry reminded himself, "It will be safe," and he walked across the ruined chessboard, laid his hand upon that door's handle, and pushed it inward. Half a second later, Harry slammed the door and leapt back. It took Harry several seconds to master his breathing, and master himself. From behind the door came continued loud bellows, and great slams as of a rock club pounding the floor. "I suppose," Harry said in a voice grown cold as well, "that since Dumbledore would hardly put a real mountain troll in there, the next challenge is an illusion of my worst memories. Like a Dementor, with the memory projected into the outside world. Very amusing, Professor." Professor Quirrell advanced himself toward the door, and Harry stepped well aside. Besides the sense of doom that was now strong about the professor, Harry's dark side or just plain instinct was advising him not to get anywhere near that black crimson fire hovering above Professor Quirrell's shoulder. Professor Quirrell swung open the door, and looked in. Professor Quirrell said. "Just the troll, as you say. Ah, well. I had hoped to learn something about you more interesting than that. What lies within is a Cocker-Heckus, also known as the common boggart." "A boggart? What does that?" "No, I suppose I know what it does." "A boggart," Professor Quirrell said, and now his voice was again that of a Hogwarts professor lecturing, "gravitates to dark enclosures that are rarely opened, such as a neglected cupboard in the attic. It seeks to be left alone, and it will manifest in whatever form it thinks will scare you away." "Scare me away?" Harry said. "I killed the troll." You leapt backward out of the room without thinking. A boggart seeks out the instinctive flinch, not the reasoned threat. Else it would have selected something more believable. In any case, the standard counter-charm for a boggart is, of course, fiend fire. Professor Quirrell gestured, and the blackened fire leapt off his shoulder and poured through the doorway. From within the room there was a single squeak, and then nothing. They advanced into the boggart's former room, Professor Quirrell going first this time. With the seeming mountain troll gone, the room was just another huge chamber lit by sconces of cold blue light. Professor Quirrell's gaze seemed distant, thoughtful. He crossed the room without waiting for Harry, and swung open the door on the opposite wall of his own accord. Harry followed after, and not closely. The next chamber contained a cauldron, a rack of bottled ingredients, chopping boards, stirring sticks, and the other apparatus of potions. The light coming from the arched alcoves was white instead of blue, presumably because color vision was important to potions brewing. Professor Quirrell was already standing next to the brewing apparatus, scrutinizing a long parchment he had picked up. The door to the next chamber was guarded by a curtain of purple fire that would have looked a lot more threatening, if it hadn't seemed pale and weak by comparison to the blackened flame hovering over Professor Quirrell's shoulder. Harry's suspension of disbelief had already checked out on vacation at this point, so he didn't say anything about how real-world security systems had the goal of distinguishing authorized from unauthorized personnel, which meant issuing challenges that behaved differently around people who were or weren't supposed to be there. For example, a good security challenge would be testing whether the entrant knew a lock combination that only authorized people had been told, and a bad security challenge would be testing whether the entrant could brew a potion according to written instructions that had been helpfully included. Professor Quirrell tossed the parchment toward Harry, and it fluttered to the ground between them. "What do you make of this?" said Professor Quirrell, who then stepped back so that Harry could come forward and pick up the parchment. Nope, Harry said after skimming the parchment. Testing whether the entrant can solve a ridiculously straightforward logic puzzle about the order of the ingredients is still not a challenge that behaves differently for authorized and unauthorized personnel. It doesn't matter if you use a more interesting logic puzzle about 3 idols or a line of people wearing colored hats, you're still completely missing the point. Look at the other side, said Professor Quirrell. Harry turned over the 2-foot parchment. On the other side, written in tiny letters, was the longest list of brewing instructions Harry had ever seen. What on earth? A potion of effulgence, to quench the purple fire, Professor Quirrell said. It is made by adding the same ingredients, over and over again, in slightly different ways. Imagine some eager young group of first years, passing all the other chambers, thinking they are just about to reach the magic mirror, and then encountering this task. This room is the handiwork of the potion's master indeed. Harry glanced pointedly at the black fire shape on Professor Quirrell's shoulder. Fire can't beat fire. It can, said Professor Quirrell. I am not sure it should. Suppose this room is trapped. Harry did not want to be stuck brewing this potion for laughs, or for whatever other reason Professor Quirrell was taking them through these chambers so slowly. The potion's recipe had 35 separate occasions for adding bellflowers, 14 times to add a lock of bright hair. Maybe the potion gives off a lethal gas that is fatal to adult wizards but not children. Or any of 100 other deadly tricks, if we're suddenly being serious. Are we being serious? This room is the handiwork of Severus Snape, Professor Quirrell said, once more looking thoughtful. Snape is not a bystander in this game, not quite. He lacks Dumbledore's intelligence, but possesses the killing intent that Dumbledore never had. Well, whatever's going on here, it doesn't actually keep out children, Harry observed. Lots of first years made it through. And if you can somehow keep out everyone except children, then that, from Dumbledore's perspective, forces Lord Voldemort to possess a child to enter. I don't see the point, given their goals. Indeed, Professor Quirrell said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. But see, boy, this room lacks the triggers and trip signs that are upon the others. There are no subtle wards to be defeated. It is as if I am invited to bypass the potion and simply enter, but Snape knows that Lord Voldemort will perceive this. If in fact there was a trap laid for anyone who did not brew the potion, then it would be wiser to lay wards, and give no sign that this room was different from the others. Harry listened, frowning in concentration. So, the only point of leaving off the detection webs is to make you not bulldoze this room. I expect Snape expects me to deduce that as well, the defense professor said. And past that point I cannot predict at what level he thinks I will play. I am patient, and I have given myself plenty of time for this endeavor. But Snape does not know me, he only knows Lord Voldemort. He has sometimes seen Lord Voldemort shriek in frustration, and act on impulses that appear counterproductive. Consider this matter from Snape's perspective, it is the potion's master of Hogwarts telling Lord Voldemort to be patient and follow instructions if he wants to enter, as though Lord Voldemort were a mere schoolboy. I would find it easy to comply, smiling the while, and take my vengeance later. But Snape does not know that Lord Voldemort finds it easy to think this way. Professor Quirrell looked at Harry. Boy, you saw me floating in the air by the devil's snare, did you not? Harry nodded. Then he noticed his confusion. My charms textbook says that it's impossible for wizards to levitate themselves. Yes, said Professor Quirrell, that is what it says in your charms textbook. No wizard may levitate themselves, or any object supporting their own weight, it is like trying to lift yourself up by your own bootstraps. Yet Lord Voldemort alone can fly, how? Answer as quickly as you can. If the question was answerable by a first-year student, you had someone else cast broomstick enchantments on your underwear, then you obliviated them. Not quite, said Professor Quirrell. The broomstick enchantments require a long narrow shape, which must be solid. Cloth will not do. Harry's eyebrows furrowed. How long does the shape have to be? Can you attach some short broomstick rods to a fabric harness, and fly using those? Indeed, at first I strapped enchanted rods to my arms and legs, but that was only to teach myself a new mode of flight. Professor Quirrell drew back the sleeve of his robes, revealing the bare arm. As you can see, I have nothing up my sleeve right now. Harry absorbed this further constraint. You had someone cast broomstick enchantments on your bones. Professor Quirrell sighed. And that was one of Voldemort's most feared feats, or so I am told. After all these years, and some amount of reluctant legilimency, I still do not truly comprehend what is wrong with ordinary people. But you are not one of them. It is time for you to begin contributing to this expedition. You have known Severus Snape more recently than I. Tell me your own analysis of this room. Harry hesitated, trying to look thoughtful. I will mention, said Professor Quirrell, as the blackened fire phoenix on his shoulders seemed to extend its head and glare at Harry, that if you knowingly allow me to fail, I will call it betrayal. I remind you that the stone is key to Miss Granger's resurrection, and that I hold hostage the lives of hundreds of students. I remember, Harry said, and on the heels of this Harry's wonderful inventive brain came up with a thought. Harry wasn't sure if he should say it. The silence stretched. Have you thought of anything yet? Said Professor Quirrell. Answer in parcel tongue. No, this was not going to be easy, not against a smart opponent who could force you to tell the literal truth at any time. Severus, at least the modern-day Severus, respects your intelligence a great deal, Harry said instead. I think he might expect Voldemort to believe that Severus wouldn't believe that Voldemort could pass his test of patience, but Severus would expect Voldemort to pass it. Professor Quirrell nodded. That is a plausible theory. Do you believe it yourself? Answer in parcel tongue. Yes, Harry hissed. It might not be safe to withhold information, not even thoughts and ideas. Therefore, the point of this room is to delay Lord Voldemort for an hour. And if I wanted to kill you, believing what Dumbledore believes, the obvious thing to try would be a Dementor's kiss. I mean, they think you're a disembodied soul, are you, by the way? Professor Quirrell was still. Dumbledore would not think of that method, the defense professor said after a time. But Severus might. Professor Quirrell began to tap a finger against his cheek, his gaze distant. You have power over Dementors, boy, can you tell me if there are any nearby? Harry closed his eyes. If there were voids in the world, he could not feel them. None that I can sense. Answer in parcel tongue. Do not sense sly fetuses. But you were being honest with me when you suggested the possibility? You intended no clever trickery. Was honest. Not trick. Perhaps there is some means by which Dementors might be concealed, being told to leap out and eat a possessing soul if they see one. Professor Quirrell was still tapping his cheek. It is not impossible that I would qualify. Or it can be told to eat anyone who passes through this room too quickly, or anyone who is not a child. Bearing in mind that I hold Hermione and hundreds of other students hostage over you, would you use your power over Dementors to defend me, if a Dementor unmasked itself? Answer in parcel tongue. Don't know, Harry hissed. Life eaters cannot destroy me, I think, hissed Professor Quirrell. And I will simply abandon this body if they approach too close. Shall return swiftly this time, and then there will be no stopping me. Will torture your parents for years, to punish you for balking me. Hundreds of hostage students die, including those you call friends. Now I ask again. Will USA power over Life Eaters to protect me, if Life Eaters come? Yes, Harry whispered. The sadness and horror that Harry had pushed down flared up again, and his dark side had no stored patterns for handling the emotions. Why, Professor Quirrell, why are you like this? Professor Quirrell smiled. That reminds me. Have you betrayed me yet? Have not betrayed you yet. Professor Quirrell went over to the potions equipment, and began chopping a root one-handed, the knife moving almost invisibly fast and with no apparent effort. The Fiend Fire Phoenix drifted over to the opposite corner of the room and waited there. All matters considered in their uncertainty, it seems wiser to expend the time to pass this room as a first year would, said the defense professor. We may as well talk while we are waiting. You had questions, boy? I said that I would answer them, so ask.